Immemorial Dragon Elephant Art Chapter 6138 to Chapter 6180. Clap. Clap. Clap, wonderful, wonderful. This absolute art is really powerful. These guys didn't even know how strong you were, yet they dared to cause trouble for you. I'm speechless. These guys deserve to die. Lin Feng clapped his hands as he spoke. Wu Lingxian withdrew her divine ability, and the mysterious existence in the darkness disappeared without a trace. Her expression wasn't good because everything that had happened today wasn't what she wanted to see. However, it reflected the saying, "You can't do what you want in the world." There were some things that she couldn't control. She could only kill these things after they happened. However, after killing these people, she felt a little sad. After all, they were all people she had been with day and night. She had no choice but to end these people's lives. Even if it wasn't painful in her heart, it must be extremely uncomfortable. Lin Feng could understand her. If it was anyone else who experienced this, they would probably feel the same as her. It's really not easy to live in this world. Wu Lingxian said. Lin Feng nodded and said, yes, it's not easy, but perhaps this is life. Wu Lingxian didn't say anything else. She dragged some corpses to the deck. Then, she threw the corpses into the sea. Lin Feng said, you don't have to do these things. I'll help you. You should heal first. Lin Feng refined many puppets here. He summoned the puppets. These puppets could help Wu Lingxian deal with the corpses, and they could also help Wu Lingxian clean up the room. Wu Lingxian looked at Lin Feng and said, sometimes, I feel like you're not that annoying. Lin Feng said, I've always been loved by everyone. Flowers bloom when they see me, okay? Wu Lingxian snorted and said, you're so thick-skinned. She didn't bother with the corpses anymore. Instead, she returned to her room to heal. When she came out, she found that the room had been completely cleaned up. This made her feel a little better. It was already daytime. Lin Feng stood on the deck and looked at the scenery in the distance. Although it was still raging outside and huge waves were sweeping across the world, it was still different from the scene at night. The current situation was clearly many times better than before. Thank you for your help. Wu Lingxian said. Firstly, she wanted to thank Lin Feng for helping her clean up the mess. Secondly, she wanted to thank Lin Feng for standing up for her when the one-eyed dragon and the others besieged her. Although she didn't ask Lin Feng to take action, she saw Lin Feng's attitude, which was enough for her. Because of this, the distance between the two sides was also a lot closer. Little Xianxia, there's no need to be so polite. After all, we're living together. Lin Feng said with a smile. Wu Lingxian was speechless. This guy's words made her want to beat him to death. Wu Lingxian glanced at Lin Feng and asked, why are you going to the ocean alone? Wu Lingxian had asked a similar question before. Lin Feng wasn't familiar with Wu Lingxian, so he naturally avoided her question. Wu Lingxian probably knew this too. Perhaps she felt that she was much more familiar with Lin Feng now. Therefore, she asked the same question again. Lin Feng said, I'm looking for a friend. Wu Lingxian nodded. She didn't ask further about who Lin Feng was looking for. We're about to leave this area. Wu Lingxian said, and she couldn't help but let out a long breath. Whoosh. Whoosh. At this moment, two beams of light quickly flew through the lightning. After seeing the two beams of light, Lin Feng's face suddenly revealed an extremely shocked expression. The two beams of light were none other than the first Devil Tower and the second Devil Tower. Why are these two fellows here? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. What's wrong? Wu Lingxian noticed that Lin Feng's expression was strange and couldn't help but ask. Lin Feng said, the two Devil Towers that just flew past are old acquaintances of mine. I didn't expect them to come here. Wu Lingxian didn't think too much and said, I'm going down to comfort the others. That's what you should do. Lin Feng said. Immediately. Wu Lingxian went down to comfort the other crew members. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. Why were the two Devil Towers here? Back then, the Soul Demon Holy Lord of the Soul Demon clan was the disciple of the Sky-Devouring Demon Lord. Between the two Devil Towers and the Sky-Devouring Demon Lord, there was a deep relationship between them. Therefore, from Lin Feng's point of view, the two devil towers also had a relationship with the Soul Demon Holy Lord. This place was the ancestral land of the Soul Demon clan. Perhaps they had come here for some unknown reason. But what exactly were they here for? It was just a guess. It was impossible to figure it out. Lin Feng didn't do anything that would cause him unnecessary trouble. It was better not to guess. The ancient ship successfully left the area where the Soul Demon clan was located. The storm stopped. The sky was clear. At this moment, the two devil towers had already arrived at the ancestral land of the Soul Demon clan. This was a mountain in the deep sea world. There were many cave dwellings on the mountain peak. The Soul Demon clan lived in these cave dwellings. The Soul Demon clan was very similar to the Mermaid clan. Whether it was in appearance or body shape, they were very similar. However, there were some differences. For example, the Soul Demon clan had some fine purple scales on their bodies. One had to know. In the Mermaid clan, scales only grew on their tails. In addition, the Soul Demon clan had a pair of horns. They looked like dragon horns. After the arrival of the two demonic pagodas, many soul demons appeared. However, these soul demons were unable to transform into human form. This was because of the curse that caused many soul demons' life level to degenerate. Who are you? At this moment, an old voice sounded. Many Soul Demon clan creatures parted. Then, a cultivator who looked very old flew out. That cultivator was none other than the current Great Elder of the Soul Demon clan. Ever since the Empress was suppressed, the Great Elder had been in charge of the daily affairs of the Soul Demon clan. The Great Elder's strength had degenerated quite a bit, but at least he could still maintain his human form. This was especially difficult. Have you heard of the Devil Tower under the sky-devouring Demon Lord? Asked the first Devil Tower. You are from that Devil Tower? The Soul Demon clan's Grand Elder asked in shock. Their clan was the descendant of the Soul Demon Holy Lord. They knew some things about the Soul Demon Holy Lord. For example, the relationship between the Soul Demon Holy Lord and the Heaven-devouring Demon Lord. The status of the Devil Pagoda was very special at that time. Therefore, their clan also knew about the Devil Pagoda. That's right, we are the Devil Tower from back then. We have some connections with your clan. May I know why you two have come to my Soul Demon clan? The Soul Demon race's Grand Elder asked. Ha ha ha, of course we're here to save your clan, said the first Devil Tower and the second Devil Tower. The Great Elder of the Soul Demon clan sighed and said, the crisis my clan is facing is almost unsolvable. Although you two have remarkable abilities, I'm afraid you won't be able to help us resolve the current crisis. What if I help? Said a voice. Next, the magic lotus flew out of the void. It was a five-colored the magic lotus. The magic lotus had 5 colors, and a handsome monk was sitting cross-legged on it. The sky-devouring demon monk, he had actually arrived. When they saw the sky-devouring demon monk, a commotion broke out. In fact, after the sky-devouring demon monk had destroyed the Great Thunderclap Temple, some members of the Soul Demon clan had suggested that they go to the sky-devouring demon monk and ask him to help them resolve the curse. But the suggestion had been rejected because the sky-devouring demon monk was no longer the sky-devouring demon monk he used to be. His temperament had changed greatly. Who knew if they would bring disaster to their clan if they asked the sky-devouring demon monk for help? Therefore, they did not ask the sky-devouring demon monk for help. But now, seeing the sky-devouring demon monk arrive, the members of the Soul Demon clan immediately saw hope. Greetings, sky-devouring demon monk. The Great Elder of the Soul Demon clan quickly knelt on the ground and bowed. The other members of the Soul Demon clan also bowed to the sky-devouring demon monk. No need for formalities, said the sky-devouring demon monk. Only then did the group stand up. Bring me to see your empress, said the sky-devouring demon monk. In his mind, the cute little girl from back then appeared. Please follow me, sky-devouring demon monk, said the Great Elder. The Great Elder of the Soul Demon race said. He led the way while exterminating demonic monk, and the 2 great demonic pagodas followed closely behind. 5 days later, rumble, 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 the entire ocean world seemed to be trembling violently. Huge waves rolled. It was as if the world was about to turn upside down. The Blackbeard merchant ship was almost overturned by the huge waves. What's going on? Many people were thrown from side to side. Their faces were filled with horror. When they passed through the Soul Demon clan's territory previously, even at the most dangerous time, there was no such huge commotion. But now, the sea was overturned. It was really terrifying. However, they did not even know the cause of all this. In their hearts, there was only fear. Fortunately, it did not take long for everything to return to normal. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He had a feeling that the changes this time were very likely related to the Soul Demon clan. This feeling was very strong. Could it be caused by the two devil towers? However, after thinking about it carefully, Lin Feng felt that the two devil towers did not have such a powerful ability. But if it wasn't the two demonic pagodas that caused this, then who could it be? But no matter what was going on, there must have been an unforeseen event behind the scenes. The ancient ship sped up. 10 days later, they successfully left the area covered by the seal. Many people disembarked and left one after another. However, there were also some cultivators who followed the ancient ship to its final destination, which was a cultivator gathering place in the ocean. This cultivator gathering place was called Heavenly Soul Island. People came and went, and it was very lively. The merchant ships outside would basically choose to dock here. If the cultivators in the ocean wanted to leave, they would also come here and take a merchant ship to leave. Lin Feng followed the merchant ship to Heavenly Soul Island. He planned to inquire about the Plague God and the Plague Ancestor here. Before disembarking, Lin Feng discussed some of his thoughts with Wu Lingxian. I feel that the unforeseen event might be related to the Soul Demon clan, so don't rashly return along the previous route for the time being. You can send people to investigate. There's no harm in being careful. Wu Lingxian nodded and said, I will. Okay, we'll meet again someday. Lin Feng waved his hand and left. Wu Lingxian looked at Lin Feng's back as he left. Wu Lingxian didn't withdraw her gaze for a long time. She bit her red lips, thinking about something. After Lin Feng left completely, she could not help but sigh and look away. After arriving on the island, Lin Feng went straight to some merchants to inquire about the Plague God and the Plague Ancestor. He did not see heaven-destroying demonic monks people in the overseas world. He probably did not have the strength to kill the invaders. Lin Feng easily found out about the Plague God and the Plague Ancestor. The news he received made Lin Feng's expression turn ugly. This was because the Plague God was said to be severely injured. The Plague Ancestor was still very powerful. Although the Plague God had escaped, it was only a matter of time before he was caught by the Plague Ancestor. The Plague Ancestor was indeed very powerful. Even a powerful opponent like the Plague God was not his match. It was obvious how terrifying his methods were. Lin Feng found out the direction the Plague God had escaped in and quickly flew in that direction. Blue waves rippled on the ocean. The overseas world of the Buddhist realm. It was not much different from the overseas world of the other worlds. The only difference was the restrictions outside. Lin Feng felt that with the outside world sealed and the pressure on the inland world, some ancient Buddhas and Bodhisattvas might have come here to hide. Therefore, other than looking for the Plague God, Lin Feng felt that he might be able to find traces of ancient Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in the overseas world. Of course, even if he wanted to find them, he would have to wait until Lin Feng found the Plague God. After flying for a dozen days, Lin Feng didn't find any cultivators. He initially wanted to look for cultivators to gather information, but now he couldn't. If he was in the outside world, maybe he could use his heart compass, but in the Buddha world, it was different. There were strong cultivators who had surpassed their cultivation level in the Buddha world. There was a Buddhist realm expert in the Buddhist realm who emitted a powerful magnetic field that could interfere with the heart compass, so the heart compass was not very useful. Lin Feng continued to search for the whereabouts of the Plague God. About 5 days later, Lin Feng sensed the remnant plague energy in the ocean. When Lin Feng sensed the plague energy, his face immediately lit up. Sensing the plague energy meant that he was about to find the Plague God and the Plague Ancestor. Lin Feng continued his search. One day later, Lin Feng came to an island. The plague energy here was the strongest and densest. Moreover, the plague energy did not go anywhere else after reaching this place. This meant that the plague god and the plague ancestor were very likely to be here. Lin Feng flew inside. Above a valley, he saw the violently tumbling plague energy. The power of the plague sealed off the valley. Some powerful flying beasts flew over the valley. The moment those birds came into contact with the power of the plague, their bodies fell to the ground and died on the spot. The plague energy here could be said to be extremely terrifying. It would make people pale with fright. Because of the soul contract between the plague god and Lin Feng could actually sense some life fluctuations of the plague god within a certain range. Like now. Lin Feng could sense the plague god's life fluctuations. He discovered that the plague god's life fluctuations were constantly weakening. This meant that the plague god's life was slipping away. The plague god was in big trouble. Slash. Lin Feng raised his right hand and slashed out a dazzling sword qi. The sword qi seemed to be able to tear apart the heavens and earth, and it instantly slashed apart the tumbling curse energy. Once the curse energy was slashed apart, a scene could be seen. The scene inside was revealed. At that moment, a cultivator was cultivating inside. He was wearing a purple robe, and he was extremely ugly. His body emitted an evil aura. He was most likely the plague ancestor. "Where's the plague god?" Lin Feng asked with a gloomy expression. The plague ancestor stood up, a sinister smile on his face. "I've already swallowed that guy." Hearing this, Lin Feng's expression suddenly sank. "Kid, who are you?" The plague ancestor's sinister eyes looked at Lin Feng, as if he was sizing up an exquisite object, or as if he was sizing up his own food. His gaze was indescribably sinister and terrifying, and it made people feel a sense of horror and despair. "The person you swallowed is my subordinate," Lin Feng said coldly. The plague ancestor was astonished and said, "That guy really disappointed me. He actually became someone else's slave. He's a disgrace to our race." Lin Feng said mockingly, "Aren't you also the heaven-destroying demonic monk slave? Kid, do you think you can be compared to the great heaven-destroying demonic monk? You're overestimating yourself. How laughable. I'll eat you right now." The plague ancestor's face was filled with dense killing intent. He leaped up and charged towards Lin Feng. Within his body, the power of plague was surging and rolling wildly. A terrifying aura was emitted from his body. He was like an immortal demon. Who could compete with him? "Die, kid." The plague ancestor quickly arrived in front of Lin Feng and threw a palm towards Lin Feng. That palm contained the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. The power of that palm strike was shocking and moving. It had to be said that this guy was extremely terrifying. No wonder the plague god wasn't his opponent. It was normal for the plague god to be swallowed by him. Facing the plague ancestor's attack, Lin Feng immediately used the human king's fist. Bang! He punched out, shattering the air. The plague ancestor's body directly exploded. "In a while, I will drive a few hundred miles back to my hometown to visit my grandfather. My grandfather is almost 90 years old. I have not seen him for a long time and I miss him a lot. I will be back in the afternoon to continue writing and updating. I will ask for monthly votes, recommendation votes, and official subscriptions." The fastest mobile version of the website. How is this possible? The plague ancestor roared in disbelief. He was a terrifying existence, but now, he had fallen to such a state. He naturally couldn't accept this. The one who attacked was only a young cultivator. So young, yet he was able to shatter his body with one punch. Wasn't this too frightening? How could there be such a heaven-defying existence? "Plague god, are you still alive?" asked Lin Feng in a deep voice. A ball of origin energy twisted and turned into the plague god's appearance. The plague god excitedly said, "Master, I'm still alive. Luckily, you came in time, otherwise, I would have died." Seeing that the plague god was still alive, Lin Feng smiled. It was good that the plague god was fine. He had been afraid that the plague ancestor would have completely refined and devoured him. At that time, even if Lin Feng had the power to turn the world upside down, he wouldn't have been able to save the plague god. But now, the result was quite good. "I'm an undying existence." The plague ancestor let out a cold roar as his body quickly condensed together. Not long after, the plague ancestor's body was reformed. Lin Feng didn't find it strange that such a powerful existence like the Plague Ancestor had such an ability. Moreover, the Plague Ancestor was a creature born from plagues. His existence was quite special. His life force was incomparably vigorous. Even if he only had a few strands of origin energy left, he would still be able to reform his body. This was why the Plague Ancestor was so terrifying. The moment the Plague Ancestor's body reformed, he immediately rushed away. He didn't want to fight Lin Feng to the death because he knew that he wasn't a match for Lin Feng. Moreover, the Plague God was watching him like a tiger watching its prey. Although the Plague God wasn't particularly strong at the moment, that was only in comparison. In fact, the Plague God could still pose a threat to Lin Feng. Therefore, running away was the best choice, but it wasn't a situation where he could easily escape. Lin Feng had no intention of letting him go. Seeing that the Plague Ancestor wanted to run away, Lin Feng sneered and punched at him again. "Don't go too far." Plague Ancestor roared with grief and indignation. He was actually forced to this extent, which made him unusually angry. However, he had been forced to such an extent. He had no choice but to face Lin Feng head-on. The Plague Ancestor attacked again. He blocked Lin Feng's attack. Bang! The next moment, the Plague Ancestor's body exploded again. This time, after the Plague Ancestor's body exploded, Lin Feng shot out countless sealing runes. Those sealing runes. It directly sealed the Plague Ancestor's body. This time, the Epidemic Ancestor was unable to reform its body. It struggled, wanting to break Lin Feng's seal, but after trying for a long time, it still failed. This made the Epidemic Ancestor feel very helpless and depressed. "I am one of Heaven Destruction Demonic Monk's most trusted subordinates. If you know what's good for you, release me immediately. Otherwise, Heaven Destruction Demonic Monk will never forgive you." The Plague Ancestor knew that he couldn't escape by himself, so he used Heaven Destruction Demonic Monk's name. The monk's deterrence was too terrifying. However, the Plague Ancestor didn't use Heaven Destruction Demonic Monk to threaten Lin Feng. Lin Feng and Heaven Destruction Demonic Monk were enemies, so how could he let the Plague Ancestor go just because of a few words from the Plague Ancestor? Lin Feng looked at the Plague God and said, "Plague God, go and devour the Plague Ancestor." Hearing this, the Plague God immediately revealed an expression of ecstasy. If he devoured the Plague Ancestor, his life force would undergo another transformation. This was extremely important to him. At the end of the era, his life force would undergo a huge transformation. Perhaps, when he grasped some opportunity, he would be able to break through to a higher realm in the future. "Thank you, Master," the Plague God said excitedly. The next moment, a large amount of plague energy surged out of the Plague God's body, enveloping the Plague Ancestor. "No!" The Plague Ancestor cried out in fear, "You can't devour me. If you dare to do this to me, you'll all die. The Great Heaven Destruction Demonic Monk will take revenge for me." However, his threats weren't much of a threat to Lin Feng and the others. The Plague Ancestor was devoured by the Plague God. Next was to refine the Plague Ancestor. A certain amount of time was needed to completely refine the Plague Ancestor. Choking with emotion, the Plague Ancestor waved his hand. Lin Feng said, "We can't stay here for long. Let's quickly leave." The Plague God hurriedly nodded. They quickly flew into the distance. Lin Feng planned to find a place for the Plague God to refine the Plague Ancestor. On the way, Lin Feng asked, "Do you know the whereabouts of Du Zhu, the evil sovereign saint, and the shattered god?" The Plague God smiled bitterly, "I don't know where they are. I was targeted by the Plague Ancestor as soon as I arrived in the Buddhist realm, so I didn't have the time to look for Master and Du Zhu. However, if I calculate the time, Du Zhu and the others should be arriving in the Buddhist realm soon." Lin Feng nodded. He could only take things one step at a time, so he couldn't be impatient in finding the whereabouts of Du Zhu and the others. After all, he couldn't eat fatso all at once, right? That wasn't realistic either. Lin Feng and the Plague God found an isolated island. Lin Feng opened up a cave on the island and let the Plague God refine the Plague Ancestor while Lin Feng continued to comprehend the Human King's fist. Time quickly passed, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. The Plague God finally succeeded in refining the Plague Ancestor. When the plague god finished refining the plague ancestor, Lin Feng could clearly sense that the plague god's strength had increased. The plague god's battle prowess had greatly increased. However, the most important thing wasn't the increase in the plague god's battle prowess. Lin Feng had the impression that the god of plague's life force had become much stronger. The great Tao of the plague god had become one again. It was as if the plague god had become one with the great Tao. The plague god's own state of being had undergone an extremely important transformation. These benefits were enormous. The god of plague was obviously very satisfied with his breakthrough this time. Following this, Lin Feng and the plague god discussed the matter of going to the heavenly realm. They definitely wouldn't be able to use the Great Thunderclap Temple's ascension passage, so they could only use the backup passage. However, only a few ancient Buddhas and Bodhisattvas knew where it was hidden, so they had to find an ancient Buddha or Bodhisattva who knew where it was. The plague god actually knew about a Bodhisattva. Guanyin Bodhisattva's dojo is in the Sea World. That place is called Mount Putua. I heard that Guanyin Bodhisattva didn't suffer in that battle, so he should be in the Sea World. If we can find Mount Putua, we might be able to find Guanyin Bodhisattva. The plague god said. After hearing this news, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Lin Feng was very familiar with Guanyin Bodhisattva. It wasn't that Lin Feng knew Guanyin Bodhisattva, but it was mainly because which temple didn't have a statue of Guanyin Bodhisattva? Basically, one could find a statue of Guanyin Bodhisattva in every temple. Guanyin Bodhisattva was known by mortals and even cultivators as the Guanyin Bodhisattva who saves people from suffering. From this, one could see how high Guanyin Bodhisattva's reputation was in the mortal world and the world of cultivators. If one really wanted to talk about it, even the previous Buddha Lord Vairocana's reputation wasn't as high as Guanyin Bodhisattva. Lin Feng heard about Guanyin Bodhisattva. She was one of the most beneficial helpers under the Buddha Lord. However, there was one thing that Lin Feng didn't understand. Since Guanyin Bodhisattva was so valued by the Buddha Lord, why didn't she become a Buddha, one had to know. It made sense that Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva didn't become a Buddha. After all, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva once said, "If hell is not empty, I swear not to become a Buddha." That was his belief. Therefore, he still couldn't become a Buddha. Guanyin Bodhisattva's strength, experience, popularity, prestige, and so on. Which part of her didn't meet the requirements to become a Buddha? Lin Feng even felt that if Guanyin Bodhisattva became a Buddha, she wouldn't be an ordinary Buddha. With her prestige in the world of cultivators and the mortal world, once Guanyin Bodhisattva became a Buddha, her status would be comparable to the three traditional ancient Buddhas of Buddhism, past, present, and future Buddhas. Lin Feng thought to himself, could it be that the three Buddhas also know this and are more afraid of Guanyin Bodhisattva? Is that why Guanyin Bodhisattva has been suppressed and hasn't been promoted to an ancient Buddha? Of course, all of this was just Lin Feng's guess. As for what was going on, Lin Feng didn't know. Perhaps his guess was wrong. Maybe Guanyin Bodhisattva didn't have any big dreams and didn't want to be a Buddha, only a Bodhisattva. Although the plague god knew some things about Mount Putua, he didn't know where Mount Putua was. Therefore, if he wanted to find the specific location of Mount Putua, he still needed to investigate carefully. Lin Feng and the plague god returned to Heavenly Soul Island. Heavenly Soul Island was one of the gathering places for overseas cultivators, so news circulated more widely. Therefore, he could often find out a lot of information. After arriving at Heavenly Soul Island, Lin Feng learned of one thing. This matter was related to the Soul Demon race. The curse of the Soul Demon race had been broken by heaven-destroying demonic monk. The Soul Demon Queen had broken free. This matter caused a great uproar in the overseas world. Countless people were discussing this matter. Obviously, this matter had brought a deep shock to many people. There were also some people who were discussing the Soul Demon Queen. Because it was said that the Soul Demon Queen was extremely beautiful. She was definitely a peerless beauty that made countless people yearn for her. Back then, the Soul Demon Queen was cursed and suppressed. No one knew whether she was alive or dead. There were even countless cultivators overseas who felt sorry for her. Now, the Soul Demon Queen, the #1 beauty overseas, had seen the light of day again. This made many people very excited. Some cultivators who had seen the Soul Demon Queen wanted to see the Soul Demon Queen again, who had once haunted their dreams. Some cultivators who had never seen the Soul Demon Queen also wanted to see the peerless beauty of the Soul Demon Queen. Lin Feng saw some cultivators of the Soul Demon race appear on Heavenly Soul Island. Those cultivators of the Soul Demon race had transformed into human form. There were men and women. The men were handsome and confident. The women were beautiful and moving. This was also the characteristic of the cultivators of the Soul Demon race. Regardless of whether they were men or women, they were all extremely beautiful. A piece of news quickly spread in Heavenly Soul Island. It was said that the Soul Demon Queen would arrive at Heavenly Soul Island in 3 days. At that time, she would meet her old friends. After this news spread, it immediately caused a great uproar in Heavenly Soul Island. The news first spread on Heavenly Soul Island, and then it quickly spread throughout the world of the ocean. Many people rushed to Heavenly Soul Island after hearing the news. The appearance of the number one beauty in the ocean, who had been publicly acknowledged by countless cultivators in the past, could be described as a huge crowd. When Lin Feng and the Plague God went to investigate Mount Putua, they saw a large number of cultivators arriving. Everywhere, they could hear cultivators talking about the Devil Soul Empress. The Plague God sighed. This Devil Soul Empress is really a goddess that all the young, old, and middle-aged are interested in. It sounded a little exaggerated. After all, a beauty would age easily. Even if a beauty did not age, there were too many peerless fairies in the world of cultivators, and they changed very quickly. It wouldn't be long before the old ones were forgotten. As the saying went, only the new ones laugh, who cares about the old ones cry. This saying was very reasonable. Those who could be remembered and not forgotten even after countless years were bound to be extraordinary. Either that, or a woman like the Empyrean fairy, who had once caused a storm of blood. Otherwise, it would be a woman like the Empress who was peerless in her generation. Not only was she beautiful, but her temperament was also unforgettable. However, such people were destined to be rare. Perhaps, this Demon Soul Empress was such a person. Lin Feng and the Plague God arrived at the largest trading company on Heavenly Soul Island. It was called the Heavenly Soul Trading Company. Lin Feng had been here once before, and he was able to obtain information that other trading companies did not have. From this, one could see that this trading company was not something ordinary trading companies could compare to. The person who received Lin Feng was still the same elder from before. Lin Feng was very generous, so this elder who had received Lin Feng before had a very deep impression of Lin Feng. When he saw Lin Feng, he smiled and cupped his fists. "Young master, we meet again." Lin Feng smiled and nodded. They sat down, and the elder with the surname Zhou asked, "May I know what kind of information you're looking for this time, young master?" Lin Feng said, "I heard that there's a Mount Putua in the ocean, but I don't know where it is. Do you know anything about it?" When Elder Zhou heard Lin Feng ask about the Padala mountain, he frowned. Even though the celestial destroyer demon monk doesn't control the sea, he's still strong. "Don't ask about anything related to Buddhism." "Don't ask about anyone," said Elder Zhou. All the major forces were extremely fearful of Heaven Destruction Demonic Monk. After all, Heaven Destruction Demonic Monk was too powerful. If they angered him, they wouldn't have a good ending. Hence, under Heaven Destruction Demonic Monk's rule, they naturally had to tuck their tails between their legs and behave themselves. Lin Feng knew that those influential groups didn't want to have anything to do with Buddhism. They didn't even talk about Buddhism because Mia Tian Mo Sing was too strong. They didn't want to offend Mia Tian Mo Sing. However, Lin Feng believed in a saying. Money makes the world go round. As long as the money was in place, everything was negotiable. Lin Feng took out 100,000 high-grade immortal stones. High-grade immortal stones were a scarce resource. Many cultivators couldn't cultivate with high-grade immortal stones all the time. 100,000 high-grade immortal stones was already a huge sum. Elder Zhou couldn't help but gulp when he saw Lin Feng's 100,000 high-grade immortal stones. He was shocked by Lin Feng's generosity, but he was also delighted. After all, wealth came from danger. Moreover, he was just selling some information. If Lin Feng didn't say anything, heaven-destroying demon monks people wouldn't know. Things like information being leaked were usually leaked because too many people knew about it. Therefore, he wasn't worried at all. Elder Zhou put away the 100,000 high-grade immortal stones and said, Mount Putua is a celestial mountain in the sea. It's very mysterious. Very few people know where Mount Putua is. I don't know either, but a friend of mine knows. Yesterday, I received a message from him saying that he'll come to Heavenly Soul Island in a few days. I can introduce him to you then. Lin Feng said, all right. I'll have to trouble you then, Elder Zhou. You're too polite, young master. Elder Zhou replied with a smile. Lin Feng continued, there's one more thing. I have a few friends. I don't know where they are in the Buddhist world. One of them is called Duzu, one is called the Evil Zun Saint, and one is called the Broken God. I'll have to trouble you to inquire about them. If you find out anything about them, I'll reward you handsomely. No problem. Leave it to me. I'll inform you as soon as I have any news, said Lin Feng, smiling. Elder Zhou said. Lin Feng nodded and left with the Plague God. In the next few days, more and more cultivators came to Heavenly Soul Island. The ancient city of Heavenly Soul Island was packed with people. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the Soul Demon Empress to come to Heavenly Soul Island. Therefore, a large number of cultivators went to see her. The Queen of the Soul Beasts was extremely famous. Lin Feng was curious. He didn't know how beautiful the Queen of the Soul Beasts was, but why did she attract so many people, therefore? When the Soul Demon Empress arrived, Lin Feng went to see her. The 9-headed deep-sea demonic flood dragon was pulling an ancient bronze carriage. There were many cultivators of the Soul Demon clan around the bronze carriage, guarding it. They're here. When they saw the 9-headed deep-sea demonic flood dragon pulling the bronze carriage, many people became excited. Even the Island Lord of Heavenly Soul Island is here. Someone said. When the Island Lord of Heavenly Soul Island appeared, it caused quite a stir. He looked to be in his 30s. Of course. In fact, he had lived for a very long time. He's from the same era as the Soul Demon Empress. It's said that he pursued the Soul Demon Empress in the past. He's one of the most powerful pursuers of the Soul Demon Empress. However, the Soul Demon Empress didn't accept anyone's pursuit. A cultivator said. That's right. Those people who pursued the Soul Demon Empress in the past, which one of them isn't a big shot now? As for those ordinary cultivators, they can only secretly fall in love with the Soul Demon Empress. If they're not the most outstanding geniuses, they don't even have the qualifications to pursue the Soul Demon Empress. Another cultivator sighed with emotion. I heard that there were some cultivators who wanted to use force on the Soul Demon Empress. However, in the end, they were killed by the Soul Demon Empress. Only then did the world know that the Soul Demon Empress was not only beautiful, but she also had a heaven-defying battle strength. Another cultivator said. More and more people began to talk about what had happened to the Soul Demon Empress. At this time, the 9-headed deep-sea demonic flood dragon had pulled the bronze carriage to the top of Heavenly Soul Island. The Soul Demon Empress walked out of the bronze carriage. Countless gazes looked at the Soul Demon Empress. The Soul Demon Empress was wearing a white palace dress. She had a graceful figure. She was born with a peerless face that was so beautiful that it was almost indescribable. Her beautiful face could even be compared to the Empress's. If the Empress could charm all living things, then the Soul Demon Empress would be pure and holy. These were two completely different temperaments. However, both of them were so beautiful that they didn't seem to belong to the mortal world. Since ancient times, countless peerless and magnificent fairies had left their names behind in a certain era. They had countless pursuers and were sought after by others. However, they were destined to be replaced by those who came after them. They were destined to be forgotten by others. The Soul Demon Empress's beauty was that kind of unforgettable beauty. Her beauty. She was the best in the world. It was no wonder that so many people were unable to forget her. This woman is truly a source of calamity. The Plague God couldn't help but sigh with emotion. One must know that the Plague God was a guy who wholeheartedly focused on cultivation. To him, women were like trash on the side of the road. He wouldn't even give them a few glances. However, after seeing the Soul Demon Empress, he still made such an evaluation. From this, one could see how beautiful the Soul Demon Empress was. I feel like I'm going to fall in love, said a young cultivator next to Lin Feng. Wake up, it's time to wake up, shouted his companion. The appearance of the Soul Demon Empress caused a stir among the old, middle-aged, and young people. Everyone was amazed by her beauty. Everyone was also moved by her temperament. Empress, long time no see. Many cultivators came forward, such as the island master of Heavenly Soul Island. Of course, there were also many others. Any one of these cultivators was a great figure who could suppress a region. Fellow cultivators, how have you been all these years? Asked the Soul Demon Empress softly. Her voice was soft and very pleasant to the ears. Hearing the Soul Demon Empress's words, some of the great figures even had tears in their eyes. The Soul Demon Empress still missed them. Everything is fine. It's just that the Empress has suffered these years. Many people sighed with emotion. The Soul Demon Empress said, "Thank you for your concern. It's all in the past now, isn't it?" Many people nodded. It was all in the past. The goddess of the past still made them adore her. This isn't the place to talk. Let's go somewhere else, said the island master of Heavenly Soul Island. The Soul Demon Empress nodded. Then, the Soul Demon Empress quickly left, surrounded by a group of great figures. Those despicable bastards left with the Soul Demon Empress, but we can't admire her peerless beauty anymore. How despicable. Some cultivators complained in private. They wanted to see the Soul Demon Empress more. Although it might be their first time seeing the Soul Demon Empress, the image of the Soul Demon Empress had been deeply imprinted in the depths of their souls. The Soul Demon Empress was like a highly toxic poison. Once infected, it would be difficult to get rid of it. But now, the Soul Demon Empress had left with a group of big shots, which made many cultivators extremely dissatisfied. Of course, it wasn't just those who saw the Soul Demon Empress for the first time who were dissatisfied. In fact, many of the older generation cultivators and the middle generation cultivators who had seen the Soul Demon Empress before were also extremely dissatisfied at this moment. But even so, what could they do? After all, the Soul Demon Empress left with a group of top experts. Even if they were dissatisfied, they had to hold it in. Who told them to be weak and unable to communicate with the Soul Demon Empress at a close distance? Then, a cultivator sneered and said, a group of people thought they could get close to the Soul Demon Empress. How ridiculous. Don't they know what kind of person the Soul Demon Empress is? She didn't even give them a chance in the past, let alone now. What one couldn't get was the best. Everything was like that, including beautiful women. The reason why the reputation of the Soul Demon Empress was so resounding was not only because of her, but also because of another important reason. That was, none of those top figures could win the heart of the Soul Demon Empress. Therefore, in their hearts, they were extremely eager to win the heart of the Soul Demon Empress. By then, not only would they win the heart of the Soul Demon Empress, the most important thing was, they could even use this opportunity to hold their heads high in front of those big shots. To put it bluntly, it was a matter of face. Everyone cared a lot about face, even Buddha was no exception. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a saying, a man lives for a breath, a Buddha strives for a stick of incense. Brother, what do you mean by what you said just now? Asked a cultivator who didn't understand. He probably thought that the cultivators who were chasing after the Soul Demon Empress were all top experts, and that there might be someone who could move the Soul Demon Empress's heart. After all, people were not plants, how could they be emotionless? Maybe the Soul Demon Empress would be moved by one of those big shots, and then accept that big shot. That was the opinion of many cultivators, but obviously, they didn't want to see that happen. If they couldn't get it, they naturally didn't want others to get it. That was how people were. If they couldn't get it, they didn't want others to get it. That would be the best result. Said that when the Soul Demon Empress was imprisoned, the Soul Demon Empress was imprisoned. I heard that when the Soul Demon Empress was young, the Soul Demon Empress when she was a young, she was a young girl. I heard that the Soul Demon Empress she Empress was when he saved her when she was still a young girl was young when he was young. When she was, he was when he. The Soul Solemn Empress. Was she. Was. Many people were shocked. If they were to compete with heaven-destroying demonic monk, they would have no hope of winning. But soon, many people felt that something was wrong. Heaven-destroying demonic monk was a monk. Although he had turned into a demonic monk, he was still a monk. Heaven-destroying demonic monk should have turned a blind eye to the demon soul empress's love. At that moment, someone said, "Love is like flowing water, but the flowing water loves the falling flower." The soul demon empress will never be with the soul demon empress. So, it's not like other people don't have a chance. Otherwise, those big shots wouldn't be so courteous. Everybody thought about it and felt that the cultivator's words made sense. Lin Feng thought, it seems that there are still people who know about the soul demon empress. Even though so many years have passed, the soul demon empress still can't forget Xianxia, right? Maybe Xianxia couldn't be compared to the soul demon empress in terms of appearance or temperament, but people's feelings are very complicated. People's feelings can't be measured by appearance or temperament. Soon, the news spread. 5 days later, the soul demon empress would hold a banquet in the heavenly soul pavilion to gather with her old friends. Of course, all the young geniuses could also attend. Needless to say, the soul demon empress was extremely charming. Many people were excitedly discussing this matter, rubbing their palms, preparing to attend the banquet. Even if they could only catch a glimpse of the soul demon empress from afar, they would still be satisfied. The day after the soul demon empress's arrival, Elder Zhou of the Heaven Soul Pavilion sent someone to tell Lin Feng that his friend had arrived. They also talked about Mount Putua. Tomorrow at noon, Lin Feng could go to the Heaven Soul Pavilion to see his friend. After receiving the news, Lin Feng was extremely happy. Elder Zhou's friend had finally arrived. He didn't know if he could get the specific location of Mount Putua from him. Lin Feng was also looking forward to it. The next morning, there was still an hour before noon. Lin Feng and the Plague God left for the Heaven Soul Pavilion. After arriving at the Heaven Soul Pavilion, Lin Feng and the Plague God met with Elder Zhou without any problems. Then, Elder Zhou introduced his friend to Lin Feng. When he talked about his friend, Elder Zhou was extremely proud because his friend was really extraordinary. His name was Xianxia. He was one of the top 10 rogue cultivators in the Buddhist world. His cultivation was mysterious and unfathomable. It was reasonable to say that Elder Zhou was only an elder of the Heaven Soul Trading Company. Although his cultivation was not ordinary and his status was not ordinary, his status and cultivation were not qualified to be Xiaoxiang's good friend. After all, the kind of people made the kind of friends. The reason why they could become good friends was that when Xiaoxiang was young and in dire straits, Elder Zhou had helped him. Later, Xiaoxiang had soared to the sky. It was said that Elder Zhou was able to become an elder of the Heaven Soul Pavilion because of Xiaoxiang's help. Lin Feng and the Plague God followed Elder Zhou to the pavilion area built by the Heaven Soul Pavilion. This was the resting area, and some distinguished guests were arranged to stay here. Under Elder Zhou's recommendation, Lin Feng saw Xiaoxiang. Xiaoxiang had cultivated for 34.5 million years. It was said that he had been to the wasteland world and had cultivated there for a long time before returning. Because of this, he had obtained many great fortunes and great opportunities. Therefore, his battle strength was extremely heaven-defying. Although 30 million years of life was very long, experts like Xiaoxiang had a long lifespan. Therefore, he still looked very young, like he was in his 30s. Besides, Xiaoxiang was a young cultivator. Although he was young, his eyes were sharp and his temperament was extraordinary. Obviously, this young cultivator's strength must be very tyrannical. He was probably a descendant of Xiaoxiang. Elder Zhou introduced everyone. This is the overseas wandering cultivator, Xiaoxiang. This is Xiaoxiang's descendant, Xiaochen. He is one of the top 10 geniuses of the younger generation of the Buddhist world. Lin Feng was slightly stunned. Xiaochen? He knew someone called Xiaochen before, but it wasn't strange for cultivators to have the same name. After all, Xiaochen wasn't a rare name. Just like his name, there were many people with the same name. Lin Feng was already used to it. This is Lin Feng, Lin Gongzi. This is Lin Gongzi's subordinate, the Plague God. Elder Zhou then introduced Lin Feng and the Plague God. After that, he said, I still have some matters to attend to, so I won't stay here to accompany everyone. If you have any matters to discuss, you can talk among yourselves. All right. Xiaoxiang nodded. Lin Feng also cupped his fists. Elder Zhou then left. After both sides were seated, Xiaotsong said, "Previously, I heard that a creature born from the plague was being hunted down by the plague ancestor under the demonic sky exterminating monk. I originally thought that the creature had been devoured by the plague ancestor, but who would have thought that the plague ancestor would die? Does that mean that the creature under Lin Gongzi's command was the one who devoured the plague ancestor?" Someone like Xiaotsong was definitely a shrewd person, so he could see many things clearly. Lin Feng didn't find it strange that he could point out this matter. Lin Feng smiled and said, "That's right. It was this cultivator beside me who devoured the plague ancestor." Hearing this, Xiaotsong smiled faintly. As for the cultivator named Xiao Chen, a glimmer of light appeared in his eyes. Xiaotsong said, "Lin Gongzi wants to know more about Mount Putua?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right. Senior Xiao, do you know how to get to Mount Putua?" Xiaotsong replied, "Generally speaking, I know. Please enlighten me, Senior Xiao." Lin Feng said, "Of course, I won't let you do this for nothing. I have some ores that can be used to forge saint artifacts. I hope they will be useful to you." Xiaotsong waved his hand and said, "It's just some information. It's nothing. Lin Gongzi, please don't be too polite." It was obvious that Xiaotsong didn't want anything in return. He did this. It wasn't because the items weren't precious enough. In fact, they were already very precious. The reason he didn't want them was because he wanted Lin Feng to owe him a favor. Lin Feng understood what Xiaotsong was thinking. He smiled and didn't take out the items. Xiaotsong took out a scroll and handed it to Lin Feng. He said, "The route recorded on this scroll will lead you to Mount Putua. However, this scroll can only lead you to the outer regions of Mount Putua. It won't lead you to the inner regions. The outer regions of Mount Putua are covered in restrictions and white fog. You will have to pass through them on your own." The restrictions didn't pose much of a threat to Lin Feng, so as long as he knew the approximate location of Mount Putua, he would definitely be able to enter. Lin Feng said, "All right. Thank you for the reminder, Senior." After chatting for a while, Lin Feng and the plague god bid farewell and left. After they left, Xiaochen chased after them and smiled. "Brother Lin, will you be attending the Soul Demon Queen's gathering in a few days?" Lin Feng replied, "I don't think so." Xiaochen replied, "That's a pity." After Lin Feng and the plague god left, they rested for a day. The next morning, they left Heavenly Soul Island and headed for Mount Putua. The ocean was vast, and blue waves rippled. Xiaochen was dressed in white and stood above the ocean. He seemed to be waiting for someone. When he saw Lin Feng and the plague god arrive, he revealed a bright smile. "Brother Xiao, are you waiting for me?" Lin Feng looked at Xiaochen in surprise. Xiaochen nodded. He continued, "If I'm not mistaken, you were the one who killed the plague ancestor, right?" Lin Feng frowned slightly. He didn't know why Xiaochen was asking about this. However, there was nothing wrong with admitting it. He nodded and said, "That's right. I was the one who killed the epidemic ancestor. Could it be that Brother Xiao came to find me today just to ask about this matter?" Xiaochen said with a smile. "Of course, it's not that simple. The plague ancestor's battle prowess is terrifying. Since you were able to defeat the plague ancestor, you must be quite strong as well. I would like to have a spar with Brother Lin." "I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in sparring," Lin Feng said plainly. Xiaochen asked, "Are you afraid, Brother Lin? What are you talking about?" The plague god looked at Xiaochen coldly and said, "If you want to spar, I can accompany you. You don't need my young master. You're the plague god. You're good at using plagues against your enemies. However, to be honest, a creature like you isn't very powerful. Your plagues are a little strange. They can cause quite a lot of damage to others, but they're useless against me. Therefore, you're no match for me," Xiaochen said indifferently. Xiaochen said with an indifferent expression. His words showed that he was looking down on the god of plague, which infuriated the god of plague greatly. "Is that so? I'd like to see what you're capable of. How dare you boast so shamelessly?" The plague god quickly charged at Xiaochen. Plague god's palm. The plague god slapped at Xiaochen. The power of plagues burst out, and the void was corroded by the plague god's power. God illuminates the 9 heavens. At that moment, Xiaochen's cold voice suddenly sounded. His body turned into a body that shone with dazzling light. At that moment, a large amount of holy light gushed out of his body. The holy light dispelled all evil, and no power could resist the corrosion of the holy light. The power of plagues evaporated as soon as it came into contact with the holy light. The plague god's expression changed drastically when he saw that. He quickly backed away and looked at Xiaochen with a terrified expression. The holy light gushing out of Xiaochen's body was so terrifying that it made him feel almost hopeless. Everything in the world reinforced and countered each other, and the plague god was suppressed by Xiaochen too much. Xiaochen had no intention of going after the plague god. His target was Lin Feng. He walked toward Lin Feng step by step. He was like an immortal god who had crossed the river of time to come. Lin Feng, I have the legendary God King's battle body. My constitution can fight against the heavens and the earth. Activate your constitution and let me see how long you can last against me. Xiaochen looked down at Lin Feng from above. Obviously, he had absolute confidence in his own combat ability. Although he knew that Lin Feng's cultivation was extraordinary, he did not think that Lin Feng was his match. It was just a matter of how long he could last. Lin Feng said, I'm not in the mood to fight you. Lin Feng said. Xiaochen said, are you scared? Lin Feng said, no, I just don't want to. Xiaochen sneered and said, you don't want to fight because you're scared. I thought that you would be a good opponent, but it seems that you've disappointed me. Oh, let me be disappointed. Lin Feng said. Xiaochen's eyes turned cold. He said coldly, I don't care if you're scared or not. I'm going to fight you because I need to comprehend the supreme great path in battle. I need to defeat super geniuses and achieve my path of invincibility. This is the path I want to walk. Over the years, I've crushed countless talented people under my feet, and you're no exception. Xiaochen quickly charged toward Lin Feng as soon as he finished speaking. God. King. Battle. Technique. Xiaochen quickly arrived in front of Lin Feng. His cold voice suddenly sounded between heaven and earth. He punched toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng had no choice but to punch back. Lin Feng's punch instantly broke Xiaochen's magic and sent him flying. Barf, Xiaochen spat out a mouthful of blood. His body fell into the sea uncontrollably. Impossible. Xiaochen roared in disbelief. I told you that I didn't want to fight, but you came looking for trouble. I'm speechless. Lin Feng shook his head and quickly flew toward the depths of the sea with the god of plague. Both of them were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had disappeared without a trace. Mobile version of the website, Lin Feng and the plague god followed the route indicated on the map. A month later, Lin Feng and the others arrived at the final location marked on the map. Ahead of them was a vast expanse of white sea surrounded by fog, making it seem like a paradise. According to the map, Mount Putua should be somewhere in the depths. Lin Feng and the plague god entered the fog-shrouded region. There were formations and restrictions everywhere, but they were nothing to Lin Feng. He quickly traveled through the fog with the plague god in tow. After walking for a long time, Lin Feng and the plague god finally exited the fog-shrouded region. The plague god said excitedly, we're finally out. Perhaps we'll be able to find Mount Putua soon. Mount Putua seemed to be located on Putua Island. If they wanted to ascend Mount Putua, they would first have to find Putua Island. Once they found Putua Island, they would be able to ascend Mount Putua. However, even after searching for a long time, they still couldn't find Putua Island. Lin Feng felt that something wasn't right. Logically speaking, something like this shouldn't have happened. After all, according to the map, they should be able to see Mount Putua very quickly after passing through the fog-shrouded region. Why hadn't they found any clues after searching for so long? This was what puzzled Lin Feng the most. There had to be a reason for this abnormality. The plague god muttered, that Xiaoceng, could he have tricked us? Lin Feng said, there's no need for him to do such a thing. What's the problem? Lin Feng thought for a moment before asking, we're still in the outer region, right? The plague god said, young master, are you saying that we've been walking for so long, but we haven't entered the inner region of the fog-shrouded region at all? Instead, we've exited the region from another place, but we're still outside? that's right. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes as he observed his surroundings. This is really strange. I didn't sense anything special. I thought we'd successfully passed through the fog-shrouded region, but now I know that I was happy for nothing. The plague god said, looks like we'll have to go through a lot of trouble to pass through the white fog. Lin Feng said. Actually, it's normal for the white fog to be so strange. After all, Mount Padala is an immortal mountain in the sea. If it was so easy to find it, many people would come here in search of medicinal herbs. Is Guanyin still cultivating? The plague god nodded. He agreed with Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng and the plague god once again entered the area shrouded in white mist. They attempted to pass through this area. He wanted to see if he could successfully pass through the area covered by the white fog. However, after trying for a while, they still failed. The reason why they knew they had failed was because Lin Feng and the plague god saw a small island, a very familiar island. Lin Feng was helpless. The strangeness of this damned place was far beyond his imagination. After trying for a dozen times, he still failed. However, he couldn't use the heart compass right now. Otherwise, he might have been able to use it. Lin Feng felt that he had to find a place to rest. Then, he would think of a way to pass through the white fog. If he blindly passed through the white fog like before, it would be impossible to succeed. Lin Feng and the plague god found an island to rest. That night, Lin Feng suddenly heard the sound of battle in the distance. Thus, Lin Feng and the plague god quickly flew in the direction of the sound. Before long, they saw a huge battle taking place in the distant sea. Two cultivators were fighting. One of them was a cultivator from the epic lost race. He emitted an extremely evil aura. The other person was actually someone Lin Feng had seen before. He was called Wu Gang. This guy had a very strong sense of justice. His life motto was to fight for justice. Lin Feng hadn't expected to see him in a place like this. Are you King crazy? Why are you chasing after me? The cultivator from the epic lost race looked at Wu Gang angrily. He was really depressed. Wu Gang had been chasing him for more than 10 days. He couldn't win in a fight, nor could he run away. He was so depressed that he wanted to die. Wu Gang said coldly. You killed dozens of innocent people on dozens of islands. I, Wu Gang, am a man born for justice. How can I let a demon like you live? Kid, what era is this? You're still living for justice? Are you crazy? I'm a follower of heaven-destroying demonic monk. If you don't let me go, you won't have a good ending. The cultivator from the epic lost race said fiercely. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. He had a feeling that this guy wasn't a follower of heaven-destroying demonic monk. Although Lin Feng didn't like heaven-destroying demonic monk, Lin Feng had heard of some of heaven-destroying demonic monk's deeds. For example, heaven-destroying demonic monk was mainly dealing with Buddhist cultivators. Because of this, many innocent Buddhist cultivators had died miserably. This was a sin that he couldn't wash away. However, Lin Feng knew one thing. Heaven-destroying demonic monk didn't deal with any forces unrelated to Buddhist cultivators. As for the ordinary residents of the islands, heaven-destroying demonic monk didn't care about them. Heaven-destroying demonic monk had always restrained his subordinates from killing the innocent. The cultivator from the lost clan of the epic in front of Lin Feng didn't look like the celestial destruction demonic monk. Lin Feng guessed that the cultivator wanted to use the celestial destruction demonic monk's reputation to scare Wu Gang away. Unfortunately, the cultivator wasn't going to succeed. Wu Gang wasn't scared away at all. Instead, his attacks became fiercer. This was because Wu Gang abhorred evil. He didn't care who was behind you. He only knew that you had killed a lot of innocent people and deserved to die. Therefore, Wu Gang must kill this cultivator. Under Wu Gang's crazy attacks, the cultivator from the epic lost race became more and more injured. However, he still had some powerful means. After getting rid of Wu Gang, he chose a direction and fled quickly. Wu Gang quickly chased after him. Seeing that the distance between them was getting closer and closer, the cultivator's face became more and more unsightly. He knew that he couldn't escape from Wu Gang. Once Wu Gang caught up with him, he would definitely die. Suddenly, his eyes lit up because he saw two cultivators. They were none other than Lin Feng and the god of plague. The god of plague liked to disguise himself as a pig to eat a tiger. He would conceal his aura, so he usually looked very ordinary. As for Lin Feng, he was too young. Many people would have the first impression when they saw Lin Feng. How strong could such a young cultivator be? Therefore, when the cultivator from the epic lost race saw Lin Feng and the god of plague, he became excited. He felt that he had found a way to escape. As long as he could capture either Lin Feng or the god of plague, he could use them as hostages. At that time, he could threaten Wu Gang. Isn't Wu Gang full of righteousness? I have hostages in my hands. Will you watch the hostages get killed? I don't think so. At that time, I will be able to escape. The cultivator from the epic lost race became more and more excited. In the end, he locked onto Lin Feng because he felt that Lin Feng should be easy to deal with. At this time, Wu Gang had also caught up. He also saw Lin Feng and the god of plague. When he saw the cultivator from the epic lost race lock onto Lin Feng, a strange expression appeared on his face. He knew how strong Lin Feng was, but the cultivator from the epic lost race clearly didn't know. He thought that Lin Feng was easy to bully. Soon. It was time for you to cry. Kid, I'll suppress you. The cultivator from the epic lost race opened his hand and grabbed at Lin Feng with a ferocious smile. In his opinion, Lin Feng wouldn't be able to escape even if he had wings. Knock your dog head. Lin Feng raised his hand and knocked at the cultivator's head. Although Lin Feng made his move later, he hit first. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Lin Feng knocked on the cultivator's head. Blood immediately flowed out. The cultivator from the epic lost race couldn't withstand Lin Feng's strength and fell to his knees with a thump. His face was full of pain and deep fear. He didn't expect Lin Feng to be so strong. One had to know that even someone as strong as Wu Gang wouldn't be able to injure him so easily. However, Lin Feng did it. From this, one could see how strong Lin Feng was. He originally thought that Lin Feng was a pushover. Now, he knew that he had kicked an iron plate. The cultivator from the epic lost race hurriedly begged, "Young master, please spare my life. I can tell you a secret. Please spare my life." Secret? What secret? Lin Feng asked. The cultivator said, "Young master, promise to spare my life first and I'll tell you the secret. Otherwise, I'd rather keep it in my stomach." Lin Feng said. "Fine, I promise to spare your life." The cultivator from the epic lost race was a bit hesitant after seeing Lin Feng agree so readily. However, he felt that an expert like Lin Feng wouldn't lie to him. Thus, the cultivator said, "It's like this. The villages I went to before aren't simple. They seem to be descendants of the 7 ancient Buddhas." Descendants of the 7 ancient Buddhas? The 7 ancient Buddhas were all monks, how can they have descendants? Lin Feng was speechless. He wasn't particularly familiar with the 7 ancient Buddhas, but he knew a bit about them. They existed much earlier than Mahavairakana. Rumor has it that the 7 Buddhas contributed greatly in order for Mahavairakana to become the new Buddhist lord of Buddhism. Back then, the great sage, Heaven's equal, was injured by the 7 Buddhas. How the 7 Buddhas disappeared and died has always been a mystery. Lin Feng had an ancient Buddha corpse with him. It belonged to one of the 7 Buddhas. The cultivator from the epic lost race said, "The truth is that the 7 Buddhas weren't monks in the early years. They became monks later on." Oh? Is there such a thing? Lin Feng was surprised. Yes, Buddhism is the Tao. They started off as Tao cultivators but later on, they changed to Buddhism. The cultivator from the lost race of the epic continued. "If those people were really descendants of the 7 Buddhas, why did you kill them?" Lin Feng asked. "Because I obtained something from them. I didn't want the information to be leaked, so I killed everyone," said the cultivator of the era of the lost clan. He didn't hide anything and hastily took out some things. Lin Feng saw that he had taken out a dozen turtle slices. When the turtle pieces were put together, they formed a special pattern. It looked like a map, but it was hard to say whether it was a map or not. Said the cultivator. "I have already given you the item. Can you let me go now?" Lin Feng nodded. "You can go now." The cultivator turned around and fled. His heart was filled with hatred as he cursed bitterly, "Just you wait. Just you wait. Just you wait. Just you wait. I'll bring back the experts of my clan. I'll make sure you die without a grave." Just as he finished venting, suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He looked down and found that a sword had pierced through his chest. He turned his head and saw Wu Gang's cold face. It was Wu Gang who had killed him. The cultivator from the lost clan of the epic looked at Lin Feng. He couldn't accept his death. "Didn't you say that you would let me live?" The cultivator from the lost race of the epic said. Lin Feng said. "Yes, I said I'd spare your life. That's why I let you go. But if others want to kill you, it has nothing to do with me, right?" When the cultivator of the lost epic clan heard Lin Feng, he was so angry that he started shaking. Because he knew that Lin Feng was just trying to fool him, that's all. If Lin Feng wanted to let him go, Wu Gang wouldn't be able to kill him. For someone like you who kills the innocent, even if you die 1,000 times, 10,000 times, you won't regret it, Wu Gang said coldly. Wu Gang said coldly as he pulled out his sword. The cultivator breathed his last and his body fell into the ocean. After the cultivator died, Wu Gang cupped his fists and said, "I didn't expect to meet you here, teacher." Lin Feng said, "I'm here to pass through the white fog, but I haven't found a way to do so." Wu Gang said in surprise, "Teacher, are you planning to go to Mount Padala?" "You know about Mount Padala too?" Lin Feng was surprised. Wu Gang nodded and said, "My clan isn't far from here, so I know that Mount Padala is in the depths of the white fog." "Do you know how to pass through the white fog?" Lin Feng asked. Wu Gang said, "You need a treasure made from 7-star bamboo to enter." 7-star bamboo? What's that? Lin Feng didn't understand. It was the first time he had heard of 7-star bamboo. Wu Gang explained, 7-star bamboo is a very special kind of bamboo. Some of the precious holy objects in Buddhism are made from 7-star bamboo, such as some wooden fish and other things. Even some of the top Buddhist beads are made from 7-star bamboo. They are made from 7-star bamboo's sacred beads. That white fog is very special. There are some deployment spells inside that are difficult to break, so cultivators can't enter. But if you can get a holy object made from the 7-star bamboo, you won't be affected by those deployment spells and can pass through the white fog. It's just that 7-star bamboo is very rare. All kinds of things made from 7-star bamboo are sacred objects of Buddhism. Even in Buddhism, there are very few cultivators who can use such sacred objects. It's very difficult to find sacred objects made from 7-star bamboo. Lin Feng said, "The 7 ancient Buddhas should have holy objects made from 7-star bamboo, right? There might even be Buddhist beads made from 7-star bamboo sacred beads." Wu Gang hurriedly nodded. Clearly, the 7 ancient Buddhas had such treasures, and Buddhist beads made from 7-star bamboo sacred beads were even more extraordinary. If one could obtain them, it would be a great opportunity, because Buddhist beads made from sacred beads were one of the most precious treasures of Buddhism. They could expel evil and suppress devils, and they could help cultivators comprehend the Tao. They had many extraordinary uses. Lin Feng took out the tortoiseshell and started studying the patterns on them. "Wu Gang, you've been living in the overseas world for a long time. See if you can recognize this place," Lin Feng said. Wu Gang walked over to Lin Feng and studied the patterns on the tortoiseshell. After a while, he said, "Hey, isn't this the Great Moon Island?" "The Great Moon Island? What is this place?" Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Wu Gang to recognize this place. He should be able to find it now, right? Lin Feng felt very happy. Wu Gang said, "The Great Moon Island is a very special place in the overseas world. It's called the Land of Heavenly Wrath, and it's rumored to be a place abandoned by the heavens. It's said that this place is full of danger, and it's said that some terrifying cursed creatures reside here. Trespassing here will likely result in being cursed, so very few cultivators dare to enter the Great Moon Island." "Is there such a thing?" Lin Feng was slightly surprised. However, no matter how dangerous the Great Moon Island was, Lin Feng planned to go there and have a look. Wu Gang nodded and continued, "This place is a bit mysterious. Although I know where it is, I've never entered it, so I don't know what it's like inside." Lin Feng asked, "Is the Great Moon Island close to where we are now?" Wu Gang said, "It's not far. It'll take about 3 days to get there." Lin Feng said, "Take us to the Great Moon Island and have a look." "No problem," Wu Gang agreed. Replied Wu Gang straightforwardly. He took Lin Feng and the God of Plagues to the Great Moon Island. 3 days later, Lin Feng and the others arrived at the periphery of the Great Moon Island. As soon as they arrived, Lin Feng immediately felt that the curses in his body were stirring. Lin Feng frowned. The Great Moon Island was really strange. The curses in Lin Feng's body hadn't stirred like this for a long time, and they hadn't even entered the Great Moon Island yet. If they entered the Great Moon Island, would the curses in Lin Feng's body break out again? Lin Feng's curses, such as the Human Skin Curse and the Divine Master Curse, were all deadly curses. If these curses broke out, they would be extremely dangerous. Lin Feng was actually thinking of dispelling the curses in his body when he reached the Bloodline 10th cycle. Other than the Bloodline 10th cycle, Lin Feng couldn't think of any other way. Lin Feng tried to use the great art of destiny, and a strong power of destiny continuously surged in his body. The power of destiny suppressed the terrifying curses in Lin Feng's body, and the curses in Lin Feng's body quieted down again. This made Lin Feng smile. The great art of destiny was indeed an extremely powerful divine ability. Lin Feng looked at Wu Gang and said, "I'll go in with the God of Plague later. You don't have to take the risk with us. You can leave on your own later." Wu Gang said, "Master, I'll go in with you. This way, I can learn more from you and take care of myself." Wu Gang was one of the top 10 experts of the younger generation in the world of Buddha. He was an existence that could compete with Xiaoqian. However, compared to Xiaoqian's arrogance, Wu Gang was too low-key. Seeing Wu Gang's hopeful look, Lin Feng didn't directly refuse him. He said, "Okay, then come in with me. But after you go in, you must be careful." Wu Gang hurriedly said, "Don't worry, Master. I'll be careful." Then Lin Feng, the God of Plague, and Wu Gang entered the Great Moon Island. After entering the Great Moon Island, Lin Feng saw a blood-red moon floating above the Great Moon Island. After seeing the blood-red moon, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. When he was outside, he didn't see the blood-red moon until he entered the Great Moon Island. What did this mean? That blood-red moon wasn't real? It should be a blood-red moon condensed by some kind of law. In fact, Lin Feng was quite afraid of the blood-red moon. In the world of practitioners, once the blood-red moon appeared, it often meant bad luck. When the blood-red moon appeared, it seemed that something extremely evil would always happen. However, considering that this was the Great Moon Island, even if something extremely evil happened, it seemed to be very normal. There was no need to make a fuss. Lin Feng was originally worried that after entering the Great Moon Island, the suppressed curses would be revived again. At that time, he would have to choose to leave. However, the result seemed to be good, because the curses showed no signs of revival. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the curses were not revived, Lin Feng's potential threat was gone. Next, he could move about in the Great Moon Island with more ease. Buzz. 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 Suddenly, Lin Feng found that the tortoise shell was emitting violent waves, which made Lin Feng very surprised. Could it be that the tortoise shell not only recorded something related to the 7 ancient Buddhas, but also a token? It seemed that this was really possible. Suddenly, rays of curse light condensed and swept quickly toward Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng and the other two dodged the rays of curse light. In the beginning, it was not difficult to dodge the rays of curse light, but soon Lin Feng and the other two discovered the seriousness of the matter. That was because the amount of curse light was constantly increasing. As the number of rays of curse light kept increasing, it became more and more difficult for Lin Feng and the others to dodge. Moreover, the rays of curse light were very powerful. Once the rays of curse light swept over Lin Feng and the others, it would inevitably cause varying degrees of damage to Lin Feng and the others. If the damage was slight, the body would be stained with the power of curse light, and the power of curse light would constantly erode the practitioner's life. If it was serious, the curse might even take control of one's body, become a slave to the curse, and lose one's sense of self. This was all possible. After all, the power of the curse was too strange. No one could fully understand the power of the curse. Even the curse doll, who specialized in the way of the curse, only knew a little about the curse. Curses, even the cursed doll, were deeply in awe of the curse. Therefore, they could not be careless now. But now, Lin Feng and the others had no way to get rid of the attack of curse light. If this continued, it would be extremely disadvantageous for them. Therefore, Lin Feng felt that they needed to find a way to dissolve the power of curse light. Otherwise, their situation would become more and more dangerous. At this time, the fluctuations of the tortoise shells became stronger and stronger. Lin Feng's heart slightly moved. He quickly took out the tortoise shells. After taking out more than 10 tortoise shells, Lin Feng and the others quickly combined and turned into a huge tortoise. After seeing the tortoise shells, Lin Feng and the others were stunned. How could these tortoise shells be so strange? Although they were strange, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. This was because the tortoise shells formed a light shield outside the tortoise. When the power of curse light swept over, it was blocked by the light shield outside the tortoise. "Let's enter the tortoise's light shield," said Lin Feng. He took the lead and entered the light shield. The plague god and Wu Gang followed closely behind. After entering the tortoise, they sat on the tortoise's shell and let the power of curse light sweep over them, but it was unable to break through the tortoise's protective light shield. The tortoise made a deep sound and then moved towards the depths of the tortoise. "This tortoise has a spirit," said the plague god in surprise. Lin Feng nodded. Indeed, this tortoise had a spirit. Although it was just a tortoise formed by condensing its shell, it was extraordinary. Lin Feng was very surprised. But no matter what, the current situation was extremely beneficial for them. Said Wu Gang, "Where is this tortoise taking us? Could it be that it's going to its final destination?" Said Lin Feng, "It's possible. If that's the case, then it'll be the best. This will save us a lot of trouble and a lot of time." The tortoise led Lin Feng and the others through the mountains of the Great Moon Island. It was not particularly fast, but of course, it was not slow either. During this time, the plague god tried to communicate with the tortoise, but the tortoise did not respond to him at all. On the Great Moon Island, the most terrifying thing was not the restriction, but the power of curse light. In fact, the attack power of curse light was not so strong that it would make people despair. Even so, the practitioners still did not dare to touch the power of curse light. The terrifying thing about curse light was not how strong its attack power was, but that once one's body came into contact with the power of curse light, the power of curse light would entangle the practitioners who came into contact with it like maggots in a tarsal bone. They would not be able to get rid of it. At that time, they would inevitably be in big trouble. This was also the reason why Lin Feng and the others only chose to avoid the power of curse light instead of resisting it directly. This tortoise was really amazing. Not only could it resist the attack of curse light, but it could also freely travel through the restriction. This ability amazed Lin Feng. In the end, the turtle brought Lin Feng and the others to a valley. That valley was one of the places where the cursing strength was the thickest. When Lin Feng arrived there, he sensed that the cursing strength he had been suppressing was starting to move again. Oh no! Lin Feng's face darkened slightly. He once again used the Great Fate technique to strengthen the seal. The result was not bad. The curses that were ready to move in his body were finally completely suppressed. Lin Feng let out a long breath. The tortoise led Lin Feng and the others into the depths of the valley. There was actually a cave in the depths of the valley. When the tortoise arrived at the entrance of the cave, it once again split into a dozen tortoiseshell pieces. Lin Feng put away the tortoiseshell pieces, then entered the cave with the plague god and Wu Gang. "What's that?" Suddenly, Wu Gang pointed ahead. Lin Feng looked over and saw a large number of blood-red flowers rapidly growing in the depths of the cave. Those blood-red flowers seemed to be able to devour all life force. If one was surrounded by those blood-red flowers, only death would await them. The plague god's expression suddenly changed. "Those are red spider lilies." Lin Feng had seen red spider lilies before. They were flowers of death that grew in hell. Wherever they appeared, life would wither. Therefore, red spider lilies had always been a synonym for inauspiciousness. When they saw those red spider lilies, both Wu Gang and the plague god's expressions became extremely unsightly. "Should we retreat?" the plague god asked Lin Feng. Wu Gang also looked at Lin Feng. If Lin Feng gave the order, they would immediately retreat. This place was too strange. Lin Feng said, "There's no need to retreat. Those aren't real red spider lilies. They're probably just illusions." The reason Lin Feng said this was because he had a strong feeling that everything in front of him was an illusion. Lin Feng had always been extremely confident in his intuition. Besides that, there was something else that made Lin Feng believe that everything in front of him was an illusion. That was, if the red spider lilies were to grow continuously, they would devour all the energy they could devour to supply them to the flower body. This would allow the red spider lilies to split out new roots. When that happened, even more red spider lilies would grow. In such a situation, the cultivator's flesh and blood would be devoured by the red spider lilies. After all, the flesh and blood of cultivators were also a type of energy. However, Lin Feng didn't sense any danger. It was reasonable to say that his sudden inspiration ability should have warned him, but since it didn't, coupled with his strong intuition, Lin Feng concluded that everything in front of him was an illusion. The plague god and Wu Gang closed their eyes. They stabilized their minds. When they opened their eyes again, they found that the red spider lilies had really disappeared. This made them let out a long sigh of relief. Lin Feng continued to walk deeper, and the plague god and Wu Gang hurriedly followed him. After about a quarter of an hour, a huge mountainside appeared in front of them. The three of them entered the mountainside. Immediately, they saw, today's 3 chapters are equivalent to 7 chapters. Seeing that old Mantu is so hardworking, I'll give you a recommendation vote or a monthly vote. At the same time, I'll ask for an official subscription. The number of people who read pirated copies is 10 times more than the number who read the official version. Old Mantu wanted to cry but had no tears. This is because Old Mantu also needs to eat. A penny can stump a hero. If everyone has money, don't forget to come to QQ to read the official subscription of the Archean Dragonesque Elephant Technique. When the 3 of them entered the belly of the mountain, they immediately saw an old monk sitting cross-legged in the belly of the mountain. The old monk had a benevolent look on his face and a dignified look on his face. It was obvious that he was an accomplished monk. However, at this moment, he no longer had any life left in him. He was dead. The old monk was dead. Choking with sobs, chi-chi-chi-chi-chi-chi-chi-chi, www. Furthermore, he should have died many, many years ago. As for how he died, no one knew. After countless years, everything became a mystery. Could it be one of the 7 ancient Buddhas? Lin Feng took a deep breath and spoke of a certain possibility. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. One of the 7 ancient Buddhas had fallen here, and the turtle shell left behind in the past was able to guide Lin Feng to this place, right? The plague god replied, that should be the case. Back then, these ancient Buddhas died mysteriously, and I don't know what happened. The plague god thought about how Wu Gang's family had lived in the Buddha world for a long time. He looked at Wu Gang and asked, have you heard anything about the 7 ancient Buddhas? For example, how did they die? The last time the 7 ancient Buddhas appeared together was when Mahavairakana was crowned as the Buddha Lord. After that, there has been no news of them. I wonder if their deaths are related to Mahavairakana? Actually, Lin Feng was also suspicious of this matter previously. After all, the 7 ancient Buddhas gave people the feeling of being overlords. Would Mahavairakana tolerate this? Of course, everything was just suspicions. There was no evidence. Since the matter had already passed, there was no point in delving further into it. Lin Feng stepped forward, intending to see if he could obtain anything from the ancient Buddha. But at this moment, the ancient Buddha's body started burning. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown after sensing the flame. It was a sinful flame. It was extremely strange. It couldn't be extinguished once it touched the body. Now, the sinful flame was burning, causing the void to distort. The corpse of the ancient Buddha turned into ashes. However, there was a Buddhist sarira left behind. Apart from the sarira, there was nothing else. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel that it was a pity because he had seen the ancient Buddha wearing a storage ring. There should be many good things in the ring, right? There might even be a treasure refined from the 7-star bamboo that he needed. But now, the sinful flame was burning everything. Lin Feng was very depressed. Lin Feng walked up to the Buddhist sarira and picked it up. He tried to inspect it with his godly awareness. Surprisingly, his godly awareness couldn't penetrate the Saraira. Lin Feng was surprised. This Saraira was different from the others. Lin Feng remembered that the Buddhist Saraira had been left behind by one of the 7 ancient Buddhas. Naturally, it was not something an ordinary Buddhist relic could compare to. Therefore, it was normal for this Buddhist relic to display some extraordinary aspects. There was no need to make a fuss about it. The plague god said gloomily. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. He was at his wits' end. His luck was too bad, but there was nothing he could do about it. Was he destined not to be able to enter Mount Padala? He was unwilling to accept this. Maybe we can try using this Buddhist Saraira. At this time, Wu Gang said. Isn't this a treasure refined from the 7-star bamboo? Can it pass through the white fog? Lin Feng frowned. Wu Gang said, to put it bluntly, that area of white fog was set up by the eminent monks of Buddhism. They used formations and magnetic fields, and then fused some magic treasures refined from 7-star bamboo to stabilize the formation eye. An ordinary Saraira naturally can't help a cultivator pass through the white fog, but this Saraira was left behind by one of the 7 ancient Buddhas. It's very different from ordinary Sarairas. What other Sarairas can't do, this Saraira may be able to do. Perhaps this Saraira can play a role similar to that of the 7-star bamboo magic treasure? Wu Gang asked. Lin Feng nodded. Wu Gang was right. He could use this Buddhist Saraira to give it a try. Even if he failed, he wouldn't lose anything. Lin Feng put the Buddhist Saraira away and said, let's leave this place then, said Lin Feng. The plague god and Wu Gang nodded. The 3 of them headed outside. But as soon as they came out, a dozen extremely powerful treasures were already moving towards Lin Feng and the others. Each of those treasures contained a destructive power which could destroy the earth and sky. Lin Feng and the others hadn't expected to be ambushed. Lin Feng was the first to react. He took out his phoenix shield, which quickly grew in size and protected the 3 of them from the attacks. All the attacks landed on the phoenix shield. The attacks were blocked by Lin Feng's phoenix shield, and the treasures quickly flew back to where they came from. Lin Feng saw the cultivators who had attacked. They were standing on top of the surrounding mountains with cold expressions. What surprised Lin Feng was that these people weren't affected by the curse power and restrictions. He didn't know what was going on, but it was really strange. Of course, Lin Feng didn't think too much about it. These people. They had attacked them as soon as they arrived, which had infuriated Lin Feng. The plague god cursed, where did this bunch of punks come from? Do they only know how to use such despicable methods? Hearing the plague god's words, the cultivators' expressions became extremely gloomy. One of the cultivators sneered, what a cheap mouth. You'll be crying in a moment. These people seem to want to attack again. However, at that moment, stone swords flew out. Lin Feng took out the stone swords and attacked the cultivators. Lin Feng noticed that many of the cultivators were from the epic lost race. Using the stone swords against them was clearly the best choice. Of course, there were also a few cultivators who weren't from the epic lost race. However, it didn't matter because Lin Feng's stone swords weren't only used against cultivators from the epic lost race. The stone swords themselves were powerful enough that they could display terrifying power against cultivators from other races. When the cultivators saw the stone swords slashing towards them, they sneered. They didn't understand the power of Lin Feng's stone swords. Furthermore, they were extremely confident in their own combat strength. Thus, in their opinion, blocking Lin Feng's stone swords should be a piece of cake. However, when their magic treasures collided with the stone swords, their magic treasures were sent flying. The stone swords were already powerful to begin with, and now that Lin Feng's cultivation base had increased greatly, he could restrain many cultivators from the epic lost race. Naturally, these people couldn't withstand the power of Lin Feng's stone swords. Pooh! 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 The sound of the stone swords piercing through bodies could be heard as one cultivator after another fell to the stone swords. There were a total of 14 cultivators on the other side. 10 of them were from the epic lost race. Now, all 10 of them had fallen. The 4 cultivators from other races weren't restrained by the stone swords. Therefore, only 2 of them were killed and 2 of them were injured. The 2 injured cultivators were horrified and turned to flee. Lin Feng and the others came to the corpses of the dead cultivators. He found that the dead cultivators were wearing special jade pendants. The jade pendants were branded with mysterious runes. Clearly, these jade pendants were the main reason why these cultivators weren't affected by the curse power and restriction. Lin Feng and the two others all put on a jade pendant. In a flash, they sensed that the pressure of the cursing energies and the restrictive energies had disappeared. After collecting their storage rings, Lin Feng said, "Let's go. Let's go and take a look." The plague god and Wu Gang followed behind Lin Feng and quickly chased after the two fleeing cultivators. Although they had escaped first, they were much slower than Lin Feng. After Lin Feng locked onto the two cultivators, he used his magic power to wrap around the plague god and Wu Gang. He moved as fast as lightning and quickly caught up with the two fleeing cultivators. "Who are you people?" Lin Feng asked coldly. The two cultivators' faces turned ugly. They didn't say anything. Instead, they threw out dozens of jade talismans to deal with Lin Feng's group. The jade talismans exploded, releasing a terrifying destructive force. The destructive force from the jade talismans enveloped Lin Feng's group. Lin Feng sneered. He waved his hand and a devouring black hole appeared, instantly devouring all the destructive force. At the same time, Lin Feng slashed out a dense sword chi that quickly caught up with the two cultivators in front of him. Pooh! 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 The sword chi tore through the bodies of the two cultivators in front of him. One of them died on the spot. Although the other cultivator didn't die, he was crippled. The reason he didn't die was because Lin Feng wanted him to. Lin Feng flew over, grabbed his forehead, and searched his soul. The results of the soul search were, Lin Feng was shocked. He found some shocking information in this person's mind. These people were actually subordinates of the moon goddess. Lin Feng also found information about Du Zhu, the heretic sovereign saint, and the broken god. Du Zhu, the heretic sovereign saint, and the broken god had been captured by the moon goddess. The moon god was on the Great Moon Island. The moon goddess, Great Moon Island, what was the connection? Lin Feng felt that there must be some special connection between the moon goddess and Great Moon Island, but Lin Feng didn't know what the connection was. However, since he knew about Du Zhu and the others, Lin Feng was determined to rescue Du Zhu and the others, even though the moon goddess wasn't an easy person to talk to. After Lin Feng found out what he wanted, he killed the cultivator with a palm strike. "Come with me," Lin Feng said. He led the way while the god of plague and Wu Gang followed behind. They came to the deepest part of the island and saw a huge palace from afar. The plaque on the palace said Moon Goddess Palace. "Who lives here?" The god of plague asked curiously. He had only followed Lin Feng for a short time, so he didn't know who the moon goddess was. Wu Gang was also very curious. The owner of the palace must be extraordinary to be able to build a palace on Great Moon Island and live here for a long time. An old acquaintance. But she's an enemy, Lin Feng said. The moon goddess could obviously sense Lin Feng's arrival. A large number of cultivators rushed out of the palace. They were all followers of the moon goddess. Since the birth of the moon goddess, she had gained many followers, such as Huangfu Qing Tian, who had followed the moon goddess for a while. Lin Feng saw the cultivator with blood-red hair, the female corpse who liked to turn herself into a peerless fairy, and the cultivator that the Donghuang Bell had turned into. They were still following the moon goddess. "Where's the moon goddess? I want to see her," Lin Feng said. "Master is waiting for you inside," the cultivator that the Donghuang Bell had turned into said. Lin Feng nodded and entered the palace with the plague god and Wu Gang. Inside the palace, the moon god's back was facing the crowd. When she heard some noise, she turned around. She was as beautiful as ever. This woman was holy and otherworldly, but what about her? Her heart was black. At the beginning, when she had recognized Lin Feng, she had wanted to kill Lin Feng slowly because she hated her fellow disciple, Lin Feng's ancestor, the leader of the gods. She had wanted to kill Lin Feng slowly because killing him right away would be too easy for him. However, Lin Feng had grown too quickly. It had become much more difficult for her to kill Lin Feng. In the undying world, she had been tricked by Lin Feng. She had gone with the great demon Yu to deal with him, but they had been trapped by a great formation set up by Lin Feng. The great demon Yu had been suppressed, and she had managed to escape. That time, the moon goddess was furious. She had never been in such a difficult situation. Now, seeing Lin Feng again, the moon goddess's eyes were still flickering with coldness. Haha, moon goddess, we meet again. We haven't seen each other for many years, but you're still as beautiful as ever. Lin Feng smiled as he looked at the moon goddess. The moon goddess looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, we haven't seen each other for many years, but you're still as shameless as ever. If the Master of Gods knew that he had a descendant like you, he would definitely be depressed, right? Lin Feng calmly replied, I don't know if the Master of Gods would be depressed, but if he knew that I had almost killed his junior sister back then, he would definitely be very gratified. He really does have a successor. The moon goddess's expression became extremely unsightly when she heard Lin Feng's mocking words. The one thing she didn't want to remember the last time she had suffered a great loss at Lin Feng's hands. The moon goddess, who had always been high and mighty, couldn't let go of it. Now that Lin Feng had exposed it, it was as if her scars had been torn open. Naturally, she was furious. Lin Feng said, Moon goddess, there isn't much enmity between us. If revenge breeds revenge, will there ever be an end to it? Why don't we make peace? Make peace? The moon goddess's gaze became extremely cold. She coldly said, back then, the Master of God suppressed me, and I was suppressed for so long. My youth faded away just like that, and you say you want to make peace with me? How laughable. Who can compensate me for my youth? Lin Feng frowned slightly. Although what had happened back then had nothing to do with him, Lin Feng knew that the moon goddess would never be able to let go of what had happened back then. The fact that she had been suppressed had caused her to hate her entire clan. Lin Feng said, since you don't want to make peace, I won't force you. You've captured a few of my subordinates, so I hope you can set them free. Of course, you can name any conditions you want. If I can do it, I'll definitely agree. The moon goddess sneered. You said it yourself. Of course. Lin Feng nodded. The moon goddess waved her hand, and people quickly brought Du Zhu, the heretic saint, and the broken god out. When they saw Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the others were extremely excited, but then they felt somewhat ashamed. They had actually become someone else's prisoners, and they had even troubled Lin Feng to save them. This made them feel somewhat ashamed. The moon goddess looked at Lin Feng and said, I won't make things difficult for you. All you need to do is kneel down and kowtow to me, and I'll spare them. Fuck, bitch, what are you talking about? Du Zhu immediately cursed. Sir, you can't agree to this, bitch. The heretic saint and the broken god shouted as well. Why aren't you kneeling down? Do you want to watch them die? The moon goddess looked at Lin Feng arrogantly, her eyes filled with coldness. Lin Feng smiled and said, if you really let my subordinates go, I don't mind kneeling before you. Moon goddess frowned slightly, as if she was wondering if Lin Feng was telling the truth. Du Zhu and the others looked very touched. Kneel, then. Moon goddess said coldly. Huh. According to seniority, you are the junior sister of my ancestor, the Master of Gods. I have to respectfully call you ancestor, moon goddess. Please accept my bow. Lin Feng said. Stop. Moon goddess hurriedly said. Her face was very dark, and she looked at Lin Feng with a cold gaze. She had originally wanted to humiliate Lin Feng. But Lin Feng had mentioned their origin, and it was indeed as Lin Feng had said. She was Lin Feng's senior, so there was nothing wrong with Lin Feng kneeling before her. She couldn't humiliate Lin Feng at all. But what made Moon Goddess angry was that Lin Feng had actually called her ancestor. Heavens, the term patriarch only referred to people who were very old. For example, those old men and women who were so old that they were beyond recognition were called patriarchs. Moon Goddess was beautiful, beautiful, and moving. But Lin Feng had used the word ancestor to describe her. Wasn't he indirectly calling her an old woman? Moon Goddess wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Feng apart. So, she naturally wouldn't accept Lin Feng's bow. If she accepted it, wouldn't it mean that she was an old woman? Ancestor, what is it? Lin Feng looked at the moon god seriously. He didn't know what to say. Seeing Lin Feng's innocent expression, Moon Goddess couldn't help but feel angry. She felt that, Lin Feng's expression, actually, it hid an extremely black-bellied heart. He really wasn't a good person. The Master of Gods wasn't a good person. You weren't a good person either. You are the sovereign race. None of them were good people. The moon goddess coldly looked at Lin Feng and said, "Just call me the moon goddess. Don't try to worm your way into being friends with me. Furthermore, I've already broken off all relations with the Master of Gods. We're enemies, so trying to worm your way into being friends with me is just asking for a rebuff." Lin Feng said. "Alright, I won't try to curry favor with you. Can you release my 3 subordinates now?" said the moon goddess coldly. "I can let them go, but I need something. If you can give it to me, I'll let them go." Lin Feng asked, "What is it?" "The cultivation method of the 6 paths of reincarnation," Moon God said. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Sure. But you know the rules. Don't teach it to others." Moon Goddess replied, "I naturally understand that." Lin Feng took out a jade tube and imprinted the cultivation method of the 6 paths of reincarnation into it, then tossed it to the Moon Goddess. The Moon Goddess's divine sense entered it and carefully sensed it, but she didn't find any problems. She removed the restrictions on the 3 subordinates, allowing Du Zhu and the others to regain their freedom. They quickly regrouped with Lin Feng. "Let's go," Lin Feng said as he walked outside. However, the blood cultivator, the female zombie, and the cultivator formed by the Donghuang Bell blocked his path. "What's the meaning of this?" Lin Feng was silent. "Hehe, Master hasn't allowed you to leave yet. You can't go anywhere. Just stay here obediently." One of the otherworldly beings sneered. This otherworldly being was abnormally powerful. His expression was silent. He didn't think much of Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng was too young. Although he had more or less heard of Lin Feng's deeds, in his opinion, Lin Feng's various extraordinary things were all because he had many helpers by his side. What was Lin Feng himself? He wasn't even worth mentioning. Impudent. What kind of person dares to jump around in front of me? Lin Feng sneered and stepped forward, punching at the otherworldly being. "You're the impudent one. This isn't a place for you to behave atrociously." The otherworldly being couldn't help but sneer. He raised his right fist and punched at Lin Feng. From beginning to end, the moon goddess didn't say anything. She just observed Lin Feng. Actually, with the moon goddess's hatred for Lin Feng, she should have killed Lin Feng when he came here, but she wasn't sure how much power Lin Feng had. So, her subordinates tested Lin Feng and received her tacit approval. If Lin Feng had too much power, then she wouldn't choose to immediately fall out with him. If Lin Feng didn't have enough power, then the moon goddess wouldn't mind killing Lin Feng right then and there. The otherworldly being who attacked was extremely powerful. The moon goddess was extremely confident in his battle prowess. The moon goddess believed that this otherworldly being would definitely be able to test Lin Feng's strength. Bang! Lin Feng and the foreign cultivator's fists collided violently. It was as if 2 planets had collided. Their energies were unimaginably powerful. The space around them was crushed. Lin Feng and the foreign cultivator's fists collided violently. It was as if 2 planets had collided. Their energies were unimaginable. But what shocked everyone was, Lin Feng didn't move at all. The otherworldly being's body actually exploded. He died tragically on the spot. After seeing this scene, the hall became completely silent. They all knew how powerful the otherworldly being was. But now, he couldn't even take a single blow from Lin Feng. The shock that this brought to everyone was too great. For example, the female zombie, the blood cultivator, and the cultivator transformed from the Donghuang Bell. They had even chased after Lin Feng in the past. However, in just 100 years, their strength had improved extremely quickly. But compared to Lin Feng, the difference was just too great. It was impossible to say that they weren't jealous of Lin Feng. But what was the use of being jealous, the current Lin Feng? He was already someone they couldn't match. Even the moon goddess seemed to have an expression of disbelief on her face. But this was the truth. Everything had happened before their eyes. No matter how much they didn't dare to believe it, they had to believe it. Lin Feng looked at the moon goddess and said, "Moon goddess, this unruly servant was killed by me. You won't blame me, will you? The moon goddess narrowed her eyes and said, of course not. If you didn't know the rules, even if you didn't do anything, I would have cleaned him up. That's good. Lin Feng nodded and didn't stay any longer. He quickly left with Du Zhu and the others. After Lin Feng and the others left, the female zombie said, Master, with so many of us attacking together, we might not be able to kill him. If we let a tiger return to the mountains, it will be even more difficult to kill him next time. The moon goddess said, why wouldn't I want to kill him? It's just that I was injured in the battle with the Azura Archdevil. My injuries have recovered by about 50%. In my current state, even if we can kill Lin Feng, we will definitely lose a large number of experts. How can I just watch as you throw your lives away? Hearing the moon goddess's words, the group was extremely moved. They all knelt on the ground and loudly said, we are willing to pledge our lives to Master to repay Master's kindness. The moon goddess smiled in satisfaction and said, we're all on the same side, so there's no need for such formalities. Quickly rise. At this moment, Lin Feng and the others were quickly flying out of Great Moon Island. They quickly left Great Moon Island. Du Zhu said in shame, this time, we let the young master take out the 6 paths of reincarnation to exchange for the 3 of us. We've let the young master down. The evil sovereign saint and the broken god also looked extremely guilty. Lin Feng knew that this matter made them feel uneasy, mainly because the 6 paths of reincarnation was too important. If it was leaked, it would not be a good thing for Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, you don't have to feel so guilty. The 6 paths of reincarnation is a supreme technique of the human race. Only human cultivators can truly master the 6 paths of reincarnation. The moon goddess is not a human cultivator, so even if she has mastered the cultivation method of the 6 paths of reincarnation, she has only learned the basics. It's impossible for her to display the true power of the 6 paths of reincarnation, so it's fine to give the 6 paths of reincarnation to her. After hearing Lin Feng's explanation, Du Zhu and the others felt a little better. However, they were even more grateful to Lin Feng. Even at this time, Lin Feng was still thinking about them. A gentleman would die for his bosom friends. Although they did not dare to claim that they were Lin Feng's bosom friends, they were at least close subordinates who had followed Lin Feng for a long time. Now, they were willing to die for Lin Feng. Perhaps this was Lin Feng's charisma. The group flew in the direction of Mount Putua as they discussed what had happened. Lin Feng asked, how did the 3 of you get captured by the moon goddess? Du Zhu replied, it's like this. Back then, the 3 of us met up in the starry sky world and searched for the young master for a period of time. We were unable to find the young master's whereabouts, so we rushed over to the Buddha world, hoping to reunite with the young master there. However, we didn't expect to see the moon goddess fighting against an expert called the Azura demon sovereign. The Azura demon Zun is extremely strong. Even someone as strong as the moon goddess wasn't a match for him. The moon goddess was injured by the Azura demon Zun, so she decided to run away. But who would have thought that the moon goddess would discover the 3 of us hiding in the dark? She recognized us and took us away, said the Azura demon Zun. The evil sovereign saint smiled bitterly. Although the moon goddess is injured, she's still terrifying. We couldn't resist her even if we joined forces. It's really embarrassing. Lin Feng said, that's normal. After all, the moon goddess is the junior sister of my ancestor, the master of gods. Her cultivation is definitely heaven-defying, and she definitely has some special techniques. So, even if you lose to her, you don't have to be discouraged. Du Zhu and the others nodded. Very soon. Lin Feng and the others arrived at the outer region of Mount Putua once again. This place was still shrouded in white fog. Since they couldn't obtain a treasure forged from the 7-star bamboo, they could only place their hopes of passing through this place on the Buddha's Saraira. On the way, Lin Feng tried to sense the Buddha's Saraira. It was indeed a little strange. It blocked all probing with divine sense. Lin Feng hadn't been able to sense much useful information from the Buddha's Saraira. However, Lin Feng believed that it was only a matter of time. Lin Feng held the Buddha's Saraira and entered the area shrouded in white fog with everyone. This time, Lin Feng immediately discovered something different. He could vaguely see that this place seemed to be divided into overlapping spaces. Lin Feng had come here many times before, but he had never discovered that this place was actually an overlapping space. Two different spaces have overlapped. One space is visible to the naked eye, which is the world of white fog in front of us. But in reality, this space can't reach Mount Putua. Only the other space can reach Mount Putua. Before, I couldn't discover the other overlapping space, perhaps because I was missing a Buddhist token. Now that I have the Buddha's Saraira, I can discover the overlapping space. Looking at the mysterious space, Lin Feng couldn't help but secretly ponder. However, if he wanted to enter the overlapping space, he needed to find the exact coordinates, but this didn't seem to be an easy task. Lin Feng looked at the Buddha's Saraira. He didn't know if the Buddha's Saraira could help him find the special space coordinate. If he could find it, he should be able to enter the overlapping space. The Buddha's Saraira itself contained powerful energy, and once something had powerful energy, when this energy accumulated to a certain extent, it could form a variety of magnetic fields. Some of these magnetic fields were strong, some were weak, but no matter if it was a strong magnetic field or a weak one, it was good. When a magnetic field was formed, it would produce an extremely special wave. This kind of wave was called a magnetic field wave. The spatial coordinate was also a kind of energy coordinate, and it would also produce waves. When two different kinds of waves collided, it would inevitably form some kind of special change, such as the collision of different energies. These were all things worth paying attention to. Lin Feng's divine sense swept through the void, and he sensed the collision of different energies. In truth, this kind of energy collision was very weak, and it was very difficult for an ordinary person to discover it. But Lin Feng's perception was too strong. Therefore, Lin Feng had discovered the collision of different energies. One kind of energy was released by the Buddha's Saraira. The other kind of energy was clearly released by the spatial coordinate. Searching in the direction of the energy diffusion, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. His divine sense had discovered the spatial coordinate. The spatial coordinate was hidden in the void, and it was hidden very well. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to discover it at all. Even Lin Feng had to spend a lot of energy to find the spatial coordinate. Lin Feng waved his hand, and a powerful magic power wrapped around everyone. Then, Lin Feng jumped into the void and directly jumped into the spatial coordinate. In the next moment, the scene flashed. Lin Feng and the others immediately realized that they had disappeared from the area covered by the white fog. The place where they now appeared was a huge purple bamboo forest. The purple bamboo forest was famous. After all, who didn't know that there was a purple bamboo forest in Mount Putua, where the Bodhisattva lived? It was said that the guardian of the purple bamboo forest was a black bear spirit. This black bear spirit was not simple. It was extremely powerful and could shake the world. In the beginning, this black bear spirit did evil everywhere. Later, it was subdued by the Bodhisattva and turned over a new leaf. When Lin Feng and the others arrived, it was very quiet. They didn't see any black bear spirit. Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder if the rumors were true or false. Could it be that there was no black bear spirit in this place? Perhaps it was really possible. Of course. It was also possible that there really was a black bear spirit, but it had run off to who knows where, so it didn't notice Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng and the others walked out of the purple bamboo forest, but at this time, Du Zhu said, "There seems to be a smell of blood." Hearing this, Lin Feng carefully sniffed the air. There really seemed to be a faint smell of blood. He couldn't help but frown. Du Zhu said, "The smell of blood is coming from the left. Let's go and take a look." Lin Feng said, "All right, let's go and take a look." Although the purple bamboo forest was very big, in reality, there were only a few winding paths. There was no such path towards the left side. However, this was not a problem. After all, it did not hinder them from passing through the purple bamboo forest. Lin Feng and the others went all the way to the left. After a quarter of an hour, they saw a shocking scene because they saw a bearskin. That's right, it was a bearskin that had been cut open. As for where the meat inside had gone, no one knew. Lin Feng and the others sped up and arrived in front of the bearskin. They discovered that the black bear spirit had been dead for some time. It had been dead for at least a few days, and it had been cut open by someone. It died too miserably. The evil dominator saint sighed. Indeed, the black bear spirit had died too miserably. Ever since he became the guardian spirit of the purple bamboo forest, the black bear spirit's status had been increasing day by day. His strength had also been constantly increasing. Who would have thought that the black bear spirit would end up like this? No one dared to believe that all of this was real. However, all of this had happened before their eyes. They had no choice but to believe it. The tragic death of the black bear spirit could only mean one thing. An enemy had invaded Mount Putua. Let's go and take a look, Lin Feng said in a low voice. He felt that things were not going well. If someone had really invaded this place, then was Guanyin Bodhisattva still alive in this world? Lin Feng still wanted to ask Guanyin Bodhisattva about the location of the second teleportation formation, so he hoped that nothing would happen to Guanyin Bodhisattva. Lin Feng and the others were extremely fast. From afar, they could see that many of the temples in front of them had already collapsed. Clearly, the battle between the two sides had destroyed the temples here. This isn't the dojo, it's somewhere else, Wu Gang said. He had generally heard about the distribution of Mount Putua's training halls. Let's go to Guanyin Bodhisattva's dojo, said Lin Feng. Everyone nodded. Under Wu Gang's lead, everyone quickly headed towards the Bodhisattva's dojo. Mount Putua wasn't a single mountain. In fact, there were 4 mountains. All of them were located in the center of Putua Island. The dojo was located on the eastern peak. Because the east was the most respected place, the core of any force was usually located in the east. When Lin Feng and the others arrived at Guanyin Bodhisattva's dojo, they immediately sensed violent fluctuations in the depths of the dojo. Lin Feng and the others were delighted. If there were fluctuations, it meant that not everyone had been killed. They sped up and flew towards the depths of the dojo. After a short time, Lin Feng saw more than 10 ancient Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats. They were relying on deployment spells and magical weapons to resist the attacks of hundreds of evil cultivators. Cracks had appeared on the defensive talismans of the ancient Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats. Cracks had appeared on their deployment spells. Obviously, they couldn't hold on for much longer. Pft. 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 Some of the ancient Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats couldn't take it anymore. They couldn't help but vomit blood. Their faces were as white as paper. They were in a bad situation. Crack, crack, crack. At that moment, powerful defensive talismans broke one after another. After that, many deployment spells started breaking as well. Namo Amida. The ancient Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats sat cross-legged with their palms together. They looked solemn. They didn't resist anymore. Because, they were basically at the end of their rope. Continuing to resist would be futile. Their hearts were filled with sorrow, but this was the law of survival in the cruel world of cultivators. They were the defeated and were destined to have no good ending. Everyone, you can choose to surrender to Master Heaven Extermination Demon Monk. As long as you become his slaves, Master Heaven Extermination Demon Monk won't mistreat you. At that moment, a monk said. That monk was standing among the cultivators under Heaven Extermination Demon Monk's command. 10 light circles appeared behind him. That was the symbol of an ancient Buddha. Obviously, this ancient Buddha had chosen to surrender to Heaven Extermination Demon Monk. He had come with the rest of the cultivators to persuade them to surrender. The ancient Buddhas and Bodhisattvas didn't move. They kept chanting scriptures. An Arhat scolded them, traitor. The other Arhats were also furious, but they didn't say anything. If you're so stubborn, you'll die. You only have one life. If you don't cherish your own life, you don't expect others to cherish yours. I'm trying my best to persuade you because we used to be comrades. Don't fail to appreciate my kindness. The monk said coldly. His voice was filled with a lot of coldness. However, the ancient Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats ignored them. A large amount of flame surged out of their bodies. That was karmic fire. They wanted to end their own lives, not die in the hands of these people. After seeing this, Lin Feng sighed. Let's not talk about right or wrong. Just the faith of these Buddhist monks was enough to make people admire them. After all, there weren't many people who were willing to sacrifice themselves. At the very least, Lin Feng couldn't do that. These monks are interesting. They're already at this point, why don't they fight? They actually gave up. Duzu couldn't help but murmur. Duzu's voice wasn't loud, and there was a distance between the cultivators who were fighting. However, those cultivators were strong and had sharp senses. It was normal for them to hear Duzu's murmur. Everyone looked over, including the self-immolating Buddhist monks. Everyone was flabbergasted. There were actually uninvited guests. Who were these people? Lin Feng said loudly, Buddhist monks, please cut off the karmic fire in your bodies. Don't die in vain. After hearing Lin Feng's words, these people knew that Lin Feng was here to help these Buddhist cultivators. Although these Buddhist cultivators were touched, the difference in strength was obvious. An ancient Buddhist said, Ba, good, good. Benefactors, please leave quickly to avoid losing your lives. Lin Feng thought, this old monk is quite kind. Lin Feng and the others naturally didn't leave. Not only that, they continued to fly towards the direction of the battle. Lin Feng said, everyone, don't worry. Since I'm here, I naturally have a way to deal with you. These Buddhist cultivators were shocked. Lin Feng didn't seem like the kind of person who would speak without thinking. They couldn't help but be infected by Lin Feng's words and quickly cut off their own karmic fire. Who are you people? The leader of the evil cultivators asked coldly. Lin Feng and the others had already flown over. They stopped 100 meters away from the group of cultivators. Lin Feng said, we're all righteous people. Eliminating evil and defending the Tao is our responsibility. The leader of the evil cultivators looked at Lin Feng with disdain and said, come on, those words might work on 3-year-old children, but do you think we'll believe you if you say it to us? Lin Feng said, your IQ has increased. The group of evil cultivators was furious. They could naturally tell that Lin Feng was mocking them. Get rid of these guys. The leader of the evil cultivators said coldly. They left 30 to 40 people behind to keep an eye on the ancient Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Arhats, and the others who were on the verge of death. The remaining 300 to 400 experts surrounded Lin Feng and the others. There were some extremely terrifying existences on the other side, especially the leader. His battle strength was the most terrifying. Lin Feng could even sense an extremely dangerous aura from him. One had to know that Lin Feng was very tyrannical now. There weren't many cultivators who could make him feel that dangerous aura. However, the leader of the evil cultivators could make him feel that kind of aura, so it was obvious how strong he was. In addition to the leader, there were at least 3 or 4 people who made Lin Feng feel a little apprehensive. Lin Feng guessed that these people should be experts who were infinitely close to surpassing their realm. As for the leader, it was very likely that he could contend with cultivators who had fallen from a surpassing realm. These people were the subordinates of the heaven-destroying demon monk, and the heaven-destroying demon monk was a surpassing realm expert who could help them change their fate. Lin Feng didn't find it strange that their strength had increased to such a level. The rest of the cultivators were the elites of the elites. They were all saints or above. Lin Feng guessed that such an elite group of cultivators, even if they were subordinates of the heaven-destroying demon monk, had to have an extremely high status. There shouldn't be too many of them. Duzu and the others were obviously far from enough to deal with them. Lin Feng's aura was locked down by the leader of the cultivators. He didn't dare to act rashly in case he revealed a flaw and the other party found an opportunity to take advantage of. If that happened, it would be very dangerous for Lin Feng. Therefore, Lin Feng summoned the Book of the Dead. Lin Feng's Book of the Dead had many undead experts. It was the best choice to deal with these cultivators. Now, there were 97 quasi-surpassing undead in the Book of the Dead. Among them, 11 quasi-surpassing undead. 3 existences infinitely close to the surpassing realm. 1 existence that had fallen from a surpassing realm. 255 saint-level undead. This was the current situation of the experts in the Book of the Dead. After these undead flew out, they immediately engaged in a fierce battle with the other cultivators. The difference in numbers between the two sides wasn't particularly large, and both sides had peerless experts. However, when the two sides really fought, Lin Feng's side had the absolute advantage. This was because the undead on Lin Feng's side were more special. Even if these undead were killed, they could be resurrected in the Book of the Dead. Although they couldn't immediately fight after being resurrected, they could fully recover after a period of recuperation. Without any worries, the undead cultivators attacked without any regard for their lives. Although the cultivators under the heaven-destroying demon monk were incomparably powerful, they had too many things to consider. They only had one life. If they died, they would really die. They couldn't be resurrected like the undead. This was completely impossible. Therefore, in the face of the powerful undead who didn't fear death, their hands and feet were tied. In this state, how could they be a match for those powerful undead, therefore? Their side was greatly suppressed. Moreover, under the continuous attacks of these undead, people were constantly being killed. The evil cultivator in the lead looked extremely gloomy. If this continued, it would be too disadvantageous for their side. They didn't know where Lin Feng came from. However, the strength of Lin Feng's side was already enough to pose a great threat to them. As the saying goes, to catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. The cultivator in the lead felt that as long as they could kill Lin Feng, all the problems would be easily solved. Although he felt that it wouldn't be easy to kill Lin Feng. This feeling was indeed very strange. After all, Lin Feng looked so young and his aura didn't seem to be particularly strong. Logically speaking, killing such a young cultivator should be an easy task. However, when he faced Lin Feng, he found that this was not the case at all. However, no matter how difficult it was, he planned to give it a try. Otherwise, their side would definitely be defeated. He quickly charged towards Lin Feng. Du Zhu and the others wanted to stop this person, but Lin Feng knew that the gap between Du Zhu and this person was not small. He said in a deep voice, "Let me deal with this person. You guys deal with the others." Hearing this, Du Zhu and the others charged towards the others. Lin Feng stepped forward and punched towards the evil cultivator in the lead. The power of the human king's fist erupted. The evil cultivator in the lead didn't hold back either. His arm became thicker, as if it had turned into a cheetah's arm. It was densely covered with fine scales. He also punched towards Lin Feng. This punch was no small matter. It was surrounded by an extremely strange power. This power seemed to transcend all the powers in this universe. This power was ancient, mysterious, powerful, vast, and immortal. Lin Feng was shocked. This cultivator was an alien. It seemed that he was a cultivator from an even more powerful universe. Could he be from the Kunlun universe? After all, the Kunlun universe was a unique existence among the 4 great universes. The other 3 great universes weren't too different from each other. Bang, the 2 sides collided fiercely. When the 2 sides collided, their bodies involuntarily retreated. The collision just now was too violent for them. Lin Feng felt that he was injured, and the evil cultivator in the lead was no exception. He should have been injured as well. What a powerful cultivation. The evil cultivator in the lead looked at Lin Feng in shock. He had seen countless geniuses, but it was the first time he saw a cultivator of Lin Feng's age who could be on par with him. But no matter how amazing your battle strength is, you will be defeated by me today. The evil cultivator in the lead said coldly. As his voice fell, the muscles and bones in his body vibrated with extremely terrifying energy waves. This kind of power was obviously extremely shocking. At the same time, his body continued to swell. Lin Feng's eyelids suddenly twitched. It seemed that this existence had used a powerful technique to increase his battle strength. Although this technique had just been used, Lin Feng could clearly feel that the aura in his body was rapidly increasing. His battle strength had greatly increased in an extremely short period of time. I have mastered a supreme divine technique that can increase my battle strength by 8 times. What do you have to fight me? The evil cultivator in the lead revealed a dense killing intent. He looked at Lin Feng with contempt. His body swelled up. His battle prowess had increased by 8 times. Now, he was full of himself. In his opinion, Lin Feng couldn't withstand a single blow. This guy's battle prowess was truly incredible. After all, he was already extremely powerful before. Now that he had multiplied his battle prowess by 8 times, what more? Naturally, his own battle prowess would be greatly increased. Many people would be on the verge of despair if they encountered such a situation. However, Lin Feng's expression was still as calm as ever. This was because Lin Feng still had some extremely powerful techniques that he hadn't used yet. For example, the techniques he'd obtained from the Sovereign Bloodline awakening. He'd awakened the Sovereign Bloodline 5 times now, and each awakening was extremely powerful. The 5th awakening of the Sovereign Ancestor in particular made Lin Feng extremely happy. This was an ability that could increase one's battle prowess by 10 times. Moreover, the Sovereign Ancestor's battle prowess was 10 times that of the user's peak battle prowess. This was the most frightening aspect of this ability. No cultivator could maintain their peak battle prowess all the time when they fought. During the course of a battle, one's battle prowess would constantly decrease. This was something that couldn't be avoided. The Sovereign Ancestor's battle prowess wasn't just 10 times the user's peak battle prowess. This number was fixed throughout the entire process. Although this powerful technique had a cooldown period of 10 days after it was used, as long as one grasped the right opportunity, they could inflict serious damage to their enemies. Therefore, in the face of the 8 times battle prowess of the leader of the fiends, Lin Feng didn't hesitate to summon the Sovereign Ancestor. When Lin Feng summoned the Sovereign Ancestor, it seemed to have a mind of its own as it swiftly charged at the fiend leader. In that instant, Lin Feng and the Sovereign Ancestor formed an incomparably close connection. Lin Feng felt as if the Sovereign Ancestor was his arm, a part of his body. Human King Fist, the Sovereign Ancestor struck out with a fist at the leader of the fiends. The leader of the fiends had become extremely confident after using 8 times his battle prowess. When Lin Feng summoned the Sovereign Ancestor, he actually didn't take it to heart. However, when the Sovereign Ancestor attacked and he sensed the terrifying aura of the attack, he realized that he'd underestimated the Sovereign Ancestor's battle prowess. His expression turned extremely ugly. He didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly blocked the Sovereign Ancestor's attack. Bang, the two sides collided fiercely. The fiend leader was instantly sent flying. Clearly, he was completely suppressed by the Sovereign Ancestor's attack. After seeing this scene, many people couldn't believe their eyes because they knew how powerful the evil spirit leader's 8-fold combat strength was. Now, even with its 8-fold combat strength, it still couldn't gain any advantage. How could such a young human cultivator be so powerful? No one dared to believe that all of this was real. But lane of them. But them. Wouldn't that be foolish? Seeing the Sovereign Ancestor suppress the fiend leader, Lin Feng didn't look surprised. Everything was within his expectations. Under Lin Feng's control, the Sovereign Ancestor continued to attack the fiend leader. The Sovereign Ancestor's attacks grew fiercer and fiercer. The fiend leader found it harder and harder to resist. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled sound of collision slammed into the fiend leader's body. The fiend leader immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned extremely pale. The Sovereign Ancestor's heavy attack had caused considerable damage to his body. The Sovereign Ancestor's attacks didn't weaken at all. He continued to attack the leader of the fiends. However, the fiend leader's battle prowess had dropped significantly due to his injuries. This drop was extremely severe. The leader of the fiends was no longer a match for the Sovereign Ancestor. The Sovereign Ancestor planned to kill the leader of the fiends in one fell swoop. As long as he could kill the fiend leader, the rest would be much easier. Even if the fiend leader had more experts, they wouldn't be much of a threat. Lin Feng was confident in this. Bang bang bang, the Sovereign Ancestor and the fiend leader clashed again and again. The fiend leader wanted to break free from the Sovereign Ancestor, but he couldn't do so. The Sovereign Ancestor was like a maggot in a tarsal bone. He was completely focused on the fiend leader. This caused the fiend leader to feel incomparably depressed. He had the urge to vomit blood. He continued to try to break free from the Sovereign Ancestor, but he still failed. The Sovereign Ancestor unleashed a terrifying attack that locked onto the fiend leader. At this moment, the fiend leader felt the aura of death. He couldn't even remember the last time he felt this way. Just as he was about to be killed, a sudden change occurred. The void trembled slightly. A 5-colored demonic lotus flew out from the void. There was a cultivator sitting cross-legged on the 5-colored demonic lotus. That cultivator was none other than demonic monk Heavenly Extermination, who would make people pale at the mere mention of his name. After heaven-destroying demon monk appeared, he gently tapped the void. The sovereign ancestor instantly collapsed. Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Wasn't this too terrifying? Was he still human? This kind of battle strength was enough to make one despair. In that instant, Lin Feng knew that the heaven-destroying demon monk in front of him wasn't a doppelganger. It wasn't a heaven-destroying demon monk formed from origin energy. It was the true body of the heaven-destroying demon monk, an expert that surpassed his cultivation level. Greetings, Master. When the leader saw the celestial destruction demonic monk, he hastily knelt down and kowtowed. When the celestial destruction demonic monk appeared, the battle stopped. The undead, the poison ancestor, and the others all came back to Lin Feng's side. Therefore, when the leader of the evil spirits knelt down, the others knelt down and kowtowed to the celestial destruction demonic monk. Stand up, said heaven-destroying demon monk. Stand up, said heaven-destroying demon monk. The fiend cultivator stood up. Lin Feng's lips curled into a bitter smile. This was going to be troublesome. After all, an expert that surpassed his cultivation level was extremely powerful. They couldn't possibly be a match for heaven-destroying demon monk. The most important thing was to get rid of him and leave this place safely. We meet again, said heaven-destroying demon monk. Heaven-destroying demon monk looked at Lin Feng. Clearly, the only person who could pique his interest was Lin Feng. He was quite curious about Lin Feng. Yes, we meet again. What a coincidence. Lin Feng said embarrassedly. I'll give you a chance to live. Go and kill those monks. Not only will you live, but your friends will also live. Heaven-destroying demon monk smiled. It had to be said that this guy was a real demon. He was a heinous demon. His methods were really ruthless. He wanted Lin Feng to kill those ancient Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats. If Lin Feng really did that, he would become one of the enemies of all Buddhist sects in the universe. Of course, that wasn't something Lin Feng wanted to see. Besides, Lin Feng couldn't kill those innocent monks. He couldn't do that. We're willing to die. Benefactor, please do it. At that moment, an ancient Buddha said. Ba. The rest of the ancient Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats put their palms together. Their expressions were emotionless. When Lin Feng saw those ancient Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats, he sighed. Those people were really merciful. Even though there were some vermin in Buddhism, there was one thing he couldn't deny: there were too many Buddhist monks who were compassionate. There was a reason why Buddhism was so revered. TSK, worthy of being a holy monk of Buddhism. All of you are willing to sacrifice yourselves for others. How touching. Heaven-destroying demonic monk laughed. However, his laughter was filled with coldness and mockery. What he hated the most were the various doctrines of Buddhism, such as delivering all living beings from torment, equality of all living beings, repenting and being saved, and laying down the butcher's knife. These were the things he hated the most. Uncle Heaven-destroying demon, why are you so stubborn? Repent and be saved, said a bodhisattva. Ridiculous. What did I do wrong? Why should I repent and be saved? The ones who should repent and be saved are people like you. Guanyin, I actually think highly of you. Think about it, with your ability, why can't you become an ancient Buddha? I think you know the reason. Don't you have hatred in your heart? No resentment? If you join me, you can get whatever you want. Heaven-exterminating demonic monk said. Goddess of mercy? Is he the compassionate Guanyin Bodhisattva? Lin Feng was confused when he saw the cultivator whom heaven-extermination demonic monk called Guanyin. He was confused because the cultivator was a man. Who doesn't know Guanyin Bodhisattva? Wherever there was a temple, there would be a temple for the Guanyin Bodhisattva. Her image of sacrificing herself to save others had long been deeply ingrained in people's hearts. Her reputation was even more resounding than that of Mahavairakana and the others. She was a legendary existence. However, Guanyin Bodhisattva should be a woman. Why did she suddenly become a man? The statue in the temple was also a woman. Actually, Lin Feng was surprised. He didn't know much about Buddhism. Guanyin Bodhisattva was a man. Guanyin Bodhisattva said, Uncle, it doesn't matter whether I become a Buddha or not. If I have a Buddha in my heart, I can become a Buddha. As for the ancient Buddhas in the eyes of the world, they're nothing to me. What a high level of awareness. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Heaven extermination demonic monk sneered, I don't want to waste my time arguing with you. Since you're so stubborn, I'll fulfill your wish and send you to hell together. You won't feel lonely in the afterlife if so many of you go together. Let's fight, said Lin Feng coldly. The situation was critical. They had no choice but to fight heaven extermination demonic monk head-on. Then, they would think of a way to escape. Facing a cultivator who had surpassed their cultivation level was the best outcome. Did they still want to kill heaven extermination demonic monk? This was simply unrealistic. Ha 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 ha. How ridiculous. Even though you're strong, you're still like ants in front of a cultivator who has surpassed your cultivation level. You still want to fight back? You're overestimating yourselves. Heaven extermination demonic monk burst into laughter. He didn't hide his disdain at all. However, a cultivator at his level was really strong. Even though he sounded arrogant, he had the right to be arrogant. Lin Feng and the others didn't refute him. But no matter what, they had to fight. Waiting for death wasn't Lin Feng's style. Namo Amida. However, at this moment, an ancient, vicissitude, yet incomparably sacred voice sounded. That voice actually came from underground. Then, the whole Putua island shook violently. What's going on? Everyone glanced at each other. They didn't know what was going on. Furthermore, whose voice was that just now? Kacha, Kacha. At that moment, Putua Island started cracking. Lin Feng and the others were astonished. It was a celestial island. Even if it had been attacked, it wouldn't have cracked so easily. But now, the mysterious man's voice came from the ground, and the island started cracking again. Could it be that there was a cultivator cultivating underground? Was it a Buddhist monk? Endless golden light surged out from the crack. The golden light illuminated the world and was dazzling to the eyes. In the middle of the golden lights, an old monk appeared. That old monk looked extremely old. Lin Feng realized that half of his body was made of stone and the other half was made of flesh and blood. When Lin Feng saw that, he was astonished. The stone man's path to evolution, this was an extremely difficult truth. When a cultivator's body of flesh and blood was transformed into a stone body, they would undergo a huge transformation. Then, the stone body would transform back into flesh and blood again. At that time, they would undergo a new transformation. Going back and forth, they would undergo a transformation over and over again. Their battle prowess would rise to an unprecedented level. Now, the old monk was clearly transforming. But he was interrupted. That's why his cultivation had been interrupted. Lin Feng had heard about some things. If that kind of cultivation was interrupted, the consequences would be terrifying. The weak. The transformation failed. The heavy. The body died and the Tao disappeared. It's the ancestor. After seeing the old monk, the ancient Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats couldn't help but be shocked. Lin Feng's heart trembled. There weren't many people who could be called ancestor. Who was this old monk? Could it be? Some people appeared in Lin Feng's mind. One of the 7 ancient Buddhas. Lin Feng had thought that the 7 ancient Buddhas were all dead. If the old monk was really one of the 7 ancient Buddhas, it meant that his previous conjectures had been wrong. I didn't think that the ancestor would walk the stone man's path. It's too difficult. One wrong step and you'll be doomed eternally. What's the ancestor's path? The heaven destruction demon monk obviously knew the old monk. He looked at the old monk without fear. He was so strong that there weren't many people or things in the world that could make him afraid. It's the 4th transformation, said the old monk. Heaven-destroying demonic monk said, the 4th transformation is already extremely difficult. Ancestor should have been able to succeed, but now he has appeared in advance. This means that Ancestor has given up on his stone man path. One wrong step and the whole game is lost. Ancestor, are you doing this for these people? Was it worth it? Amida, I hope Radian can repent and be saved, said the old monk. He bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind. Heaven destruction demon monk smiled coldly. I think you're mistaken. There's no one called Redian in this world anymore. There's only Heaven Destruction Demon Monk. Let it go. It's time to let go of the resentment in your heart," said the old monk. "Let it go? You think it's easy? Those who obey me will prosper, those who oppose me will die. Whoever disobeys me will die. Ancestor, since you've given up on the stone man's path, it means that you'll soon suffer the backlash of failing the evolution. You'll most likely die then. Since it's that way, I'll do you a favor and send you to the afterlife," said the Heaven Destruction Demon Monk with a cold smile. His eyes suddenly turned cold. Next, he threw a palm at the old monk. Death, the heaven-destroying demonic monk, was worthy of being called a cultivator who had surpassed his cultivation level. His attacks were terrifying. The chi emitted from his body was suffocating. He wasn't targeting Lin Feng and the others, he was targeting the old monk. The old monk stepped forward and threw a punch at the heaven-destroying demonic monk. Bang! Along with the earth-shaking sound, the old monk and heaven-destroying demonic monk fiercely clashed. Both of their attacks were terrifying enough. However, heaven-destroying demonic monk was an expert who had transcended his realm. His realm was too profound. Even though the old monk's combat strength was extraordinary, he was still at a disadvantage against heaven-destroying demonic monk. He was pushed back by heaven-destroying demonic monk's palm strike. Fortunately, he didn't suffer too much damage. Choking with sobs, chi-chi-chi-chi-chi-chi, www, the old monk failed the fourth revolution. Even though he hasn't suffered a backlash, his fighting strength is definitely not at its peak. I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on for long. Lin Feng looked extremely serious. The heaven-destroying demonic monk sneered, "You're stronger than I thought." Then, the heaven-destroying demonic monk attacked again. The old monk knew that his situation wasn't ideal, so he looked at Lin Feng and said, "Take them away." Then, he quickly turned his head and saw that his body was changing. The other half of his body was quickly turning into stone. Lin Feng knew that the old monk had used a secret technique to turn his body into stone. After turning into stone, his fighting strength would increase tremendously, but it would also cause great harm to his body. The old monk. He was ready to die. Bang! A moment later, the old monk and the heaven-destroying demonic monk collided again. The old monk who had turned into stone managed to block the heaven-destroying demonic monk's attack, but it wasn't easy for him. Ancestor, the ancient Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats watched the old monk sacrifice himself to save them. Lin Feng hurriedly created a space and time portal and said, "Everyone, let's go. Don't let the old man's sacrifice be in vain." He took the lead and entered the space-time gate. The poison ancestor and the others followed closely behind him. "Go." The old monk glanced at the Buddhist cultivators and bellowed. The Buddhist monks gritted their teeth and entered the gate of time and space. The gate of time and space disappeared without a trace. The space-time gate was connected to the coordinates to leave this place, so Lin Feng and the others could directly leave the overlapping space where Mount Putua was located. When Lin Feng and the others came out, they were already in the sea outside. The ancient Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats all had ugly expressions on their faces. The old monk had sacrificed himself to save everyone, which had touched them greatly. Actually, it wasn't just them, even Lin Feng was greatly touched. The old monk was great and worthy of respect, but the dead were already dead. The living should live better, not only for themselves, but also for the dead. Lin Feng summoned the Xianyuan ancient ship. They were too big of a target flying outside, and the Xianyuan ancient ship could conceal itself, so it was naturally much smaller. It was a good choice to fly without being noticed. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that it would be difficult to hide from a strong cultivator like the heaven-destroying demonic monk. After all, that guy was in existence that surpassed cultivation levels. However, Lin Feng wasn't completely helpless. Maybe he could use the Great Destiny technique to conceal himself from the heavens. The Great Destiny technique was a heaven-defying technique, so it should have some amazing effects at this critical moment, right? Lin Feng was looking forward to it. Therefore, Lin Feng used the Great Destiny technique, and the formidable power of destiny wrapped around the Xianyuan ancient ship. Not long after, the five-colored the magic lotus appeared in the outside world. The heaven-destroying demonic monk sat cross-legged on top of the five-colored the magic lotus. He used his divine sense to search for the whereabouts of Lin Feng and the others, but he didn't find any clues. "You're really like a little monkey, jumping back and forth." The corners of the heaven-destroying demonic monk's mouth curled up. He began to use the deduction technique to deduce the whereabouts of Lin Feng and the others. The heaven-destroying demonic monk's cultivation level was very high, and many of his methods could be described as heaven-defying, including the deduction technique he had mastered. However, a problem occurred when the heaven-destroying demonic monk used the deduction technique to deduce the whereabouts of Lin Feng and the others. He couldn't deduce the whereabouts of Lin Feng and the others. He clearly felt that he could find the whereabouts of Lin Feng and the others at any time, but he was still a bit late. The most crucial step seemed to have become an insurmountable chasm, and no matter how hard he tried, he was still stuck at the other end of the chasm. The power of destiny, huh? Interesting, very interesting. Even a strong cultivator like me can't control the power of destiny, but a puny Xianxia cultivator can. The heaven-destroying demonic monk's mouth curled up in a cold smile. He naturally knew that the power of destiny had interrupted his deduction. The one who could control that kind of power was definitely not a Buddhist cultivator, otherwise, their fates wouldn't have been so miserable. Lin Feng must have controlled the power of destiny. The heaven-destroying demonic monk realized that he was somewhat jealous of Lin Feng. Indeed, he was jealous, even though Lin Feng's cultivation level wasn't very high. However, Lin Feng's methods made the heaven-destroying demonic monk's eyes turn red with jealousy. At the heaven-destroying demonic monk's level, he knew a lot of things and secrets, and other cultivators simply couldn't compare with him. He naturally knew what mastering some special Daos or divine abilities meant to cultivators at their level. It wasn't as simple as mastering a Dao or divine ability. Most of the time, it might be the key to changing one's fate. "That strange feeling is gone," said Xianyuan. Poison Ancestor said in the ancient starship Xianyuan. He could finally heave a sigh of relief. The previous feeling was too oppressive. Poison Ancestor knew that it must be because heaven-exterminating demonic monk was searching for them. Duzu was extremely nervous, and so were the others. If the heaven-destroying demonic monk found them, the consequences would be unimaginable. They didn't want to die. In fact, Lin Feng was also extremely nervous. After all, he didn't know if he could successfully deceive the heaven-destroying demonic monk, but it seemed like the result wasn't bad. "Holy monks, let me introduce myself. My surname is Lin, and my name is Feng. I've come to find you because I have an important matter that I need your help with," said Lin Feng. "Benefactor Lin is too polite. What does Benefactor Lin need our help with?" "As long as it's within our means, we won't hesitate," said Guanyin Bodhisattva. Lin Feng said, "It's like this. I want to go to the heavenly world. I originally planned to go to the Great Laying Temple and use the passage there to go to the heavenly world, but the Great Laying Temple has been occupied by the heaven-destroying demonic monk, so my plan is ruined. However, I've heard that there's a second passage in the Buddhist world. Some of the higher-ups of the Great Laying Temple know about it." "Do you know where it is?" said an ancient Buddha when he heard Lin Feng. "It's in the northern battlefield of the Buddhist world, but it's been destroyed a long time ago and can't be repaired. It's almost impossible for Benefactor Lin to go to the heavenly world from there," said Lin Feng. "Don't worry, everybody. If others can't fix the passage, I can fix it. Let's go and have a look. When I fix the passage, you can go to the celestial world together. Once you go to the heavenly world, you won't have to worry about the heaven-destroying demonic monk. No matter how strong he is, his influence is limited to the Buddhist world. The heavenly world is controlled by the master of the 33 skies. It's not a place where the heaven-destroying demonic monk can do whatever he wants." When they heard Lin Feng, the Buddhists were tempted. They knew that staying in the Buddhist world would only lead to death. If they could go to the heavenly world, they could start anew. There were many Buddhist temples in the heavenly world, and there were even Buddhist holy lands. They could go there to cultivate. If they were lucky enough to break through in the future, they could go to the Buddhist world and clean up their mess. Therefore, both sides hit it off. Lin Feng and the others headed to the northern battlefield. The northern battlefield was a famous ancient battlefield. It was one of the ancient battlefields left behind by the Xianxia realm experts. It was very dangerous. Half a year later, Lin Feng and the others arrived at the northern battlefield. This place was extremely cold. There was ice and snow everywhere. Snow was falling down. The sky was collapsing. One could see the distorted and broken spacetime. The terrifying spacetime force permeated the air. Anyone who was devoured by the spacetime force would definitely die a miserable death. The degree of danger in this place was even more terrifying than some of the death zones and life-forbidden zones. The dangers of this place were not limited to the broken spacetime and the powerful restriction. There were also many terrifying creatures. Many of these creatures came from the broken spacetime. It was rumored that there were even a few existences that had transcended several eras and were in deep slumber here. Therefore, under normal circumstances, who would dare to come to such a place? Wouldn't that be courting death? However, for Lin Feng and the others, this trip was imperative. They were bold because of their skills. They weren't too afraid of the dangers here. They just had to be careful. As long as they didn't meet a powerhouse that surpassed their realm, there were very few creatures that could threaten them. Moreover, it wasn't easy to meet a powerhouse that surpassed their realm. Lin Feng hadn't seen many of such powerful characters. The golden-colored stone man's opponent was also an extraordinary being. It was a strange beast. It was snow-white and round. It looked very cute. It looked a bit like a panda, but it wasn't a panda. Lin Feng had never seen such a strange beast. The golden-colored stone man and the strange beast were fighting. The sky and the earth were falling apart. What a powerful cultivation base. Lin Feng couldn't help but be moved. These two existences were truly too strong. They noticed Lin Feng's group and looked at them coldly. However, Lin Feng didn't hold back and glared back. The two of them seemed to have realized that Lin Feng wasn't someone to be trifled with. It was a strange feeling. After all, he was just a young human cultivator. Why did he give them such a dangerous feeling? They couldn't figure it out. Since they couldn't figure it out, they didn't need to think about it. Why bother? These two terrifying existences, however, were rather open-minded. They didn't want to offend Lin Feng's group, so they signaled for Lin Feng's group to leave. Du Zhu said, such powerful cultivators, yet they're fighting a life-and-death battle here. Don't tell me they're trying to steal something good? Hearing Du Zhu's words, Lin Feng's heart trembled. Perhaps there really was such a possibility. Lin Feng said, then let's stop here and see if there's really a treasure. Du Zhu's group nodded. When the golden golem and the strange beast saw that Lin Feng's group hadn't left, they could roughly guess what Lin Feng's group was planning. Their expressions became extremely gloomy. They seemed to want to chase Lin Feng's group away, but when they saw that Lin Feng's group had the advantage in numbers and that Lin Feng gave them a very dangerous feeling, they gave up on that idea. Boom! Right at this moment, a huge rumble shook the sky. The ground collapsed, and then a huge pillar of light shot out from below. Within the pillar of light was a ball of holy light. The eyes of the golem and the beast lit up when they saw the ball of holy light, and they all pounced towards the ball of holy light. Is that the legendary northern holy light? It's formed from a special kind of immortal origin. Guanyin exclaimed in shock. Lin Feng's eyes lit up when he heard that. The value of something formed from immortal origin was unimaginable. It usually had many uses, such as increasing one's cultivation, tempering one's body, allowing one's life force to evolve, and so on. This kind of thing was simply priceless. It was no wonder these two terrifying existences were fighting. They probably knew that the northern holy light was about to appear, so they wanted to defeat each other so that they could monopolize it. After learning the value of the northern light, Lin Feng also quickly rushed over. Du Zhu and the others watched quietly. After all, the golden stone man and the exotic beast were too powerful. It was dangerous for them to rush over and compete with them. There was no need to take the risk. Lin Feng was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the northern light. The golden stone man and the exotic beast also arrived in front of the northern light. They all wanted to collect the northern light. The three immediately fought. To be precise, the golden stone man and the exotic beast teamed up to deal with Lin Feng. After all, they knew each other. Lin Feng was a foreign cultivator. They had to get rid of Lin Feng first. Humph, Lin Feng sneered. He used the human king fist and punched at the golden stone man and the exotic beast. The human king fist burst out with terrifying power and collided with the golden stone man and the exotic beast. Their bodies involuntarily retreated. The golden stone man and the exotic beast were indeed powerful. Lin Feng couldn't help but be slightly moved. Could it be that the golden stone man and the exotic beast were existences that transcended epochs? Lin Feng had heard from a few monks that there were several existences that had transcended more than one epoch hibernating here. Judging from the golden stone man and the exotic beast's combat power, they might indeed be existences of this level. At this time, the holy light of the north suddenly split into many clusters. Clusters of holy light intertwined in the void. The holy light. It quickly flew in all directions. Quickly collect the northern light. Lin Feng reminded loudly. He took out the devouring black hole. An extremely powerful devouring power surged out of the black hole. The devouring power instantly swallowed a lot of holy light. When Lin Feng saw that, he couldn't help but smile happily. The golden stone man and the exotic beast naturally didn't have the time to continue fighting with Lin Feng. They also hurriedly collected the holy light. Duzu, the evil dominator Holy One, the plague god, the broken god, the Buddhist sect, and even Bibi and the others all flew out to collect the holy light. As for the Wu sisters, they were still in seclusion and couldn't come out to collect the holy light. Lin Feng summoned the undead from the Book of the Dead and had them try to collect some holy light. Most of the holy light was collected, but there was still a portion of holy light that escaped everyone's collection and flew quickly into the distance, eventually disappearing from sight. The golden stone man and the beast chased after them. Lin Feng and the others weren't familiar with that place, and it was too dangerous, so they didn't chase after them. They also collected some northern lights. Sometimes, you need to learn to be satisfied. Lin Feng collected 24 northern holy light himself, and the undead helped Lin Feng collect 63 northern holy light. In total, there were 87 northern holy light, which was quite a lot. Lin Feng was quite satisfied. Bibi and the others returned to the time and space. Each of them had obtained more than 10 northern holy light, which was quite a good harvest. Duzu and the others also had a good harvest. It's not good to stay here for long. Let's leave quickly, Lin Feng said. Everyone nodded and didn't stay any longer. They quickly left this place and continued to travel deeper. Of course. The northern battlefield was very large, so Lin Feng and the others didn't travel all the time. They usually traveled during the day. At night, the northern battlefield would be even more dangerous, so Lin Feng and the others would find a place to rest. This time, everyone found a very dry cave and Lin Feng sealed it. Then, everyone refined the northern holy light they had obtained in the cave. Right now, Lin Feng's cultivation was at the second layer of the Holy King realm, and his soul was at the seventh layer of the Immortal Sage realm. However, he didn't know how much his cultivation would increase after refining the northern holy light. Lin Feng was actually quite looking forward to it. When all the northern holy light was refined by Lin Feng, Lin Feng's realm had risen to the fifth layer of the Holy King realm. His soul level had risen to the 10th layer of the Immortal God realm. Whether it was his own realm or the level of his soul, both had risen by 3 small realms. This made Lin Feng very happy. It was too difficult for him to break through. This breakthrough had allowed him to improve quite a bit, and his battle strength had definitely increased by quite a bit. Lin Feng found that the others were still cultivating. Although they didn't obtain as much northern holy light as Lin Feng, they obviously took more time to refine the northern holy light than Lin Feng. Lin Feng continued to cultivate and familiarize himself with the power he obtained after the breakthrough. While Lin Feng was cultivating, Lin Feng discovered that the turtle shells he had obtained before were moving again. Lin Feng's divine consciousness tried to communicate with the turtle shells. Suddenly, Lin Feng discovered that his divine consciousness was pulled into a mysterious world. This world. There were grand and vast sounds everywhere, resounding through the clouds and shaking the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was as if there were countless ancient Buddhas chanting. Lin Feng saw a huge temple at the top of the mountain with the words Great Laying Temple written on it. Great Laying Temple. Why did he come to the Great Laying Temple? Lin Feng entered the Great Buddha's hall. Many ancient Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats were here. Lin Feng even saw a few familiar faces, such as the Bodhisattva Guanyin. The one sitting in the center was obviously the Buddha Lord. There were two people kneeling in the hall. Tathagata, Ru Tian, I'm sending the two of you to the mortal world to gain experience. I hope that you can comprehend the essence of the Great Path. Yes, Master. After receiving the order, Tathagata and Ru Tian left. When Lin Feng saw this, he was extremely shocked. He really hadn't expected to see this. Didn't this mean that this was what had happened before Tathagata and Ru Tian left to gain experience? The scene changed. An ancient Buddha left the great thunderclap temple and came to an extremely secluded valley outside. In this valley stood a mysterious existence shrouded in darkness. Master. The ancient Buddha knelt on the ground and bowed to the mysterious person. How did it go? The mysterious person asked. The ancient Buddha replied, Master, everything has been arranged. The mysterious person smiled sinisterly. Good, very good. Buddhism is a monolithic entity, and it won't be easy to disintegrate. However, the 7 ancient Buddhas have encountered their own problems. They can't even protect themselves. The current Buddha Lord has also been cursed. That's why he wants to quickly nurture Tathagata and Ru Tian and make them his successors. Tathagata and Ru Tian have a falling out, and Buddhism will perish. After that, many things had happened between Ru Tian and Xianxia. Xianxia's tragic death, Ru Tian's return to the Great Laying Temple, Ru Tian's death, Ru Tian's imprisonment, and so on. Lin Feng knew some things because sky-destroying demon monk had told him before, but there were others he didn't know. The Great Laying Temple. The Buddha Lord's meditation room. Tathagata knelt on the ground and said, Master, junior brother went through a lot of setbacks and made some mistakes. Moreover, ancient Buddha Fag, who was always by my side, was possessed. He arranged all of this to plot against junior brother Ru Tian. There must be someone powerful behind him. Master, please don't punish junior brother Ru Tian severely. Lin Feng was dumbfounded. He had thought that Tathagata had played a dishonorable role in this whole matter, but now it seemed that he had been wrong. The Buddha Lord opened his eyes and said, Tathagata, do you know who's plotting against Buddhism? I don't know. Tathagata sighed. The Buddhist Lord sighed and said, Actually, even I didn't know that the 7 ancient Buddhas were in great trouble. I was also plotted against and was cursed. I don't have much time left. How could this be? Tathagata's expression changed. The Buddha Lord sighed. I didn't tell you about this because I didn't want you to worry. Now it seems that the other party is trying to sow discord between Ru Tian and Buddhism. They're even trying to frame you. We can tell junior brother Ru Tian about this. I'm sure he'll understand, said Tathagata. Tathagata nodded. Perhaps he'll understand, or perhaps he won't. Even if he does, it'll still be difficult to resolve this crisis. What do you mean, Master? Asked Tathagata. We'll beat them at their own game, said the Buddha Lord. He sighed and continued, I will go and provoke Ru Tian, and then I'll send him to the Forbidden Gods world. His hatred will make him stronger and stronger. In the future, when he comes out, he'll probably break off relations with the Tempest Temple. Perhaps the other party wants to see you kill each other, so they'll give you some time. During this time, I hope you can continue to develop Buddhism as much as possible. Even if the Tempest Temple is destroyed in the future, Buddhism won't be destroyed because of it. Master, the world will misunderstand you like this. Tathagata said sadly. I've already seen through everything. However, you're about to inherit the position of Buddha Lord. When that time comes, perhaps even more people will misunderstand you, talk about you, and hate you. Have you ever thought that you'd go through all this? I'm willing to do anything for Buddhism, even if it means losing my life. The world humiliates me, bullies me, curses me, and hates me. I'll just laugh it off. The world laughs at me, despises me, and hates me. I'll just laugh it off. If there's a day when Ru Tian leads people to attack the Tempest Temple, what will you do? I'll explain everything to junior brother Ru Tian, said Tathagata. It's too late to talk about this now. I'm afraid he won't believe it. Tathagata asked, "What do you think I should do, Master?" Use the past and future Buddhas. Use the past, present, and future techniques. Abandon the present Dharma body and reverse fate. Return from the tribulation and secretly investigate who the mastermind is. At that time, you'll find some clues. The Buddha Lord said. Yes, I'll remember. Tathagata replied. All of the images disappeared. Lin Feng opened his eyes. His face was full of shock and emotion. Was what he had just seen the truth of what had happened all those years ago? The previous Buddha Lord and the current Buddha Lord, Vairocana, were both admirable people. They had done so many things in secret. So many people had misunderstood them, but they had never tried to explain themselves. Even Lin Feng himself had misunderstood them. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel ashamed. However, Lin Feng soon became happy. According to the conversation between the previous Buddha Lord and Tathagata, the past Buddha, present Buddha, Tathagata, and future Buddha had joined forces and abandoned their bodies in this life. Would they have a new body in the future? Was this reincarnation? Or was it some other method? But no matter what method it was, the three Buddhas hadn't died. In order to find the mastermind, Buddhism had paid a huge price and spent a lot of time. This perseverance was admirable. It was a pity that Rutian. He had been used. He had misunderstood his master. He had misunderstood his senior brother. He had misunderstood many people. When he found out the truth of the matter, when he found out that Lin Feng had killed so many innocent fellow disciples, would he go crazy? Lin Feng wondered if he should tell these things to Guanyin Bodhisattva and the others. But soon, Lin Feng cut off this idea. It was better not to tell Guanyin Bodhisattva and the others. He had inadvertently found out the truth of what had happened back then. If he told Guanyin Bodhisattva and the others, it would inevitably leak out. Lin Feng wouldn't suspect Guanyin Bodhisattva and the others. The main thing was that the people who schemed against Buddhism were definitely not ordinary people. Who knew if these people had any special methods to find out the truth? The fewer people who knew, the better. In the future, Tathagata and the others had returned. After finding the mastermind and eliminating him, they might be able to reorganize Buddhism. However, they wanted to get rid of the mastermind. Obviously, it wasn't an easy thing to do. He didn't know if they would be able to do it in the future. If possible, he didn't mind helping them. The others also came out of seclusion one after another. Everyone's strength had improved. Their moods were much better. Lin Feng and the others didn't stay any longer. They continued towards the depths of the Arctic battlefield. Along the way, Lin Feng and the others were attacked by a group of snowfiend spiders. Although the snowfiend spiders were very powerful, they didn't pose much of a threat to Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng and the others arrived at the depths of the Arctic battlefield. Do you see that mountain peak? Guanyin Bodhisattva pointed at a mountain peak that was 100,000 meters tall. The mountain peak stretched for hundreds of miles. It formed a huge mountain range. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He nodded and said, "Could the Ascension Passage be there?" Guanyin Bodhisattva said, "Yes, the Ascension Passage is there." This place was originally called God's Sacred Mountain. It was a place where many Xianxia lifeforms gathered, but it was destroyed in that battle. The Ascension Passage was built by Xianxia lifeforms, but when this place was destroyed, the Ascension Passage was destroyed as well. Archaic dragonesque elephant art. Many top powers had appeared in the era of Xianxia lifeforms. Naturally, they had been established by Xianxia lifeforms, such as the All-Gods Sacred Mountain, the country of 10,000 immortals, and so on. But now, these powers had basically become legendary powers. No one knew how strong they had been in the past. The ruins of the All-Gods Sacred Mountain could be seen everywhere. In the past, this place had been incomparably glorious. It had been a holy land for countless cultivators. Success and failure had vanished in the blink of an eye. Many things had happened in the past and present. Walking through the ruins, Lin Feng and the others couldn't help but sigh. In the end, they arrived at the Ascension Passage. It wasn't particularly large, about 1 mu in size. Many of the ruins had been destroyed, but Lin Feng discovered that the foundation of the Ascension Passage was still there. This made Lin Feng happy. The ascension passage wasn't as badly damaged as Lin Feng had imagined. How is it? Can it be repaired? Asked Du Zhu. Lin Feng said, it shouldn't be too big of a problem. I need to spend some time studying the runes of the ascension passage and find a way to repair the runes that have disappeared. This was the most complicated step in the entire process. After all, many runes had disappeared. Who knew how many times it would take to repair them? But now that Lin Feng was so strong, he felt that he should be able to do it. When everyone heard Lin Feng say this, they couldn't help but be overjoyed. If the ascension passage could be repaired, they could use this opportunity to go to the celestial world. Actually, everyone was very curious about the celestial world. After all, it was a higher plane that had been born in this epoch. There would definitely be many extraordinary things and opportunities in the celestial world. If they grasped this opportunity well, their strength would definitely increase greatly. Of course, everyone knew that it was too early to be happy. After all, the ascension passage hadn't been repaired yet. Next, Lin Feng began studying the runes of the ascension passage. The runes were densely packed, and there were all kinds of runes. It was simply dazzling. Lin Feng had never seen a great formation that was made up of so many runes. The cultivator who had created the ascension passage in the past was truly a genius. At the very least, Lin Feng couldn't create one now. It was an extremely great project. Lin Feng spent 10 days studying the runes of the ascension passage. The results weren't bad. He had roughly figured out the specific arrangement method of these runes. The next step was to fill in the missing runes. This would take a longer time. Time passed very quickly. More than 3 months had passed in the blink of an eye. However, Lin Feng wasn't able to completely fill in the missing runes. He had completed about 60% of the runes. This was already an extremely shocking efficiency. These ancient Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats also felt that it was unbelievable. The destroyed ascension passage was actually about to be repaired successfully. It was indeed unbelievable. In the long history, it wasn't that there weren't any powerful figures who had tried to repair the ascension passage here. However, no one had succeeded. However, it seemed that Lin Feng would definitely succeed. It was only a matter of time. Everyone admired Lin Feng's level of formation. Moreover, when they thought of how terrifying Lin Feng's strength was, many people couldn't help but sigh. In this world, there were always some monsters that subverted the understanding of many people. For example, Lin Feng. He was such a monster. Moreover, he was a peerless monster. Lin Feng wasn't always repairing the runes. After all, no matter what he did, he had to strike a balance between work and rest. He also needed to rest. If he was constantly busy, it would be a huge burden on his mind. In addition, when he was tired, his efficiency would often be greatly reduced. Lin Feng was naturally very clear about this. Therefore, when it was time to rest, Lin Feng would rest. During his rest, Lin Feng would discuss his cultivation experience with these Buddhist monks. These monks were all eminent monks. Their understanding of Tao was very unique. Therefore, because of their discussion, they often gained a lot. This was something that Lin Feng was happy to see. On this day, Lin Feng and Du Zhu had a bonfire banquet. Lin Feng took out some flower immortal wine. Wine that was like bejeweled nectar. Immortal fruits and spiritual essences. There was also barbecue that emitted a tempting fragrance. It was definitely a great enjoyment in life. It was a pity. Those Buddhist monks were destined to not be able to enjoy these delicacies. Among the 8 precepts of the Buddhist world, wine, meat, all had to be abstained from. Dong. Suddenly, a sound resounded between heaven and earth. If one listened carefully, it was as if a great bell had been rung. After this sound was heard, Lin Feng and the others were shocked. They didn't know why such a sound was heard. Then, a strange change occurred. Heaven and earth changed drastically. The originally dilapidated all-gods sacred mountain became resplendent and prosperous at this moment. There were many palaces around. In the depths, immortal qi lingered. Waves of immortal music could be heard from the depths. It was as if a peerless fairy was singing. This is? Everyone was surprised. The scene in front of them made them a little stunned. What was going on with this sudden change, of course? Everyone present was no ordinary person. They quickly thought of a possibility. Could it be? Was this how all God's sacred mountain looked like when it was at its peak? It was indeed prosperous. It was a scene of immortals. It was amazing. The scene was fleeting. Everything just now was like a cloud in a dream. It didn't seem real, but it was all so real. It's some scenes that were imprinted, right? The evil dominator saint said. Everyone nodded. It should be some scenes that were imprinted. However, after so many years, the prosperity of the past was in stark contrast to the current dilapidated state. It made everyone sigh. There was no immortal force. The prosperity was gone. In the end, it was ruined. In the following days, Lin Feng continued to repair the Ascension Passage's runes. The further he went, the more difficult it was to repair. Fortunately, Lin Feng finally completed the repair of all the runes. Lin Feng needed to test whether the repaired array could be activated. If it couldn't be activated, it meant that there was a problem with the array. He needed to find the problem and rearrange the runes. It wasn't difficult to test whether the array could be activated. He only needed to construct a miniature array according to the scale. After Lin Feng finished setting up the miniature array, he tried to activate the array. The array was successfully activated by Lin Feng. This made everyone reveal a joyful expression. Lin Feng was overjoyed. He had been working so hard for a few months and now he was finally done. Next, he just needed to repair the array. Repairing the array required a lot of precious materials. Fortunately, Lin Feng had all kinds of materials. It didn't take long to repair the array. Lin Feng spent half a month to repair the Ascension Passage's array. After everything was done, he let out a long breath. Everyone gathered in the array. Then, Lin Feng tried to activate the array. A large amount of immortal stones burned. The energy of the burning immortal stones was all absorbed by the array. After the energy was absorbed, the array gradually recovered. Buzz. Suddenly, a mysterious tunnel appeared. It was unknown where that tunnel led to. It's done. We're going to the heaven world. Duzu laughed. Everyone was very happy. Finally, the restoration was successful. It really wasn't easy. The mysterious heaven world was about to be unveiled. Whoosh. A light flashed and Lin Feng and the others disappeared without a trace. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, just as Lin Feng and the others were teleported out, suddenly, figures flew over. There were golden golems, mutated beasts, and a few creatures that Lin Feng didn't recognize. They also entered the Ascension Passage. Obviously, these guys were secretly paying attention to the situation here. After the Ascension Passage was successfully activated, they wanted to seize the opportunity to go to the heaven world. Compared to the heaven world, other worlds, it was really too small. The heaven world, what was it like? Lin Feng was really curious. Great Thunderclap Temple. Great Strength Hall. Heaven-destroying demonic monk, who was sitting cross-legged on the magic lotus, suddenly opened his eyes. There was a trace of surprise in his eyes. This guy is really capable. He actually opened the Ascension Passage to the heaven world. Humph, how can I let you do as you wish? Heaven-destroying demonic monk smiled coldly. Then, he stretched out his hand and his hand reached into a parallel world. At this moment, Lin Feng and the others were traveling through different parallel worlds. This Ascension Passage was very special. It could allow them to pass through many parallel worlds in an instant. It wouldn't take long for them to reach the heaven world. What's that? Suddenly, the plague god cried out in alarm. Everyone looked over and saw a huge hand flying towards them. The giant hand slammed down on the Ascension Passage they were in. Not good, it's heaven-destroying demonic monk. After seeing that huge hand, Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. Heaven-destroying demonic monk was really strong. He was much stronger than Lin Feng had imagined. Was he trying to destroy the Ascension Passage? Let's go! Shouted Lin Feng. Everyone increased their speed to the maximum. Bang, the huge hand slapped the Ascension Passage. In an instant, the Ascension Passage began to collapse. Spacetime energy raged and swept towards Lin Feng and the others. The huge hand slapped again, but at this moment, a dazzling beam of holy light shot out from the holy mountain. That beam of holy light slammed into the huge hand, causing it to deviate. The second slap didn't hit the ascension passage, but even so, the space-time energy raged and engulfed Lin Feng and the others. The sky was filled with stars, and the mountain forest was tranquil. In the distance, a team transporting food was passing by. They looked very cautious. The leader of the team was a woman. She was riding a red horse. She looked around vigilantly. Whoosh, suddenly, a series of arrows shot out from the dense forest. Enemy attack! The woman shouted in a deep voice. She pulled out her sword and hurriedly used it to block the arrows that were shooting towards her. The rest of the people also pulled out their weapons to block the arrows. But, there were still quite a number of people who died under the attack of the arrows, and a portion of them were also injured by the arrows. Kill! Battle cries came from the forest. Then, many people rushed out. The leader was riding a white tiger. He had a fierce face. It was obvious that he was a ruthless person. Boss, what do we do? Many people looked at the woman riding the date red horse. Now, their numbers were at most 1/6 of the enemy's, and their morale was low. How could they fight the enemy? They were at a disadvantage. If we retreat, how many people will starve to death? Fight them, said the leader through gritted teeth. Fight. Many people gritted their teeth. The two sides clashed, and their side was naturally outnumbered. The leader and the fierce-looking cultivator on the white tiger fought for dozens of rounds. The cultivator took the opportunity and slashed down with his saber. The leader didn't have time to dodge. First master. Many people were shocked and angry. But it was too late to save them. The situation, it was extremely dangerous. The leader's face turned pale. She wasn't afraid of death, but if she died, what would happen to the village? Bang! At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the air beside the fierce-looking cultivator. His body slammed into the cultivator. That fierce-looking cultivator was knocked to the ground. The leader's eyes lit up. She slashed out with her sword. Puff, the head of the fierce-looking cultivator was chopped off. Bai Chihu has been killed. Do you still want to fight? Said the leader coldly. Bai Chihu was the cultivator with the fierce-looking face. Now that he was killed, the cultivators on his side were in a state of panic. Go! Go! Many people shouted. These people took Bai Chihu's body and quickly left. The crisis. It was finally over. But no one was happy because they had lost many good people. Many people were panicking. It was extremely uncomfortable. Look at the person on the ground. Who is he? Said the leader. Yes, great leader. Two people immediately walked over. The cultivator who had fainted was turned over. They were slightly stunned. He was an extremely young and handsome cultivator. This cultivator was none other than Lin Feng. When the Ascension Passage had been destroyed, the power of time and space had been too terrifying. Even Lin Feng hadn't been able to resist it and had fainted. Fortunately, they were lucky because they were already close to the celestial world. So, they had been sucked into the celestial world. But because the Ascension Passage had been destroyed, they were destined to not be able to reach their destination. They had been teleported to different places. As for how many of them would survive, it was hard to say. The leader looked at Lin Feng in a daze. She hadn't thought that such a young and handsome cultivator would suddenly appear and save her. The leader looked deeply at Lin Feng, who had fainted, then waved her hand and said, "Take him away." The group didn't stop. They quickly left. Lin Feng felt like he was in a dream. In his dream, he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. He tried his best to climb out of the abyss, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't leave. Lin Feng felt helpless and helpless. He didn't know how much time had passed. Lin Feng faintly heard someone calling him. In the darkness, there seemed to be a ray of light. Lin Feng abruptly sat up. He discovered that he was in a wooden hut. The decorations were very simple. Creak, at that moment, the door opened. A little girl around 6 or 7 years old walked in. She was wearing coarse clothes and looked very cute. She looked at Lin Feng. Then, the little girl quickly ran out. As she ran, she shouted, "He's awake! That big brother is awake!" Soon, many people rushed in. There were men and women, old and young. A very beautiful and tall woman asked, "What's your name? Where did you come from?" I'm Lin Feng. Lin Feng wanted to say that he was a cultivator who had ascended, but he decided to keep a low profile. He didn't want to expose himself. That wouldn't be a good thing. Lin Feng sighed. I don't remember where I'm from either. A coarse man with a full beard said, "You didn't fall and become stupid, did you?" Lin Feng rolled his eyes, but he didn't refute. Rest for a while. I'll call you when it's time to eat, the woman said. Then, she left with the others. Soon, the place became very quiet. Lin Feng had the feeling that his entire body was about to fall apart. It was extremely painful. He sat down cross-legged and wanted to use the ancient dragonesque elephant formula to recover his qi. But Lin Feng was astonished to find that he had no more qi left in his body. What was going on? Lin Feng's expression became extremely ugly. He tried to use his divine will to communicate with time and space, but he failed. Everything seemed so strange. Lin Feng walked out of the room and found that he was in a mountain village. He walked down from the second floor. When many people saw Lin Feng, they all greeted Lin Feng in a friendly manner. Everyone probably knew that it was Lin Feng who had saved the leader. That was why they were so warm towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng met a few old men and chatted with them. After asking around carefully, he found out. This place. It was called the Great Wasteland. But other than that, he didn't find out much. Lin Feng suddenly thought of the information he had learned from the Demon Lord. In the first layer of the Heaven Realm's 33 heavens, there was a place called the Great Wasteland. That place was a sealed land of sin. Could it be that the place he was in was the Great Wasteland that the Demon Lord had mentioned? In the Great Wasteland, all magic power and divine abilities were sealed, therefore. Lin Feng could not sense his own magic power, nor could he use any divine abilities. P.S. The Heaven Realm chapter has begun. First, it will write about the sealed Great Wasteland. What is the secret of the Great Wasteland? The Heaven Realm chapter will definitely be very exciting. A 6,000-word chapter, please recommend it, monthly vote, please subscribe to it. The fastest mobile version of the website, having one's magic power sealed was a rather troublesome matter. How was one supposed to leave the wasteland? Lin Feng didn't know much about the wasteland, and it wasn't easy for him to learn more about it from this village. There was no way to cultivate in the wasteland, and they weren't cultivators, so they knew very little about the outside world. Their lifespans weren't particularly long either. Of course, this was the celestial realm after all. Compared to ordinary people in the mortal world, the lifespans of ordinary people here were much longer. The lifespans of ordinary people in the mortal world were about 100 years, while the lifespans of ordinary people here were about 300 years. Although they couldn't cultivate in the wasteland, many people still practiced martial arts. Practicing martial arts could increase the strength of their bodies and improve their constitution. It could also greatly increase their lifespans. Many people's lifespans could even reach 400 or 500 years. Big brother, what are you doing here? The little girl from before was extremely puzzled when she saw Lin Feng. She thought that Lin Feng should be resting in his room. Lin Feng looked at the little girl and smiled. My body has recovered, so I came out for a walk. The little girl nodded, but she didn't quite understand. Lin Feng asked, What's your name? The little girl sweetly replied, I'm Xiaoer. Xiaoer? That's a very nice name. Lin Feng smiled. He reached out and patted Xiaoer's head. Although Xiaoer wasn't very old, it was obvious that she was a very obedient and cute little girl. She was very likable. Big brother, what's your name? Xiaoer asked. I'm Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled. Xiaoer then asked softly, Then will big brother become my brother-in-law? Lin Feng was a little confused when he heard Xiaoer's question. Why was this suddenly brought up? Lin Feng asked, Why do you ask? Xiaoer replied, I heard some uncles and grandpas talking about this with my sister. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. What was this all about? He could ask Xiaoer's sister later. Soon, it was time for dinner. Qiaoer's sister returned with dinner. After chatting with Qiaoer, Lin Feng learned a lot of things. For example, this village was called the Yi village, and her name was Yi Qiaoer. She was 7 years old. As for her sister, her name was Yi Shuang'er. He is 21 years old this year. 3 years ago, their parents died tragically under the attack of the beasts. Yi Shuang'er took over her father's position and became the new chief of the Yi village. After hearing many things about Yi Shuang'er, Lin Feng also felt a little emotional. With such tender shoulders, how did he manage to carry the Yi clan on his shoulders? Dinner was very simple. There was a plate of wild vegetables. Lin Feng didn't know what this wild vegetable was called, a bowl of egg drop soup, and 4 vegetable nests. The vegetable nests were also made with wild vegetables. Yi Shuang'er placed a bowl of egg soup in front of Lin Feng and said, "You just woke up and need nourishment. Drink this." Her voice was cold, and her palms looked a little rough. They didn't look like the palms of an ordinary girl. "What about you guys?" Lin Feng asked. "We'll drink water," Yi Shuang'er said, not saying much. Qiaoer loves drinking water. Yi Qiaoer glanced at the egg drop soup and swallowed her saliva. She then smiled and said, "Are the conditions in the village really that harsh?" Lin Feng asked. Yi Shuang'er frowned slightly and said, "It's already winter. Once it snows, the mountain will be sealed. At that time, there will be many terrifying beasts roaming the forest and people won't be able to go out. At that time, food is more precious than life, food is more precious than life." Lin Feng muttered. For a cultivator of his level, he couldn't understand these things. However, when he thought about it, this was the great wilderness. It was indeed too dangerous. The people of the great wilderness couldn't cultivate either. Life here was indeed tough. Perhaps, this was the place with the toughest living conditions in the heavenly realm. It turned out that not every place in the heavenly realm was as beautiful as imagined. For example, the great wilderness made people sigh. "Qiaoer, drink this bowl of egg drop soup." Lin Feng placed the bowl in front of Qiaoer. "Big brother, Qiaoer likes drinking water." Qiaoer's voice was loud and clear, but her eyes kept sneaking glances at the bowl of egg drop soup. She was still growing, but she could only eat vegetables and nests. One could imagine how difficult life here was. However, this was the situation that the Yi family was facing. It wasn't just the Yi family, the other villages were the same. Compared to the other places in the heavenly realm, this place was bustling and prosperous. The great desolate land was an abandoned place, a forgotten place. Everything in the great desolate land seemed to be incompatible with the outside world. In the eyes of the outside world, everything in the great desolate land seemed to have disappeared and should not continue to exist. Everything here was filled with sin. There were obviously many secrets hidden in the great wilderness, but Lin Feng didn't ask Yi Shuang'er because she was just an ordinary village leader. The village wasn't strong, and she worried about the livelihood of the village every day, especially when winter came. When the snow sealed the mountains, it would be extremely dangerous. She would never forget what happened 3 years ago. The snow sealed the mountains and ferocious beasts attacked. The Yi family was so weak, they couldn't even withstand a single blow. Almost half of the people in the village were eaten by ferocious beasts, including her parents. However, no one could stop all of this. They only left after the ferocious beasts had eaten their fill. This was the current situation she was facing. Every day, she worried. If the snow sealed the mountains and ferocious beasts appeared again, how would they defend against those ferocious beasts? One ferocious beast was enough to completely destroy the Yi family. "How about this, the 3 of us will each take a third." Lin Feng smiled and divided the bowl of egg drop soup into 3 portions. Qiaoer looked at her sister, Yi Shuang'er. Seeing her sister nod, she said happily, "Thank you, big brother." The little girl stuck out her tongue and licked the egg drop soup. Then, she slowly savored the taste, as if she was eating the most delicious food in the world. "You can drink this, I don't need it," Yi Shuang'er said and pushed the bowl to Lin Feng. Her face was pale. She had suffered some injuries in the previous battle, and she needed time to recover. She also needed to replenish her nutrients. "You can choose to drink it or throw it away," Lin Feng said. Wasting food was absolutely not allowed, so when she heard Lin Feng's words, even the good-tempered Yi Shuang'er couldn't help but be angry. She looked at Lin Feng angrily, but when she thought of Lin Feng as an injured person, the anger in her heart quickly dissipated. The three of them ate in silence. Lin Feng asked, "I heard that the people in the village want you to marry me?" At the mention of this, Yi Shuang'er's face flushed red. She said, "Not to marry you, but to make you a live-in son-in-law." "A live-in son-in-law?" Lin Feng asked. "Yes." Yi Shuang'er nodded and said, "It's the elders' idea. They think that I can't marry someone else, because if I do, will the Yi clan still belong to the Yi clan?" Lin Feng said, "Seems like they think that a married woman is like water that can be poured out. When the time comes, you will side with your in-laws." Yi Shuang'er said, "Actually, I've never thought of getting married. I will definitely let the Yi clan live a good life. This is my wish." Lin Feng said, "So, you didn't agree to this?" Yi Shuang'er was silent. Lin Feng muttered in his heart. She couldn't have agreed, right? Was he marrying into the Yi clan, becoming a live-in son-in-law? What was going on? Yi Shuang'er said, "The elders in the village said that only my sister and I are left in the main branch. They hope that we can give birth to a boy so that we can have a successor. You were picked up by us, so they can rest assured." Lin Feng smiled bitterly. What was going on? He looked at Yi Shuang'er and asked, "What do you think?" Yi Shuang'er said, "I haven't thought about it yet." "Okay." Lin Feng nodded and did not say anything else. When it was time to rest at night, Yi Shuang'er and her sister, Yi Qiao-er, rested in the inner room. Lin Feng rested in the outer room. The winter here seemed to be very cold. Therefore, winter was the most difficult time to endure. Moreover, winter would last for about 5 months. In a year, half of the time would be spent in winter. One could imagine how difficult would it be to endure such days, but this was the problem they faced in reality. It was no wonder that Yi Shuang'er and the rest had chosen to fight to the death even though they knew that they were no match for Bai Qihu and the others. If they couldn't protect the grain, at least 70 to 80% of the people in the village would starve to death. Therefore, that was why they fought with those people without fear of death. There was no other way. In the long winter, if they wanted to survive, they had to have food. It snowed that night. The snow was very heavy. Lin Feng had never seen such heavy snow before. In just one night, the snow had accumulated to a depth of 1 meter. Many people were worried sick at heart. Lin Feng chatted with some elders. Those elders were also sighing because this year's snow had come half a month earlier than the previous years. Moreover, the snow was heavier than the previous years. This winter, it would be even more difficult to endure, therefore, they were very worried. Lin Feng was walking around in the village. He saw some disciples of the village, they were all practicing martial arts. Everybody was working hard. Because they needed to protect the village. They could not afford to let their guard down. After seeing Lin Feng, the bearded man shouted, "Brother Lin, how is your recovery?" "Not bad." Lin Feng replied with a smile. It was not strange that the man knew his name. After all, Lin Feng had already told his name to Yi Shuang'er, Yi Qiao-er. The people in the village should have known by now. The burly man quickly walked towards Lin Feng. When Lin Feng got closer, he realized that he wasn't very old. He looked quite young, but he had a beard, so he looked quite coarse. "What's your name?" Lin Feng asked. "Hehe, my name is Yi Biao," the man said. Lin Feng had some understanding of the Yi village. Although it was called the Yi village, not everyone in the village had the surname Yi. There were 7 or 8 other clans with the surname Yi, but they did not have the advantage in numbers. The people in the Yi village were mainly from the Yi family. "I heard that you brought me back that day." "Thank you," Lin Feng said. "Hehe, brother Lin, you're too courteous. The village leader is my cousin with the same surname. From now on, you'll be my brother-in-law. We'll be a family soon," Yi Biao said. Lin Feng was speechless. Did the entire Yi village think that he was going to marry Yi Shuang'er? However, he could not refute this. Roar! At this moment, a tiger's roar came from the forest outside the village. This tiger's roar caused countless people in the village to panic. Many people thought that it was a wild beast and quickly hid in a cellar that was dug in the depths of the village. The wild beast had brought too many painful memories to the people of the Yi village. Brother Lin, quickly run deeper and hide in the cellar with everyone. I'll arrange for the other clansmen, Yi Biao said solemnly. He did not stop and quickly left. Besides, Lin Feng didn't run into the depths of the village. He walked towards the exit of the Yi clan. Lin Feng had the feeling that the tiger wasn't a ferocious beast, it was probably a wild animal. He was still able to determine this point. Perhaps he could kill the tiger and give it to the people in the village to improve their lives. Soon, Lin Feng walked out of the Yi village. He searched for the tiger's whereabouts in the forest. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. In the vast wilderness, even his divine sense was sealed. Hence, he could not use his divine sense to search for the tiger's whereabouts. Otherwise, he would have found the tiger long ago. However, Lin Feng felt a dangerous aura. That ferocious tiger should have locked onto him. Although tigers were known as the kings of the forest, they were extremely cautious. Under normal circumstances, this kind of wild beast would use sneak attacks when hunting prey. Even if wild beasts were weak in their eyes, they would still use sneak attacks instead of fighting them head-on. Perhaps this had something to do with the habits of their species. It was a habit that had been cultivated over the years and passed down from generation to generation. It had long been integrated into their blood and could not be erased. Whoosh! Suddenly, a silhouette appeared behind Lin Feng at an incredible speed. It was the ferocious tiger. Lin Feng's current divine sense, magical power, divine ability, and so on were all imprisoned because of the vast wilderness. However, his perception and reaction were still extremely sharp. Moreover, Lin Feng's physical strength did not decrease. He turned around and threw a punch at the ferocious tiger that was pouncing towards him. Bang! Lin Feng's punch collided with the tiger's huge claws. The tiger was sent flying by the powerful force. Its claws were directly broken and its huge body broke a big tree. Lin Feng saw the tiger's appearance clearly at this time. It was about 7 to 8 meters long and 4 to 5 meters tall. Its body was really big. Although it had not transformed into a beast, its strength was not to be underestimated. However, at that moment, the ferocious tiger was looking at Lin Feng as if he were looking at a demon. Its gigantic body was shaking violently. It really couldn't understand how this young human could have such terrifying power. The tiger quickly fled into the depths of the forest. Lin Feng sneered and chased after it in a few steps. Lin Feng quickly caught up with the tiger and directly jumped on its back. He sat on the tiger's back. The tiger wanted to throw Lin Feng off, but it could not do so. Lin Feng punched the tiger's head and the tiger's head was shattered. It died on the spot. The ferocious tiger's enormous body fell to the ground with a loud crash, dead. Seeing that the tiger was killed by him, Lin Feng smiled bitterly. If it was outside, wouldn't it be easy to deal with such a tiger? It would just be a snap of the finger. However, it was not possible here. He could not even send out a sword chi. He could only rely on his fists and nothing else. The tiger's body was big enough to be half a good bonfire dinner. Lin Feng carried the tiger and walked in the direction of the Yi family. At this moment, most of the people of the Yi family were hiding in the cellar. Yi Xianxia and dozens of other warriors were hiding in various parts of the Yi family, looking outside with a serious expression. It's the giant forest tiger. Yi Biao's voice was heard. Many people's faces were pale, including Yi Xianxia. Although the giant forest tiger was not a ferocious beast, it was still a ferocious tiger because of its huge size. It was not easy to deal with. If they wanted to kill this giant forest tiger, they would lose at least half of their warriors. Yi Xianxia could only pray that they would be able to scare the giant forest tiger away. This way, they would not lose so many people. As the giant forest tiger approached the Yi family, everyone's hands were trembling slightly. Yi Xianxia's hand, which was holding onto her sword, was also trembling slightly. They could not attack now. They had to wait for the giant forest tiger to come closer and then use arrows to deal with it. In fact, Yi Xianxia knew that the giant forest tiger's fur was too thick. Even if they used arrows to deal with the giant forest tiger, it would not be able to cause much damage. However, they did not have any more powerful means to deal with the giant forest tiger. In the cellar, many people were trembling in fear. "Mother, I'm scared," some of the children said in fear. Not only were they scared, but the adults were too. Yi Qiao's eyes were also filled with fear. 3 years ago, when she was only 4 years old, she saw her parents being eaten by ferocious beasts. And now, more ferocious beasts had come to the village. And her sister. She led the people to deal with the ferocious beasts. She only had Yi Shuang'er left as her closest kin. She was afraid. Her sister had also been killed by the ferocious beasts. They have entered the village. "Archers, get ready," Yi Shuang'er said in a low voice. Many people felt their throats dry. But they had no way out. They could only choose to fight the giant forest tiger. They would fight to the death. However, right at this moment, they saw the enormous mountain forest tiger fall to the ground with a loud bang. A good-looking young man was standing beside the giant tiger of the forest. There was a faint smile on his face. The giant forest tiger, it had been killed by that youth. That youth was Lin Feng. He killed the giant forest tiger all by himself? Heavens, am I seeing things? Many people cried out in alarm. They couldn't believe their eyes. The giant forest tiger was a terrifying existence, yet it had been killed by Lin Feng alone. However, the corpse of the giant forest tiger was right there, so they had no choice but to believe it. A group of people hurriedly came out of their hiding places. They quickly ran towards Lin Feng and arrived next to him. When they saw the gigantic tiger's corpse, they clicked their tongues in amazement. How much food could such a huge giant forest tiger be exchanged for? Thinking of this, many people couldn't help but become excited. "Brother Lin, how did you do it?" Yi Biao looked at Lin Feng and asked. Everyone looked at Lin Feng curiously. Even Yi Shuang'er, who had just arrived, looked at Lin Feng. She was also very curious. She didn't know how Lin Feng had killed the giant forest tiger. Lin Feng smiled and said, "I killed it with my fists." "You killed it with your fists?" "Brother Lin, you were born with divine strength," Yi Biao exclaimed in shock. Lin Feng smiled and said, "It's not divine strength. Maybe my luck was a bit better." When everyone saw how humble Lin Feng was after killing the giant forest tiger, they admired Lin Feng even more. Very quickly, the news of Lin Feng killing the giant forest tiger spread to the underground cellar. When the people who were hiding in the cellar heard the news, they rushed out one after another. When they saw the huge corpse of the giant forest tiger, their eyes were still filled with fear. The giant forest tiger was obviously a huge deterrent to everyone. However, there were also a lot of people who quickly walked over after seeing that the giant forest tiger had really been killed. They observed the dead giant forest tiger at a close distance. Many of the village elders also came over. They were very excited to see the giant forest tiger because it could be exchanged for a lot of food. Of course, they also knew that the giant forest tiger was killed by Lin Feng. Now, Lin Feng was not considered a member of the Yi clan. How to deal with the giant forest tiger depended on Lin Feng's opinion. Some of the ancestral elders sighed. If only the relationship between Lin Feng and Yi Shuang'er had been settled earlier. If that was the case, the giant tiger would be considered the clan's property. "Big brother, you're so strong. Qiao'er admires you so much," said Yi Qiao'er while running towards Lin Feng. She was overjoyed because Lin Feng had killed the gigantic tiger. Her sister wouldn't be in danger anymore. Lin Feng smiled and rubbed Yi Qiao'er's head. Then, Lin Feng said, "Everyone, let's dissect the giant forest tiger. Tonight, we'll stew it and have a good meal." "Ah? Stew?" Everyone was a little stunned. They had not eaten meat in a long time. When they thought of eating meat, they immediately swallowed their saliva. However, very quickly, reason won over desire. An elder said, "Lin Gongzi, this giant forest tiger's entire body is a treasure. Although the snow has sealed the mountain, the meat will not spoil in the winter. We can store it until next year when the snow melts. At that time, we can exchange it for 10 carts of food." In the wilderness, food was more valuable than life. Therefore, whether it was the elderly or the children, they all knew the importance of food. Although they really wanted to eat meat, compared to eating meat, they wanted to exchange the giant forest tiger for food more. Yi Shuang'er also said, yes, store it until next year and exchange it for food. Everyone looked at Lin Feng anxiously. Lin Feng knew how hard their lives were. Yi Qiaoer was happy for a few days after drinking egg soup. How could these children not want to eat meat? Of course they wanted to. However, they were very sensible. Lin Feng was a little emotional and a little sad. Survival was difficult, he said, let's do it. Let everyone improve their lives. Seeing Lin Feng's insistence, the elders wanted to persuade Lin Feng, but when they remembered that the giant forest tiger was killed by Lin Feng, they were afraid that if they angered Lin Feng, he would leave the Yi clan in a fit of anger. Then, the Yi clan would have one less expert. Therefore, the elders did not say anything else. Yi Shuang'er looked at Lin Feng and said, how about we stew half of it? How about leaving half? Lin Feng nodded. Seeing that Lin Feng had listened to her suggestion, Yi Shuang'er was delighted. She said, bring the giant forest tiger back. We'll eat meat tonight. We'll have meat tonight. We'll have meat tonight. Many of the children were excited when they heard that they would have meat tonight. One by one, they jumped up and down and followed the group of adults back to the Yi clan. Although the elders felt that it was a pity to stew the meat, since there was no way to change the situation, they might as well enjoy the delicious food. Smiles appeared on the elders' faces. The entire Yi clan was immersed in a sea of joy. Yi Shuang'er looked at Lin Feng and said, thank you. Thank me for what? Lin Feng smiled and asked. Yi Shuang'er said, thank you for killing the giant forest tiger and resolving the Yi clan's crisis. Thank you for bringing joy to everyone. Thank you for letting everyone eat meat. Do you know that it's been a long time since I've seen the Yi clan so happy? Lin Feng said, everything will get better. Yi Shuang'er looked at the handsome man in front of her and nodded heavily. Yi Shuang'er didn't know when it started, but she realized that this man seemed to have left a deep imprint in her heart. Was it because the elders wanted her to marry him, or was it because he had saved her by accident, or was it because of some other reason? As for the specific reason, even she didn't know. But she knew. She seemed to have gradually fallen in love with Lin Feng by her side. It was an indescribably wonderful feeling. Let's go take a look. Lin Feng said. Yi Shuang'er nodded hurriedly and walked with Lin Feng to the dissection site. It was an extremely sumptuous dinner. Even the New Year's Eve dinner was not as sumptuous as this. There was meat soup, vegetables, and nests. There was also the hot and fragrant tiger meat. Just smelling it was enough to make one's appetite swell. Everyone was enjoying the delicacies. Many people even shed tears. Actually, there were many times. Happiness was really simple. Sometimes. Eating a good meal. That was happiness. In the following period of time, the snow was getting heavier and the weather was getting colder. Lin Feng's body had not fully recovered yet. This was something that made Lin Feng feel helpless. Although he had the undying bloodline, the key was that he couldn't use his magic power. If he couldn't use his own bloodline, he naturally couldn't rely on the undying bloodline to heal himself. Therefore, the injuries he suffered in the Ascension Passage could only be slowly healed. Fortunately, although he couldn't use his undying bloodline, his body was strong enough. Even if he couldn't use his undying bloodline, his body could heal itself. Lin Feng thought about leaving the wasteland, but he knew that it wouldn't be easy. After all, this place was sealed. However, Lin Feng still decided to find time to go to the edge of the wasteland to see if there was a way to leave. I wonder how Du Zhu and the rest are doing? Lin Feng frowned slightly. When the Ascension Passage was destroyed, Du Zhu and the rest were swallowed by the spacetime energy. However, Lin Feng and Du Zhu were separated. Lin Feng guessed that they must have been sucked into the heaven realm by the gravity of the heaven realm and then randomly thrown to different places. Therefore, it was hard to say where Du Zhu and the rest were and how safe they were. Although he had decided to go to the edge of the wasteland to explore, now was obviously not the time. Firstly, Lin Feng's body hadn't recovered. Secondly, Lin Feng didn't know where he was in the wasteland and didn't know what kind of world the wasteland was. Therefore, even if he went to the edge of the wasteland to explore, he still needed to wait until Lin Feng understood the geography of the wasteland. Of course, there was one more thing. That was, Lin Feng planned to help the Yi family. This winter was very cold. He hoped that he could help the Yi family survive this crisis. On this day, the elders sent someone to invite Lin Feng over for a chat. When Lin Feng arrived at the elder's residence, he saw Yi Shuang'er walking out. Yi Shuang'er glanced at Lin Feng, her face slightly red, and then she sped up and left. During this period of time, Lin Feng and Yi Shuang'er had been living under the same roof. Of course, Yi Shuang'er and Yi Qiao'er lived inside. As for Lin Feng, he lived outside and had never gone over. After Lin Feng entered the room, the elders warmly invited Lin Feng to sit down and then poured a cup of water for Lin Feng. There was no tea here, that thing was obviously too extravagant for the Yi family. Lin Feng looked at the elders and asked, "May I know why the elders have called this junior here?" One of the elders smiled and said, "Lin Gongzi, we have indeed called you here for some matters." Lin Feng nodded. The elder continued, "Lin Gongzi, what do you think of Shuang'er?" Lin Feng was slightly taken aback, but then he roughly guessed why the elders had called him here. They were here to matchmake him. "She's a good girl," Lin Feng said. Then, "Lin Gongzi, do you have any feelings for Shuang'er?" One of the elders looked at Lin Feng and asked. The snow continued to fall. The cold wind blew, but Lin Feng did not feel too cold. He chatted with the elders for about 2 hours, then walked back to his residence. When he returned, he saw Qiao'er sitting at the dining table, staring at the food on the table. Seeing Lin Feng return, Qiao'er was very happy. She said, "Big brother, it's time to eat. Big sister said that there will be meat soup tonight." The little girl was obviously craving it. Hearing the commotion, Yi Shuang'er walked in. When she looked at Lin Feng, her face was slightly red. Her voice was much gentler than usual as she said, "Let's eat." Lin Feng nodded, and the three of them sat around the table. Dinner was about the same as usual, but there was an extra portion of meat soup. This made Qiao'er very happy. Lin Feng looked at Yi Shuang'er and asked, "The elders have already told me about that matter." Yi Shuang'er lowered her head and bit her lip. "What did you tell the elders?" Lin Feng frowned slightly. Yi Shuang'er was a sensitive girl, and when she saw Lin Feng frown, her face turned pale. Lin Feng noticed the change in Yi Shuang'er's expression. He said, "I told the elders that we can look around." "Ah?" Yi Shuang'er exclaimed, her face turning red. Lin Feng did not agree to the marriage because it was too sudden. Lin Feng might not be able to accept it, but since Lin Feng said that they could look around, he must have thought about it. Yi Shuang'er's heart was naturally filled with joy. Other than joy, she was also shy. But when she thought of Lin Feng's frown, she was puzzled. She did not know why Lin Feng was frowning. She asked, "Then why were you frowning?" "I was thinking about the future," Lin Feng said. Yi Shuang'er's face turned even redder. She thought that Lin Feng was thinking about their future. Actually, Lin Feng was really thinking about their future. Back to the conversation between Lin Feng and the elders. The elders looked at Lin Feng with shining eyes. They were very satisfied with Lin Feng. In their opinion, Lin Feng was the best candidate for Yi Shuang'er's husband. But, Lin Feng did not have deep feelings for Yi Shuang'er. Of course, Lin Feng had to admit that he admired Yi Shuang'er. After all, she was beautiful, gentle, and strong. She had always been silently contributing to the Yi clan. But this was not the reason why Lin Feng would accept Yi Shuang'er. Feelings could not be forced. And so, Lin Feng said, "It's like this. I can't stay here for too long. One day, I will have to leave the vast wilderness." The elders naturally understood the meaning behind Lin Feng's words. He did not agree. They could not help but sigh. But soon, the elders regained their senses. Lin Feng was going to leave a vast wilderness? This wasn't an easy task. Although the Yi family wasn't a big village, it had existed for many years. They more or less had some understanding of the great wilderness. After Dahuang was sealed. After that, no one left. Unless the seal of Dahuang was broken. However, how could that be so easy? One of the elders said, "Lin Gongzi, can you listen to this old man?" "Please speak, elder," Lin Feng said. "I can see that Shuang'er actually likes Lin Gongzi." Leaving the wasteland isn't something that can be done overnight. Xianxia hasn't had it easy. We don't want Lin Gongzi to reject her so bluntly. That would be a huge blow to Xianxia. Before we leave the great wilderness, how about Lin Gongzi talk to Xianxia first? Lin Gongzi will decide whether or not he'll accept Xianxia once they leave the great desolate continent. In fact, the clan elder had thought it over carefully before he said those words. Because in his opinion, Lin Feng would never leave the great wilderness. And Yi Xianxia was so beautiful. Young people together would be like dry firewood and blazing fire. Who knows, they might even decide to marry each other. Lin Feng thought about how Yi Xianxia had it hard and felt sorry for her, so he agreed. Yi Qiaoer was usually quite clever, but today, perhaps because she was immersed in the delicious food, she didn't notice the changes in Lin Feng and her sister's expressions. After eating and cleaning up, Yi Xianxia and Yi Qiaoer went inside to rest, while Lin Feng rested outside. The snow was still falling, but it wasn't as heavy as before. In the middle of the night, wolf howls could be heard from the depths of the forest. After hearing the wolf howl, the entire village was alarmed. Wolves were creatures that lived in packs. Moreover, wolves were definitely one of the most terrifying existences in the great wilderness. Because the wolves in the great wilderness were all dire beasts. A wolf's individual combat ability was extremely strong. Moreover, when wolves were out, they were in packs. Sister, I'm scared. Yi Qiaoer's small body trembled. Yi Xianxia patted Yi Qiaoer's head and said, "Don't be afraid, it's fine. Wait here, I'll go outside and check. Sister, don't leave me behind." Yi Qiaoer looked at Yi Xianxia with pleading eyes. But, as the leader of the village, Yi Xianxia couldn't stay here with her sister. She had to check the situation outside. At this time, Lin Feng's voice came from outside, "Xianxia, stay here with Qiaoer, I'll go outside and check." Hearing Lin Feng's voice, Yi Xianxia's heart couldn't help but feel warm. It was as if Lin Feng was by her side. She felt a sense of security. Actually, she also hoped that someone would protect her and take care of her. You have to be careful. Yi Xianxia reminded him. Okay. Lin Feng replied and walked outside. Yi Biao and the rest climbed up the stone wall of the village and looked outside. After Lin Feng climbed up the wall, he asked, "How is it? Have you found the whereabouts of the wolves?" Yi Biao said, "Not yet, I hope the wolves won't come here." Yi Biao seemed very worried. If they were to encounter a wolf pack, it would be a disaster for any village. As they waited anxiously, they didn't see any signs of the wolves. This made many people sigh in relief. However, after a few days, some refugees appeared outside the village. "It's Xuechen." Yi Biao saw someone he knew and asked someone to open the door of the village, letting a dozen refugees in. These people were all injured. A few of them were very seriously injured. It would be very difficult for them to survive. Yi Biao and Xuechen were cousins. And Xuechen was from the Xue clan. They had always been close to the Yi clan. What happened? Yi Biao looked at Xuechen and asked. Xuechen cried as he said, "The Xue family's village is finished. They were first attacked by the wolf pack, and many people died. After the wolf pack left, the Bai family's people came and started a massacre. Apart from us, everyone else was killed, and all of the village's food was stolen." Hearing Xuechen's words, Yi Biao's expression became extremely unsightly. There were many relatives in the Xue clan, such as his grandfather, uncle, and so on. But now, all of them were dead. It's rare for a village to be massacred. Even if the Bai clan is the biggest village here, they wouldn't do it so easily. Why would the Bai clan massacre the entire Xue clan? Could it be that it's just a simple robbery? Yi Biao couldn't help but ask. Although he looked very boorish, he was actually very meticulous. He felt that something was not quite right. Xuechen said, "They seem to be looking for something, and I heard that quite a few villages have already been destroyed by the Bai family." What? Yi Biao's face suddenly changed. This matter was no small matter. He had to report this matter to his superiors as soon as possible. Yi Biao asked someone to take care of Xuechen and the others. He then quickly went to find Yi Xianxia. At this time, Lin Feng was in front of the house, building a snowman with Yi Xianxia. The little girl was obviously very happy. Yi Biao hurried over. What's going on? Yi Shuang'er saw Yi Biao in a hurry, and her face became serious. She felt that something big had happened. Yi Biao hurriedly told him everything he knew. What is the Bai clan looking for? Yi Shuang'er frowned after hearing Yi Biao's report. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. There was something wrong with the Bai clan. After all, the Bai clan had existed for so long, and they had never massacred other villages. Now that they had suddenly started a massacre and were looking for something, it was very strange. Could it be that the Bai clan had obtained some important information, or some powerful person had appeared behind the Bai clan? Actually, that powerful person was looking for something. The Bai clan was like a fox pretending to be a tiger. Was that why they had become so unscrupulous? Lin Feng said, the people who robbed your convoy were from the Bai clan, right? Yi Shuang'er nodded and said, yes, the one who was killed, Bai Chi-hu, was the cousin of the Bai clan's leader. Lin Feng said, if that's the case, the Yi clan will not be spared. The Bai clan will very likely attack the Yi clan. How strong is the Bai clan? Yi Shuang'er smiled bitterly and said, the Bai clan is the strongest village, about 40 to 50 times the size of the Yi clan. Lin Feng frowned slightly. The Bai clan was very strong. If Lin Feng still had his spiritual energy and divine abilities, he could easily deal with them. But now, Lin Feng's spiritual energy and divine abilities were sealed. Killing. He could only kill them one by one, and not kill dozens, hundreds, or even hundreds of people with a single slap. Therefore, if the Bai clan really sent a lot of people, they could kill all of them. But, the Bai clan still had time to make the Yi clan suffer heavy losses. Lin Feng said, we need to prepare early. Yi Shuang'er said worriedly, it's just that our numbers are too small compared to the Bai village. If the Bai village really wants to deal with us, the Yi village won't be able to withstand their attacks. Lin Feng said, don't worry, I'm here. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Yi Shuang'er felt as if she had found a pillar of support. Lin Feng was already very familiar with the Yi clan's terrain. The Yi clan was built in the middle of a valley. Behind, to the left, and to the right, there were extremely steep mountains. Because of the restriction of spiritual energy in the vast wilderness, it was very difficult to climb those extremely steep mountains. Right in front of them was a valley. The reason why they chose such a place was because it was easier to fend off wild beasts. Lin Feng looked at the terrain at the entrance of the valley, and then climbed up the cliffs on both sides. He carried a huge boulder to the top of the cliffs and placed it there. Those boulders weighed at least a few thousand kilograms, and at least 10,000 kilograms. When everyone saw that Lin Feng was able to carry these boulders and climb up the cliffs, they were all stunned. Innate divine strength was not enough to describe it, right? Wasn't this too terrifying? In fact, these boulders were as light as a feather to Lin Feng. After placing a few dozen boulders, Lin Feng looked at Yi Biao and said, get someone to lie in ambush here. If the Bai clan really dares to come here, just push the boulders down. When the time comes, they will suffer. Yi Biao was instantly excited. He smiled and said, brother-in-law's methods are still awesome. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Now, the entire Yi clan thought that he and Yi Shuang'er were a couple. However, Lin Feng had always been staying at Yi Shuang'er's place. In addition, there were rumors that the elders were trying to matchmake Lin Feng and Yi Shuang'er. It was normal for others to think so. Those boulders obviously could not kill everyone. However, there were probably not many people who could rush to the entrance of the village. At this time, archers would be of great use. However, Lin Feng felt that before the archers took action, he could let the Bai clan enjoy the attack of the spears. The spears that were thrown out were still very powerful. However, the Yi clan did not have many spears. Due to the lack of metal materials, it was difficult for the Yi clan to make spears with metal tips. However, even if the spears were made of wood, Lin Feng should be able to increase the power of the spears by adding some formation patterns. Of course, this was Lin Feng's guess. After all, he could not use his magic power and the formation's power was not obvious. However, Lin Feng felt that the formation patterns were relatively simple. Even if he did not inject any magic power, it should still be able to have a certain effect. Lin Feng ordered people to make a batch of wooden spears. Then, he began to inscribe the formation patterns. When the formation patterns were inscribed, Lin Feng realized that the formation patterns did indeed increase the spear's power. Although this power did not seem very strong. However, Lin Feng felt that for a short period of time, the spear's power could even be compared to those with metal tips. These wooden spears are probably not very useful, right? Yi Shuang'er was moved. She did not understand why Lin Feng wanted to make these wooden spears. Lin Feng handed over a spear inscribed with formation patterns to Yi Shuang'er and said, "Use this spear and throw it towards the rock wall over there." Lin Feng pointed in a direction. Yi Shuang'er did not think much and threw the spear. Very quickly, something shocking happened. The spear pierced through the rock wall. It penetrated more than 10 centimeters into the rock wall. Seeing this, Yi Shuang'er was dumbfounded. "Oh my god, how is this possible?" Yi Biao and the rest could not help but cry out in shock. They could not believe their eyes. It was just a wooden spear. It touched the rock wall. The tip of the spear should have been destroyed in an instant, right? But in reality, this was not the case. Yi Shuang'er looked at Lin Feng with her beautiful eyes. This man always seemed to be able to bring her many surprises. She asked, "What's going on?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "With some formation patterns, its power has increased by a lot. Generally speaking, it can be compared to a normal spear inlaid with metal tips. However, there is a limit to the number of times it can be used. After 2 or 3 times, it will probably be destroyed." Yi Shuang'er said, "Those formation patterns are so mysterious. Can you teach me?" Seeing Yi Shuang'er's face full of worship, Lin Feng could not help but feel a little proud. After all, having a beautiful woman worship him was indeed quite a good thing. The fastest mobile version of the website, Yi Shuang'er wanted to learn spirit array techniques, so Lin Feng naturally wouldn't reject her. However, the Great Wilderness was too special. Even if she learned spirit array techniques, she wouldn't be able to use them, but it was still good to have a skill. Lin Feng smiled. "I'll teach you tonight," said Lin Feng. "Okay." Yi Shuang'er blushed and nodded. Lin Feng set up spirit array inscriptions on the spears. Now, all they had to do was wait. Because they had been on guard against the Bai clan's sneak attack, Yi Shuang'er had set up some famous and hidden sentries. If the Bai clan really came, they wouldn't be able to hide from them. However, what surprised Lin Feng was that the Bai clan didn't come at night. They came in broad daylight, swaggering over to the Yi clan. There were about 1,400 people, each with a strong aura. Although the Bai family village existed in the form of a village, because of their strength, they were more like a group of bandits. They often robbed and robbed. Many times, they even directly went to other villages to extort money. However, the Bai clan was so strong that the other clans didn't dare to say anything. When he learned that the Bai clan had come with great fanfare, Lin Feng quickly understood the reason. The Bai clan was strong, so these people were incomparably arrogant. They didn't put the tiny Yi clan in their eyes. Damn it, second brother was killed by that little bitch from the Yi clan. If it weren't for the delay, I would have led my men to raze the Yi clan to the ground. After we destroy the Yi clan, I'll take that bitch back and make her my concubine, said a cultivator on a black leopard. A cultivator riding a black leopard said. His name was Bai Qibao, and he had a very high status in the Bai clan. The cultivator beside him said, "Don't just think about women. We have to remember our mission at all times." This person was called Bai Qishan, and he was Bai Qibao's brother. "Of course," Bai Qibao said. Of the 1,400 people, about 100 were on mounts. These mounts were basically tigers, leopards, and lions. From this, one could see the strength of the Bai clan. The Bai clan. He was indeed powerful. They were many times stronger than the other mountain strongholds. These people quickly headed towards the Yi village. At this moment, smoke signals rose from the Yi family village. Seeing the smoke, the people from the Bai clan couldn't help but frown. They had a feeling that something ominous was about to happen, but they quickly felt that it was all an illusion. What was a mere Yi village to him? He could destroy them with a flick of his finger. They increased their speed. Rumble. 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 But at this moment, a series of loud noises came from above. Everyone's attention was captivated. Everyone raised their heads and looked up. They were almost scared to death. Because huge rocks were rolling down from above. Not good, we've been ambushed. Retreat quickly. Bai Qibao shouted with a gloomy face. Many people wanted to retreat, but a few huge rocks smashed down and 200 or 300 people were smashed into meat paste. The way out was also blocked by the boulder. At this time, the boulders were still rolling down from above. Quick, go inside. Bai Qibao shouted with a gloomy face. The leopard he was sitting on was very agile. It quickly dodged the falling boulders and some scattered stones. It was indeed much easier for cultivators on mounts to avoid the falling stones compared to other cultivators. This was because mounts were more agile and had an innate ability to sense danger. Their ability to predict danger was many times stronger than ordinary cultivators. Therefore, the boulders didn't kill many of the cultivators on mounts. There were more than 100 cultivators on mounts, but only 30 or 40 of them had been killed. There were still 80 or 90 people left. As for the other cultivators, they had suffered great losses. There were more than 1,300 people, but 700 or 800 of them had been killed. There were only 500 or 600 people left. Among the remaining 500 to 600 people, many of them were still injured. These people looked gloomy. The Bai clan. But they had never suffered such great losses before. Now, they had suffered such great losses. Many people were about to go crazy. All of them were filled with murderous intent. We must cut the people of the Yi clan into pieces. Bai Qibao's voice was extremely cold. Kill all the people of the Yi clan. Avenge our dead brothers. Bai Qibao shouted loudly. Kill all the people of the Yi clan. Everyone began to shout. These people quickly rushed towards the Yi clan. At this moment, more than 300 cultivators of the Yi clan were scattered on top of the stone walls. They were ready to fight. When they saw the people of the Bai clan arrive, many of them looked fierce. In the following battle, it was either you die or I die. Originally, this was supposed to be a hopeless battle. But when they saw Lin Feng, they couldn't help but feel confident. It was a very special and strange feeling. It was as if Lin Feng could bring them great confidence just by standing there. The reason why Lin Feng had established his prestige among the cultivators of the Yi clan in such a short time was naturally because of some of the things that Lin Feng had done that had deeply impressed them. For example, he had killed a tiger. For example, he had arranged some patterns on the wooden spears. The power of the wooden spears was comparable to that of the metal spears. Spearmen, get ready! Yi Biao shouted loudly. The spearmen all held their spears and got ready. When the enemy was 100 meters away, Yi Biao shouted, shoot. After Yi Biao finished speaking, the densely packed spears immediately pierced towards the Bai family village cultivators who were charging at them at high speed. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, those wooden spears made fierce sounds as they pierced through the air. The people of the Bai clan were originally a little worried, but when they saw that those spears were made of wood, they immediately showed a look of contempt. Many people thought that the people of the Yi clan were really stupid. They actually used wooden spears against them. Wooden spears, what use were they? These people waved their weapons and swept towards the wooden spears. They thought that the wooden spears would be broken. However, the result was unexpected. The wooden spears didn't break at all. The power of the throwers and the spears, in addition to the power of the spears themselves, was completely released at that moment. Therefore, after the spears took a hit from the cultivators of the Bai clan, they didn't even change their direction. Boom! 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 The sound of something piercing through the air was heard. One spear after another pierced through the bodies of the cultivators of the Bai clan. The bodies of the cultivators of the Bai clan were nailed to the ground. In the first wave of attacks, dozens of cultivators of the Bai clan had been killed by the spears. When the people of the Yi clan saw that, their morale was greatly boosted. On the other hand, the people of the Bai clan were flustered and exasperated. After all, they had suffered a great loss. Kill, kill, kill. Kill all the bastards of the Yi clan. Bai Qibao roared furiously. He urged his mount to attack quickly. When the densely packed spears shot towards them, Yi Zichen was stunned. Bai Qibao's black leopard moved quickly and dodged all the spears. The others weren't so lucky. Many people were killed by the spears. There were 5 waves of spears. About 300 people were killed. There were only 200 or 300 people left on the Bai clan's side. Many of them were still injured. They were filled with murderous intent. They quickly attacked, especially Bai Qibao. He was the fastest on his black leopard. The third wave of attacks from the Yi clan started. One arrow after another shot towards the cultivators of the Bai clan. Those people had just been attacked by the spears, and now they were being attacked by the arrows. They were so depressed that they wanted to die. They could only block the arrows in a very sorry state. After a few waves of arrows, more than 100 people of the Bai clan died. However, Bai Qibao led a group of cultivators to attack quickly. There were 56 of them. The beasts they were riding were extremely ferocious. The people of the Yi clan tried to kill the cultivators with arrows, but they didn't succeed. "Bastards of the Yi clan, you're all dead!" shouted Bai Qibao furiously. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Many people of the Yi clan couldn't help but become serious. They had heard of Bai Qibao's ferocious name. It was said that he could kill lions and tigers with his bare hands. He was extremely terrifying. The cultivators of Bai Qibao's group were also very strong. If they rushed into the village, there would be a lot of trouble. Many people would be injured or killed. "Bow," said Lin Feng at that moment. Yi Biao quickly gave his bow to Lin Feng, then put his quiver in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng took out an arrow, then pulled the bowstring and shot. Whoosh, that arrow turned into a white arrow light. Its speed was so fast that it dazzled the eyes, so many people didn't even understand what was going on. The arrow that Lin Feng shot directly pierced through Bai Qibao's head. A bloody hole appeared on Bai Qibao's head. Blood immediately flowed out. Maybe because the arrow was too fast, Bai Qibao didn't die immediately. He touched his forehead, which was unceasingly dripping blood. He murmured, "How is this possible?" A moment later, his corpse fell from the body of the black leopard. "He's dead. Bai Qibao is dead." Bai Qibao was killed by Lin Gongzi in one shot. Lin Gongzi is really a god. When they saw that Bai Qibao had been killed by Lin Feng, the people of the Yi clan started cheering. They knew that Bai Qibao was a great threat. Now that he was dead, the Bai clan's morale was low. At that moment, many people were looking at Lin Feng with eyes full of admiration. After Lin Feng killed Bai Qibao, he didn't stop. He continued shooting. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh. Arrows flew out one after another. Each arrow could kill a cultivator of the Bai clan. It was a completely one-sided battle. The people of the Bai clan had no way to resist Lin Feng's attacks. After a short while, more than half of the cultivators were killed by Lin Feng. Many people wanted to run away, but Lin Feng didn't give them the chance. Lin Feng continued shooting. The rest of the cultivators of the Yi clan also started shooting. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh. Countless arrows pierced through the bodies of the cultivators of the Bai clan who were running away. In the end, only 20 or 30 cultivators of the Bai clan were left. But the way out was blocked by a huge rock, so they couldn't escape. They all surrendered. Yi Biao tied them up and brought them back to the village. "Chief Yi, we were just following orders. Please spare us." Bai Qishan looked at Yi Shuang'er with pleading eyes. Yi Shuang'er ignored Bai Qishan. She looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Brother Feng, how should we deal with these people?" Lin Feng looked at Bai Qishan and asked, "What is the Bai clan looking for?" Bai Qishan didn't know who Lin Feng was, but he had seen how Lin Feng killed many cultivators. He knew that Lin Feng was a powerful person. He didn't dare not answer Lin Feng's question. Bai Qishan said, "The Yi clan is looking for the rumored universe stone." Universe stone? What's that? Lin Feng looked puzzled. He had heard of countless treasures, but this was the first time he had heard of a universe stone. Bai Qishan smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know what it is either. I only know that it's covered with stars." Lin Feng asked, "The universe stone you're looking for isn't something the Bai clan wants, right? Who wants this cosmos stone?" Bai Qishan said, "A mysterious person wants it." "A mysterious person?" What kind of mysterious person? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He had a feeling that things weren't as simple as they seemed, because the universe stone sounded extremely powerful just from the name alone. It was definitely a heaven-defying treasure. When he thought about how this place was sealed in the celestial world, it meant that there were many secrets hidden here. The power that had been sealed here was probably extremely powerful. Bai Qishan said, "I've only seen that mysterious person once. He's always been contacted by the chief, so I don't know who he is." "Is that mysterious person still in the Bai clan?" Lin Feng asked. "He left a long time ago. I don't know where he is, but the chief might know where he is," Bai Qishan said. "Let's take them away first," Lin Feng said. Soon, Bai Qishan and the others were taken away. Lin Feng was frowning, thinking about the universe stone. The four directions were called the universe. Since ancient times, the universe had been called the universe. Therefore, the universe was actually a general term that encompassed time and space. And this stone was actually named after the universe, so it was called the universe stone. Indeed, it gave people a feeling of suspicion. What kind of stone was this universe stone? Lin Feng was interested in the universe stone. He couldn't help but feel extremely interested. Translator, Namiami editor, Namiami Yi Biao led a group of people to clean up the battlefield and clear the boulders. There were still about 40 to 50 beasts that were not dead. These beasts had been tamed and turned into mounts. Many of them were psychic. These beasts all knelt down and begged for mercy. Hence, Yi Shuang'er spared their lives so that she could train a group of knights. The reason why knights were so strong was because of the cooperation of their mounts. When a man and a mount became one, they could often explode with terrifying fighting power. If the Yi clan could control a team of knights, the strength of the Yi clan would be greatly enhanced. Lin Feng was thinking about attacking the Bai clan village. The hatred had already been formed. If he did not destroy the Bai clan village, then the Yi clan village would definitely be destroyed by the Bai clan village. He could not stay in the Yi clan village forever. When he was in the Yi clan village, he naturally did not fear the Bai clan village. But when he was not in the Yi clan village, destroying the Bai clan village was imperative. Lin Feng felt that perhaps he could join forces with the other clans to deal with the Bai clan village. After all, the Yi clan village had a limited number of people. If the other party wanted to escape, then the Yi clan village would not be able to stop the Bai clan village. However, if the other clans joined forces, their numbers would greatly increase and they would be able to surround the Bai clan village and prevent them from escaping. This way, they would be able to completely destroy the Bai clan village. Lin Feng told Yi Shuang'er about this idea. When Yi Shuang'er heard Lin Feng's idea, she was moved. She planned to discuss this matter with the other clan elders. Then, the elders would go to the other clans to discuss this matter. The elders had lived for a long time and knew the elders of the other clans. It was obviously the most suitable for the elders to go and discuss this matter. Very quickly, the elders were escorted by some clansmen to the other clans to negotiate. The Yi clan village seemed to have regained its peace. After Yi Shuang'er was done with her work, she returned to her residence. When she saw Lin Feng playing with Yi Qiao'er, her face revealed a smile. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Yi Shuang'er's mind. This was because Yi Shuang'er remembered what Bai Qishan had said about the universe stone. Yi Shuang'er was not a powerful cultivator. Therefore, she did not know much about the so-called universe, time, space, and so on. However, Yi Shuang'er remembered how Bai Qishan described the universe stone. On the surface of the universe stone, there were star diagrams. Yi Shuang'er suddenly thought of a stone she had seen before. It was a very special stone. The reason why it was special was because it had many spots on it. If one took a closer look, they would discover that those spots looked very special, like the stars that densely covered the world of stars. Could it be? Could that stone be the Cosmos stone? It couldn't be that coincidental, right? Thinking of this, Yi Shuang'er walked towards the storehouse. That rock was the one he saw when he was tidying up the storeroom. When she arrived at the storehouse, she found the stone. The rock wasn't big, only about the size of a fist. It was dark black in color and covered with faint golden spots. At first glance, it was as if many dazzling stars had appeared in the dark sky. Yi Shuang'er took the special stone and returned to her residence. When she saw Lin Feng, she said, "Big brother Feng, let me show you something. You might be interested." "What is it?" Looking at the mysterious Yi Shuang'er, Lin Feng couldn't help but be curious. "Make a guess," Yi Shuang'er said with a smile. In the past, Yi Shuang'er looked very steady. But now, in front of others, she was also very steady. After all, she was the chief of the Yi clan, so she naturally had to maintain her dignity. However, when she was beside Lin Feng, she regained the youthfulness and liveliness of a young girl. This was the personality that a 21-year-old girl should have. Lin Feng said with a smile, "Is there a reward if I guess correctly?" "Of course," Yi Shuang'er said with a smile. "What reward?" Lin Feng asked. "About that." Yi Shuang'er pondered. Yi Chaoer said, "If Big Brother guesses correctly, Big Sister will kiss Big Brother. If Big Brother guesses wrong, Big Brother will kiss Big Sister." Lin Feng and Yi Shuang'er were slightly stunned. Then, Lin Feng became happy. Yi Chaoer, this little girl, was really mischievous. But he liked it. No matter how he looked at it, he was the one who took advantage of her. Yi Shuang'er was thin-skinned. Her face immediately turned red, and her appearance could make 100 flowers pale in comparison. "Stupid girl, what are you talking about?" Yi Shuang'er glared at Yi Chaoer. The two sisters had always been close, so Yi Chaoer was not afraid of Yi Shuang'er. She said, "I heard Big Sister call Big Brother's name in her sleep at night. I heard from the elders that if you call someone's name in your sleep, you must like that person a lot. Big Sister likes Big Brother and Big Brother likes Big Sister. Two people who like each other, of course they can kiss each other." Yi Shuang'er's face was so red that it looked like blood could drip out. She said, "You little girl, where did you hear this from?" Yi Shuang'er's heart was beating so fast that she did not even dare to look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at Yi Shuang'er with a smile. After Yi Chaoer's fuss, Yi Shuang'er was naturally embarrassed to continue playing the game with Lin Feng. She took out the stone and passed it to Lin Feng. "This is..." When Lin Feng saw the stone, his eyes narrowed slightly. Such a strange stone was very rare. More importantly, it was similar to the universe stone that Bai Qishan had mentioned earlier. Could it really be the universe stone? He had just heard about the universe stone. He was very interested in the universe stone. He had seen the universe stone right away. Damn. There was such a thing, Yi Shuang'er said, "Brother Feng, I think this stone is similar to the universe stone that Bai Qishan mentioned. I just don't know if it's really the universe stone." Lin Feng held the stone in his hand and looked at it repeatedly. This stone was very special, but whether it was the universe stone or not, Lin Feng could not tell. After all, he had never seen a universe stone and did not know what it looked like. However, Lin Feng had a strong intuition that the stone that Yi Shuang'er had brought over was the universe stone. Lin Feng looked at Yi Shuang'er and asked, "Where did you get this stone?" Yi Shuang'er said, "I found this strange stone when I was tidying up the storehouse." Lin Feng continued asking, "Storehouse? Bring me to the storehouse. I want to see if I can find any other clues." "Okay, come with me, Brother Feng," Yi Shuang'er said and led the way. Yi Chaoer also followed Lin Feng and Yi Shuang'er to the storehouse. The storehouses of some large factions were places where all kinds of treasures were stored. They were considered forbidden areas and could not be entered just because one wanted to. However, the storehouse of the Yi family obviously did not have any precious treasures, so it was not that particular. Lin Feng followed Yi Shuang'er to the storehouse and found that it was a cave in the mountain. The things inside were a bit messy. There were some books, scrolls, rusty weapons, some unknown ores, and so on. There was a lot of miscellaneous things piled up. Perhaps because there were too many things in the storehouse, the smell was not particularly good. There was a strong musty smell. Lin Feng said, "This place is not good for the body. You should bring Chaoer back first." "Okay, then we'll go back first," Yi Shuang'er said. "Big brother, see you later," Chaoer said with a wave of her hand. "See you later." Lin Feng smiled. After Yi Shuang'er and Chaoer left, Lin Feng started rummaging through the storehouse. He hoped he could find something useful, like a book. However, because it had been a long time and the scrolls and books had not been properly preserved, many of the contents could not be read clearly. Lin Feng was not able to find anything useful from the scrolls and books. Lin Feng rummaged through the entire storehouse but did not find any useful clues. Lin Feng sighed. It seemed like there was nothing to gain. However, just as Lin Feng was about to leave, he suddenly saw a black wooden box in a corner. Lin Feng took out the black wooden box. He found that the black wooden box was very special. It had a strong life force. This life force seemed to be able to block the erosion of the power of time. Of course, it was impossible to completely block it. However, blocking a part of it was not a problem at all. The wooden box was locked with a bronze lock. What was inside the wooden box? Lin Feng broke the bronze lock on the wooden box. He then opened the wooden box. Lin Feng found that there was a jade tube in the wooden box. The jade tube was not big, only about 7 to 8 centimeters in diameter and about 15 to 16 centimeters in length. Lin Feng looked at the jade tube in the wooden box in surprise. He took the jade tube in his hand. But now he could not use his divine sense, and there was no way to sense the extraordinariness of the jade tube. That's right. I've heard that there's a method called telepathy. If you use your heart to sense something, even if you don't use your divine sense, you'll still be able to sense it. I don't know if that's true, but I'll try and see if I can sense this special jade tube. Lin Feng could not help but say to himself. Then, he tried to use his mind to sense the jade tube. Slowly, Lin Feng found that he seemed to feel something different from the jade tube. He found that there seemed to be a special force that was guiding Lin Feng. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng felt that he had entered a mysterious world. This world was a vast expanse of white. And in the depths of this world, a voice leisurely sounded, "The 4 directions are called the universe. Since ancient times, it has been called the universe. The universe stone crosses the river of time and records the eternal moment of time." Hearing that voice, Lin Feng could not help but frown. Those words had a deeper meaning. "Who are you?" Lin Feng asked. No one answered him. "Can I ask you a few questions?" Lin Feng continued to ask. Still, no one answered him. Lin Feng was depressed. It was not easy to have this kind of special connection with the jade tube, but he found that the imprint in the jade tube did not seem to have high intelligence. Lin Feng knew that some top imprints even had their own consciousness. To be able to answer a cultivator's questions was like talking to the owner of the imprint face to face. Of course, even a top imprint was just an imprint. It was impossible for it to reincarnate or take over another's body. What is the universe stone? What is its use? Lin Feng asked again. Still, no one answered him. Lin Feng could not help but mutter in his heart. It seemed that he could not get any useful information out of it. However, Lin Feng intended to ask again to see if there would be any changes. Lin Feng thought for a moment, then asked, "Is the universe stone related to a certain expert?" Still, there was no response. Lin Feng had already given up. Because he could basically confirm that the imprint in the jade tube should be a relatively low-level imprint. There was no way for it to communicate with him. At most, it could only say some of the imprint's contents. Since that was the case, then why waste time? Just as Lin Feng was about to cut off the connection with the jade tube, suddenly, the voice from before sounded once again. That's right, the universe stone is related to a certain expert. Lin Feng's spirit suddenly rose. He did not expect that the imprint would answer his question when he was about to give up. It seemed that this imprint was a relatively high-level imprint, not a low-level imprint. However, this guy did not answer his question before. Lin Feng could not help but be speechless. Could it be that this guy, or was it selectively answering other people's questions? Asked Lin Feng. Who is this strong cultivator you're talking about? The voice in the depths said, I can't say. His name itself is taboo. However, I can tell you the surname. That person's surname is Yi. Surname Yi? Lin Feng was shocked. Lin Feng knew about this surname. Lin Feng had learned about GMO and Yi Xian before. Yimo wasn't going to talk about it for now. He was Yi Xian's descendant. But this Yi Xian was really amazing. He was the most mysterious expert in the Kunlun universe. The reason the Kunlun universe could become the head of the four universes was because of Yixian. But Lin Feng didn't know if the universe stone was related to Yixian, but Lin Feng knew that Yixian was indeed a taboo person. Cultivators definitely couldn't casually mention Yixian, a taboo person. This was a taboo matter, just like how many people didn't dare casually mention the ruler of the world behind the scenes, because this was also a taboo matter. Lin Feng said, "Is the person you're talking about the Kunlun universe's expert surname Ji?" Lin Feng didn't directly mention Yixian's name, but Lin Feng believed that this imprint should know who this Shi cultivator was. "You know him?" The imprint said in shock, not daring to believe that Lin Feng actually knew about this existence. This made him feel incredulous. Logically speaking, the people of this universe shouldn't know about this existence. After all, he was someone from so long ago, and he didn't leave any clues in this universe. Lin Feng said, "That's right. By chance, I did know about this existence." The imprint said, "In that case, you have some connection with this person." It seemed to be a good thing to have some connection with such an expert. Lin Feng asked, "You said that this universe stone is related to that expert. What is it?" "Actually, there are a total of 5 of these universe stones, and the one you have is one of them. It said that these universe stones were given to a friend by this strong cultivator. As long as you have these universe stones, you can communicate with this strong cultivator and ask him to do something for you." "Oh? Is there such a thing?" Lin Feng's face revealed a surprised expression. "Of course," the imprint said. Lin Feng had a playful look on his face as he continued, "If I find 5 cosmos stones and ask him to help me get rid of the Mastermind's world's ruler, will he be able to help me?" After hearing Lin Feng's question, the imprint hesitated. After a while, he said, "It should be fine." "Really?" Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. But then he said, "I'm afraid it's as difficult as ascending to heaven, right? After all, the mastermind behind the scenes is the ruler of this world. He's practically an immortal existence." That's because you don't know what he's capable of. If you did, you'd know that the mastermind of the mastermind's world is nothing in front of him." Lin Feng was surprised. He did not expect this person to be so powerful. The imprint continued, so what if we get rid of the mastermind behind the scenes? Do you think that the royal family of the mastermind's world only has one powerhouse? If you think so, then you're gravely mistaken. Lin Feng said, "I've never thought of it that way, but to be able to get rid of that despicable fellow, I'm still in an extremely good mood." The imprint continued, "It's not easy to find 5 cosmos stones, but when the first cosmos stone appears, the cultivator who obtains it can sacrifice a drop of blood to refine it. At that time, the cultivator who obtains the first cosmos stone will form an extremely close connection with the other 4 cosmos stones. Perhaps it won't be long before he can obtain the other 4 cosmos stones one after another." Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. If that was the case, obtaining 5 cosmos stones would no longer be an extravagant hope, but something that could really happen. Obtain 5 cosmos stones, summon that powerhouse, and get him to help deal with the mastermind's world. Damn, he was really a genius. If that powerhouse really helped, then the mastermind's world might really be destroyed. To be honest, before, Lin Feng really lacked confidence in fighting against the mastermind's world. After all, the mastermind's world was really too powerful. It was too difficult to fight against the mastermind's world, or even destroy the mastermind's world. But now, Lin Feng saw hope. Maybe he could really deal with the mastermind's world. "I've told you everything I can," the imprint continued. In the next moment, Lin Feng discovered that his connection with the jade tube was completely cut off. He looked at the cosmos stone. A smile appeared on his face. "Cosmos stone, oh cosmos stone. You're really too important to me." Lin Feng dripped a drop of blood to refine the cosmos stone. When Lin Feng's blood dripped on the cosmos stone, Lin Feng immediately felt a very special connection between himself and the cosmos stone. This connection made Lin Feng and the cosmos stone become extremely close. Finally, he succeeded in refining the cosmos stone. Lin Feng's mood was quite good. Then, Lin Feng thought of the mysterious person behind the Bai family village. That guy was actually looking for the cosmos stone. Who exactly was he? the vast wilderness had been sealed for countless years. Therefore, no one in the vast wilderness had cultivated to a high level, and it was even difficult to produce magical power. Because of this, the inheritance of the various clans in the vast wilderness had long been broken. Because the vast wilderness was incomparably dangerous, and the strength of the cultivators was low, even if they knew the whereabouts of some treasures, they wouldn't risk their lives to look for it. After all, even if they found it, what was the use? In the vast wilderness, these things were actually no different from waste. But since the other party deliberately wanted to get the Cosmos Stone, why, could it be, that person wasn't a cultivator from the vast wilderness? Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt his heart suddenly jump. If the other party wasn't a cultivator from the vast wilderness, then where was he from? A foreign cultivator. This was a possibility. Since there was a way in, there must be a way out. Thinking of this, Lin Feng was quite excited. He had to catch that guy. After catching that guy, he could interrogate that guy. At that time, he would definitely be able to obtain a lot of useful information, and even find a way out. The heavy snow was still falling. In the following days, Lin Feng waited for the elders to return to the Yi family village. The elders returned one after another, bringing with them some good news. The mountain villages that they contacted had decided to join forces with the Yi family village to deal with the Bai family village. The elders easily convinced the other party. The reason why it was so easy to convince them was that the mountain villages also knew that the Bai family village had destroyed several mountain villages during this period of time, and seemed to be looking for something. Now, many mountain villages were in danger, but the pressure that the Bai family village brought to everyone was too great. No one dared to offend the Bai family village, and the mountain villages were also at their wits' end, not knowing what to do. And at this time, the elders of the Yi family village brought good news. The elders of the Yi family village brought up Lin Feng. They told the mountain village's leaders and elders that the Yi family village's son-in-law was so awesome, such as killing a tiger with his bare hands, or having the strength to lift a mountain, under the wise leadership of the Yi family village's son-in-law. The 1,400 cultivators from the Bai village who had invaded the Yi village were completely annihilated. This news was too shocking. The mountain villages naturally didn't believe it. These elders already knew that the chiefs of the mountain villages would not believe them. Therefore, when they left, they each brought a captive from the Bai village with them. In order to deceive the public, these captives wore black masks that only revealed their eyes. Their faces could not be seen clearly. Now, the elders of the Yi village ordered their subordinates to bring the captives up. After taking off the balaclavas, the other party's identity was obvious. These mountain villages had to believe it even if they didn't want to. So, these mountain villages smoothly formed an alliance with the Yi family village. There were a total of 13 mountain villages. None of the mountain strongholds could be compared with the incomparably powerful Bai clan. However, the key point was that with so many mountain strongholds added together, their strength had increased substantially. Moreover, the Bai clan had lost 1,400 experts previously. It was almost equivalent to one-third of the experts. The Bai family village's strength had suffered a serious loss. So now was the best chance to deal with the Bai family village. Including the Yi family village, there were a total of 14 mountain villages. Soon, these mountain villages began to organize their men, preparing to take action. Because these mountain villages, some were strong, some were weak. As for the weaker mountain strongholds, each mountain stronghold sent about 200 people. Some of the stronger mountain strongholds sent out about 400 to 500 people. The 14 mountain villages together had a total of 4,500 people. Naturally, the number of people couldn't be compared to Lin Feng's cultivator army. Their strength was tens of thousands of times weaker. But considering that this was the heaven realm in the wilderness, so the situation in front of them was understandable. With so many people surrounding the Bai family village, there shouldn't be any Bai family village people who could escape. This way, the news wouldn't be leaked and the mastermind wouldn't know. 4,500 people gathered in the forest not far from the Bai family village. Because they were from different mountain villages. Some mountain villages had conflicts and grudges, so many people didn't like each other. Yi Shuang'er had already told Lin Feng about this. Lin Feng stood in front of these people. He saw that many people were looking at him with unconvinced gazes. Lin Feng's face immediately revealed a cold smile. If he couldn't convince these people, then Lin Feng's years of living would have been in vain. Said Lin Feng icily. Even though you're all from different villages, today, we have the same goal, to conquer the Bai clan. Now, listen to me. I don't care what grudges you have against each other. Since we're all here, we're a team, so let's forget about our grudges and listen to me. If you don't listen to me, you'll end up like the mountain behind me, said Lin Feng icily. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng turned around and punched the 3,000-meter-tall mountain behind him. When his fist hit the mountain, something shocking happened. The 3,000-meter-tall mountain was actually broken by Lin Feng's punch. With a loud bang, the huge mountain fell to the ground. The earth shook violently as if there was an earthquake. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them with dumbfounded expressions. Each and every one of them was scared out of their wits. Those who were previously unconvinced by Lin Feng and looked at him with provocative gazes were now trembling in fear. Fortunately, they didn't provoke Lin Feng. Otherwise, wouldn't they be dead? Lin Feng naturally knew that giving the other party a carrot after a stick was the best way to manage people. He said, "Of course, I won't treat anyone unfairly. The Bai family village is very rich. After we destroy the Bai family village, the Bai family village's food will all be distributed to the other mountain villages. Everyone who participates in this battle will receive an extra 100 don of food. If someone can capture the chief of the Bai family village, then they will receive an extra 1,000 don of food." Hearing this, many people's eyes lit up. The extra food reward was equivalent to their personal wealth. 100 don of food would be enough for them to marry a few more beautiful wives. Moreover, there was also a reward of 1,000 don of food. Many people's hearts were burning with excitement. "Let's go," Lin Feng said. Then, the group set off towards the Bai family village. The Bai family village was built in the depths of a huge mountain range. The terrain of this mountain range was very steep. It was easy to defend and difficult to attack. In the middle of the mountain range, there was a huge platform. The village built on the platform was the Bai family village. Now that the Bai family village had received the news that Bai Chi Bao and the others had been completely annihilated, the security of the Bai family village was very tight. Lin Feng didn't choose to attack during the day because if he attacked during the day, then he would be too conspicuous. He didn't know how many people would be injured or killed. Lin Feng knew that these villages didn't have an easy life. Every death could destroy a family. Therefore, Lin Feng wanted to make sure that the people he had brought with him could survive. Therefore, Lin Feng decided to attack at night. There were many hidden sentries in the outer area of the Bai family village. These hidden sentries were the most troublesome because they didn't know where they were hiding. Therefore, they could easily be discovered by these hidden sentries. Once discovered by these hidden sentries, they would be able to send a signal to the Bai family village to know that someone had invaded the village. This wasn't something that Lin Feng wanted to see happen. Therefore, it was very important to eliminate these hidden sentries. Although Lin Feng couldn't use his divine sense, his six senses were still very sharp. He could clearly hear the sounds of ants fighting 1,000 meters away. Therefore, these hidden sentries didn't pose much of a threat to Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng ordered the group to hide outside while he eliminated all the hidden sentries. Then, he returned and led the group towards the Bai family village. Before long, they arrived outside the Bai family village. Outside the Bai family village was a tall stone wall. There were also people patrolling on top of the wall. Lin Feng ordered everyone to spread out and surround the Bai family village. If anyone tried to escape, kill them without mercy. He led about 500 people through the main gate. Lin Feng hid in the darkness and drew his bow. Arrows flew out one after another. Above the gate, on top of the wall, there were about 20 people patrolling. When Lin Feng's arrows arrived, many people didn't even have time to react before they were killed. Damn, what kind of archery is that? Many people were dumbfounded. Although they were so far away, Lin Feng had killed more than 20 people in a few breaths' time. Those people didn't even make a sound. Even the word godly archer wasn't enough to describe this kind of archery. Everyone admired Lin Feng more and more. They looked at Lin Feng with admiration and reverence. "Let's go," Lin Feng said in a low voice. He took the lead and rushed forward. When Lin Feng and the others were about to reach the gate, the situation was discovered. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Someone shouted. Many people on top of the wall rushed over. Kill them with arrows! Someone shouted. Then, the people on top of the wall began to kill the people below with arrows. Lin Feng and the others ran towards the gate while returning fire. However, before they reached the gate, more than 10 people were killed by the arrows of the Bai clan. Lin Feng smashed the gate with a punch. Kill! The others shouted and quickly killed their way into the Bai clan with Lin Feng. Dong, dong, dong. The Bai clan's big bell rang. Normally, it would only ring when the clan was in danger. The entire Bai clan was alarmed. Some people guarded the gate, while Lin Feng led a group of people to kill their way to the stone wall. Dealing with these people was too easy. Even if they didn't use magic or divine abilities, dealing with them was like squashing ants. Lin Feng and the people of the 14th clan quickly killed everyone on the stone wall. Then, they rushed into the depths of the Bai clan. A large number of cultivators from the Bai clan rushed out. There were about 3,000 of them. Who are you? The leader of the cultivators shouted angrily. Someone who wants your life. Lin Feng held a spear in his hand and threw it. Pooh! The leader's body was instantly pierced through by the spear. The powerful force sent him flying, and then he was nailed to a big tree. The second in command is dead. Many people cried out in alarm. Lin Feng didn't wait for them to come back to their senses. He grabbed a fake mountain and threw it at the crowd. Many people didn't have time to dodge. Around 200 or 300 people were killed on the spot. That's too cruel. The people of the Bai village all had terrified looks on their faces. The people of the 14th clan were extremely excited. They looked at Lin Feng as if he was a god. Asterisk bang. 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 Asterisk Lin Feng threw fake mountains at the cultivators of the Bai clan. Many of them tried to dodge, but they couldn't. After a few fake mountains were thrown, more than 1,000 cultivators were directly smashed to death. There were still more than 1,000 cultivators left, but many of them suffered different injuries. Lin Feng had nothing left to throw. He couldn't just throw the cultivators around him, could he? Even if there was nothing left to throw, Lin Feng's actions had dealt a great blow to the cultivators of the Bai clan. Kill that brat! A cultivator of the Bai clan shouted. He should be a cultivator with a high status, so his words were more effective. In addition, Lin Feng had nothing left to throw. So what if he was born with divine strength? Could it be that he was invulnerable? How could there be such a monstrous person? They had lost most of their people, but compared to the 500 cultivators brought by Lin Feng, they still had a huge advantage in numbers. Perhaps this was the main reason why they dared to attack Lin Feng. Thus, a great battle broke out. More than 1,000 cultivators quickly rushed over. The cultivator in the lead led nearly 100 cultivators to surround Lin Feng. Lin Feng's face showed a sneer. A dagger appeared in his hand, and he flashed through the crowd. Every time he moved, a line of blood would appear. These people couldn't even touch Lin Feng's body. One by one, the cultivators of the Bai clan had their throats slit by Lin Feng, and they fell to the ground dead. At this moment, Lin Feng was like a death god that came out of hell. Seeing how terrifying Lin Feng was, the people of the Bai clan trembled in fear. Run! It was unknown who shouted, but the cultivators behind them began to flee. After someone demonstrated, the rest of the cultivators from the Bai clan also scattered and fled. They knew that the Bai clan was done for. Some chose to climb over the wall to escape, while others went back to pack up their valuables. As long as they had money, they would be able to live a carefree life no matter where they went. Lin Feng didn't care about what happened next. The people of the 14th Stronghold Alliance were more than enough to get rid of these people from the Bai clan. There was slaughter everywhere. Death was everywhere. Miserable shrieks and pleas for mercy came from the depths of the village, but no one was merciful. Letting the tiger return to the mountain would cause endless trouble in the future. The Bai clan's people had to all die. 2 hours later, the voices gradually disappeared. At this time, a group of people escorted a middle-aged man over. Lin Gongzi, this person is the chief of the Bai clan, Bai Qilong. A cultivator said. Oh? Is he Bai Qilong? A smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. Previously, he was worried that this guy would run away or be killed in the chaos. Now that he was captured, Lin Feng was finally relieved. There's someone behind my Bai clan. Today, you've destroyed my Bai clan. You're all dead. Everyone in your stronghold is dead. Bai Qilong knew that he wouldn't have a good ending, so at this time, he was fearless. He cursed bitterly, his sinister eyes staring at Lin Feng. He knew that if it weren't for Lin Feng, how could the Bai clan be finished? He wanted nothing more than to eat Lin Feng's flesh and drink Lin Feng's blood. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. The person Bai Qilong is talking about is the person who wants to obtain the Cosmos Stone, right? I wonder who that person is? The Cosmos Stone was no small matter. After gathering it, one would be able to contact the most terrifying expert in the Kunlun universe, Yi Xian. One could imagine how great of a temptation it would be to establish a relationship with someone like Yi Xian and have him help them accomplish something. It was no wonder that the other party was scheming to find the Cosmos Stone. Lin Feng looked at Bai Qilong and asked, "Who are the people behind you?" When he thought of those people, Bai Qilong's pupils couldn't help but shrink. This was a fear that came from the depths of his heart. He had never seen such a terrifying existence before. He coldly said, "They are true immortals. Their methods are unimaginable." Lin Feng asked, "How do we find them?" Bai Qilong sneered. "Why should I tell you?" said Lin Feng indifferently. "Tell me the truth and you won't cry so much," said Lin Feng indifferently. "Don't even think about it," Bai Qilong coldly said, his attitude unyielding. Lin Feng had the impression that Lin Feng had never been tortured before. If Lin Feng had been tortured, he would have understood that the best thing to do was to cooperate with Lin Feng instead of pretending to be tough. "Cut off his flesh piece by piece," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng coldly said. When they heard Lin Feng's punishment method, many people couldn't help but tremble. What kind of cruel punishment was this? Even though some people wanted to tear off Bai Qilong's clothes and torture him, before Lin Feng's people could do anything, Bai Qilong shouted in terror, "Don't torture him. I'll tell you everything." When he saw Bai Qilong's terrified expression, Lin Feng was speechless. He had originally thought that this guy would have a tough personality, but who would have thought that he was just a paper tiger, a coward? Lin Feng said calmly, "Tell me, how do we contact them?" "Every 6 months, they come to Hearthstone Town. They have a courtyard in Hearthstone Town." Bai Qilong told Lin Feng how to find these cultivators. According to Bai Qilong, he had only seen one person in the beginning. Later on, he saw 3 cultivators, all of whom were extremely powerful and terrifying. After knowing their location, Bai Qilong was useless. Lin Feng ordered people to take Bai Qilong away. Bai Qilong kept screaming for mercy, but Lin Feng ignored him. Just like that, the Bai clan was destroyed. The Bai clan was indeed rich. There were mountains of food, frozen game, salt, oil, and many other necessities. In addition, they even found boxes of gold and silver, which added up to about a few 100,000 taels. The other mountain strongholds had problems with food, but the Bai clan was obviously not like this. They were so rich that they could not be compared to the Bai clan. There were 2 main reasons why the Bai clan was so rich. First, they had earned a lot from extortion. Which clan didn't get extorted by the Bai clan every year? How many clans did they get robbed every year? Second, the Bai clan had their own businesses in Hearthstone Town. That was one of the main reasons why the Bai clan was so rich. Lin Feng distributed the food, gold, silver, and other things according to the clans who participated in the battle. In addition, each person received an additional 100 dan of food. The families of the 14 clans who died in the battle would receive an additional 100 dan of food as compensation. As for the cultivators who captured Bai Qilong, they also received an additional 1,000 dan of food as a reward. As for how they would distribute it, that was not something Lin Feng cared about. The Bai clan had several shops in Hearthstone Town. Lin Feng took the deeds to the shops, and Lin Feng planned to give them to Yi Shuang'er. With these businesses, the Yi clan's days would be much better. Cart after cart of food, meat, gold, silver, and other things were transported to their respective clans. The harvest this time was extremely great. The Yi clan had already received the news, so when they saw Lin Feng and the others return, the entire clan was in an uproar. At night, a sumptuous banquet was prepared. Yi Shuang'er looked at Lin Feng from time to time, her beautiful eyes filled with adoration. Ever since Lin Feng appeared, the Yi clan's days had been getting better and better. No matter what difficulties they faced, as long as Lin Feng was there was nothing that could not be solved. Yi Shuang'er did not know when it started, but she realized that she had become extremely reliant on Lin Feng. Back at the residence, Yi Chaoer had already fallen asleep. Yi Shuang'er could not sleep, so she went outside. Coincidentally, Lin Feng had something to give her. Lin Feng gave the deeds to the shops to Yi Shuang'er. "What is this?" Yi Shuang'er asked curiously. Lin Feng said, "These are the Bai clan shops in Hearthstone Town. There are 7 of them, and their business should be good." "Ah? Shops?" Yi Shuang'er was shocked. She understood what these shops meant. The Yi clan had about 4,000 people, old and young, both men and women. If they had these shops, they could even let the Yi clan live a good life. Yi Shuang'er looked at Lin Feng with her big, watery eyes. Lin Feng had given the deeds to these shops to her without hesitation. Yi Shuang'er was both touched and happy. These were not just 7 simple deeds. From her point of view, these deeds also contained Lin Feng's feelings for her. To be looked at so lovingly by such a beautiful woman, even with Lin Feng's mentality, he could not help but feel his heart beating faster. Lin Feng suppressed the throbbing in his heart and said, "The Yi clan is located in the middle of a forest, and there are many ferocious beasts in the forest. There are even some terrifying beasts that roam about, so it's very dangerous. Didn't we get a lot of gold and silver? We can buy a bigger house in Hearthstone Town. It should be enough to accommodate these people." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Yi Shuang'er felt that it made sense. She said, "All right, I'll talk to the elders about this tomorrow." "All right." Lin Feng nodded. Yi Shuang'er was embarrassed to stay with Lin Feng, so she returned to her room. However, she could not fall asleep. She could hear Lin Feng turning around outside. She did not know what Lin Feng was thinking. At this moment, Lin Feng was thinking about going to Hearthstone Town. Hearthstone Town was about 7 days away from the Yi clan. Due to the snow blocking the roads, it would take about half a month to reach Hearthstone Town. According to Bai Qilong, 1 month later, the person behind him would come to Hearthstone Town to meet him and ask about the Universe Stone. Therefore, Lin Feng decided to find time to go to Hearthstone Town. Whether or not he could leave the vast wilderness depended on whether or not he could catch that cultivator. However, Lin Feng felt that with his methods, it should not be difficult to catch the other party. The next day, after breakfast, Yi Shuang'er went to look for the elders to talk about buying property in Hearthstone Town and moving there. When the elders saw the deeds, they were so emotional that they shed tears. Although the Yi clan was their ancestral land, they had a certain degree of affection for the Yi clan. However, they were worried about the future of the Yi clan. After all, this place was too dangerous. If they could move to Hearthstone Town, that would be great. Therefore, it was very easy for him to reach an agreement with the clan elders. Next, they would head to Hearthstone Town to buy property and take over the shop. Lin Feng, Yi Shuang'er, Yi Biao, and 20 experts of the Yi clan headed to Hearthstone Town together. They rode their mounts to Hearthstone Town. However, the journey was difficult. The snow was too heavy. Even these ferocious beasts were not as agile as usual when they walked under such cold and deep snow. However, since they were riding on mounts, their speed was faster than Lin Feng expected. After about 10 days, they saw Hearthstone Town. Even though it was only a town, Hearthstone Town was very different from what Lin Feng had imagined. The reason for that was because Hearthstone Town was built like a city. It was surrounded by tall walls. The reason for that was because the wild beasts of the great wilderness were too powerful. Cultivators, on the other hand, were unable to cultivate magic powers or divine abilities. Thus, they were unable to defend against the attacks of the powerful wild beasts. Thus, towns in the great wilderness were built on the same scale as ancient cities. The reason for that was to defend against the wild beasts. The gates of Hearthstone Town were only open during the day. The gates were not big. They were only about 2 meters wide and 4 meters wide. The walls were 300 to 400 meters tall. For the gates to be so small, it was truly a marvel. Of course, Lin Feng knew that the reason the gates of Hearthstone Town were built like that was to prevent the wild beasts from attacking Hearthstone Town. Should the wild beasts break through the gates of Hearthstone Town, and the gates of Hearthstone Town were relatively large, the wild beasts would be able to enter. If the gates were made smaller, due to the large size of the wild beasts, they would not be able to enter Hearthstone Town through the gates. Lin Feng's group entered Hearthstone Town. Hearthstone Town was bustling with noise and excitement. It was said that Hearthstone Town was the only town in the surrounding thousands of li. There were strongholds of all sizes. There were likely no less than 100,000 of them. One could imagine. All the strongholds would come to Hearthstone Town to trade. From this, one could see just how lively Hearthstone Town was. The last time Yi Shuang'er purchased food, she had also purchased it from Hearthstone Town. However, her mood this time was completely different from the last time she came to Hearthstone Town. The last time she came to Hearthstone Town, Yi Shuang'er was filled with worry. Firstly, she was worried about the upcoming cold winter. Secondly, she was worried that her food would be stolen along the way. But this time, she was in Hearthstone Town. Yi Shuang'er was very happy. The reason for all this was Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "We've been traveling for so many days and have yet to eat anything good. Let's find a place to eat something good first." In truth, Lin Feng did not have much to worry about. However, Yi Shuang'er and the others had been in the wilderness all this time. Their bodies were nearly frozen from the cold. They wanted to eat something good and drink some good wine. They wanted to unblock their blood vessels. "Okay." The group quickly replied. When they thought about the good food and wine, they could not help but look forward to it. There were quite a few decent restaurants in Hearthstone Town. Lin Feng and the rest casually found a high-class restaurant and booked a private room. They ordered a table full of good food and wine, and the group began to eat. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, they did not look for a place to stay. Instead, they hurriedly went to take over the 7 shops. However, there should be people from the Bai clan guarding the shops in the 7 shops. These people would definitely be chased away. Soon, they arrived at the first shop. It was a pawn shop. Generally speaking, the business of pawn shops was extremely good. It was also one of the most profitable businesses. After all, it was easy to obtain good items from pawn shops. The prices of these items were usually lower, and there were not many people who could gather enough money to redeem the items. Therefore, many things could be resold at a high price. Naturally, the profit was incomparably considerable. When the shopkeeper saw that Lin Feng and the rest had arrived at the pawnshop, he did not dare to delay. He hurriedly walked out and bowed repeatedly. He asked if Lin Feng and the rest were here to pawn something. However, from the looks of it, Lin Feng and the rest did not seem to be here to pawn something. The shopkeeper was also a person who was good at reading people's expressions. He could not help but feel puzzled. He did not know why Lin Feng and the rest were here. At this time, Yi Shuang'er took out the deed of the pawnshop and said, "This pawnshop is now ours." "Ah? There's such a thing? May I have a look at the deed?" The shopkeeper was shocked and could not help but ask. He knew what kind of power was behind this pawnshop, but he had never heard of the pawnshop changing hands. Therefore, he had to check the deed to see if it was real. If it was real, then he could confirm that the pawnshop had really changed hands. Yi Shuang'er handed the deed to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper looked at it carefully and found that it was real. He quickly cupped his fists and said, "This lowly one, Zhang Lu, greets the owner." Yi Shuang'er nodded. At this moment, 3 muscular men rushed out of the pawnshop. The leader asked, "Zhang Lu, what are you shouting about?" This burly man was from the Bai clan. He was in charge of guarding the pawnshop to prevent people from causing trouble. Due to the snow blocking the road, this burly man did not know that the Bai clan had been destroyed. These people often bullied Zhang Lu and the others. Naturally, Zhang Lu and the others hated these people. However, in order to make a living, they didn't dare to refute. Even if they were bullied, they could only swallow it. But now, the situation was different. Now that the pawnshop had a new owner, Zhang Lu was no longer afraid of the Bai village's people. Zhang Lu said, "This is the new owner of the pawn shop. As for the Bai village, it has nothing to do with the pawn shop." What? There was such a thing? What a load of nonsense. Do you have the deed? The leader of the group said in a deep voice. Yi Shuang'er replied, "Of course there's a deed. I've already shown it to the shopkeeper. The three of you are the people in charge of this place, right? You can leave now." "Humph, we want to see the deed." The leader of the group said coldly. "You don't have the right to see it. Hurry up and leave." Yi Shuang'er said angrily. She naturally wouldn't give the deed to the three of them. What if they tore it up? Wouldn't the shop become ownerless? If other big powers found out about it, it would be easy for them to snatch it away. The leader of the group sneered, "If you don't dare to show it to us, it means that the deed is fake." Zhang Lu said, "I've already checked the deed. It's real." Hearing Zhang Lu's words, the leader's face turned even uglier. He didn't know what had happened, but he was unwilling to leave just like that. But so what if he was unwilling to leave? The other party had a lot of people, and there were only 3 of them. Naturally, they were no match for so many people. The 3 of them had embezzled a lot of good things from the pawn shop. Even if they were to leave, they should have taken those things with them. "Let's go get some things," the leader of the group said. Zhang Lu said, "The 3 of them must want to take the things that they embezzled." When the 3 of them heard this, their faces suddenly changed, and a chill appeared in their eyes. The burly man in the lead kicked at Zhang Lu. However, someone was faster than them. Yi Biao kicked the leader's leg. Kacha, the leader's leg was immediately fractured. The leader of the group let out a mournful cry. Yi Biao waved his hand and said, "Damn it, how dare they embezzle the pawnshop's things? They must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. Break their arms and legs and throw them out. Let them fend for themselves." "Yes, Brother Biao." After receiving Yi Biao's order, the rest of the group rushed over like wolves and tigers, and then began to surround the 3 of them. After being bullied by the Bai village for so many years, even if the Bai village was destroyed, the Yi village's experts still didn't feel satisfied. Therefore, they didn't have any intention of showing mercy to the 3 of them. Although the 3 of them were quite strong, they had fewer people. It was difficult for 2 fists to fight 4 hands. Therefore, the 3 of them weren't a match at all. They were beaten half to death and then thrown out. There were already many people outside who were watching the show, and in a moment they were pointing and talking. When opening a door to do business, one was afraid of ruining one's reputation. Therefore, Yi Shuang'er knew that she had to go out and explain to the people who were watching the show. Otherwise, the outsiders would think that the pawnshop had beaten up their customers. That would be terrible. Yi Shuang'er walked out and clasped her fists. "Everyone, we are the new owners of this pawnshop. Who would have thought that these evil servants of the previous owners would embezzle so many things from the pawnshop and even want to take them away? They are really despicable. Now, we will teach them a lesson. I hope that they will turn over a new leaf and become decent people in the future." Hearing Yi Shuang'er's words, coupled with the fact that she was so beautiful, it was easy for a beautiful woman to leave a good impression. Therefore, when many people looked at the 3 of them, they pointed and talked. Seeing the 3 of them in such a miserable state, they all had a gloating expression. After that, Lin Feng accompanied Yi Shuang'er and the rest and successfully took over the other 6 shops. At this point, all 7 shops were in Yi Shuang'er's hands. Yi Shuang'er was obviously very happy. Lin Feng and the rest temporarily found an inn to stay in while Yi Shuang'er spent 3 days checking the accounts. After that, Lin Feng and the rest went to look for houses to buy. There was an intermediary in Hearthstone Town. Regardless of whether one wanted to rent a house or buy a house, it could be handled by the intermediary. Lin Feng and Yi Shuang'er came to look at houses. As for Yi Biao and the rest, they spread out to patrol the various shops, guarding against troublemakers. The one who received Lin Feng was a middle-aged cultivator who looked rather scholarly. Knowing that Lin Feng and the rest were here to buy a house, he was very enthusiastic. This middle-aged cultivator was called Zhang Rulin, and he enthusiastically introduced all kinds of houses to Lin Feng and the rest. Lin Feng said, "We need a bigger house, preferably one that can accommodate 4,000 to 5,000 people at the same time." Hearing this, Zhang Rulin was very surprised. then, he was overjoyed. It seemed that this was a big business deal. If this business was successful, the commission would be unimaginable. He said, there are 3 such houses. The first one is located in the east of the city. Lin Feng and Yi Shuang'er followed Zhang Rilin to look at the 3 houses. Of the 3 houses, the smallest one was about 200 mu. It was also the cheapest, priced at 80,000 taels of silver. The largest one was about 300 mu, but its location was slightly off, so it was not as expensive as expected. It was priced at 100,000 taels of silver. The second largest house was about 230 mu, and was priced at 85,000 taels of silver. Lin Feng and the rest chose the house that was about 300 mu. After some bargaining, Yi Shuang'er lowered the price to 97,000 taels of silver. Previously, when the Bai village was exterminated, the Yi village received the majority of the silver. However, they only received 80,000 taels of silver. They were still short of 17,000 taels of silver. Hence, Yi Shuang'er mobilized the working capital of the 7 shops. 7 shops, gathering 17,000 taels of silver would not be a problem. Furthermore, each shop would still have a portion of the working capital. Hence, Yi Shuang'er signed the contract. After all the contracts were signed, Yi Shuang'er received the deed to the house. Lin Feng, Yi Shuang'er, Yi Biao, and the rest moved into the new house that night. Nighttime. Lin Feng sat in the courtyard, looking at the bright moon in the sky. Yi Shuang'er walked out and sat with Lin Feng. She said, everything feels like a dream. Lin Feng said, it's all real. Brother Feng, you will leave, right? Yi Shuang'er turned to look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng muttered, I have many things to do. Hence, I cannot stay in one place for too long. Yi Shuang'er knew the answer she wanted. Her heart was filled with sorrow, but she knew that Lin Feng was someone who would achieve great things. Hence, she could only silently wish Lin Feng well. Can you hug me? Yi Shuang'er asked softly. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, then hugged Yi Shuang'er. The following days. Lin Feng had been waiting in Hearthstone Town. He was waiting for the people behind the Bai clan to arrive. Lin Feng went to the house a few times, but he did not find anyone there. Perhaps, when the house was occupied, it meant that those people had arrived. Lin Feng sent a few experts from the Yi clan to observe the house day and night. About 10 days later, Lin Feng received news that a few cultivators had entered the house. When he heard this, Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. These people had finally arrived. The living room was brightly lit. A middle-aged cultivator with a dignified aura was sitting on a chair, while 4 other cultivators were standing in the living room. The middle-aged cultivator said, Song He, go to the Bai clan tomorrow. Tell Bai Qilong to come see me. Yes, sir. The cultivator called Song He quickly replied. There's no need to go to the Bai clan. Bai Qilong will never come here to see you again. At that moment, a voice came from outside. Who is it? The middle-aged man asked in a low voice. Someone who's very interested in your origins, said Lin Feng. A young man walked in with a faint smile on his face. The young man was none other than the young man. It was Lin Feng. When they saw Lin Feng suddenly appear, the 4 people's expressions became extremely unsightly. Lin Feng had managed to sneak in without them noticing. This was enough to show that Lin Feng wasn't a simple person. Who are you? The middle-aged cultivator in the lead asked with a gloomy expression. Didn't I tell you? I'm someone who's very interested in your background. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Oh, you're interested in our origins? Since when did the natives of the Great Wilderness become so bold? Said the middle-aged leader with a cold smile. Although he had been afraid of Lin Feng before, when he thought about Lin Feng, who was a native of the Great Wilderness, how strong could a native of the Great Wilderness be? His heart calmed down. He didn't need to fear Lin Feng. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and said, It seems like you really are from the Great Wilderness. That's exactly what I guessed. Capture him, ordered the middle-aged cultivator coldly. He didn't want to say anything more to Lin Feng, so he directly ordered his men to capture Lin Feng. When the time came, they would naturally be able to interrogate Lin Feng about the Bai clan. Yes. Sir. After receiving the order, the three people quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng discovered that they were very fast. When they punched, the wind from their punches was bitingly cold. It was obvious that their physical bodies were very strong. Lin Feng muttered to himself, "It seems like these people from the great wilderness are like me. Their magic power and divine abilities are also sealed. However, their physical bodies are very strong. No matter if it's speed or strength, they're much stronger than cultivators who have magic power and divine abilities. This means that these people are most likely body cultivators." Body cultivators were also a type of cultivators. Of course, body cultivators didn't just simply cultivate the body. Body cultivators meant that these cultivators would focus more on cultivating the body, but they would also cultivate magic power and divine abilities. Every cultivation method was feasible, and body cultivators were obviously the same. For example, many demons were body cultivators. There were also peerless experts among body cultivators, and some could even break through to a higher realm. It was basically the same principle as all roads lead to Rome. In the great wilderness, body cultivators had a huge advantage because any cultivator who entered the great wilderness would have their magic power and divine abilities sealed. Even if the lords of the 33 heavens were to enter, their magic power and divine abilities would be sealed. Therefore, under the premise that their magic power and divine abilities were sealed, those with strong fleshly bodies would have a great advantage. This was the case for body cultivators. And Lin Feng was even more so. Lin Feng's immemorial dragonesque elephant skill was a skill that cultivated both the physical body and magic power. Lin Feng's physical body surpassed that of gods and demons, and the power of the dragonesque elephant arm was unimaginably terrifying. Now that Lin Feng's magic power was sealed and he couldn't circulate his martial soul, he couldn't use the dragonesque elephant arm 7 times. However, in reality, he didn't need to use the dragonesque elephant arm 7 times. Just the power of the dragonesque elephant arm was enough to defeat anyone. These people, even if they were body cultivators, so what, in front of Lin Feng, they couldn't withstand a single blow. Lin Feng was that confident. Facing the three people's attacks, Lin Feng attacked. His fist was as fast as lightning, colliding with each of their fists. Kacha, 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 the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Then, the three of them were sent flying, each of them screaming in pain. Lin Feng's strength was too terrifying. He was like a Tyrannosaurus Rex in human form. In reality, Lin Feng had only used a portion of his strength, and the three cultivators couldn't withstand it anymore. The middle-aged cultivator's face suddenly changed. He didn't expect Lin Feng to be so strong. He now knew that he had underestimated this native of the wastelands in front of him. However, when he thought about the ancient races of the wastelands, after a long time, those ancient races might have declined, but it was still possible for 1 or 2 monstrous geniuses to appear. "It's your turn." Lin Feng looked at the middle-aged cultivator and sneered. The middle-aged cultivator stood up and looked coldly at Lin Feng. "Brat, do you think you can behave atrociously in front of me just because you have some ability? I'll let you know how powerful I am." As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged cultivator jumped up and punched towards Lin Feng. His punch produced a violent sonic boom. His punch was indeed powerful. Lin Feng thought, this person is probably a top expert in the outside world. However, facing this person's attack, Lin Feng wasn't afraid. He punched out. Bang! Lin Feng's punch collided with the middle-aged cultivator's. Lin Feng didn't move at all. The middle-aged cultivator took 3 steps back. When he saw this, Lin Feng was surprised. This person was only slightly weaker than him in a physical collision. What a powerful physical body. In contrast to Lin Feng's surprise, the middle-aged cultivator and the other 3 cultivators were deeply shocked. This was because they knew how powerful the middle-aged cultivator's physical body was. The middle-aged cultivator was an existence that could kill a saint with his physical body. He could destroy a planet with a punch and had an extremely high status in the heavenly court. He was one of the most important people in the 33 heavens. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been entrusted with such an important task and entered the wastelands. But now, in a physical collision, the middle-aged cultivator was defeated. Although he was only slightly weaker than him, it was still a defeat. Lin Feng's battle prowess was inconceivable. but soon, their eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Feng was too big a threat and had to die. This was especially true for the middle-aged cultivator. He wanted to kill Lin Feng the most because he felt that being forced back by Lin Feng had damaged his reputation. I didn't think that there would be someone with innate divine strength like you in the wastelands. But it's useless. Even if you have innate divine strength, you're still as weak as an ant in front of me. The middle-aged cultivator's face was filled with cold killing intent. Lin Feng asked in surprise, could it be that you still have a hidden killer move? Of course. The middle-aged cultivator sneered. A strange crackling sound came from his body. Could it be that my lord is going to use that move? One of the cultivators exclaimed. The other two were also excited. One of them said, that's right, my lord is going to use that move. Back then, my lord used that move in the outer realms and destroyed a planet with a single punch. Now that my lord is angry, he's going to use that move. That brat will die a very, very miserable death. After hearing the other party's words, Lin Feng was filled with anticipation. The other party's move seemed to be quite powerful. He wondered how powerful it was. At this moment, the middle-aged cultivator's body underwent a huge change. His body began to grow bigger and bigger. He wasn't particularly tall, about 1.7 meters in height. But now, his height instantly soared to about 3 meters. In addition to his height, the muscles on his body also expanded crazily. His body grew several times larger, and he looked like a muscular giant. Correspondingly, his physical strength. It had increased by more than 3 times. So powerful. The 3 cultivators exclaimed. They looked at the middle-aged cultivator with eyes full of worship. Lin Feng said in surprise, is this your ultimate move? Do you think that just because your body has grown bigger, you've become more powerful? If that's the case, then it's a bit laughable. The middle-aged cultivator sneered, I'm not just making my body bigger. My body is called the berserk body. When my body grows bigger, my strength can increase by 5 times. However, if I want to increase it by 5 times, I need to use my Dharma power. Although I can't increase my physical strength by 5 times, increasing it by 3 times isn't a problem. Right now, every inch of my skin contains berserk energy. Although you're strong, you're only slightly stronger than me. Now that my strength has increased by 3 times, how are you going to fight me? As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged cultivator once again punched towards Lin Feng. This time, the power of his punch had increased by 3 times. He looked at Lin Feng with disdain. In his opinion, Lin Feng wouldn't be able to withstand the terrifying power of his punch. After this punch, even if Lin Feng didn't die, he would be seriously injured. He had absolute confidence in the power of his punch, and this confidence was based on his absolute strength. The other 3 cultivators also looked at Lin Feng with disdain. Their thoughts were similar to the middle-aged cultivators. Lin Feng couldn't withstand this punch. At this time, Lin Feng also made his move. Lin Feng knew that the power of his opponent's punch was great, so he didn't underestimate his opponent. Lin Feng directly used the Dracophant arm. When Lin Feng used the Dracophant arm, Lin Feng's strength increased in an instant. Lin Feng and the middle-aged cultivator collided again. Lin Feng still didn't move. The middle-aged cultivator's arm was directly broken, and his bones were exposed. His body flew backwards, knocking over many tables and chairs. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He fell to the ground, and his face was as pale as paper. Impossible. He struggled to get up. He couldn't accept what had happened in front of him. His strength increased by 3 times, but he couldn't even take a single blow from Lin Feng. This was a serious blow to him. However, he couldn't believe what had happened. He felt like he was going crazy, and his eyes were full of resentment. When the 3 cultivators saw this scene, they were almost scared to death. One by one, they knelt on the ground, trembling. They looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of fear. They originally thought that these natives of the wasteland must be incomparably weak. Who would have thought that they would encounter such an abnormal native of the wasteland? Tell me where you're from, Lin Feng said. The middle-aged cultivator's face was gloomy, but he didn't say anything. The other 3 looked at him and didn't say anything either. Lin Feng sneered and kicked the stool under his feet at one of the cultivators. The stool shattered, and a broken stool leg pierced through the cultivator's chest, killing him on the spot. When they saw Lin Feng kill people, their facial expressions changed drastically, including the middle-aged cultivator who was the leader of the group. He pulled a long face. Origin? Lin Feng continued asking. The two cultivators didn't dare to hide anything. One of them hurriedly said, "We're from the heavenly court." The Lord of the 33 Heavens? Lin Feng asked. Yes. The other cultivator hurriedly said. Lin Feng muttered to himself, the heavenly court of the undying world is actually a small heavenly court. It's an imitation of the heavenly court of the 33 layers of heaven. These people are from the Lord of the 33 Heavens. It seems that the Lord of the 33 Heavens knows something about the universe stone, which is why he sent these people to search for it. Lin Feng continued asking, aside from sending you to search for the universe stone, did the Lord of the 33 Heavens instruct you to do anything else? The middle-aged cultivator looked at Lin Feng in shock and said, "You know about the universe stone?" However, he recalled that Lin Feng had said that Bai Qilong would never come to see him again. Could Lin Feng have gotten the information from Bai Qilong? After thinking about it carefully, this was indeed a possibility. Lin Feng glanced at the middle-aged cultivator and said, "What's the fuss about knowing about the universe stone?" The middle-aged cultivator's face turned gloomy, but he didn't say anything else. Lin Feng looked at the other two cultivators. One of them said, "Aside from the universe stone, there's nothing else to do." Lin Feng asked, "What's going on with this desolate land? Why was the great wilderness sealed? Who was the one who sealed the great wilderness?" The other cultivator rushed to answer, "It said that there are two reasons why the desolate land was sealed. The first reason is that there seems to be an extremely mysterious and ancient race here." Lin Feng thought to himself, an extremely mysterious and ancient race? It seems like someone thinks that these races are a threat. Lin Feng suddenly thought of the Yi family village. He thought of the universe stone. He thought of Yi Xian. The universe stone was related to Yi Xian, and the Yi family village controlled it. Most of the people in the Yi family village had the surname Yi. Could it be? After thinking about this possibility, Lin Feng felt his heart skip a beat. It can't be, right? This guess can't be true, right? The Yi family village's people with the surname Yi were Yi Xian's descendants? What kind of person was Yi Xian? He was someone who stood at the peak of the universe, someone from 3,000 eras ago. He was an unimaginably powerful existence. The Yi family village was so ordinary. Could they be Yi Xian's descendants? No. Before the Great Wasteland was sealed, the Yi family village might not have been mediocre. Moreover, an expert like Yi Xian, even though he was the absolute ruler of the Kunlun universe. However, his descendants might have traveled across the universe and left behind descendants in the 9 prefectures. This was also extremely possible. Or perhaps, Yi Xian had once left behind a son in the 9 provinces universe, but he didn't know about it, so, this lineage had always been in the 9 provinces universe. If that was the case, then this Yi Xian seemed to be a famous person. So, the people of the Yi family village might really be Yi Xian's descendants? This was earth-shattering news. It was too scary. At this time, the cultivator continued, the second reason is that someone is in seclusion somewhere in the Great Wasteland. That person has already reached an extremely critical moment. It is said that once he succeeds, he will complete the 9 transformations of the Stone Man's transformation. Lin Feng was shocked. The Stone Man's path was one of the most difficult cultivation methods. Of course, it was difficult. However, with every transformation, one's combat strength would increase by leaps and bounds. This kind of improvement was enough to make countless people go crazy. On the Stone Man's path, 1 transformation was already an unimaginable improvement, let alone 9 transformations. If he succeeded, what kind of strength would he have? Lin Feng himself didn't know. Because he didn't know such an awesome person. The other party was afraid of such an expert, so they wanted to destroy his path of evolution. At the same time, they wanted to destroy the bloodline inheritance of those ancient races. Thus, they thought of a way to seal this place. And the people who sealed this place, it is said that other than the 33 heavenly lords, there are also the mastermind world, the lost races of the epic, and the foreign creatures. Lin Feng frowned and said, in that case, I'm afraid that expert failed to evolve? Yes. A long time had passed. This place was sealed. He was unable to absorb the purest immortal power between heaven and earth. He must have failed. I'm afraid he died, said the cultivator. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel that it was a pity. The stone man's path of evolution was too difficult. Cultivators who could reach the ninth transformation were too rare. There might not even be more than a few in an epoch. That existence could have completed this evolution, but because of the great wilderness being sealed, he failed in the end. Lin Feng said, even if this place is sealed, the other party can still wipe out the races here, right? Isn't that simple? Well. The two cultivators didn't know the specific reason, so they didn't know how to answer Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the leader of the group of middle-aged cultivators. The middle-aged cultivator wanted to be tough, but when he saw the killing intent in Lin Feng's eyes, his heart trembled. He didn't dare to not answer Lin Feng's question. It said that some of the races have terrifying origins and are even related to the top families and powers in other universes. That's why those people only dare to seal them and not kill them. They're worried that if they go too far, the main bloodlines of those races will take revenge on them if they find out. That's right. I see. Lin Feng nodded. Then, he thought of the expert who had undergone the ninth transformation. He couldn't help but ask curiously, what's the expert's name? The middle-aged cultivator said, he's called, the Heaven-Devouring Devil Emperor. What? Lin Feng's expression changed when he heard that. Heaven-Devouring Devil Emperor, it was the Heaven-Devouring Devil Emperor. Lin Feng really didn't expect that the expert who planned to undergo the ninth transformation of the Stoneman Path was actually his ancestor, the Heaven-Devouring Devil Emperor. To him, this was truly earth-shattering news. Lin Feng remembered hearing some news about the Heaven-Devouring Devil Emperor and the Heaven-Devouring Devil Master. It was said that their fall was related to the Devil Tower. Lin Feng had even asked the Devil Tower before, but he didn't get the information he wanted. If this place was really the place where the Heaven-Devouring Demon Emperor underwent his ninth evolution, then the demonic pagoda had nothing to do with the demonic pagoda. Lin Feng's expression was uncertain. If he knew something about his ancestor, then it should have been something worth being happy about. However, the news that Lin Feng received now was truly terrible. Anyone who heard that their ancestor was about to complete an extremely important transformation but was interrupted by someone else and might even die because of this matter would be in a bad mood no matter who it was. The masters of the 33 heavens, the remnant races of the epoch, the living beings of the foreign worlds and the people from the world of the mastermind. They truly deserved to die. These fellows had long colluded with each other. Do you know where the Heaven-Devouring Devil Emperor is in seclusion? Lin Feng asked with a gloomy expression. Thinking that his ancestor, the Heaven-Devouring Demon Emperor, might have fallen in the great wilderness, Lin Feng's mood was extremely bad. He felt depressed and angry at the same time. He couldn't wait to kill his way up to the 33 heavens and kill all the lords of the 33 heavens. Only then would he be able to vent his anger. We really don't know. Even the lords of the 33 heavens don't know. They couldn't find where the Devouring Heaven Devil Emperor went into seclusion. The Devouring Heaven Devil Emperor was a member of the sovereign imperial clan. His innate talent was unimaginable. He also walked the path of stone golems. Once he completed his ninth transformation, he'd definitely become an extremely strong transcendent cultivator. That's the main reason why so many forces wanted to deal with him. If those forces knew where he was, they wouldn't even be able to keep his corpse. The leading middle-aged cultivator said. Lin Feng's eyes were gloomy. Although he didn't want to admit that the Heaven-Devouring Demon Emperor had fallen, Lin Feng knew that the Heaven-Devouring Demon Emperor might really have fallen. After all, such an unforeseen event at the most critical moment of his transformation must have been a heavy blow to him. However, would there be a miracle? Lin Feng didn't know if there would be a miracle, but Lin Feng hoped that there would be a miracle. Whether or not he was Lin Feng's ancestor, Lin Feng hoped that such a peerless talent wouldn't have a tragic ending. However, Lin Feng also knew that this kind of hope would be very difficult to realize. Lin Feng asked, "How are you going to leave the great wilderness?" The leader of the group said, "The Lord of the 33 heavens has created a teleportation array in the palace. We all have tokens on us. If we crush them, we can be teleported back. F*CK, Lin Feng was speechless. So this was the situation. That was too much of a scam. Lin Feng didn't want to be teleported to the Lord of the 33 Heavens. If he was teleported there, wouldn't he be walking right into a trap? From the looks of it, there was no way to get a way out from these people. Lin Feng looked at the leader and asked, "Is there any other way?" "According to what I know, it is said that if you can break the seal on the Grand Desolation, you will be able to leave." "How do we break the seal on the Great Wilderness?" Lin Feng asked. The middle-aged cultivator said, "This. I really don't know." Lin Feng frowned slightly and wrote a letter. Then, he stuffed the letter into the leader's clothes. A devilish smile appeared on his face. When they saw Lin Feng's smile, the leader and the other two turned pale. They felt that something was wrong. "Spare me. Spare me. We've already told you everything we know, so please spare us, young master," the middle-aged cultivator begged. It hadn't been easy for him to cultivate to his current level. In the face of death, he couldn't remain calm. Lin Feng sneered. "Spare you? If I had fallen into your hands, would you have spared me?" The three of them initially wanted to say, "We'll forgive you." Even though they were lying, Lin Feng didn't give them the opportunity to speak. He took out a dagger and stabbed them 3 times in a row. The 3 of them fell to the ground, dead. Lin Feng then found the tokens on their bodies. These tokens were extremely special teleportation jade talismans. After Lin Feng crushed the talismans shook violently. Immediately, the teleportation jade talismans emitted a very special energy. The special energy enveloped the 4 dead cultivators and their bodies disappeared without a trace. The 33 Heavens. Heavenly Court, Heavenly Master Palace, Side Hall. There was a special teleportation array set up here. Originally, this teleportation array was basically in a dormant state. Because it was a teleportation array that led to the Great Wilderness, this teleportation array would only be activated at certain special times. But now, this teleportation array was actually emitting bursts of violent fluctuations. There were guards on duty in the side hall, and they were all alarmed. They looked in the direction of the teleportation array, and in the next moment, 4 corpses were teleported out. The faces of the guards changed greatly, and the leader of the guards said in a deep voice, "You guys stay here, I'll report this to the Heavenly Master." Heavenly Master Palace, Main Hall. This place was very special. Although it was a palace, it contained the laws of space and time. It looked like a starry sky world. The Heavenly Masters of the 33 Heavens were sitting cross-legged in the starry sky world. Their bodies emitted a dazzling light. They looked like 33 stars. Among the Heavenly Masters of the 33 Heavens, the 3 Heavenly Masters in the deepest part of the palace had the most terrifying aura. Obviously, the 3 Heavenly Masters in the deepest part of the palace were the strongest. They were all Transcendental Realm experts. In fact, even among the Heavenly Masters of the 33 Heavens, only one Heavenly Master had broken through to the Transcendental Realm. However, since the great changes in the world, all kinds of opportunities had appeared. The Heavenly Masters of the 33 Heavens had obtained many amazing opportunities. Moreover, they had obtained many good things from the imperial family of the world of evil. Therefore, one after another, 2 Heavenly Masters had broken through and became Transcendental Realm experts. As time passed, the Heavenly Masters of the 33 Heavens would definitely be able to break through. At this moment, the Heavenly Masters of the 33 Heavens looked at the corpses that were being carried into the main hall. 4 corpses were lying on the ground. Before they had died, they had looked extremely terrified. No one knew what had happened. One of the Heavenly Masters tried to use the reversal technique to see what had happened, but it failed. The Heavenly Master frowned. The opponent's luck is too strong. It actually blocked my probing. Could it be that another monster has appeared in the Great Wilderness? The second Heavenly Master said, "The races in the Great Wilderness aren't simple. Although the Great Wilderness has been sealed for many years, there's no guarantee that there won't be some monster appearing. If such a monster appears, it'll be a huge problem." The third Heavenly Master said, "It seems that the opponent knows about the Cosmos Stones. That's a very bad thing. The fourth heavenly master said, "We've been searching for cosmos stones for so long, but we still haven't found any. So what if the opponent knows? They won't be able to find the cosmos stones so quickly." The fifth heavenly master said, "I don't agree with that. Just because we can't find something doesn't mean that others can't find it either. The problem is that we don't even know who the opponent is. That's the most troublesome thing." The sixth heavenly master said, "I have a method. Although we might not be able to find out who the opponent is, we can at least find out where they are." After saying that, the Heaven Lord sent out a series of hand seals. The hand seals entered the bodies of the 4 dead cultivators. Then, the hand seals flew back and imprinted themselves on a jade talisman. The Heavenly Master said, although the 4 of them died tragically, they still have the killer's aura on their bodies. Now that I've recorded the killer's aura, we can create more jade talismans like this. These talismans that record the killer's aura will be able to detect the killer's location. The 7th Heavenly Master said, "That's a good idea. What should we do next?" The 8th Heavenly Master said, "Send someone to the Great Wilderness. It'll be best if they can capture that monster. I have a strong suspicion that the cosmos stones have been taken by those 8 monsters." The 9th Heavenly Master said, "Who should we send now? The 4 heavenly kings are guarding the 4 directions. It's not convenient for them to move now. The 36 heavenly generals have suffered great losses in order to deal with Lin Baitian's son." The 10th Heavenly Master said, "Then let's send the 72 earthly fiends. Let them lead the experts of the mighty miracle god, the great strength devil god, and the other races. The Great Wilderness restricts magic power and divine abilities. It'll be more suitable for them to go." The other heavenly masters nodded and said, "All right." Just as they were about to give the order, the 33 heavenly masters suddenly sensed something. Something has happened. Someone has barged into the Eternal Spring Palace. The leader of the heavenly masters said coldly. The Eternal Spring Palace wasn't an ordinary place. The Eternal Spring Palace. It was one of the palaces where the master of the 33 heavens refined pills. Author's note, a person like the master of the 33 heavens would naturally not only have one alchemy room. Inside the Eternal Spring Palace, there were countless precious pills. The value of these pills was simply unimaginable. There were even some pills that the lords of the 33 heavens had obtained from the imperial family of the Dark Hand world. These pills were also placed in the Eternal Spring Palace. But now, they sensed that someone had invaded the Eternal Spring Palace. This was the Heavenly Court, this was the headquarters of the 33 heavenly masters, the security here was tight. Moreover, the 33 heavenly masters were overseeing this place. Even a fly couldn't enter this place. Who would dare to behave atrociously here? Wouldn't that be courting death? However, someone was really courting death. Schwa, there was a flash of light and the 33 heavenly masters disappeared from the palaces. When they reappeared, they were already in the Eternal Spring Palace. The Eternal Spring Palace had a total of 8 palaces. There were many precious pill furnaces, pills, materials, and so on in each palace. Now, the first palace had been emptied. This had infuriated the group of people. How dare they steal from the masters of the 33 heavens? This was truly lawless. The masters of the 33 heavens had never encountered such a situation before. Hence, they were incomparably furious. They were simply mad with hatred. They quickly entered the 2nd layer of the palace, the 3rd layer of the palace, the 4th layer of the palace. All of the palaces had been destroyed. Nothing was left behind. How immoral! The 33 heavenly masters arrived at the 9th palace. They saw 4 people. The Red World Fairy. One of the heavenly masters had an extremely gloomy expression. He recognized one of the 4 people. It was none other than the Red World Fairy. Back when the Red World Fairy hadn't fully matured, they had wanted to kill her. However, they hadn't been able to do so. Now, the Red World Fairy had actually run into the Eternal Spring Palace to steal their pills. The 33 heavenly masters' eyes flickered coldly. "It's me." The Red World Fairy nodded and said, "I'm preparing to break through to the Transcendence realm. I heard that you had obtained the Transcendence pill from the Imperial family. That's why I came here to take a look." This trip was not in vain. One of the heavenly masters sneered. You really overestimate yourself. You think that you have some ability and dare to behave atrociously here? What a joke. These heavenly masters were indeed very confident in their methods. After all, they had 3 Transcendence Realm experts on their side. Could it be that they were afraid of the Red World Fairy and the other 3? Wasn't that a joke? Haha, this pill tastes pretty good. One of the cultivators tossed a gold-colored medicinal pill into his mouth. It was as though he was chewing on candy. It was a holy soul pill, a pill that could increase the strength of one's soul. It was incomparably precious. The 33 heavenly masters hadn't even used it yet, but someone was eating it like a candy. The 33 heavenly masters were filled with killing intent. The cultivator who had eaten the holy soul pill was a snow-white little beast. It was wearing a straw hat, sunglasses, and a straw stick in its mouth. If Lin Feng were here, he would definitely recognize this person. It was none other than Lord Tua. I have to say that in this world, there aren't many people who can compete with you in terms of alchemy. At the very least, I haven't seen anyone like you. Lord Tua wasn't trying to flatter the 33 heavenly masters. The 33 heavenly masters were really good at alchemy. Why did he say that? It was because the 33 heavenly masters had inherited the 3 pure ones of Taoism. However, as they developed, they left Taoism. What was Taoism best at, other than the Tao of talismans? That was alchemy. Taoism's alchemy was unparalleled in the world. Therefore, the 33 heavenly masters were extremely good at alchemy. Very few people could compete with them in terms of alchemy. If they had a recipe, they could concoct any kind of pill. Moreover, they could concoct better pills than others. Who are you? One of the heavenly masters looked at Lord Tua with a gloomy expression. They wouldn't show any contempt for Lord Tua because of his appearance. In fact, these heavenly masters felt that this strange little beast was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Although he seemed to be easy to bully, this was just a facade. The 33 heavenly masters wouldn't be so superficial. Well said, I'm Lord Tua. Everyone loves me. Flowers bloom when they see me. I'm invincible. I'm domineering. I'm invincible. Lord Tua struck a pose that he thought was very handsome. I've never heard of you. The heavenly masters looked at each other. The corners of Lord Tua's mouth twitched. He felt that he had wasted so much time on this pose. I'm too lazy to talk to you. Everyone, let's go, said Lord Tua. They were a temporary team. Other than Lord Tug and Venerable Red Dust, the backgrounds of the other 2 were enough to scare anyone to death. One of them. If Lin Feng had been there, he would have recognized her. She was the mysterious woman he had met when he had gone to the God's Burial Star region. She was the one he had met in the magnetic field. That girl was extremely beautiful. Her temperament was otherworldly. She was like a peerless fairy who had descended from the 9 heavens. At that time, she had been followed by 2 skeletons. Later on, Lin Feng had seen one of the skeletons, the King of Bones. It was unimaginably strong. The 4th one was an old woman. Lin Feng didn't know her, but her strength was enigmatic and unfathomable. She was holding a walking stick with a phoenix carved on it. Lin Feng didn't know who she was. Let's go, the other 3 said one after another. The 4 of them gathered together, and a terrifying magnetic field was released from their bodies. Their magnetic fields were constantly fusing together. Where do you think this is? Is this a place where you can come and go as you please? Shouted the rulers of the 33 heavens furiously. They had activated a deployment spell and sealed the palace. They wanted to kill the 4 people. Lord Tua said, since we dared to come here, we're naturally fully prepared. As soon as he said that, the magnetic fields released by the 4 cultivators fused together. The space around them distorted. They jumped into the void and disappeared. 2 of them are cultivators who have surpassed their cultivation level. The other 2 aren't cultivators who have surpassed their cultivation level, but their battle prowess is comparable to those who have surpassed their cultivation level. Apart from the Red World Fairy, we've never heard of the other 3. Who are they? Said the first emperor, Huang Xingtian, gloomily. The other 32 heavenly masters were also puzzled. Lin Feng naturally didn't know about what happened in the Heavenly Lord's palace. He returned to his residence and pondered about whether or not the Yi clan's people were Yi Xian's descendants. Lin Feng actually felt that the Yi clan's people were most likely Yi Xian's descendants. However, he hadn't verified it yet, so it was hard to say. It would be great if he could guide their bloodline to recover. If their bloodline recovered, then he would know whether or not the Yi clan's people were Yi Xian's descendants. Lin Feng had a lot of good things in his time and space. Some of them could help a cultivator awaken their bloodline for the first time. Unfortunately, he couldn't take them out right now. Therefore, he couldn't verify whether or not the Yi clan's people were Yi Xian's descendants. It wouldn't be too late to talk about it later. In addition, Lin Feng was thinking about how to lift the seal on the Great Desolate. This was a rather troublesome matter that troubled him greatly. Lifting the seal on the Great Desolate was easy to say, but it was too difficult to do. After all, the Great Desolate had been sealed for such a long time. Lifting the seal on the Great Desolate was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Lin Feng planned to first bring the Yi clan's people to Hearthstone Town. After settling them down, he would search around. Firstly, he wanted to see if he could find a way to lift the seal. Secondly, he wanted to see if he could find the place where his ancestor, the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor, was in seclusion. Although outsiders felt that his ancestor, the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor, had died long ago, Lin Feng was still unwilling to believe this matter. He firmly believed in one principle. If his ancestor, the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor, had failed in his evolution and died from the backlash, then he would bury his ancestor here. No matter which world it was, there seemed to be such a custom. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to return to the Yi clan himself and organize the Yi clan's people to come to Hearthstone Town. However, Yi Xianxia insisted on going back with him. Lin Feng agreed to her request. As for Yi Biao and the others, they stayed in Hearthstone Town to look after the 7 shops. In the world of ice and snow, the snow had stopped. However, it was difficult to completely clear up. Even if there were a few days of clear weather, it would soon continue to snow like goose feathers. Lin Feng rode a huge snow lion mount while Yi Xianxia rode a black leopard mount. The snow lion and black leopard ran quickly through the snow. Lin Feng could feel the changes in Yi Xianxia's emotions. She had become much quieter. Ever since she knew that he was going to leave, she had become like this. Lin Feng could only sigh when he saw Yi Xianxia like this. There were some things that he couldn't persuade Yi Xianxia. Of course, if Lin Feng told Yi Xianxia now that he could accept her words, she would definitely be very happy. However, Lin Feng couldn't do that. The Heaven Realm was too dangerous. Moreover, the Heaven Realm wasn't Lin Feng's territory. If Yi Xianxia had too much involvement with him, it wouldn't be good for her. It wouldn't be good for Lin Feng either. Sometimes, being a person was really quite helpless. On this evening, Lin Feng and Yi Xianxia were running quickly through the forest. Suddenly, the ground split open and a huge claw emerged from the ground. It then grabbed towards Yi Xianxia and her mount. At the crucial moment, the black leopard mount exploded with astonishing speed. It stomped on the ground and its body rushed out like a black lightning bolt. Just as Yi Xianxia thought that she would be able to avoid this calamity, the huge claw suddenly slammed towards Yi Xianxia and the black-striped leopard. Although the black-striped leopard tried its best to dodge, it still couldn't completely avoid the attack. Bang! The huge claws slapped down on the black-patterned leopard and Yi Xianxia, causing them to fly out. The black leopard and Yi Xianxia fell into the forest, motionless. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's eyes were about to split open. He roared and leaped up, rushing towards the huge claw that had emerged from the ground. The claw viciously grabbed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was cold as he grabbed the claw. In terms of strength, Lin Feng was never afraid of anyone or any living creature. Lin Feng roared and exerted force. The terrifying creature that was hiding underground was pulled out by Lin Feng. This creature looked like a huge scorpion. It was over 10 meters long and had a pair of huge claws. It also had a scorpion tail that was 5 to 6 meters long. At the end of the scorpion tail was a sharp spike that flickered with a blue luster. It was obviously poisonous. What surprised Lin Feng was that this huge scorpion actually had 3 ugly heads. Although Lin Feng had seen many things, this was the first time he had seen a three-headed scorpion. Moreover, it was such a huge scorpion. The sharp spike at the end of the scorpion's tail pierced towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was cold. A sharp dagger slid out from his sleeve. Lin Feng grabbed the dagger. When the poisonous spike at the end of the scorpion's tail pierced towards him, his left hand that was holding the dagger slashed. Pfft! The poisonous spike at the end of the scorpion's tail was sliced off by Lin Feng. The three heads of the monster scorpion let out mournful cries. Now, its tail was no longer a threat to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was cold. Lin Feng leaped out and appeared on top of the scorpion's head. The dagger in his hand viciously slashed at the scorpion's head. Pfft! 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 The sound of something being torn apart suddenly rang out. The three heads were all chopped off and the scorpion's body fell to the ground. Lin Feng quickly rushed towards Xianxia. He checked carefully and found that Xianxia had only fainted. There wasn't much of a problem. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. As for the black-patterned leopard, it was already dead. The terrifying power of the scorpion's attack had basically been applied to the black-patterned leopard. That was why Xianxia was lucky enough to escape. Otherwise, Xianxia would have been in danger. Fortunately, the result was not bad. "You're quite loyal," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the black-patterned leopard and couldn't help but sigh. He took out a few large stones and built a simple grave. By doing so, the black-patterned leopard's corpse would not be eaten by other beasts. Lin Feng carried the unconscious Xianxia and rode the snow lion away quickly. In the cave, the bonfire was burning fiercely. The snow lion was guarding outside, therefore, no beast dared to come here. The ground was covered with dried leaves. On top of the dried leaves was Lin Feng's jacket. Xianxia was resting on top of the leaves. Her breathing gradually became even, but she had yet to wake up. Lin Feng waited patiently. Looking at Xianxia's exquisite face, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. This girl was really beautiful. Lin Feng didn't force himself to stay awake. Not long after, he fell asleep. Late at night, Xianxia opened her eyes. At first, she was a little confused. When she saw Lin Feng beside her, she heaved a sigh of relief. Was this considered a new lease of life? The feeling of being alive was great. Xianxia seemed to have had a dream. In the dream, she tried her best to call out to Lin Feng. However, no matter how much she called out to Lin Feng ignored her. This made Xianxia very sad. Fortunately, it was just a dream and not reality. However, when she thought of Lin Feng leaving soon, Xianxia felt bitter. Dreams and reality, in some ways, seemed to be connected. Xianxia quietly looked at Lin Feng. She had never observed Lin Feng so closely and carefully. The more she looked, the more she liked him. Xianxia's face turned slightly red. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. Their eyes met. Seeing Xianxia's affectionate look, Lin Feng couldn't help but have a different feeling. "How are you feeling now?" Lin Feng looked at Xianxia and asked. He was still worried about Xianxia's body. Xianxia said, "I'm fine now." "Where's that monster?" said Lin Feng. "I killed him," replied Lin Feng. "Are you hurt?" Xianxia asked worriedly. "No." Lin Feng smiled. "That's good." Xianxia let out a long breath. Lin Feng was about to get up. Xianxia had already woken up. It wasn't good to rest too close to her. He went to the side of the fire and sat down cross-legged. Xianxia bit her lips. For a moment, Xianxia wanted to muster up the courage to tell Lin Feng her feelings. However, Xianxia resisted. Because, she felt that she wasn't worthy of Lin Feng. Therefore, she didn't dare to say her feelings. The night passed silently. The next day, Lin Feng and Xianxia set off. As there was only one mount left, the two of them rode on the same mount. Xianxia was in front while Lin Feng was behind. Lin Feng said, "Sit tight." "N." Xianxia replied softly. The snow lion quickly galloped. The mountain road was difficult to walk on. Xianxia's body suddenly swayed. Lin Feng quickly grabbed onto Yishuang. Lean on my chest. Lin Feng said. Yishuang blushed and nodded. She leaned on Lin Feng's chest. Suddenly, she no longer felt bumpy. Yishuang felt that she was very happy. If it could always be like this, it would be great. But Yishuang knew. This happiness. It was destined to be short. Lin Feng and Yishuang successfully returned to the Yi family village. When they returned, they began to arrange for the people of the Yi family village to move. A large group of 4,000 to 5,000 people would naturally move very slowly. In addition, there was the possibility of facing the threat of fierce beasts in the forest. The cultivators of the Yi family village were obviously not enough. Therefore, Lin Feng and Yishuang discussed and found many cultivators from the other villages. After successfully escorting them to Hearthstone Town, each of them would receive a dan of food as a reward. Don't underestimate this dan of food. A dan of food was roughly equivalent to 118 kilograms. In the cold winter, this amount of food was enough for a person to eat for 3 months. Although it wasn't enough to fill their stomachs, at least they wouldn't starve to death. Lin Feng and the others hired 500 guards to escort the people of the Yi family village to Hearthstone Town. Although they had to pay 500 dan of food, the Yi family village was no longer the same as before. 500 dan of food wasn't a particularly large sum. The key was that it would allow the people of the Yi family village to reach Hearthstone Town safely. They would be fine. That was the most important thing. The people of the Yi family village safely reached Hearthstone Town and moved to a new home. To them, this was like going from hell to heaven. This kind of joy was indescribable with words. After the people of the Yi family village had settled down, Lin Feng planned to leave. Lin Feng bid farewell to Yishuang and the elders of the Yi family village. Yi Qiao followed beside Yishuang, crying her eyes out. Yishuang tried her best to make herself look stronger. But when she could no longer see Lin Feng's figure, her tears flowed down like pearls from a broken necklace. After leaving Hearthstone Town, Lin Feng headed southwest. It was said that there was an ancient city in this direction called Golem City. As for why it was called that, Lin Feng didn't know. An ancient city like Golem City wasn't something that Hearthstone Town could compare to. Lin Feng felt that he might be able to find out some information about his ancestor, the heaven-devouring demon emperor, from Golem City. Along the way, Lin Feng encountered several waves of attacks from vicious beasts, but none of them were a match for Lin Feng. In the end, they were all killed by Lin Feng and became the mounts of Lin Feng and the Snow Lion. A month later, Lin Feng rode on the Snow Lion and saw Golem City from afar. Because it was already evening, the city gates were closed. Lin Feng couldn't enter Golem City now. If he wanted to enter, he would have to wait until the next day. Apart from Lin Feng, there were about 40 to 50 people who couldn't enter either. They could only find a place to rest in the forest outside Golem City. Young master, my young miss has invited you over. She would like to speak with you. While Lin Feng was riding the Snow Lion, he was looking for a place to rest. Suddenly, a tall and slender maid came to him. She looked at Lin Feng and said in a charming voice, "Your young miss?" Lin Feng was a little apprehensive. He didn't know the young miss, so he didn't know why she wanted to speak to him. Said the maid, pointing in a direction. Lin Feng looked in that direction and saw a carriage. He guessed that the young lady was in that carriage. "Please lead the way, young miss," Lin Feng said. "Young master, you really know how to talk," the servant girl said with a smile. She then led Lin Feng to the carriage. Soon, Lin Feng followed the maid to the carriage. There was a housekeeper and 4 guards. When they saw Lin Feng, they became vigilant. However, Lin Feng was brought here by their young miss, so they didn't say anything. They just kept on guarding against Lin Feng. Lin Feng was amused. He didn't know who this young miss was, but her subordinates were very vigilant against her. "Young miss, the young master is here," the tall maidservant reported. "All right, let the young master come in and talk." A voice came from inside the carriage. "Young miss, you can't." The housekeeper immediately stopped her. First of all, he didn't know Lin Feng's identity, so he had to be careful. Second of all, men and women were different. How could she meet a strange man in a carriage? what would happen if word got out? It would damage her reputation. The young miss in the carriage said, Uncle Yu, this is a special time. There are some things that you don't need to follow the rules. Hearing his young miss say that, the housekeeper nodded. He looked at Lin Feng with a threatening look, as if he was saying, boy, you better behave. Don't do anything too outrageous. Otherwise, I won't be polite to you. Lin Feng naturally didn't take the housekeeper's threat to heart. In fact, this kind of threat was nothing to Lin Feng. Lin Feng entered the carriage and saw the young miss. She was around 20 years old. She was wearing a palace dress. Her skin was white and her eyes were bright like the moon. Her face was the size of a palm and she was indescribably beautiful. She looked like a delicate woman. She was as beautiful as a fairy who had fallen from the heavens. Of course, Lin Feng was used to seeing all kinds of beautiful women, so after seeing this woman, he didn't lose his composure. No matter how beautiful a woman was, in Lin Feng's eyes, they were like floating clouds. The woman was also observing Lin Feng. She found that when Lin Feng looked at her, he had a slightly surprised expression. Then, his eyes returned to normal. There wasn't even a trace of hidden greed in his eyes. This made her very surprised because she knew how beautiful she was. Many people who had seen her had lost their composure. Even those who hadn't lost their composure had an evil glint in their eyes. She knew what those people were thinking. Only Lin Feng was different. However, she didn't think too much about it. She looked at Lin Feng and asked, Young master, how should I address you? Lin Feng, what's your young miss's name? Xianxia. Good name. The name sounds good, and the person is even more beautiful. Lin Feng praised. When the woman heard Lin Feng's praise, she actually felt a bit happy. It seemed that this guy also thought that she was very beautiful. She was still a bit proud of herself. Lin Feng wasn't in the mood to chat with Xianxia. He asked, May I know why young Miss Xianxia has asked me to come here? After hearing Lin Feng's impatient question, Xianxia felt a bit jealous. How many people dreamed of being alone with her in a room? Now that Lin Feng was alone with her in an even narrower space in the carriage, he was actually a bit impatient. This made Xianxia a bit depressed. Xianxia said, I want to ask young master to help me with something. Once it's done, I won't treat you unfairly. Help? Why are you looking for me? Lin Feng asked. Xianxia said, Other people come in groups, and they look travel-worn. Only young master came alone with a relaxed expression. This means that young master is very powerful and can deal with all kinds of dangers by yourself. This is why I asked young master to help me. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but inwardly praise Xianxia. This Xianxia was a very meticulous person. Lin Feng asked, May I know what young Miss Xianxia wants me to help you with? Come with me to explore some ruins. Xianxia said. Lin Feng was surprised and immediately asked, I need specific information about these ruins. Xianxia said, These ruins aren't very far from here, about a day's journey. They're very ancient and have a very mysterious origin. It's also very dangerous. Many people have gone to explore these ruins, but the results haven't been very good. Many people have died there. Lin Feng asked, Since it's so dangerous, why do you want to explore it? Xianxia said, I originally wasn't very interested in these ruins, but some time ago, I received news that these ruins are related to a person called Song Zishu. Song Zishu? I've never heard of him. Is he very powerful? Lin Feng asked. Xianxia said, According to the information I received, Song Zishu was one of the followers of the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor. Back then, the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor chose to go into seclusion somewhere in the wasteland, and Song Zishu was by his side. Song Zishu died there, so I don't know if there are clues left behind by the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor. Hearing this, Lin Feng's pupil shrank. Song Zishu was actually a follower of his own foot spa. If that was the case, then they had to go to these ruins. Lin Feng said, All right, I agree. Shall we go now? Xianxia smiled and said, Sir, you're really impatient. It's already late, so it's not good for us to move. I think we should find a place to rest for the night. Lin Feng nodded and said, All right. Thus, the group of people left and found a dry cave. A few guards went to find some dry wood and started a bonfire. As for the maidservant, she took a lot of utensils from the beast carriage, including pots, pans, ladles, spices, and some frozen meat, vegetables, dry food, and so on. She began to cook. Being able to eat a hot meal was indeed a very happy thing. This maidservant was called Yu Shui. Not only was she beautiful, but she also had good cooking skills. She was a very likable maidservant. At night, Xiaojiyue and Lin Feng chatted about some things. Lin Feng naturally sensed that Xiaojiyue was indirectly trying to find out his identity. This little girl thought that he didn't know. She really underestimated him. The next day, Lin Feng and the others set off. Around evening, Lin Feng and the others arrived outside a mountain range. Xiaojiyue said, "The ruins should be inside this mountain range." Lin Feng looked at the mountain range and saw that it was faintly shrouded in a black qi. It was indeed a bit strange. This place was not like the outside world. If it was outside, Lin Feng could go in and explore without fear. However, Lin Feng couldn't use magic power or divine abilities right now. Some of the dangers that could be easily dealt with outside might not be so easy to deal with here, so it was better to be careful in this place. Lin Feng said, "It's too dangerous to explore at night. Let's wait until tomorrow." Xiaojiyue thought about it and agreed. Thus, everyone found a place to rest for the night. The next morning, after breakfast, Lin Feng and Xiaojiyue planned to explore the mountain range. The rest of the people stayed behind, although the housekeeper strongly objected and wanted to go in with them. He couldn't disobey Xiaojiyue's orders. Lin Feng and Xiaojiyue entered the mountain range. Restrictions, Lin Feng frowned. He felt that there were some restrictions hibernating in this place. Lin Feng felt that it was a bit troublesome. He had many secret techniques that he couldn't use, so exploring these restrictions and avoiding them wasn't as easy as outside. Suddenly, a cold light flashed. It suddenly swept towards Xiaojiyue's neck. Everything was too sudden. By the time Xiaojiyue came back to her senses, it was already too late to dodge. Her face suddenly became extremely pale. "I'm going to die here? I haven't explored the ruins yet. I haven't even experienced the taste of love. I don't want to die." In that instant, many thoughts appeared in Xiaojiyue's mind. She didn't want to die, but the key was that she couldn't dodge. This made Xiaojiyue feel despair. But at this moment of crisis, Xiaojiyue felt a strong and powerful arm wrap around her waist. Xiaojiyue cried out in alarm as her body was pulled away from her original position by Lin Feng. That cold light almost brushed past Xiaojiyue's neck. That was too dangerous. Xiaojiyue broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, Lin Feng was there. Otherwise, wouldn't she have died? Xiaojiyue was still a bit shaken. Lin Feng said, "This place has many terrifying restrictions. Follow behind me and don't wander around." Restrictions? Xiaojiyue was shocked. Xiaojiyue was surprised. She wasn't completely clueless about restrictions. In fact, in her family, there were many ancient books that introduced restrictions and formations. She had also dabbled in them. Unfortunately, she couldn't cultivate magic power or divine abilities. Therefore, even if she dabbled in those contents, she could only cultivate a superficial knowledge. She couldn't cultivate to a profound level. For example, this place. She couldn't see through the restrictions and formations here. But Lin Feng could. Xiaojiyue felt that Lin Feng was truly mysterious. His body was shrouded in many mysterious colors. The methods he grasped were also very shocking. She couldn't help but become even more curious about Lin Feng. Lin Feng led the way in front, while Xiaojiyue followed behind Lin Feng. Seeing Lin Feng stop from time to think about something, Xiaojiyue was very curious. She didn't know what Lin Feng was thinking about. Could it be that he was thinking about how to avoid the restrictions and formations here? Lin Feng had many methods. Although he couldn't use magic power or divine abilities, he was still a descendant of the Heavenly Master's bloodline. So, he had some methods that didn't need magic power or divine abilities to explore formations and restrictions. Of course, this method couldn't be regarded as a conventional method. It could only be regarded as an emergency method. And the use of these methods. It couldn't be compared to those conventional methods. But at this time, he still displayed an amazing ability. Lin Feng successfully brought Xia Zhiyue to the central area of the mountain range. After arriving here, Lin Feng suddenly felt a dangerous aura. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. At this time, more than a dozen saber-toothed tigers rushed out of the forest. Each saber-toothed tiger was 13 or 14 meters long and 9 or 9 meters tall. Saber-toothed tigers were one of the most terrifying fierce beasts in the vast wilderness. After seeing those saber-toothed tigers, Xia Zhiyue's face suddenly became extremely pale. Dealing with 1 or 2 saber-toothed tigers was already her limit. Counting Lin Feng, it was already not easy for the two of them to deal with 4 or 5 saber-toothed tigers, right? But there were more than a dozen saber-toothed tigers here. How could the two of them deal with so many saber-toothed tigers? Xia Zhiyue finally knew why no one who entered this place was able to leave alive. First, there were many powerful spirit arrays here. It was extremely dangerous and terrifying. Second, it was because there were many terrifying ominous beasts hidden here. These saber-toothed tigers were just one of the powerful fierce beasts hidden here. Roar! Suddenly, a saber-toothed tiger roared in a deep voice. That gigantic saber-toothed tiger rushed towards Lin Feng and Xia Zhiyue at full speed. The rest of the saber-toothed tigers also wanted to eat the delicacies in front of them, so they all rushed over. Seeing more than a dozen saber-toothed tigers rushing over one after another, Xia Zhiyue's body trembled slightly. With so many saber-toothed tigers rushing over, there was no hope of breaking through. Bang 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 bang. At this time, Lin Feng punched out. One punch after another swept toward the saber-toothed tigers. Accompanied by the violent collision sound, the huge saber-toothed tigers were blasted away. Those saber-toothed tigers' bodies fiercely hit the rock walls of the mountain. Those saber-toothed tigers let out painful cries. They quickly crawled up from the ground and looked at Lin Feng with fear in their eyes. Then they quickly ran away. Lin Feng was a little surprised. Those saber-toothed tigers didn't die after receiving his punch. If the saber-toothed tigers in the outside world received his punch, they would immediately be killed. However, the saber-toothed tigers here were different. The fierce beasts in the wasteland were indeed somewhat different. In terms of physical strength, the fierce beasts in the outside world were far from comparable to the fierce beasts in the wasteland. This was a fact that he had to admit. At this moment, Xia Zhiyue looked at Lin Feng with shock. So many powerful saber-toothed tigers, but one of them was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. Wasn't this too terrifying? Before, Lin Feng's attainments in formations and restrictions had already shocked Xia Zhiyue. Now, Lin Feng showed such a terrifying combat strength. In Xia Zhiyue's heart, she was even more curious about Lin Feng. Let's go. Lin Feng glanced at Xia Zhiyue and said. Xia Zhiyue nodded. They continued to walk inside. Lin Feng took Xia Zhiyue and avoided many formations and restrictions. Along the way, they didn't encounter any attacks from other fierce beasts. They didn't know if it was because Lin Feng had previously sent a dozen saber-toothed tigers flying, which intimidated the other fierce beasts. Lin Feng felt that there was a high probability that this was the reason. Lin Feng and Xia Zhiyue arrived at the deepest part of the wasteland. There were 3 passages in the deepest part. Lin Feng used some secret techniques recorded in the stone scriptures to explore them. His complexion was slightly unsightly. What's wrong? Xia Zhiyue asked. Said Lin Feng. Those 3 passages are extremely dangerous. It means that if we go in, we won't be able to come out alive. But those 3 passages are special because there's no such thing as absolute death. But here, there's a problem. Lin Feng nodded. Those 3 passages are extremely dangerous. It means that if we go in, we won't come out alive. But here, there's a problem. So I'm guessing that 2 of the passages in these 3 places are fake. Once you enter, it'll be very difficult to come out. Only one passage is real. If you enter it, you should be able to find the place where Song Zishu died. But right now, I'm unable to determine which one is the correct one. Then what should we do? Xia Zhiyue asked. Lin Feng frowned slightly and said, just pick one and leave it to the heavens. No, I haven't lived long enough. Xia Zhiyue immediately said. Lin Feng continued, there's another way. If you have some special tokens, I can set up an 8 trigrams formation and use them to deduce. Xia Zhiyue's eyes lit up and she immediately said, I have a token. She took out a token and gave it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng discovered that it was a jade pendant. No, more accurately, it was half a jade pendant. The jade pendant seemed to be divided into 2 parts. This was only half. What's this? Lin Feng was flabbergasted. Xia Zhiyue said, this is a token of love that Song Zishu gave to an elder of mine. Later, Song Zishu died, and that elder of mine became a widow for him for her entire life. She passed away while thinking about him. Xia Zhiyue couldn't help but sigh, as if she felt sad for that elder of hers. This was indeed something that made people feel helpless and sad. In the mortal world, many relationships were always so passionate, but in the end, they all ended in tragedy. Lin Feng muttered to himself. He felt that Xia Zhiyue's background wasn't simple at all. From some things, as well as her surname, he could deduce that. Xia. This surname wasn't simple at all. It was also an extremely ancient surname. Lin Feng didn't think too much about it. He took the jade pendant from Xia Zhiyue and used some stones to arrange an 8 trigrams formation. Once the 8 trigrams formation was completed, he placed the jade pendant inside. Search for the secrets of the land of death, break through the fog, and find the place where the truth lies. Search for the secrets of the land of death, break through the fog, and find the place where the truth lies. Search for the secrets of the land of death, break through the fog, and find the place where the truth lies. Lin Feng recited the incantation 3 times. Suddenly, the jade pendant in the 8 trigrams formation seemed to be affected by some unknown power. It flew up and landed in the leftmost passage. How mysterious. Xia Zhiyue's eyes lit up. Lin Feng quickly walked over and picked up the jade pendant. Xia Zhiyue asked, is this passage safe? No, this passage should be the most dangerous. Lin Feng said. Why? Xia Zhiyue didn't understand. Lin Feng frowned slightly and said, the 8 trigrams formation has the gate of life and death. If the gate of life releases some kind of power, it proves that this passage is safe. The power that was released just now should have come from the gate of death. We need to test it again, and we should be able to find the safe passage. You really know a lot about metaphysics. Xia Zhiyue looked at Lin Feng. She admired Lin Feng very much. She always felt that Lin Feng was really experienced and knowledgeable. Moreover, he was very capable. It seemed that there was nothing that Lin Feng didn't know. Lin Feng smiled. What did this little trick count for? However, there was no need to be complacent because his environment was different from Xia Zhiyue's. According to Lin Feng's speculation, Xia Zhiyue's background was very likely to be an extremely ancient and powerful clan. Such a clan was hiding many secrets and had many powerful inheritances. It was just that the Great Wilderness was sealed so Xia Zhiyue couldn't practice them. If the Great Wilderness wasn't sealed, Xia Zhiyue would be able to practice her clan's inheritances just like the people in the outside world. At that time, Xia Zhiyue would certainly be very powerful. She would certainly have dabbled in all aspects. If the seal of the Great Desolation was really lifted, then this day would not be particularly far away for Xia Zhiyue. Therefore, there was really no need to be complacent just because she knew more than others for the time being. Lin Feng once again arranged an 8 trigrams formation and placed the token inside. Explore the secrets of the land of death. Break the seal of the fog. Find the place where the truth lies. Explore the secrets of the land of death. Break the seal of the fog. Find the place where the truth lies. Explore the secrets of the land of death. Break the seal of the fog. Find the place where the truth lies. Immediately after, Lin Feng began to chant an incantation. However, after chanting the incantation this time, there was no movement. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. What was going on? It was clearly possible before. But now, there was a problem. This made Lin Feng extremely surprised. Clearly, there was a problem somewhere. Lin Feng carefully checked. Found it, there was no mistake with the formation, the token was placed in a good position. Was there a problem with the incantation? Lin Feng carefully read the contents of the incantation. There didn't seem to be a problem with the incantation. Since there was no problem, why wasn't there anything special this time? Lin Feng felt that perhaps he could change the incantation. Thus, Lin Feng began to chant an incantation. The Great 8 Trigrams technique has brought me to explore the secrets of this dangerous place. When I unravel the layers of fog ahead, I will see the truth. The Great 8 Trigrams technique has brought me to explore the secrets of this dangerous place. When I unravel the layers of fog ahead, I will see the truth. The Great 8 Trigrams technique has brought me to explore the secrets of this dangerous place. When I unravel the layers of fog ahead, I will see the truth. Lin Feng chanted the incantation 3 more times. When the incantation was finished, the jade pendant flew up again and landed in front of a passage. This time, it landed outside the centermost passage. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. He had heard about things like drug resistance. For example, if a certain elixir was taken for the first time, the effect would be amazing. However, the second time it was taken, the effect would be much worse. It might even have no effect. This was the so-called drug resistance. But did the spell have resistance as well? It was really strange, and he couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. However, after changing the incantation, the effects were still relatively good. Lin Feng was quite satisfied with this result. He walked up to the jade pendant, picked it up, and handed it to Xianxia. Xianxia curiously asked, "What's the situation this time?" Lin Feng said, "It's still the power coming from the death door, so it's also a dead end." Xianxia said, "So that means the third passage should be the safest one?" Lin Feng said, "Theoretically speaking, yes." Xianxia picked up a stone and threw it over. "What are you doing?" Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Xianxia said, "I'm just throwing a stone to test the waters." After hearing Xianxia's explanation, Lin Feng smiled wryly. What a good throwing a stone to test the waters. If these restrictions and formations couldn't even differentiate between a person and a stone, then they wouldn't be restrictions or formations. Restrictions and formations were very mysterious, so throwing a stone to test the waters was useless. Only by personally exploring would one be able to know if there was any danger. However, Xianxia's actions were rather cute. Lin Feng said, "Follow me. Let's go in and take a look." Lin Feng didn't let down his guard completely. Because nothing was absolute, and Lin Feng's deduction methods weren't 100% correct. Therefore, one couldn't be careless. If one was careless, who knew what terrifying things could happen? This kind of example wasn't rare in the world of cultivators. Lin Feng took the lead and entered the passage. Although it was just a passage, it was more like a valley. However, it wasn't particularly wide, only about 20 meters wide. After entering, Lin Feng didn't encounter any danger. Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. Xianxia's beautiful eyes looked at Lin Feng with admiration. Apart from admiration, there seemed to be something else. The two of them, one in front and one behind, finally arrived at the depths of the passage. Deep in the passage was a large rift valley that extended 40 to 50 meters. The interior was pitch black. After seeing this rift valley, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. He reminded Xianxia to be careful. Xianxia quickly nodded and followed Lin Feng into the rift valley. The passage sloped downwards. Lin Feng and Xianxia arrived at the bottom of the rift valley. They immediately discovered that it was extremely spacious below. They walked into the depths, but it didn't take long for them to see many corpses. Those were the corpses of cultivators. There were humans, gods, devils, otherworldly beings, lost races of epics, evil spirit warriors, and beings from the world of the mastermind. There were all kinds of creatures. When he saw these corpses, Lin Feng couldn't help but be slightly moved. Could these be the cultivators who surrounded and killed Song Zishu back then? In the end, they all died in this place? Would Song Zishu's corpse also be here? Would the heaven-devouring devil emperor's corpse also be here? Lin Feng sped up and walked deeper into the passage. Not long after, he saw a dead cultivator. That cultivator was wearing a scholar's robe. He looked very young and elegant. There were many bloody holes on his body. He was dead. He died standing up. His blood had all flowed out. He is Song Zishu. Xianxia was slightly moved. Because Xianxia saw half of a jade pendant in Song Zishu's hand. That half of the jade pendant and the other half of the jade pendant Xianxia obtained could form a complete jade pendant. This meant that the man in front of them was Song Zishu. Before he died, he tightly grasped the half of the jade pendant that belonged to him. Obviously, he must have missed his lover before he died. However, he would never be able to see his lover again. As a woman, Xianxia was sentimental. Perhaps this was a common problem for women. They were always sentimental, especially when the person who had such a beautiful love story was one of her ancestors. Therefore, Xianxia immediately burst into tears. Lin Feng was a little moved. He was a little sad. Even though he didn't know Song Zishu, he had a deep relationship with him. Lin Feng walked towards Song Zishu. He wanted to take the jade pendant from Song Zishu's hand, but at that moment, Song Zishu's body vibrated with a special energy. Then, the world changed. They were in an underground world. The injured Song Zishu was surrounded by a large group of strong cultivators. Song Zishu, tell us where the heaven-devouring devil emperor is cultivating in seclusion. We can spare your life. Song Zishu, you have to be tactful. Don't continue to be stubborn. Cooperate with us. That's your only way out. Otherwise, you will die without a burial place. The cultivators looked at Song Zishu coldly and disdainfully. It was as if they had everything under control and Song Zishu was destined to have no way to escape. Song Zishu said, the world is in chaos. Many countries have been destroyed. I was originally a scholar, but then I was saved by the heaven-devouring devil emperor. He brought me into the world of cultivation and opened a new life for me. You will never understand this kind of friendship. Song Zishu's voice faded. A large amount of black chi began to appear in his eyes. I'm willing to become a demon and fight a bloody battle. Song Zishu became a demon. With these people, a great battle broke out. Images. Then, it came to an abrupt end. These were some marks left behind in the past. After seeing these images, Lin Feng couldn't calm down for a long time. He could imagine how desperate Song Zishu was when he was surrounded and how determined he was when he became a demon. He was dead, he had dragged everyone down with him, he would rather die than reveal the location of the heaven-devouring devil emperor. Lin Feng felt very sad and heartbroken. Many times. Good people didn't live long. However, the bad guys were still at large. Who could tell him why? At this time, the jade pendant in Xiaojiu's hand flew out and floated in the air. A shadow appeared in the jade pendant. It was a woman. White as snow, as beautiful as a fairy. A shadow also appeared in the jade pendant in Song Zishu's hand. That was Song Zishu. He was cultured and refined, as handsome as jade. Their eyes met. They seemed to have returned to the past. The happy time they had together. Suddenly, Song Zishu's shadow and the woman's shadow each turned into a butterfly. The two butterflies flew together. Then, they slowly dissipated. At this time, Xiaojiu softly recited a poem. The zither has 50 strings, and each string is a yearning for the past. Zhuang Xingxiao dreams of butterflies, gazing at the emperor's love with a cuckoo. The moon in the sea has tears, and the sun in the blue field gives off smoke. Can this feeling become a memory? But at that time, it was already lost. Yes. Can this feeling only become a memory? But at that time, it was already lost, everything. They couldn't go back. Song Zishu's body gradually dissipated, nothing could be left behind. Lin Feng's heart was still filled with sadness. But at this time, in the depths, there were waves of fluctuations. After feeling the fluctuations coming from the depths, Lin Feng and Xiaojiu looked at each other and walked towards the depths. Then, they discovered that there was a very special energy light shield in the depths. That energy light shield was almost transparent, trapping more than a dozen creatures inside. Those trapped inside included creatures from foreign realms, the lost races of the epic, and even creatures from the mastermind's world. Their bodies had long been reduced to skin and bones, but they were still alive. This made Lin Feng very surprised. It's not an energy light shield. It seems to be a magic treasure. Could it be a magic treasure forged by Song Zishu? Lin Feng was shocked. Even if it wasn't a magic treasure forged by Song Zishu, that magic treasure definitely had an inseparable relationship with Song Zishu. Moreover, that magic treasure was somewhat special. It should be a magic treasure mainly used to imprison and suppress. Once one was trapped by that magic treasure, there was no way to struggle out. So, those fellows were still being suppressed within the formation. Lin Feng guessed that those guys should be the top experts among the group of experts who besieged Song Zishu. Song Zishu used this magic treasure to trap them. Unfortunately, even if he trapped these top experts, Song Zishu, who had experienced many battles, was almost exhausted. In the end, in the battle with the others, he exhausted his last bit of strength. He died in this place. What do we do now? Xiaxia looked at Lin Feng. Naturally, we have to take away that powerful magic treasure and let these guys out. Then, I will torture these guys to death. Lin Feng's face revealed a cold expression. Xiaxia didn't ask Lin Feng if he could do this. She believed that since Lin Feng said so, he must have such an ability. She just reminded Lin Feng and let Lin Feng be careful. Lin Feng nodded, stepped forward, and tried to open the magic treasure light shield, but Lin Feng failed. So Lin Feng thought of the blood sacrifice method. Would it work? So Lin Feng dripped his blood on the magic treasure light shield. After the magic treasure light shield absorbed Lin Feng's blood, Lin Feng and the magic treasure light shield had a reaction. The magic treasure light shield gave Lin Feng a part of the information. Magic treasure light shield name, Universal Extreme Light Shield. Forger, Hongjun Ancestor. Although the information obtained was extremely simple, it made Lin Feng's heart full of shock. This was a magic treasure forged by Hongjun Ancestor. Just this point, Lin Feng really didn't expect it. It seemed that Song Zishu also had a great adventure in the past. Otherwise, it was impossible to get a powerful magic treasure forged by Hongjun Ancestor. This magic treasure was really heaven-defying. It trapped so many top experts, and after a long time, so many top experts couldn't break the shackles of this magic treasure. Among the magic treasures of the same kind, this magic treasure was the strongest magic treasure Lin Feng had ever seen. This magic treasure was also very useful to Lin Feng. Keep. Lin Feng said softly. Whoosh, this magic treasure suddenly turned into a streamer and flew into Lin Feng's dantian, but when Lin Feng tried to summon this magic treasure again, he failed. Obviously. After this magic treasure was refined by Lin Feng, it was also affected by the great wilderness and temporarily could not be used. Ha 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 ha, we are free. Lowly human boy, thank you for letting us out. In order to repay you, we have decided to eat you. I really miss the delicious flesh of humans. It must taste very good. After these creatures were free, they laughed eerily and then quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered. A group of people who were so skinny that they were only skin and bones, struggling at death's door, actually wanted to eat him. They were really overestimating themselves. Lin Feng quickly rushed over. Bang bang bang, punch after punch, one living being after another was sent flying. These creatures' arms were all broken by Lin Feng's punch, and their bodies fell to the ground. Lin Feng had completely activated his berserk mode. He broke all the limbs of these creatures. This was still not enough. He then crushed all the limbs of these creatures. Their spines. They were all broken. When this group of creatures had just escaped, they thought that they were free. But in an instant, they fell from heaven to hell. This feeling was really too painful. Lin Feng did not kill them. Waiting for death in despair and fear was 10 times crueler than directly killing them. Lin Feng also did not ask them about the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor, because he would not get any answers. Lin Feng took the storage rings of all the creatures here. He did not stay any longer and left with Xiaxia. After arriving outside, Lin Feng took out a part of the storage rings and gave it to Xiaxia. He said, "These people are all top experts, there must be a lot of good things in their storage rings. Now that the great wilderness has not been unsealed, we can't take out the things inside. Once the great wilderness is unsealed, we can take out the treasures inside." Hearing Lin Feng say this, Xiaxia did not refuse. She put away all the storage rings that Lin Feng gave her. Mobile version of the website, Lin Feng and Xia Zhiyue met up with the housekeeper, Yu Shui, and the others who had been waiting for them outside. Seeing that Xia Zhiyue had returned safely, the housekeeper, Yu Shui, and the others let out a long sigh of relief. They had been on tenterhooks because they knew that if their young miss had met with misfortune, they wouldn't have survived either. Fortunately, the heavens had protected them. Their young miss had returned, and their lives had been saved. Lin Feng said, "Then let's part ways here." Seeing that Lin Feng was about to leave, Xia Zhiyue felt a bit reluctant to part with him, although she didn't know why she felt this way. Xia Zhiyue looked at Lin Feng and said, "Don't be in such a hurry to leave." Is there something else?" Lin Feng asked doubtfully. Xia Zhiyue said, "It's like this. Aren't you going to Golem City? It just so happens that we're also going there. We can go together since it's on the way." Lin Feng thought for a moment, then said, "That's fine too." They went together to Golem City. They didn't encounter any danger on the way. After arriving at Golem City, Lin Feng parted ways with Xia Zhiyue and the others. Seeing Lin Feng's departing figure, Xia Zhiyue bit her red lips. She waited until Lin Feng had completely disappeared before withdrawing her gaze. Then, the group didn't stay any longer and quickly left. This ancient city was very lively. It wasn't something that Hearthstone Town could compare to. Moreover, it was many times larger than Hearthstone Town. People came and went, and it was bustling with noise and excitement. Lin Feng planned to find a place to stay first. It wouldn't be too late for him to inquire about some information the next day. There were many inns in Golem City, so finding one wasn't difficult. Lin Feng casually found an inn to stay in. At night, he went out to enjoy a big meal, then went back to rest early. The next day, Lin Feng went to the trading company to find out more information. There were many trading companies in the Stone Demon City. Lin Feng went to a place called the Great Xia Empire Trading Company to find out more information. The reason why Lin Feng chose this trading company at first glance was because he noticed that among the many trading companies in the surrounding area, this trading company was the largest and also the most lively. Therefore, if he couldn't find out any useful information in the Great Xia dynasty, it would probably be difficult for him to find out any useful information in the other trading firms. After Lin Feng entered the Great Xia Emperor's trading company, a surprised voice sounded. "Lin Feng, what are you doing here? Are you here for me?" Lin Feng turned his head and looked over. He was surprised because the person who was talking to him was none other than Xia Jiqing. Lin Feng didn't expect to see Xia Jiqing here. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. The world is really small. The butler and Yu Shui were both by Xia Jiqing's side. In addition to the two of them, there were 3 other people accompanying Xia Jiqing who were very respectful to her. However, Lin Feng had never seen the 3 of them before, so he didn't know them. In fact, Lin Feng wasn't there to look for Xia Jiqing, nor did he know that she was there. Hence, Xia Jiqing's question just now made Lin Feng feel a little helpless. If he told the truth, he would probably hurt Xia Jiqing's self-esteem, but he couldn't lie to her, right? Fortunately, at this moment, Xia Jiqing also came back to her senses and knew that Lin Feng wasn't there to look for her. After all, Lin Feng probably didn't know that the Great Xia Empire Trading Company was her family's business. Xia Jiqing said with a smile, "I was just joking with you, don't take it seriously." Lin Feng secretly thought that Xia Jiqing, this little girl, was really quite understanding. Lin Feng asked, "What are you doing here?" Xia Jiqing said, "The Great Xia Empire Trading Company is the Xia family's business." Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes lit up slightly. It was easier to get things done with acquaintances. Sometimes, he might not be able to find out specific information even if he had money. However, it would be much simpler if he had acquaintances. Xia Jiqing asked, "What are you planning to buy at the trading company? Or is there something else?" Lin Feng said, "I'm here to find out some information. This matter is easy to handle. This person next to me is the president of the Great Xia Empire Trading Company. He knows a lot of information." Xia Jiqing introduced Lin Feng to her. After the two of them greeted each other, Lin Feng and the others didn't continue to stay in the hall and instead went to the living room on the 2nd floor. After the two of them took their seats, Xia Zhiyue asked, "Lin Feng, what do you want to find out? Feel free to ask. Lin Feng said, well, I want to know if there is any news about the heaven-devouring demon emperor after all these years. Hearing Lin Feng ask about the heaven-devouring demon emperor, Xia Jiqing raised her brows slightly. In fact, when she went to Song Zishu's place, Xia Jiqing had already sensed that Lin Feng was very concerned about the heaven-devouring demon emperor. At that time, Xia Jiqing suspected that there might be an extraordinary relationship between Lin Feng and the heaven-devouring demon emperor. However, Xia Jiqing was a very intelligent woman. She knew there were some things that could be asked, but there were some things that were best left unasked. Because, if she asked, she might arouse the other party's disgust. For example, she didn't ask about the heaven-devouring demon emperor because she was worried that it would upset Lin Feng. Even when she heard Lin Feng ask about the heaven-devouring demon emperor, Xia Jiue still remained calm and collected. She was more willing to be a listener. Xia Jiqing was indeed very considerate. It was easy for people to fall in love with such a woman. Even for Lin Feng's picky eyes, Xia Jiue was extremely perfect. The president of the Great Xia Empire's trading company was called Xianxia. He was from a side branch of the Xia family. Since he could be in charge of an ancient city's trading company, it was obvious that he was not a simple person. He had a gentle smile on his face because he knew that the relationship between his mistress and Lin Feng seemed to be a bit unusual. Hence, he was very enthusiastic about Lin Feng. He said, Lin Gongzi, the news about the heaven-devouring demon emperor has always been a secret. Even though there have been changes in the vast wilderness over the years, many forces have been searching for the place where the heaven-devouring demon emperor died, but there are still no clues. Even the trading company of the Great Xia Empire has no news. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Although he didn't get any news about the heaven-devouring demon emperor, Lin Feng got two important pieces of news from Xianxia. The first piece of news was that these major forces knew that the vast wilderness was sealed. For example, the people of the Yi family didn't know that the vast wilderness was sealed. The second piece of news was that the reason why these major forces were constantly searching for the whereabouts of the heaven-devouring demon emperor was probably because they felt that if they could find the whereabouts of the heaven-devouring demon emperor, they might be able to unlock the seal of the vast wilderness. Of course, the second point was Lin Feng's own guess. Whether it was true or not, Lin Feng wasn't particularly sure. Lin Feng asked, then, do you know how to unlock the seal of the vast wilderness? Xianxia continued, all the great powers think that there are 3 ways to break the seal on the great wilderness. The first is for the cultivators who place the seals to reopen them. However, this is obviously not a realistic idea, and it's basically impossible to achieve. The second method is to find the corpse of the heaven-devouring demon emperor. Many people think that if they find the corpse of the heaven-devouring demon emperor and use it to perform a sacrificial technique, they can also unlock the seal of the vast wilderness. Of course, this is just a result of everyone's speculation. It's hard to say whether it can really unlock the seal of the vast wilderness. We have to try it before we can be sure. The third method is to find the legendary Great Desolation City. That Great Desolation City used to be the main city of the Great Desolation. After the Great Desolation was sealed, the Great Desolation City disappeared. Therefore, many people think that the Great Desolation City is the key to unsealing the Great Desolation City. Lin Feng asked, is there any news about the Great Wilderness City? This, Xianxia looked at Xia Jiue. Said Xia Jiue. Back then, some of the influential families and clans in the Great Wasteland had connections with the Great Wasteland City. Some of them even had branches in the Great Wasteland City. Those influential families and clans often had tokens that allowed them to communicate with the Great Wasteland City. For a long time, many influential families and clans have been trying to find clues about the Great Desolation City by relying on these tokens, but they haven't been able to find anything. However, about 200 years ago, some of the tokens started to violently fluctuate. Apparently, those tokens seem to have established a connection with the Great Desolation City. However, even though they had established a connection, they still hadn't been able to find the Great Desolation City. However, everyone believed that the Great Desolation City would appear soon. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little moved. 200 years ago. The world had changed. At that time, those tokens began to resonate with the great wilderness city. It seemed that the reason for this was because of the great changes in the world back then. Lin Feng said, in that case, the major forces can't predict when the great wilderness city will appear. No. Xiaojiue shook her head and said, in recent years, the tokens in the hands of the major forces have been emitting fluctuations that are constantly increasing. This shows that the great wilderness city is becoming more and more abnormal. Therefore, many people speculate that the great wilderness city is likely to reappear in the near future. It could be as short as a few months, or as long as 2 or 3 years. Hearing Xiaojiue's words, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. If this was really the case, then it would be great. He was extremely looking forward to the appearance of the great wilderness city. At that time, they would be able to unlock the seal of the vast wilderness and leave the vast wilderness. This time, they came to the heaven realm. Lin Feng had a lot of things to deal with. After dealing with some important matters, he still had to find a way to go to the chaotic world and undergo the blood baptism. Of course, Lin Feng knew that there were many things that couldn't be rushed. They had to be done step by step. One couldn't eat fatso in one bite. Lin Feng said, for the time being, I only have these questions. Thank you for your answers, Manager Xia and Miss Jiyue. Xia Chenghe smiled and said, Lin Gongzi, there's no need to be so polite. On the other hand, Xiao Jiyue said angrily, why are you being so polite to me? Do you not treat me as a friend? Lin Feng thought to himself, are we that close? Of course, Lin Feng wouldn't say these words out loud. If he really did, then he would have no emotional intelligence at all. Lin Feng said, of course I treat Miss Jiyue as a friend. Xiao Jiyue said, then you have to treat me to a big meal to appease my anger. Of course, no problem. Why don't we go out now? I'm not too familiar with this place, so I'll let Miss Jiyue pick the place. What do you think, Miss Jiyue? Lin Feng said. Xiao Jiyue smiled and said, of course, you can. Prepare to spend a lot of money. This time, Xiao Jiyue didn't let the butler, Yu Shui, and the others follow them. They knew that Lin Feng's strength was extraordinary. Therefore, Xiao Jiyue was quite at ease. She followed Lin Feng out. The two of them walked on the main street. The man was handsome and carefree. The woman was beautiful and moving. What a perfect couple. Thus, along the way, they attracted the envious gazes of many people. Xiao Jiyue naturally heard the discussions of others, and her heart was somewhat happy. Actually, a person's feelings were so complicated. Sometimes, it might be many years before you meet someone who could touch your heart. But sometimes, it might be that in an instant, you could meet the right person. For example, Xiao Jiyue had this kind of feeling towards Lin Feng. She didn't know if this was liking him, but she was clear about one thing. She was very happy to stay with Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Xiao Jiyue called out softly. Lin Feng turned to look at Xiao Jiyue. Xiao Jiyue said, don't call me Miss Jiyue, just call me by my name. Okay. Lin Feng nodded. Xiao Jiyue immediately became even more cheerful. Xiao Jiyue didn't find an expensive restaurant, but chose an ordinary one. In fact, Lin Feng secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Because Lin Feng couldn't take out the things in the time and space, he was indeed not very rich. The silver notes on him were limited. After the food and wine were served, the two ate and chatted. Xiao Jiyue said, there's a party the day after tomorrow. How about you accompany me? Okay. Lin Feng didn't think much and nodded in agreement. After all, Xiao Jiyue had told him so much useful information before, so of course he should repay her. If he didn't agree to such a small request, how could he repay her? Seeing Lin Feng agree to her request so readily, Xiao Jiyue's face suddenly revealed a smile. It's snowing. Xiao Jiyue looked out of the window and said. Lin Feng also looked out of the window. Indeed, it was snowing again. At the beginning, the snow wasn't heavy, but it didn't take long for goose feather-like snow to fall. While drinking warm wine and enjoying the snowy scenery with such a beautiful woman as Xiao Jiyue by his side, it seemed to be a rather interesting thing. Lin Feng looked at Xiao Jiyue and found that the current Xiao Jiyue seemed to be particularly beautiful. Is this a psychological effect? Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh at himself. His gaze immediately turned to the beautiful snow outside the window. His gaze was deep. No one knew what he was thinking. Lin Feng and Xia Zhiyue's dinner was extremely pleasant. After the meal, they walked through the snow and sent Xia Zhiyue back to her residence. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the day that he had agreed to meet Xia Zhiyue. Due to the fact that the gathering was at night, Lin Feng rushed to the Great Xia Empire's trading company at around 4 in the afternoon. In fact, Lin Feng had always felt that the name of the trading company sounded a little strange, but when he was eating and chatting with Xia Zhiyue had talked about it before. It was said that the reason it was called the trading company was because the ancestor who founded it loved his wife very much. His wife's surname was Di. Xia and Di, they were combined together. That was the origin of the trading company of the Great Xia Empire, and it sounded like a beautiful love story. After arriving at the trading company of the Great Xia Empire, Yu Shui took Lin Feng to the living room to wait for Xia Zhiyue, who was dressing up. Women tended to be vain, which was inevitable. Not to mention Xia Zhiyue, any woman was actually like that. In particular, when attending some more formal banquets, they would definitely have to dress up well. Lin Feng certainly understood that. Of course, Lin Feng didn't wait for too long either. A quarter of an hour passed. Xia Zhiyue appeared. Today, Xia Zhiyue was wearing a purple dress, which perfectly accentuated her tall and slender figure. Coupled with her exquisite and beautiful face, Xia Zhiyue was like a fairy that had fallen from the ninth heaven to the mortal world. Her beauty was enough to make people suffocate. Even Lin Feng couldn't help but admire her. He couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. After sensing Lin Feng's gaze, Xia Zhiyue also felt a little smug and happy. A woman would dress up for her lover. Clearly, she had sensed the amazement in Lin Feng's eyes. My knight, tonight, you'll be my escort. If any disgusting bastards come to disturb me, I'll ask you to drive them away. After the banquet is over, I'll give you different rewards depending on the situation, said Lin Feng. Xia Zhiyue said with a smile, looking as noble as a princess. Lin Feng said, Zhiyue, it seems that you want me to go to the banquet with you so that I can be your shield. Xia Zhiyue said, he's not a shield, he's a flower protector. Lin Feng smiled as he said, I'm very happy to be your escort, Zhiyue. When Xia Zhiyue heard Lin Feng's words, she immediately became happy. The two of them sat in a beast carriage. They headed to the location of the banquet. While on the road, Xia Zhiyue focused on this matter with Lin Feng. It turned out that the banquet was hosted by the city lord of Golem City. The Stone Demon City was one of the 7 ancient cities of the Great Wilderness. Therefore, every city lord was extraordinary. For example, the city lord of the Stone Demon City was a member of the Stone Demon clan. The Stone Devil clan was originally one of the top clans in the vast wilderness. They had a long history and were very powerful. It was said that their ancestor was a stone devil. Even if it had been passed down until now. Because De Huang was sealed. The Stone Demon clan was still one of the top clans in the Great Wilderness. The current city lord of the Stone Devil clan was called Sherpadian. He was very forthright. This banquet was held because his son was about to be engaged to the daughter of another great clan. Xia Zhiyue had a good relationship with the two newlyweds, so she specially came to attend their engagement ceremony. An hour later, they arrived outside the city lord's residence. Outside the city lord's residence, there was an endless stream of people and carriages. In addition to the people attending the engagement ceremony of the city lord's son, there were also many people watching the fun. The engagement of the city lord's son was a big deal. Although people couldn't go in to take a look, it was good to watch the fun outside and see the big figures of the great clans. At least they could brag about it in the future. There were also some business-minded people who set up stalls nearby. Business was quite good. Look, it's a beast carriage from the Great Xia Empire. I heard that the eldest daughter of the Xia clan, Xia Zhiyue, came to Golem City a few days ago. I wonder if it's her. Xia Zhiyue is good friends with Shihao and Zhou Chuchu. She should be here. I heard that Xia Zhiyue is as beautiful as a fairy. I've only heard about her in the past, but I've never seen her in person. I wonder if she's really that beautiful. Now, I can finally see her face. After seeing the beast carriage of the Great Xia Empire's trading company, many people began to talk about it. Even many guests looked at the beast carriage of the Great Xia Empire's trading company. At this moment, everyone saw it. A young and handsome man alighted from the beast carriage. Many people couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Why is there a man alighting from the carriage? It's really strange. However, next, everyone saw a fair hand reaching out and placing it in the palm of the young man. Then, a beautiful woman walked out. She was beautiful. She was breathtaking. She was just like a holy and flawless fairy. The two people who alighted were naturally Lin Feng and Xia Zhiyue. Xia Zhiyue held on to Lin Feng's arm, and the two of them looked like a couple as they walked towards the city lord's residence. Many people's jaws were about to drop in shock. Who's that kid? Xia Zhiyue is so intimate with him. Are they lovers? I've never heard of Xia Zhiyue being taken. That kid looks very ordinary. He's not even as handsome as me. What right does he have to capture Miss Xia Zhiyue's heart? The cultivators discussed and looked at Lin Feng with envy and jealousy. They felt that Lin Feng was inferior to them, yet he could make Xia Zhiyue fall in love with him. They were all extremely indignant. Even many guests began to whisper about it. They knew how extraordinary Xia Zhiyue's identity was. Not everyone could be worthy of Xia Zhiyue. Hence, many people were guessing Lin Feng's identity, but they definitely knew nothing about Lin Feng's identity. Lin Feng and Xia Zhiyue entered the city lord's residence together, and a maidservant led Lin Feng and the others to the place where the banquet was being held. After they arrived, many people immediately looked over. Most of the cultivators who came from large forces knew Xia Zhiyue. Hence, when they saw Xia Zhiyue entering with a young man's arm, they were extremely shocked. Zhiyue, you're here. At this time, a beautiful woman in a white dress and a handsome man in a dark blue robe walked over. The one who spoke was the woman. Shihao, Chu, congratulations on your engagement today. Xia Zhiyue was very happy after seeing the two of them. It seemed that these two were today's male and female leads. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful. They were indeed a good match. Looking at their happy faces, it seemed that this was not an arranged marriage. This was quite rare in large clans, because these large clans often used their children's marriages to earn more benefits. Hence, arranged marriages had become a common thing in large clans. Of course, nothing was absolute. For example, Xia Zhiyue's two friends, Shihao and Zhou Chuchu, seemed to be free to fall in love. However, Lin Feng thought about it again. Although they were free to fall in love and successfully got together, was it because the forces behind them were on par with each other? If one of them was from an ordinary background, this engagement would not be so easy. Zhiyue, thank you for your blessings. Shihao and Zhou Chuchu said with a smile. The two of them immediately looked at Lin Feng. Zhou Chuchu said with a smile, Zhiyue, you haven't introduced us to this handsome young man beside you. Shihao and Zhou Chuchu looked at Lin Feng and Xia Zhiyue with a somewhat ambiguous gaze. Xia Zhiyue was a sensitive person. She could naturally feel the ambiguous look in her two good friends' eyes. Her pretty face blushed slightly. In fact, Shihao and Zhou Chuchu were just suspicious before and tried to ask. Seeing Xia Zhiyue's pretty face blushing and shy appearance, the two of them couldn't help but feel slightly moved. Could it be that this young man was really Xia Zhiyue's lover? They had never heard of him before. Moreover, they had seen most of the children of the large clans. But they had never seen Lin Feng. Could it be that he was from a small clan? Although Shihao and Zhou Chuchu weren't the kind of people who looked down on others, they clearly knew that there were many people pursuing Xia Zhiyue, including many children of large clans. It wasn't easy to catch up with Xia Zhiyue, and it was even more difficult to be together with her. Large clans had their own rules of survival and also their own rules of conduct. There were many things that the younger generation couldn't decide on their own, such as their own marriage. Being born into a large clan was very enviable, but many times, it was incomparably helpless. As a member of a large clan, Shihao and Zhou Chuchu were very clear about this matter. However, they were only Xia Zhiyue's friends. Seeing that Xia Zhiyue was so happy, they could only pray for her and hope that she and her lover would have a good ending. Apart from that, there was nothing they could do. This is Lin Feng. He's my lover. Xia Zhiyue introduced. Obviously, she was a little embarrassed, so when she spoke, she paused a little. Lin Feng didn't show any abnormalities. Although there was nothing between him and Xia Zhiyue, Lin Feng had already agreed to be Xia Zhiyue's protector. Naturally, he had to finish what he started. Xia Zhiyue's introduction of herself was understandable. Lin Feng, this is Shihao and Zhou Chuchu, the two I mentioned to you before. Xia Zhiyue then introduced the new couple to Lin Feng. I often hear Zhiyue mention you. It's nice to meet you. Lin Feng said with a smile. We're also very happy to meet Lin Gongzi. Shihao said with a smile. How did you meet? Zhou Chuchu asked curiously. Xia Zhiyue didn't know what to say. Lin Feng said, on a beautiful afternoon, I accidentally met Miss Xia Zhiyue. I was deeply attracted by her beauty, so I told myself that I must pursue Miss Xia Zhiyue. Thus, I began to act. Lin Feng weaved a very romantic love story. For example, how to create an opportunity to meet Xia Zhiyue. For example, how to continuously send her roses for a long time. For example, how to take Xia Zhiyue to see the stars. All kinds of romantic scenes made Zhou Chuchu incomparably envious. Xia Zhiyue herself was a little dazed. In Zhou Chuchu's opinion, although Lin Feng's background might be ordinary, at the very least, he was really attentive to Xia Zhiyue. The two sides chatted for about an hour. More and more guests arrived. Shihao and Zhou Chuchu still had to greet the others, so they said goodbye and left. After they left, Xia Zhiyue snorted softly, looked at Lin Feng, and said with some jealousy, just now, you described our meeting, knowing each other, and falling in love so romantically. Don't tell me these things are things you do with other girls? Lin Feng said, that's not true. It's all nonsense. Really? Xia Zhiyue looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. Lin Feng nodded and said, of course it's true. I never lie. Xia Zhiyue said, but you just lied. Lin Feng said, what I mean is, I never lie to the person I like. After saying this, Lin Feng immediately regretted it. He didn't want to flirt with Xia Zhiyue. Why did he suddenly say such words? He was speechless. Could it be that words came from the heart? Actually, was this what he thought in his heart? Was that why he casually said it? Thinking about it carefully, there was really such a possibility. Lin Feng admitted that he admired Xia Zhiyue very much. However, Lin Feng didn't want to provoke other women right now. Therefore, even if he knew that Xia Zhiyue was interested in him, Lin Feng basically didn't say anything. However, sometimes people's feelings, emotions, and so on were not so easy to control. Sometimes, some of the feelings in one's heart would burst out naturally, catching people off guard. For example, the words that Lin Feng said just now, he didn't know why he said it. At this moment, Xia Zhiyue was looking at Lin Feng with a face of surprise. Just now, did Lin Feng confess to her? She was both happy and shy. Zhiyue, you're here too. At this moment, a voice sounded. Lin Feng looked over. He saw a group of young people walking over. They were probably the children of aristocratic families. The person in the lead was a rather handsome young master. Were they the annoying people that Xia Zhiyue mentioned? The corner of Lin Feng's mouth suddenly revealed a faintly discernible smile. Xia Zhiyue glanced at Lin Feng. After seeing the faintly discernible expression on the corner of Lin Feng's mouth, she immediately knew that Lin Feng had guessed everything. However, she didn't know what Lin Feng was thinking now. Soon, these people came to Xia Zhiyue's side. Many people greeted Xia Zhiyue. Xia Zhiyue also responded politely to these people. A child cultivated by a big family. Politeness was necessary. Sometimes, this kind of politeness, although it seemed a bit hypocritical. After the two sides greeted each other, a woman said, I heard that you came here with a male companion, looking very intimate. Could it be this young master in front of us? Could it be that this young master is your lover? Hearing this woman's words, immediately, the faces of several young masters became somewhat ugly. Their gazes towards Lin Feng were very unfriendly, especially the young master in the lead. His name was Wu Senator. He believed that among all of Xia Zhiyue's suitors, his chances were relatively high. Now that he heard that Xia Zhiyue was taken, it would be strange if he felt good. Of course, he was cultivated by a big family, so he wouldn't show it too obviously. Xiaxia said, yes, he's my lover. His name is Lin Feng. The woman smiled and said, he looks a bit unfamiliar. Could it be that he's from some unknown power? The woman who spoke was called Xianxia. She was also from a big power, and she was a direct descendant. Originally, with her background and good looks and figure, she should be the target of countless people of the same age. But there was nothing she could do. In their generation, there was Xiaxia. Xiaxia was too beautiful. She overshadowed Xianxia's brilliance. Xianxia had a crush on Wu Sen, who was also one of Xiaxia's suitors. Xianxia had even confessed to Wu Senator, however, Wu Sen had ignored her. Xianxia had blamed all of this on Xiaxia. So, once there was a chance, she would properly make fun of Xiaxia. Like this, it would make her feel very comfortable. Hearing Xianxia's words, Xiaxia was a bit angry. She wanted to say something, but she was stopped by Lin Feng. Lin Feng gave Xiaxia a look that said, I'll take care of everything. Lin Feng continued, I just don't know what kind of family this young miss is talking about. Xianxia said, naturally, it's a family that we've never heard of. Lin Feng smiled and said, if that's the case, then my family might really be an unknown family. Hearing Lin Feng say this, Xianxia immediately revealed a look of ridicule. Wu Sen raised his eyebrows slightly. He always felt that Lin Feng was not a simple person. He looked at Lin Feng and said, your origin doesn't seem to be what you said. Lin Feng smiled and said, there are some things that don't need to be explained, because for some people who are narrow-minded, it would be a waste of breath to explain. Xianxia's face darkened when she heard Lin Feng's words. Wasn't Lin Feng scolding her for being narrow-minded? She said sarcastically, how ridiculous. A guy from an unknown force is here to say that others are narrow-minded? Lin Feng looked at Xianxia and said, then, as a person from a great power, do you know how the history of the era came about? Do you know about the mastermind's world? Do you know that it's already the end of the era and that the era is about to be destroyed? Do you know what heaven-defying races and powerhouses have appeared in this era? Do you know what the current cultivation system is? Do you know why the tokens related to Grand Desolation City that were in the hands of the various great powers 200 years ago suddenly changed? Do you know what it means to say that there's always someone better than you? Xianxia was speechless when she heard Lin Feng's series of rhetorical questions. Even Wu Sen and the others were dumbfounded. Their environment had determined their knowledge and experience, so even they did not know what Lin Feng was talking about. Who is he? Everyone had the same question in their hearts. They felt that Lin Feng was shrouded in a mysterious aura. Even the stupidest person would know that Lin Feng was definitely not an ordinary person. He might even have an unimaginable origin. Xianxia's face alternated between green and white. She wanted to refute Lin Feng, but she realized that she did not know what to say to Lin Feng. Moreover, deep in her heart, she felt a sense of fear towards Lin Feng. Wu Sen and the rest looked at Lin Feng with reverence. Wu Sen said, Brother Lin, can you tell us about these things? Of course. If you have any doubts, you can ask me. Lin Feng said. For example, the destruction of an era that Brother Lin mentioned. Wu Sen said after organizing his words. Lin Feng said, the destruction of an era is rather complicated. It needs to start with the birth of an era, the replacement of the era, and the many things that happened in the world of the mastermind. However, now, the great wilderness was sealed, everyone wanted to raise their strength, but there was no way to do so. This made Wu Sen and the rest feel hesitant, helpless, and frightened. They looked at Lin Feng. Although they did not know who Lin Feng was like a prophet. It seemed like there was nothing that he did not know. In front of Lin Feng, they felt ashamed of their inferiority. However, they were also full of curiosity. Perhaps they could get some clues from Lin Feng. Lin Gongzi, if the seal on the great wilderness is not lifted, won't we be waiting for death? One of the young masters said with a pale face. Said Lin Feng. Don't be afraid. The great part of Ba Huang will be free soon. At that time, everybody will be able to practice cultivation as normal. Besides, I noticed that you all have a very good foundation, even better than those people outside. When you can practice cultivation normally, you'll be able to practice cultivation at a much faster speed. You'll be much stronger than those people in the outside world, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng's words were not to fool these people. He was telling the truth. In the great wilderness, the bloodlines of these disciples of large clans were relatively strong. This was an innate factor that determined their cultivation speed. Their innate factors were obviously not inferior to those outside cultivators. However, a cultivator's cultivation was not only dependent on innate factors, but also on acquired factors. There were many acquired factors that affected a cultivator's cultivation speed, but one that was the most important. It could even be said to be one of the most important factors. One's foundation. Cultivation was like building a house. Cultivation's foundation was like building a foundation. Building a foundation was building a house. Only with a good foundation in cultivation would one be able to achieve more in the future. No matter what kind of cultivation system it was. Cultivators would not be able to directly cultivate magic power in the beginning. The first realm was definitely the realm of tempering one's body. And tempering one's body was to build a foundation. The cultivators of the outside world could advance normally, so when their bodies were tempered to a certain extent, they would directly choose to break through. But the cultivators of the great wilderness were not like this. Because the great wilderness was sealed, they were unable to cultivate magic power. Therefore, they could only continue to temper their bodies, when this method could no longer continue to temper their bodies. They would think of other ways to continue tempering their bodies. Therefore, their foundation far surpassed that of the cultivators of the outside world. If they were to cultivate normally, their cultivation speed would definitely be astonishingly fast. Lin Gongzi, is what you said true? Is our cultivation talent really that good? We haven't cultivated magic power yet, shouldn't we have missed the best time to cultivate? A woman in her 20s asked. Lin Feng's words seemed to have rekindled her hope for life. However, she did not know if Lin Feng had said those words to comfort them. Lin Feng said, as long as your foundation is good, are you afraid that you won't be able to raise your cultivation level? These are all groundless fears, so you don't need to worry at all. You just need to grab a few big opportunities, and when the time comes, you'll definitely soar into the sky. Even though the clans behind you have been silent for many years, if I'm not wrong, your clans must have some powerful resources. When the great desolate continent is unsealed, your clans will definitely use these resources to increase the strength of your clans, and each of you will have the opportunity to increase your own cultivation. That's great, the group of people seemed to be extremely excited. At this moment, a young man asked, Lin Gongzi, the end of the epic is so terrifying. Will we all die during the end of the epic? This was a topic that everyone was concerned about. Although they had just learned about the end of the epic, they also knew how despairing it was. Lin Feng said, don't worry too much about this. If you're worried about this, the strongest experts will be worried about this as well. They will support the hope of all the cultivators in the universe. After 3,000 epochs of reincarnation, this epic is different from any of the previous epics. Not to mention other things, just the strongest experts born in this epoch are not comparable to those from the previous epics. Therefore, in my opinion, this epoch should be a counterattack epoch. Therefore, everyone's chances of survival are very high. In the next hour, more and more people gathered here. There were even many cultivators from the older generation. They were listening to Lin Feng speak frankly with assurance. They learned many shocking things from Lin Feng. They couldn't help but look at Lin Feng with complicated expressions. Some respected him, some envied him, and some worshipped him. However, it was clear that the majority respected Lin Feng, who was omniscient. Xia Zhiyue immediately felt a sense of pride. Shang Guanshan's mood was extremely bad. She originally thought that Lin Feng was an ordinary person and wanted to use Lin Feng to humiliate Xia Zhiyue. However, she didn't expect Lin Feng to be such an extraordinary person. This made her even more jealous of Xia Zhiyue. Why was Xia Zhiyue prettier than her? Why was her figure better than her? Why was her background better than hers? Why was her man so outstanding? Was Xia Zhiyue the only one who got all the good things? She couldn't accept this, however, no one cared about what she was thinking. Everyone was paying attention to Lin Feng. Lin Feng saw that more and more people were gathering, and even more were coming. When was this going to end? Thus, he said, everyone. It's like this. I still have some things to do, so let's stop here for today. When there's time, we'll talk about it in depth. Everyone still felt like they hadn't had enough. They wanted Lin Feng to tell them more secrets, however, at this time, Lin Feng had already pulled Xiaxia away. The two found an empty corner and sat on a soft sofa. Xiaxia asked, "Why do you know so much?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "That's because I know everything." Xiaxia couldn't help but roll her eyes at Lin Feng. She then asked something she really wanted to ask, "What's your background?" She hadn't asked before because she was worried that it would make Lin Feng unhappy. But now, Xiaxia felt that her relationship with Lin Feng had become much closer. Lin Feng wouldn't be angry if she asked this question. Lin Feng didn't directly answer Xiaxia's question. Instead, he said, "You should know that I'm very concerned about the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor." However, do you know why I'm so concerned about the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor? Xiaxia was an intelligent woman. She thought of a possibility, but she didn't dare to confirm it. She looked at Lin Feng and said, "Could it be that you're a descendant of the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right. I'm a descendant of the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor." Xiaxia immediately covered her mouth with her hand. She hadn't expected Lin Feng to have such an extraordinary background. The heaven-devouring Devil Emperor was rumored to be a member of a sovereign emperor clan. That was an unimaginably ancient figure. Didn't that mean that Lin Feng was also a cultivator of that clan? Xiaxia was extremely shocked. If the day comes when the seal on the great wilderness is lifted, then it's very likely to become a thorn in the side of the 33 Heavens Master and the others. That's why the outside environment of the great wilderness is very harsh. Lin Feng said. Xiaxia said, "As far as I know, these ancient clans all have some hidden trump cards, including experts who have gone into hibernation after sealing themselves. It's just that the great wilderness hasn't been lifted yet, so they haven't come into being." Xiaxia clearly knew more than Lin Feng expected. However, this information was very good for Lin Feng. In Lin Feng's opinion, once the seal on the great wilderness was lifted, it would attract the attention of the 33 Heavens Master. At that time, it would be more convenient for him to do things in the heavenly world. The banquet was successfully held an hour later. During this time, many of the higher-ups of the major powers heard Lin Feng's words. Many of the higher-ups knew more than others, so they were extremely shocked when they heard Lin Feng's words. There were some things that they understood, but there were also some things that they didn't understand. Some of the higher-ups of the major powers wanted to contact Lin Feng after Shi Hao and Zhou Chuchu's engagement ceremony ended. Perhaps they could get some information from Lin Feng. Everyone gathered in the hall and watched Shi Hao and Zhou Chuchu holding the engagement ceremony. The higher-ups of the two clans were present, including the parents and direct relatives of the man and woman. The engagement ceremony wasn't particularly complicated. The parents of both sides expressed their thoughts, and then Shi Hao and Zhou Chuchu also expressed their thoughts. They generally said that they would love each other in the future and so on. Then, in front of their relatives, friends, and guests, the engagement certificate was exchanged. The man and woman also exchanged engagement rings. It was unknown who shouted "kiss." Then, many people cheered and shouted, "Kiss! Kiss!" Zhou Chuchu's face was thin, so it was naturally impossible for her to kiss Shi Hao in front of everyone. Moreover, the world of cultivators wasn't that open. Being intimate in front of others was really something that ordinary people couldn't do. Bang, 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 at that moment, the sound of fighting came from outside, followed by miserable screams. After hearing the sounds outside, everyone was shocked. Could it be that someone had come to cause trouble for the Shi and Zhou clans? Wasn't this courting death? Who was so bold? A large number of guests rushed out to watch the show. At that moment, everyone saw that a dozen or so cultivators had rushed in from outside. Those cultivators all had powerful auras, and they were all extraordinary. The 3 people in the lead were considered normal people. However, among the 10 cultivators behind them, there were 5 mighty spirit gods and 5 mighty devil gods. These mighty miracle gods and mighty demon gods were about 20 meters tall. It was said that after the mighty miracle gods and mighty demon gods revealed their Dharma idols, they could reach 10,000 meters tall and had boundless strength. Sherpatian said coldly, "Who are you people? How dare you come here to cause trouble?" The cultivator in the lead said calmly, "We didn't come here to cause trouble for you, but the servants outside stopped us, so we had to force our way in. We came here to find someone." "Who are you looking for?" Sherpatian suppressed his anger and asked. No matter what the reason was, it was a fact that these people had forced their way into the city lord's mansion, and it was also a fact that they had disturbed the engagement ceremony. This was equivalent to slapping the Stone Devil clan and the Zhou clan in the face. Sherpotian's expression was ugly, and the Zhou clan's expressions were ugly as well. "We're looking for him," the cultivator in the lead pointed at Lin Feng. Everyone looked at Lin Feng in unison. Lin Feng was surprised. These people were actually looking for him? Could it be? Lin Feng thought of a possibility. Then, he sneered. Why didn't the Lord of the 33 Heavens come himself, in the outside world? Lin Feng was currently not a match for the Lord of the 33 Heavens. However, in the vast wilderness, Lin Feng could crush the Lord of the 33 Heavens however he wanted. What a pity. The Lord of the 33 Heavens didn't come, only a few subordinates. Lin Feng walked out and looked at the cultivator in the lead. He said, "It seems that you are all from the heavenly court." When they heard the words heavenly court, many people's expressions changed. They naturally knew what these two words meant. Many people. They hated the heavenly court to the bone. However, even though they hated the heavenly court, they didn't dare to offend it. "Kid, you're a smart person." The cultivator in the lead sneered. "The Lord of the 33 Heavens sent you to your deaths, but you don't know it. You're still acting high and mighty here. How laughable." Lin Feng said sarcastically. "Kid, you're about to die, but you still don't know, right? I've seen many self-righteous people, but people like you who don't know what's important and are blindly arrogant are extremely rare." The cultivator in the lead looked at Lin Feng mockingly. He then said, "Kill him." "Yes, Lord." After the dueling god behind him received the order, he walked towards Lin Feng. Every inch of the dueling god's muscles contained explosive power. It was shocking, moving, and making people's souls tremble. Even cultivators who had painstakingly tempered their bodies couldn't withstand a single blow from this dueling god. This was the advantage of a race. It was extremely difficult to make up for it. The dueling god punched towards Lin Feng. When they saw this, many people's expressions changed. That was an attack from the dueling god. The human race's body was weak. How could a young human cultivator resist the dueling god's attack? "Lin Feng, be careful!" Xianxia cried out. Facing the dueling god's attack, Lin Feng's eyes were cold. He punched back. Bang! He and the dueling god's huge body fiercely collided. Everyone saw the dueling god's huge body fly backwards. The powerful force instantly destroyed the dueling god's vitality. When the dueling god's huge body fell to the ground, the dueling god, motionless. He was killed by Lin Feng with a single punch. The surroundings instantly became completely silent. Everyone couldn't believe what had happened in front of them. That was a dueling god. The mighty miracle god was blessed by the heavens in terms of his physical body. Therefore, the dueling god's body was incomparably terrifying. The human race was the opposite. The human race's body, not to mention the dueling god, compared to many other races, the human race's body didn't have any advantage. But now, an incomparably powerful dueling god. He was killed by a young human cultivator with a single punch. Many people felt that what happened in front of them was like a dream. That's too strong. It was unknown who spoke first, but everyone came back to their senses. Indeed, Lin Feng was too strong. Even the mighty miracle god was killed by Lin Feng with a single punch. What if it was someone else? Lin Feng's punch a moment ago had astonished everybody. It was difficult to describe what had happened with words. Many people couldn't help but be extremely puzzled. They didn't know how Lin Feng had tempered his body. How could his body be so strong? Many people looked at Xianxia. They didn't know about Lin Feng's identity, but many people already knew that Lin Feng and Xianxia seemed to be in a relationship. Then, Xia Zhiyue should know about Lin Feng's identity, right? Some of the upper echelons of the large forces were envious of the Xia family. They had a good daughter, so they would have such a heaven-defying son-in-law in the future. However, they could only be envious. As for some of the female guests, such as the young ladies of the large families, when they looked at Lin Feng, they all had a burning and admiring gaze. However, when they thought that Lin Feng was already taken, and the other half was Xia Zhiyue, they suddenly felt a sense of defeat in their hearts. They couldn't compete with Xia Zhiyue. Lin Feng walked step by step towards these people from the heavenly court. His face revealed a sinister smile. Now it's your turn. The leader of the group looked glum. He hadn't thought Lin Feng would be so strong. But he was one of the 72 Earthsha cultivators, after all. He was extremely strong and had been through a lot. Therefore, he didn't lose his composure. He just felt that Lin Feng was a difficult person to deal with. Choking with sobs, chi-chi-chi-chi-chi-chi, www. However, they had a lot of people on their side. There were 3 experts from the 72 earthly fiends here. Although Lin Feng had killed a mighty miracle god, there were still 4 mighty miracle gods and 5 mighty devil gods. They still had 12 experts on their side. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Now that they had so many people, could it be that they couldn't deal with Lin Feng alone? They were very confident in themselves. Attack together. The leading cultivator said coldly. Then 12 strong cultivators surrounded Lin Feng and tried to kill him. Despicable. Do you have any shame? You can't be so shameless. Many people began to curse. If you help us, the Xia clan will definitely owe you a favor. Xia Zhiyue said anxiously. She was afraid that Lin Feng would suffer. Lin Feng was quite touched. Xia Zhiyue was really good to him. Some powers were hesitating. However, there were also people who revealed ruthless looks in their eyes. For example, Sherpadian. Today, his son's engagement ceremony was disrupted, which made him feel very embarrassed. Furthermore, the relationship between the various races of the Grand Wilderness and the Heavenly Court was already terrible. Therefore, there was no need to care so much anymore. Attack. Sherpadian said coldly. Many members of the Stone Devil clan walked out. Attack. The patriarch of the Zhou clan said coldly. Many members of the Zhou family also walked out. Attack. 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 Many people shouted coldly. The various clans of the Grand Wasteland were really united. This made Lin Feng very surprised. Every place had its own rules of survival. It seemed that if the Grand Wasteland was really unsealed, between the various clans of the Grand Wasteland, they would definitely be able to form a strong relationship and form a strong group to unite against the outside world. This was an extremely difficult thing to do. Do you want to rebel? Have you thought about the consequences? The Heavenly Court can destroy you with a flick of their finger. The leading cultivator's face became extremely gloomy, and he couldn't help but shout coldly. In fact, the phrase "to be vigilant in times of peace" was very reasonable, but these cultivators of the Heavenly Court were obviously unable to do so. Because, in their eyes, they were high and mighty. Who would dare to go against the Heavenly Court? Wasn't that courting death? Occasionally, there might be one or a few people who would go against the Heavenly Court. But in the end, it was obvious that they didn't have a good ending. As for those cultivators with great clans and powers behind them, they didn't dare to go against the Heavenly Court. Because it would implicate the people behind them. This wasn't an alarmist talk. But these people clearly didn't consider the actual situation of the Grand Wasteland. The Grand Wasteland was different from the outside world because magic power and sacred arts were restricted here. If the Heavenly Court really sent people here, the forces of the Grand Wasteland might not necessarily be afraid of them. When the time came for a real fight, it was hard to say what the outcome would be. Therefore, the threat of the Heavenly Court's cultivators was useless against the forces of the Grand Wasteland. Instead, it angered the cultivators of the Grand Wasteland. However, Lin Feng didn't plan to let the various clans of the Grand Wasteland take action because he wanted to establish his image in front of the various clans of the Grand Wasteland. This would make it easier for Lin Feng to interact with the various clans of the Grand Wasteland in the future. Because, in Lin Feng's opinion, the interaction between any forces depended on the strength of the other party. Lin Feng's interaction with the various clans of the Grand Wasteland was the same. Lin Feng said, "Everyone, you don't have to do anything. It's just a bunch of dogs from the Heavenly Court. To me, it's not difficult." Hearing Lin Feng's words, many people couldn't help but be taken aback. Lin Feng's words were too arrogant, weren't they? However, looking at Lin Feng's appearance, he didn't seem like a particularly arrogant person. Since he wasn't such a person and dared to say such words, did it mean that Lin Feng actually had such ability? It seemed a little unbelievable. After all, the other party was a group of mighty miracle god and demon god Herculean demon god. Although the three people in the lead weren't mighty miracle god or demon god Herculean demon god, their strength and methods didn't seem to be inferior to mighty miracle god or demon god Herculean demon god. Facing such a group of experts, could Lin Feng really get rid of them? While these people were in a daze, Lin Feng had already moved. He was like a death god walking in the mortal world. With a sweep of his fist, it seemed like he could destroy everything. Bang, 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 Lin Feng's speed was simply too fast. He was purely using the speed of his physical body, but even so, it was as if he was teleporting. Lin Feng's physical body could kill a sage. Hence, it wasn't strange that his physical body could possess such speed. That was Lin Feng's strength. He was extremely strong. Everybody was astonished. As for those cultivators who exchanged blows with Lin Feng, be it mighty miracle god, demon god Herculean demon god, or the three earth fiends, they couldn't do anything. They couldn't resist the terrifying power contained in Lin Feng's fist at all. One by one, they were sent flying. The mighty miracle gods were killed one after another. The demon gods were killed one after another. 2 of the 72 earth fiends were killed directly. Only the cultivator in the lead didn't die immediately. He fell to the ground with a look of disbelief. He couldn't believe that Lin Feng was actually so powerful. He wanted to say something. However, blood kept flowing out of his mouth. In the blood, there were even some broken internal organs. This guy. In the end, he was unable to say anything. Then, he fell to the ground and died. He died with his eyes wide open. The battle came quickly and ended quickly. In just a few breaths of time, so many powerful existences were killed. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of reverence. It was truly too terrifying, it made their souls tremble. Lin Feng looked at Sherpadian and said, "I'm really sorry. Today was supposed to be a joyous day, but I let this joyous day be stained with blood." Sherpadian laughed and said, "Lin Gongzi, you don't have to feel sorry. Killing these lackeys of the Heavenly Court has added a lot of glory to Hauer and Chuchu's engagement ceremony." Lin Feng smiled. Sherpadian looked at the uncouth man, but he really knew how to talk. But thinking about it carefully, how could such a person be simple? They weren't ordinary people. So, how could there be a so-called uncouth man? It was just a show. Someone dragged the corpses of these people away and then cleaned up the bloodstains. The banquet continued. It didn't seem to be affected by what had happened before. Everyone ate and drank, but many people were whispering about Lin Feng. Shihao and Zhou Chuchu were very busy. The two of them were busy toasting everyone. When they came to Lin Feng and Xia Zhiyue's side, Shihao and Zhou Chuchu were very happy. First, they were happy for Xia Zhiyue, because they even thought that Lin Feng was from a small family and that it would be very difficult for him to be with Xia Zhiyue. They had also felt worried about the future of Lin Feng and Xia Zhiyue, but now it seemed that these worries were superfluous. Second, because of their relationship with Xia Zhiyue, they got to know Lin Feng. Recalling their performance when they talked with Lin Feng before, they were quite satisfied with their words and deeds. Presumably, they should have left a good impression in Lin Feng's heart. After a few words of greeting, the two of them went to toast the other guests. After the banquet was over, Shihao came to Lin Feng's side and said, "Brother Lin, my father and the higher-ups of some large families have invited you. Do you have time to go?" "Of course." Lin Feng nodded. Xia Zhiyue didn't leave either. She was accompanied by Zhou Chuchu, and the two of them went to have a private talk. Lin Feng followed Shihao to a guest hall in the depths of the villa. There were more than a dozen cultivators here, most of them from the Shi family. There were also a few higher-ups from families that were on good terms with the Shi family. When they saw Lin Feng arrive, they didn't dare to be arrogant. They all stood up and cupped their fists to greet Lin Feng. Lin Feng also cupped his fists. As for Shi Hao, he didn't stay and left. Everyone took their seats. Shi Padian said, Lin Gongzi's display of invincible might is truly admirable. May I ask which faction Lin Gongzi comes from? Very few people would ask such a direct question. However, Shi Potion's personality was like this. It was straightforward. He didn't like to beat around the bush. Lin Feng smiled and said, the sky-devouring devil emperor is my ancestor. Everyone was shocked. Didn't that mean that Lin Feng was from the sovereign emperor's clan? Shi Padian was overjoyed. I didn't think that the sovereign emperor's clan still had members in the great wilderness. This is great news. The Zhou family leader said, I wonder if Lin Gongzi has found the sky-devouring devil emperor's seclusion grounds? Lin Feng shook his head and said, I haven't found it yet, but it's only a matter of time. Lin Feng then asked, I heard that the tokens you have related to Grand Desolation City have been reacting violently recently. What's the exact situation? Shi Padian said, many of the tokens have started to crack, and they'll shatter soon. Lin Feng was shocked. There's such a thing? He then asked, what's going on? Shi Padian said, our guess is that Grand Desolation City will appear when these tokens completely shatter. Lin Feng said, if that's the case, Grand Desolation City might appear earlier than we thought. Shi Padian and the others nodded. Shi Padian said, perhaps it won't take more than a month. This news made Lin Feng very happy. Lin Feng chatted with the upper echelons of the large clans for a long time, and they also talked about exploring Grand Desolation City after it appeared. Lin Feng had undoubtedly gained a lot from this gathering. After the gathering ended, Shi Padian deliberately asked Lin Feng to stay for a while. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that Shi Padian had something to say to him in private, but he didn't know what it was. The upper echelons of the large clans left one after another. After they left, Shi Padian took out a porcelain bottle and handed it to Lin Feng. What's this? Lin Feng was puzzled. Shi Padian smiled and said, this is the blood essence of an epic saint beast. An epic saint beast is a type of saint beast that appeared when the epic changed. Its blood essence is extremely violent, but if you can subdue this violent blood essence, your body will receive great benefits. It might even allow your body to undergo a qualitative transformation. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. If he could devour the blood essence of an epic saint beast, his body would definitely undergo a qualitative transformation. At that time, his body would become even stronger. Shi Padian wanted to do him a favor. And this favor was one that Lin Feng couldn't refuse. After keeping the blood essence, Lin Feng chatted with Shi Padian for a short while before leaving. Lin Feng had obtained the blood essence of an epic sacred beast. This was a great opportunity for him. Because of this, Shi Padian and Lin Feng had built a deeper friendship. It even made Lin Feng owe him a favor. It could be said that both of them got what they needed. Moreover, both of them had achieved their goals. This was the most important thing. Lin Feng was in a good mood. After meeting Xia Zhiyue, they left the city lord's mansion together. He didn't know what Xia Zhiyue and Zhou Chuchu talked about. Lin Feng noticed that Xia Zhiyue's pretty face had been blushing. She would peek at him from time to time. When she saw Lin Feng's gaze, her face became redder. He couldn't help but wonder if Zhou Chuchu and Xia Zhiyue had talked about something inappropriate for children. After parting with Xia Zhiyue, Lin Feng directly returned to his residence. He took out the bottle of blood essence of an epic sacred beast. In fact, there were many types of epic sacred beasts. After all, it was already the 3000th epic. However, the epic sacred beasts were very special. It was said that they could only adapt to the environment during the epic change. After the epic change was completed, the living environment of the epic sacred beasts would be greatly compressed. Then, the sacred beasts would perish in a very short period of time. However, one had to admit that the epic sacred beasts were exceptionally powerful. Moreover, their bloodline was incomparably terrifying. In addition, their bloodline had fused with various kinds of energy during the epic change. Therefore, every part of the body of an epic sacred beast was a treasure, including its blood. Ordinary blood was already a treasure, let alone the blood essence of an epic sacred beast. Currently, Lin Feng's current physical strength was roughly equivalent to the peak of the immortal sage realm. During this period of time, Lin Feng's physical strength had also improved rapidly. His physical strength was 10,000 times that of an immortal sage. Therefore, it was very easy for Lin Feng to kill a saint with his physical strength. He wondered if the blood essence of an epic sacred beast could help his physical body to undergo another transformation. Lin Feng wasn't sure about this. After all, it was getting harder and harder for his physical body to break through. Lin Feng swallowed the blood essence of the epic sacred beast. Then, Lin Feng felt that the blood essence of the epic sacred beast had turned into an incomparably violent beast. His body swelled up, as if the beast was going to burst out of his body. But Lin Feng had seen a lot of things, so he wasn't afraid. Let's release the energy, Lin Feng couldn't help but murmur. It would be best if there was someone who could fight him to their heart's content, but obviously, there was no such condition right now. Secondly, he could use some tools, such as stone lions, and cultivate crazily. Through powerful external forces, he could also wipe out the violent energy in his body. This condition was also very difficult to satisfy. The final method. Practicing fist techniques. Practicing fist techniques was indeed a pretty good method. While practicing fist techniques, the blood wouldn't recover, but the qi in the body would accumulate. This qi was very special. Under normal circumstances, it could be converted into magical power. However, it couldn't be converted into magical power in the great wilderness. At the very least, it could suppress the violent blood essence of the epic sacred beast in the body. Lin Feng practiced a very simple set of fist techniques. Even so, the effect was still amazing. He could clearly feel that the violent blood essence in his body was suppressed. Then, the blood essence of the epic sacred beast became less violent. As time passed, it gradually calmed down. When the blood essence of the epic sacred beast had completely calmed down, Lin Feng began to absorb the power of the blood essence. It was a very comfortable feeling. He felt as if his body was bathing in sacred light. As Lin Feng gradually absorbed the power of the blood essence, Lin Feng's physical body continued to improve. Soon, he reached the late immortal sage realm, then the peak immortal sage realm, and finally the myriad sage realm. 9th level sage realm. The myriad sage realm was the 7th level of the sage realm. It belonged to the advanced sage realm. It was a huge transformation from the initial sage realm to the intermediate sage realm. At the same time, it was also a major transformation from the intermediate sage realm to the advanced sage realm. Once the transformation was successful, the increase in strength was even more shocking than the increase in strength from the initial sage realm to the intermediate sage realm. This time, Lin Feng's physical body had the strength of the first 10,000 saints layer. For Lin Feng, breaking through to the next cultivation level was already amazing. He was extremely satisfied. For the next period of time, Lin Feng had been staying in Stone Demon City. Initially, Lin Feng thought that there would be people from the Heavenly Court looking for trouble. However, Lin Feng didn't see anyone from the Heavenly Court. However, Lin Feng felt that it might be other cultivators from the Heavenly Court who hadn't discovered his whereabouts for the time being. Even if they had a way to find him, the probability of finding him would be greatly reduced if he was too far away. The previous group of people probably found him because they were closer to him and were killed by him. Half a month later, Sherpatian invited Lin Feng over. Lin Feng arrived at the city lord's mansion. Sherpatian brought a piece of shocking news. The Great Desolation City had appeared. After hearing the news, Lin Feng became extremely excited. He had been waiting for this moment. Now that the Great Desolation City had finally appeared, it was really too good. Soon, the seal on the Great Desolation City would be lifted, right? At that time, his magic power and divine abilities would be restored. Where is the Great Desolation City? Lin Feng couldn't wait to ask. Sherpatian said, it's in the depths of the Great Desolation Plains. The Great Desolation Plains wasn't a safe place because there were countless vicious beasts living there. It was equivalent to the vicious beasts' headquarters. There were also many vicious beasts that lived in groups, such as wolves, lions, and so on. The vicious beasts in the Great Desolation Plains were probably the most numerous and the most powerful group of vicious beasts in the Great Desolation Plains. Every few years, there would be a beast tide caused by the vicious beasts in the Great Desolation Plains. Said Sherpodian, there are few terrifying ferocious beasts in the Great Desolate Plains. Those ferocious beasts used to be the strongest beasts in the celestial world. Even though they've lost their chi and magical abilities, those ferocious beasts still have terrifying physical bodies, so they're still overlords. This was the main reason why the vicious beasts in the Great Desolation Plains were so terrifying. Because once the vicious beasts formed an organization, they would be able to move in an orderly manner. This would be a devastating thing. If they were in a state of disunity, no matter how strong they were. To what extent could they be strong, however? Once the seal on the Great Desolation City was lifted, the beast emperors and vicious beasts in the Great Desolation Plains would be unable to stop the cultivators of the various great powers. Everyone was still looking forward to the Great Desolation Plains being lifted. The Great Desolation City was imperative. Previously, Lin Feng and Sherpodian had discussed the matter of going to the Great Desolation City. Now that the Great Desolation City had appeared, they naturally had to go together. The two sides discussed and decided to leave in 3 days. Lin Feng immediately left the city lord's mansion. When he returned, he found Xia Zhiyue waiting for him. Lin Feng hadn't seen Xia Zhiyue for a few days. Seeing her, Lin Feng was very happy. The two entered Lin Feng's room. Xia Zhiyue asked, "Did you go to the city lord's mansion?" "Yes." Lin Feng nodded. Xia Zhiyue said, "Then you should know about the Great Desolation City's appearance, right?" said Lin Feng. "Leader Shi already told me about it," said Lin Feng. Xia Zhiyue asked, "When are we leaving?" Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, "In 3 days." Xia Zhiyue said, "I'll go with you then." Lin Feng said, "Many powers are going there because they want to unseal the Great Desolation City. That place should be very dangerous. Why are you going there?" Xia Zhiyue said, "The Great Desolation City is an ancient city that transcends epochs. There are many secrets hidden there. Do you really think that those people are simply looking for a way to unseal the Great Desolation City? They're spying on the secrets of the Great Desolation City." "Oh? The Great Desolation City is an ancient city that transcends epochs?" Lin Feng was shocked. This was the first time he had heard of this. After all, no one had mentioned it to Lin Feng before. Lin Feng then asked, "Do you know what secrets are hidden in the Great Desolation City?" "I don't know much, but the news I've heard is shocking enough. It's said that the Great Desolation City has changed hands many times, and the last owner was a crown prince of the imperial clan of the Mastermind's world. The Great Desolation City is a powerful treasure, and that crown prince cultivated something called the Nirvana Multi-Heavens Art. It's an extremely terrifying technique, and it destroyed more than 10 great worlds in succession. It's said that because the technique was so heaven-defying, it required 99 great worlds to successfully cultivate it. This matter infuriated some experts, and they led a large number of experts to besiege that guy. The Great Desolation City was garrisoned with an elite army from the Mastermind's world, and the battle was extremely bitter. Both sides suffered great losses, and it's said that the Crown Prince was exhausted to death in the Great Desolation City. After that, the Great Desolation City fell into the Great Desolation World. It fell into the Great Desolation World because the Great Desolation Stone was the main material used to forge the Great Desolation City. It contains the terrifying power of time and space, and it's very similar to some of the ores in the Great Desolation World. Perhaps because of this reason, after that guy died, the Great Desolation City and the Great Desolation World developed a special connection, and then it fell into the Great Desolation World. After that, the various clans of the Great Desolation World sent cultivators to the Great Desolation City in order to explore its secrets. However, many places in the Great Desolation City were sealed, and they couldn't enter or explore. As time passed, the Great Desolation City became lively, and some secrets were gradually uncovered. Because of this, many powers obtained many benefits, but even so, some of the greatest secrets of the Great Desolation City were still undiscovered. Many people believed that as time passed, those secrets would inevitably be uncovered by the various powers, but at that time, an unforeseen event occurred in the Great Desolation World. The Great Desolation City disappeared, and so did everyone inside. Now that the Great Desolation City has reappeared, everyone naturally flocked to it. Unsealing the Great Desolation World is very important, but uncovering the secrets of the Great Desolation City is also very important," said Lin Feng. "The clans of the Great Desolation World are so obsessed with the secrets of the Great Desolation World. Could it be that they know what those secrets are?" asked Xiaxia. "They don't know, but there's a reason why they're so obsessed with the secrets of the Great Desolation World. For example, in one of that guy's palaces, some powers found transcendence pills, which can help cultivators break through to the next level." "There's such a pill?" Lin Feng's face was full of disbelief, because he knew how difficult it was to break through to the next level. How could there be pills in the world that could help cultivators break through to the next level? Wasn't that too inconceivable? However, Lin Feng quickly calmed down. He felt that things weren't as perfect as he had imagined. He guessed that the transcendence pill only increased the probability of breaking through to the next level. It couldn't really help cultivators break through to the next level. Lin Feng asked, "The transcendence pill should only be able to increase the probability of breaking through to the next level, right?" "Yes." Xiaxia nodded. "It can increase the probability by 1%. In fact, this 1% shouldn't be underestimated, because in many cases, the lack of this 1% could lead to the failure of breaking through to the next level. Furthermore, the probability of breaking through to the next level was extremely low. For example, cultivators who tried to break through to the next level didn't even have a 1 in 1,000 chance of succeeding. Even though the probability was so low, they still risked their lives to break through to the next level. Why? It was because they were pursuing an even more powerful Tao. If they didn't break through to the next level, they were destined to be buried by time. It was only a matter of time. Therefore, if they really had the chance to break through to the next level, they would definitely break through as soon as possible. This was because, if they delayed, once their peak period passed and their vitality began to weaken, their chances of breaking through would become smaller and smaller. Naturally, they would have to fight while they were still at their peak. From the looks of it, increasing the probability of breaking through to the next level by 1% would undoubtedly be of great help to them. Not only would it have a huge effect on breaking through, but it would also give them a psychological hint. Many times, psychological hints were undoubtedly extremely important to cultivators. Of course, there was another important point. It was rumored that the transcendence pill was very special. If one took this pill to break through to the next level and failed, there was a 50% chance that they wouldn't suffer a backlash. If one didn't take the transcendence pill and failed to break through, there was a 100% chance that they would suffer a backlash. Once they suffered a backlash, only death would await them. Although there were people who survived, those people were too few. From this, it could be seen that taking the transcendence pill was extremely important. It was obvious how important it was to cultivators. At this time, Xiaxia continued, "You see, the place where the transcendence pill was found is obviously not the most important place. But even if it's not the most important place, there are still things like the transcendence pill. What kind of secrets do you think the most important places are hiding? What kind of things are there?" This. Lin Feng felt his heart suddenly skip a beat. No wonder so many great forces were so obsessed with the Great Desolation City. It was really tempting. Lin Feng was also tempted. Xiaxia said, "I heard that the most powerful pill of the imperial family behind the scenes isn't the transcendence pill, but another kind of pill. It said that this kind of pill can increase a cultivator's probability of breaking through to the next level by 15 to 30%. Moreover, even if the breakthrough fails, there's a 100% chance that they won't suffer a backlash. I don't know if the Crown Prince has that kind of medicinal pill, but since he has such an extraordinary status, it means that he does have that kind of medicinal pill. If he obtains that medicinal pill, there's a very high probability that he can create an existence that surpasses the cultivation level of a cultivator." Lin Feng couldn't help but be slightly moved. Even this kind of pill could be refined. It wasn't unreasonable for the imperial family behind the scenes to be able to rule the 9 continents universe for 3,000 eras. However, Lin Feng felt that even the imperial family behind the scenes would have a hard time refining a pill of this level. Even in the long history of their race, they hadn't been able to refine more than a few pills of this level. Therefore, it was hard to say whether this so-called crown prince really had this kind of pill. Of course, it was also possible that this crown prince really did have this kind of pill. The information Lin Feng got from Xia Zhiyue was naturally very useful. A smile emerged on Lin Feng's face. Perhaps, the trip to the great desolate city could yield some extraordinary things. Of course. Whether he could get those opportunities or not, he would only know after the event. Who could predict the future? After staying with Lin Feng for more than an hour, Xia Zhiyue left. In the blink of an eye. 3 days passed. On this day, the Stone Demon clan gathered a group of experts, about 50 or 60 people. Lin Feng and Xia Zhiyue came to the city lord mansion. Xia Zhiyue brought the housekeeper, Yu Shui, and 4 guards. This housekeeper was not a simple character. His strength was actually very powerful. He was equivalent to the commander of the guards. Of course, the things he did were much more than the ordinary commander of the guards. For example, many of Xia Zhiyue's daily affairs were taken care of by this housekeeper. Lin Feng and Sherpadian talked about Xia Zhiyue going to the great desolate city with them. Sherpadian readily agreed. In fact, Xia Zhiyue's family would inevitably send a lot of experts there. At that time, they might meet Xia Zhiyue. The group set off. They didn't walk particularly fast on the road. After all, it was snowing heavily and the ground was covered with ice and snow. In the Great Desolate, it was a place where spiritual power and magical powers were restricted. Even if they were riding a mount, it was impossible to be fast. Along the way, they didn't encounter too much danger, although they did encounter several waves of fierce beasts. But those fierce beasts couldn't pose too much of a threat to Lin Feng and the others. Many fierce beasts that attacked Lin Feng and the others became Lin Feng's food. About a month later, Lin Feng and the others arrived at the Great Desolate Plains. Most of the places they had passed before were mountains and forests. The mountain roads were rugged. Naturally, it was difficult to walk. On the other hand, it was a completely different situation in the plains. The plains stretched as far as the eye could see. It was many times better than the mountains and forests. But it was precisely because of this. In the plains, it was difficult to find a place to hide. If they encountered some danger, it would be very difficult to find a place to hide. Originally, Lin Feng and the others were worried that they would encounter some terrifying beast hordes. However, after arriving at the Great Desolate Plains, everything was calm. They did not encounter any beast hordes. Although, sometimes, they would see some ferocious beasts from afar, but none of them were too powerful. Lin Feng couldn't help but think, could it be that some powerful fierce beasts are also heading towards Great Wilderness City? Thinking about it carefully, there was indeed such a possibility. 10 days later, Lin Feng and the others finally saw the Grand Desolate City. In this world of silver, there was a huge ancient city. It was like a prehistoric beast that lived on the ground, giving off a heavy and oppressive aura. When Lin Feng and the others arrived outside the Grand Desolate City, there were already many cultivators gathered here. Basically, they were all cultivators sent by the various clans of the Great Wilderness. In another direction, there were hundreds of powerful fierce beasts. Those fierce beasts were extremely intelligent. There were a few beast emperor-level existences that were even more terrifying. However, those fierce beasts did not attack the various clans of the Great Wilderness. And the various clans of the Great Wilderness did not provoke those powerful fierce beasts either. The Xia clan also sent experts. There were about 60 or 70 of them. The leader was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. After seeing the cultivators of the Xia clan, Xia Zhiyue called out to Lin Feng and wanted to introduce them to Lin Feng. Lin Feng followed Xia Zhiyue to the group of cultivators of the Xia clan. Xia Zhiyue bowed to the old man and called out, "Third Grandpa. Little girl Zhiyue, why are you here? Who did you follow? Did you encounter any danger on the way?" After the third grandpa saw Xia Zhiyue, he smiled and asked a few questions in a row. Then, he looked at Lin Feng with great interest. Because he had also heard about what happened in the Stone Demon City's City Lord's mansion. It was said that a young master besides Xiaojiyue had killed many experts of the heavenly court. This matter had spread like wildfire. As the upper echelons of the great clans, they obviously knew more about Lin Feng. For example, they knew that Lin Feng was the descendant of the heaven-devouring devil emperor. In fact, since Lin Feng had publicized this matter, it was naturally difficult to hide it. Of course, the third grandpa had never seen Lin Feng before. However, at the first sight of Lin Feng, he knew that the young master beside Xiaojiyue should be the person who was rumored to be in an uproar. From his temperament, he could judge it. The third grandpa was very happy that Xiaojiyue could walk together with someone of Lin Feng's background. People of great clans like them valued the views of family background. If Xiaojiyue really got together with Lin Feng, their Xia clan seemed to have the intention of climbing up the social ladder. After hearing the third grandpa's repeated questions, Xiaojiyue said, "After hearing about the news of the Great Desolation City, I became very interested. Then, I followed the people of the Stone Demon clan. The road was relatively safe, and we didn't encounter any danger." Then, Xiaojiyue introduced Lin Feng to the third grandpa. She said, "Third grandpa, this is my good friend, Lin Feng." "Hello, senior." Lin Feng bowed to Xiaojiyue's third grandpa. Xiaojiyue's third grandpa said with a smile, "Little friend, you don't have to be so polite. Jiyue, this girl, usually doesn't have much contact with the outside world. Seeing that little friend is familiar with her, this old man is very pleased. In the future, I hope that little friend can be more tolerant of Jiyue." After hearing the words of Xiaojiyue's third grandpa, Lin Feng suddenly smiled bitterly. It seemed that Xiaojiyue's third grandpa thought that he was dating Xiaojiyue. In fact, it was no wonder that Xiaojiyue's third grandpa thought so. Because Xiaojiyue's third grandpa was very clear about Xiaojiyue's character. Usually, she was proud and arrogant, and rarely had any contact with men. And this time, although she said that she came here with the people of the Stone Demon clan, in reality, in fact, she came here with Lin Feng, right? In addition, he had heard all kinds of rumors about Lin Feng and Xiaojiyue before. It was no wonder that Xiaojiyue's third grandpa would misunderstand the relationship between him and Xiaojiyue. Xiaojiyue's pretty face was slightly red. Her shy appearance was really beautiful to the point of suffocating. At this time, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't explain anything. That would make everyone embarrassed. Xiaojiyue would also be sad. And Lin Feng knew that Xiaojiyue was doing everything for him. How could he make Xiaojiyue sad? Some things should just go with the flow. This was Lin Feng's temporary thought. Lin Feng said, "Jiyue is very reasonable." Hearing Lin Feng's praise, Xiaojiyue was very happy. It seemed that her image in Lin Feng's mind was quite good. Xiaojiyue's third grandpa smiled and said, "Seeing you young people get along so happily, this old man is deeply gratified." Rumble. At this time, a loud noise shook the sky in the distance. Everyone looked over and suddenly revealed an extremely shocked expression. Because, a group of cultivators had arrived. There were about 100 of them, and they were riding powerful strange beasts. The various clans of the wastelands had all arrived. Who were these people that had just arrived? It didn't take long for those cultivators to arrive. Everyone discovered that it was actually a group of foreign creatures. The expressions of the cultivators of the wastelands suddenly became extremely ugly. Back then, the masters of the 33 heavens joined forces with the foreign creatures, the lost races of the epic, and the experts of the mastermind's world to seal the wastelands. Therefore, it was indeed possible for the other party to send cultivators into the wastelands. It was not easy to completely hide such a big news like the appearance of the great wastelands. Therefore, these forces would most likely send experts here to snatch the opportunities that might appear in the wastelands. Not to mention other things, even if they could obtain some transcendence pills, it would be enough to make many people go crazy. The various clans of the wastelands gathered together. There were about 700 to 800 of them, which was not a small number. All of them looked coldly at the foreign creatures. Some of them even revealed killing intent, as though they wanted to attack those foreign creatures. However, they were stopped by the elders of their clans. Now was not the time to act rashly. They had to observe the situation in detail. If only the foreign creatures had arrived, the cultivators of the various clans of the wastelands might really join forces to kill them. However, it was clear that the foreign creatures were not the only ones who had arrived this time. After the foreign creatures arrived, another group of experts arrived. There seemed to be about 100 of them, and they were all cultivators of the lost races of the epic. Those cultivators of the lost races of the epic didn't belong to a single force. After all, the lost races of the epic were divided into many different clans. Those cultivators of the lost races of the epic had formed a temporary alliance. They formed a temporary alliance to deal with the current situation. After the cultivators of the lost races of the epic arrived, the cultivators of the heavenly court arrived as well. There were more cultivators of the heavenly court, about 200 of them. When the cultivators of the heavenly court arrived, Lin Feng instantly felt a number of chilling auras locking onto him. "They've recognized me," Lin Feng frowned slightly. Clearly, the heavenly court had some special method to recognize him. Right now, he was probably a thorn in the side of the Master of the 33 Heavens. The trusted aides of the Master of the 33 Heavens would definitely want to capture him. After that, they would offer him up to the Master of the 33 Heavens. How great of a contribution would that be? At the very least, they would kill him and offer his corpse to the Master of the 33 Heavens. Even though the reward wouldn't be as great as offering a living person, it would still be pretty decent. However, when they saw that Lin Feng was together with the people of the various races of the Great Wilderness, they didn't make a move. After all, the races of the Great Wilderness had the advantage in numbers. If they were to really make a move, even if they joined forces with the otherworldly beings and the lost races of the epic, they wouldn't have any advantage to speak of. In the eyes of the cultivators of the heavenly court, this wasn't a good time to make a move. After the gates of the Great Wilderness City opened, everyone would spread out to search for opportunities in the city. By then, they would have plenty of chances to get rid of Lin Feng. Of course, it would be even better if they could capture Lin Feng alive. Not long after, the cultivators of the world of the mastermind arrived. Lin Feng had seen many evil spirit warriors before. Even though they were just the most ordinary living beings of the mastermind's world, they were abnormally strong. They were also the main members of the army of the mastermind's world. This time around, the cultivators of the mastermind's world weren't from the evil spirit warrior race. They were from the famous three-eyed golden warrior race. It was rumored. The three eyes of the three-eyed golden warrior race of the mastermind's world were extremely extraordinary. One eye represented the true essence of life, the other represented the true essence of death, and the middle eye represented the true essence of reincarnation. Life, death, reincarnation, what an extraordinary power. Logically speaking, there were very few cultivators who could master this kind of power in the universe, right? This was the truth. It was indeed so. Cultivators who could master life, death, and reincarnation were indeed uncommon in the universe. They could be described as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. However, in the mastermind's world, it wasn't the case. The three-eyed golden warrior race was a race that was one level stronger than the evil spirit warrior race. Naturally, it couldn't be considered the most heaven-defying race in the mastermind's world. Even so, the three-eyed golden warrior race generally mastered the power of life, death, and reincarnation. One could imagine how powerful this race was. In fact, it was fine if one didn't understand. If one gradually understood the strength of the mastermind's world, one would become more and more frightened, more and more desperate. After the cultivators of the mastermind's world arrived, no other cultivators came. Now, 3 groups had been formed. The races of the Grand Wilderness were one group. The beasts of the Grand Wilderness were one group. The lost races of the epic, the otherworldly existences, the cultivators of the heavenly court, and the cultivators of the mastermind's world were one group. At this moment, everyone maintained a tacit understanding and waited for the opening of Grand Wilderness City. Back then, the Great Desolation City suddenly disappeared. There were many branches of the Great Desolation clan stationed there, as well as countless rogue cultivators and cultivators from various powers. Although the population wasn't as large as a city, there were still millions of people there. I wonder what happened to those people back then. Zhiyue's third grandpa couldn't help but lament. He naturally hoped that the people inside could continue to live and reproduce normally. He didn't want them to encounter any mishaps. Everyone waited for 3 days. After 3 days, the great desolation energy that shrouded the great desolation city began to dissipate. This great desolation energy was very terrifying. It contained the power of time. Therefore, cultivators didn't dare to touch it casually. Otherwise, the great desolation energy would devour their lifespan. Around 1 day later, the power of the great wilderness that shrouded the great wilderness city completely dissipated. Let's go. The surviving races of the epic, the otherworldly creatures, the cultivators of the heavenly court, and the cultivators from the world of the mastermind shouted. They took the lead, wanting to open the gates of Grand Desolation City before anyone else did and enter. However, when these people were halfway through, a voice suddenly rang out. A loud rumbling sound came from the gate. The gate of the Grand Wilderness City opened on its own. Everyone looked towards the direction of the gate and saw that the city was very quiet. There was no one on the streets. No one took the initiative to open the gate, but it opened on its own just like that. This was too strange. Seeing this scene, everyone looked at each other in dismay. What was going on? Why was it so strange? The members of the Epic Lost Clan, the otherworldly creatures, the cultivators from the heavenly court and the cultivators from the mastermind's world all stopped. The situation was simply too peculiar and many of them felt uncertain. Thus, they dared not recklessly advance. Everyone was observing Grand Desolation City. However, they soon discovered that nothing special had happened in Grand Wilderness City. Since nothing special had happened, there seemed to be no need to worry or be afraid. Therefore, the surviving members of the epic, the foreign beings, the cultivators of the heavenly court, and the cultivators from the world of the backstage manipulator, who had stopped earlier, once again rushed towards Grand Wilderness City. Their group was the first to enter Grand Desolation City. Next, several powerful beast emperors led a large number of beasts and quickly rushed in. The cultivators of the various races of Grand Desolation weren't particularly anxious. In fact, there was a reason why the various races of Grand Desolation didn't rush in. Because, the various races of Grand Desolation had some tokens related to the secrets of Grand Desolation City. Thus, they felt that there was no harm in entering later. Those who entered early might not necessarily obtain the best treasures. After the surviving races of the epic, the cultivators from the heavenly court, the cultivators from the world of the mastermind, and the beasts entered Grand Desolation City, the various races of Grand Desolation also entered Grand Desolation City. After entering Grand Desolation City, Lin Feng immediately felt a cold and gloomy aura pervading the air. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. What a heavy yin qi, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Xianxia sighed and said, "This place is so quiet. It's obvious that the people here are all dead. After so many people died, it's inevitable that a very strong yin qi would be formed." Lin Feng frowned slightly because he felt that things might not be so simple. However, there were some things that he couldn't explain clearly, so he didn't say anything more. "Let's go take a look at some of the houses," a cultivator suggested. Because, logically speaking, so many people died back then, the streets shouldn't be so clean, right? But what was the actual situation? On the streets, it was completely empty. There wasn't a single corpse. It shouldn't be like this. It was too strange. This caused many people to be extremely puzzled, and they also became vigilant. When things were abnormal, there must be something fishy. This was a principle that hadn't changed since the ancient times. Everyone reached an agreement to go take a look at some of the surrounding houses. The surviving races of the epic, the cultivators from the heavenly court, the cultivators from the world of the mastermind, and the beasts didn't stop. They quickly went deeper into the city. The various races of Grand Desolation were more careful. They opened many houses and checked them one. But they didn't find a single corpse. Where did the corpse go? It can't just disappear into thin air? Someone raised their doubts. Everyone was puzzled. Yes. Where did the corpse? Right now, everything was shrouded in fog. Obviously, during the years when the great wilderness city had disappeared, many unknown things must have happened. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard. And sounds Grand Desolation City. Everyone quickly went out to check the situation. The city's gate. At this moment, someone said with a trembling voice. Everyone looked over and found that the city gate had indeed disappeared. What was going on? To desolation, why, grand desolation cities, tt to grand desolation city to say, it to be to say. It. To it to do. This place was full of evilness. Everyone, be careful. There's something wrong with this place. Lin Feng said. Yes. Everyone nodded. His mood also became solemn. Lin Feng said, don't you have some tokens? Let's go and get the fortuitous opportunities in those places. Okay. The upper echelons of the various races of Grand Desolation didn't have any objections. Clearly, the various races of Grand Desolation had reached some kind of agreement. Everyone was working together. If they got any fortuitous opportunities, they would distribute them according to the strength of each race. The more powerful races would be given a larger share of the resources. The weaker races received a smaller share. As for Lin Feng, the various races of Grand Desolation knew Lin Feng's identity and strength. Therefore, if they got any fortuitous opportunities, Lin Feng would get a share. Sherpatian took out a map. It was a map of an ancient city. The streets and buildings were densely packed, and some places were marked with red dots. Those places. They should be where the fortuitous opportunities were. Back then, Grand Desolation City was controlled by the various races of Grand Desolation. Therefore, the cultivators of other forces might not know where the top fortuitous opportunities were, but the various races of Grand Desolation should know. Are there 3 places that contain great fortuitous opportunities? Lin Feng asked. Yes. Sherpatian nodded and said, however, Grand Desolation City is very special. There are many places with restrictions. Therefore, there must be many places where the fortuitous opportunities have not been discovered. This was an undeniable fact. Everyone chose the closest marked point to them and headed towards it. Grand Desolation City was very large. When the first night came, no one was able to reach the marked location. Lin Feng felt that the gloomy qi in Grand Desolation City was getting thicker and thicker. He didn't know if something bad would happen at night. Lin Feng said, let's find a place to rest tonight. Tomorrow, we'll continue to the marked location. Although Lin Feng was only one person, Lin Feng's extraordinary background and strength made everyone value his opinion. Therefore, when they heard Lin Feng say that, they naturally didn't have any objections. They all nodded in agreement. Then, they found a house. The house was very large and was divided into many courtyards. There were also many rooms. Many people wanted to find a room to rest, but Lin Feng said, don't go to those rooms. Everyone gathered together. Everyone will sit on the ground in the courtyard and rest for the night. Why is that? Someone asked, puzzled. This was because Lin Feng had a feeling of uneasiness. He couldn't explain why he had this feeling. In fact, he didn't find anything wrong, but Lin Feng had always believed in his intuition. However, he obviously couldn't say that to these people. Could it be that he felt that something was wrong? This kind of words couldn't convince them. Lin Feng said, this place is strange. Don't scatter. Gather together. If something really happens, we can take care of each other. If we scatter and something strange happens, no one will be able to take care of us. Hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone felt that it was reasonable. Therefore, everyone sat cross-legged in the courtyard. Most people seized the time to rest, but some cultivators who weren't sleepy lowered their voices and talked about something. Xianxia sat next to Lin Feng. After chatting with Lin Feng for a while, she fell asleep in a daze. Her delicate body fell into Lin Feng's embrace, and she slept quite soundly. Looking at Xianxia's delicate and beautiful face up close, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Xianxia was really as beautiful as a fairy. Lin Feng wasn't sleepy, but he also closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. In fact, many times, even if he wasn't sleepy, closing his eyes and pretending to sleep would have a huge effect on his mental strength recovery. Late at night. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from outside. Lin Feng hadn't slept, so he woke up. There were also some cultivators who weren't sleepy. They looked outside and heard the sound of footsteps coming closer and closer. It seemed to be coming towards them. Lin Feng and the others couldn't help but frown. It was already late at night, who wasn't sleeping? Why were they still wandering outside? However, at this time, something strange happened. When the sound of footsteps came closer and closer, Lin Feng suddenly felt that the gloomy aura between heaven and earth seemed to become denser and denser. On this point, this attracted Lin Feng's attention. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, the sound of knocking came from outside. Someone was knocking on the courtyard door. Previously, Lin Feng had casually placed a few simple restrictions. These restrictions didn't require magic power to activate, but they were quite powerful. Lin Feng's restrictions sealed the courtyard door, so if someone really wanted to come in, they would need his permission. Everyone was startled awake. Bang, 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 the sound was still unceasingly heard. Who is it? Why aren't you sleeping in the middle of the night and knocking on our door? Someone's tone was unfriendly. His beautiful dream had been disturbed, and his mood was not good. Another cultivator said, "I'll go see who it is." "I'll go with you," someone else said. Two cultivators walked towards the courtyard door. "Wait," Lin Feng said. They stopped and looked at Lin Feng. The others also looked at Lin Feng. Bang, 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 the people outside were still knocking on the courtyard door. Everyone's brows couldn't help but furrow together. Lin Feng looked at the two cultivators and asked, "Do you have anything on you that can ward off evil spirits? If so, take it out now." Lin Feng had a lot of such things in his time and space, but he couldn't open it now, so he could only sigh. The two nodded and said, "We have protective talismans." They took out their protective talismans, which were ancient talismans surrounded by Buddhist light. They should be Buddhist treasures. When these large factions took action, they were usually very well prepared. This could be seen from the fact that the two of them took out protective talismans. Lin Feng nodded. The two of them held the protective talismans in their hands. They didn't know if it was because Lin Feng was taking this matter too seriously, but they were a little nervous now. The two of them just arrived at the courtyard door. Bang, 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 the knocking came again. "Who's outside?" one of them asked. No one answered him outside. The two of them looked at each other, and their expressions became serious. It seemed a little strange. The door. To open or not to open, they couldn't make up their minds. Bang, 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 at this moment, the knocking came again. The two of them gritted their teeth. They opened the courtyard door. However, they found that it was empty outside. There was no one there. They walked out and found that the streets were deserted. There was nothing there. But what was with the knocking on the door just now? Lin Feng and the others also saw the situation outside. There was no one outside, but the knocking continued. How could they explain all of this, although it was winter? However, many people found themselves sweating. This was cold sweat. The two people outside quickly returned and closed the courtyard door. Their expressions didn't look good. After all, what happened just now was indeed a little strange. Fortunately, nothing terrible happened. What exactly is knocking on the courtyard door? A cultivator said with a trembling voice. Originally, they thought that there would be many opportunities waiting for them after entering Great Desolation City. Who would have thought that not only did they not obtain any opportunities, but they also experienced many strange supernatural events? How could they not be afraid? It can't be something unclean, right? Someone asked in a serious voice. In this world, there were indeed many unknown and terrifying things. These things might be difficult to explain. Many people called these unknown things unclean things. Whenever they encountered such a situation, they would often be more worried and fearful in their hearts. Lin Feng said, "What's the use of worrying about these things? Those who should rest, rest, and those who should chat, don't talk about these things in private. We don't want to attract anything unclean." Hearing Lin Feng say this, everyone quickly shut up. Yes, it was better not to talk about it. Many supernatural events or terrifying things were attracted by everyone's discussion. Lin Feng sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to rest. Many people muttered in their hearts. His heart was really big. The next day, Lin Feng and the others continued their journey. Many people couldn't fall asleep after waking up last night. They couldn't even close their eyes to rest because once they closed their eyes, it was as if they would see something terrifying. This was very tiring. Therefore, the next day, they didn't have much energy. But fortunately, everything was over. Everyone arrived at the first marked location in the afternoon. This marked location was also a house. This house was shrouded in darkness. Originally, there were terrifying restrictions here, but now these restrictions have disappeared. Sherpatian said in surprise. Lin Feng said. But we can't let our guard down. Lin Feng and the others entered the house. This house was very large. They went all the way into the house and arrived outside the seventh house. According to the records, the seventh house is very special. There should be something shocking inside. Sherpatian said. I keep feeling that this place is not right. Do you have any tokens? Take out all the tokens that have something to do with this place. Lin Feng said. Hearing this, the clans of the wasteland hurriedly took out some tokens. Lin Feng discovered that the tokens they took out were actually a torn scroll. These torn scrolls were combined together to form a complete scroll. The fastest mobile version of the website, Lin Feng looked at the contents of the scroll. He discovered that what was drawn on the scroll was boundless darkness. In the darkness, he could vaguely see an unknown existence. He couldn't see what the unknown existence looked like. He could only see a pair of eyes. The scroll was called The Demon in the World. This name, it was a little special, Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Most of the time, names weren't given randomly. Instead, they were given with great care. Thus, sometimes, a wrong name could bring about a series of disasters. This wasn't an exaggeration. The contents of the scroll in front of them made them feel very uneasy. The name The Demon in the World seemed to add even more evil to the scroll. Although the upper echelons of these large clans had a portion of the tokens, they were kept separately. They hadn't been able to gather all the tokens. Thus, when they saw the scroll, they were very shocked. Xiaojiu's third grandfather said, Does the phrase the demon in the world have some deeper meaning? There might be some deeper meaning hidden within, but they couldn't guess how much special information or secrets were hidden within just by relying on their imagination. Lin Feng rubbed his chin and said, Since the tokens are like this, we can only hope that they can lead us to the things inside. Everyone nodded. It seemed that this was the only way. They didn't have any other ideas. The group walked inside. Just as he entered the seventh courtyard, the scroll underwent a strange change. It flew into the void at high speed. Then, streams of black energy fell from the scroll. The black energy formed an energy barrier that enveloped everyone. Then, bang bang bang, something seemed to be attacking the protective barrier formed by the black energy. This scene made everyone turn pale with fright. In other words, there might really be some unknown existence hidden in the seventh courtyard. This was undoubtedly an extremely terrifying matter. It made everyone tremble with fear. Fortunately, the scroll was extraordinary. It helped everyone block the unknown danger outside. Otherwise, who knew how many people would have died here? The corpse, a cultivator said. He pointed forward. Everyone looked over, and their pupils couldn't help but shrink. There were about 34 corpses lying in front of him. Everyone realized that these corpses were all heavenly court cultivators. Everyone quickly walked over and realized that these corpses had died not long ago. Their eyes had exploded, and it was obvious that they had experienced something extremely terrifying when they were alive. It even felt like they had been scared to death. Why are there only people from the heavenly court? Otherworldly beings, lost races of the epic, and cultivators from the mastermind's world? Didn't they all come in together? At this time, a cultivator said. Lin Feng said, Not all powers can put aside their prejudices and search for treasures together like the other clans of the great desolate land. Clearly, after they came in, they separated. Everyone nodded. That was indeed the reason. Therefore, there were only corpses of heavenly court cultivators in this place. Could the fortune here have been taken by the heavenly court's cultivators? Someone said. Everyone was shocked. Bang! Bang, the unknown existence was still attacking the protective light barrier outside. Everyone was trembling in fear. The Heavenly Court cultivators outside had died tragically. Clearly, they had been killed by the unknown existence. Therefore, if the defensive light barrier formed by the scroll was really destroyed, many people would definitely suffer. Fortunately, the defensive light barrier formed by the scroll was quite powerful. Although it had been attacked, there were no signs of it being destroyed. Everyone arrived at the depths of the 7th residence. There was a solitary building in this residence. This lone building looked a little strange. It gave off an extremely eerie and terrifying feeling. Everyone carefully entered the building. There was nothing on the first floor, so Lin Feng and the others went to the 2nd floor. When they reached the 2nd floor, they saw that there were many counters on the 2nd floor. On the counters, there were many glassware, and in the glassware were all sorts of things. There were indeed many good things left behind. However, Lin Feng suddenly had many questions in his mind. Who did these things belong to? They definitely didn't belong to no one. Moreover, the owner of this place back then must have had an extremely extraordinary identity. Although the previous owner of this ancient city was a certain crown prince of the imperial family of the world behind the scenes, in reality, he had inherited this ancient city by chance. There were many secrets that even he didn't know. This was something left behind by an expert who had crossed eras. Also, what did the unknown existence outside have to do with the owner of this place? Although there were many doubts in his heart, there was one thing. Lin Feng was incomparably calm. That was, hurry up and collect the treasures here. What was the point of thinking so much about other things? Lin Feng took a rough look. There were about 30 treasures here. So many forces were dividing these treasures. Each force only had 2 or 3 treasures. Lin Feng wasn't greedy. He only needed one. Sherpatian said, how about this, let Lin Gongzi choose first. Sure. The other upper echelons of the forces nodded. Lin Feng didn't stand on ceremony. He wandered among the treasures. Suddenly, he saw a crystal. This crystal was very special. It was composed of 9 different colors. Could this be the mysterious 9 Saint Source Stone? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. It was rumored that this was a natural wonder stone. It was formed at a specific time at the beginning of each era. There were no more than 100 of these stones produced in each era. It was relatively rare even at the beginning of an era, let alone the end of an era. This mysterious 9 Saint Source Stone had some amazing uses. It was said that if it was ground into powder, it could be used to refine medicine. Moreover, it could greatly increase the success rate of refining medicine. At the same time, it could also greatly increase the efficacy of the medicine. In addition, it was said that this mysterious 9 Saint Source Stone could increase the power and grade of some magic treasures. In particular, it could increase the initial grade of magic treasures. This was an ability that would make people go crazy. For example, when a magic treasure was refined, it could be refined to the level of a saint artifact. However, after fusing with this mysterious 9 Saint Source Stone, the magic treasure's initial grade might not be saint artifact. Of course, Lin Feng was most interested in its ability to help cultivators increase their cultivation. In other words, if Lin Feng absorbed the energy inside the mysterious 9 Saint Source Stone, his cultivation would increase to a certain extent. However, he didn't know how much it would increase. Therefore, Lin Feng immediately made his choice. He opened the glass container and took out the mysterious 9 Saint Source Stone. Since he couldn't communicate with time and space for the time being, he couldn't put the treasure inside. However, Lin Feng was already prepared. He put the mysterious 9 Saint Source Stone in a bag and tied it to his body. I'm done. Everyone can choose now. Lin Feng said, then stepped back. Seeing that Lin Feng only chose one treasure, the people from the major factions felt that Lin Feng was a tactful person. He wasn't greedy. In fact, they let Lin Feng choose first because Lin Feng had an extraordinary background. Secondly, Lin Feng was strong. However, Lin Feng was only one person. If Lin Feng chose too many things, they wouldn't feel bad even if they didn't say anything. There were a total of 11 races in the Great Wilderness, so there were only 29 treasures left. As for how they would be distributed, it wasn't something Lin Feng could interfere with. Lin Feng looked at the few bottles of pills. He couldn't help but think to himself, back then, someone found a heaven-defying pill called the Transcendence Pill in some places sealed in the great wilderness city. I wonder if the Transcendence Pill was among those pills. There was a reason why the Transcendence Pill was so precious. The biggest reason was that the formula was very secretive. The race that had the formula must be from an unimaginable race. Even if they were rogue cultivators, they must be extremely heaven-defying. More importantly, even if you had the formula, you might not be able to concoct the Transcendence Pill. The formula to concoct the Transcendence Pill probably required hundreds of thousands of spiritual herbs. Many of them were very difficult to find. Even if someone had the formula, they might not be able to find those herbs in their lifetime. If they were lucky enough to find those herbs, what if the concoction failed? That would be a complete tragedy. After everyone was done distributing the treasures, suddenly, thud 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 sounds came from below. Everyone's expression changed abruptly. The room was originally very quiet. Why would there be footsteps? Furthermore, the footsteps coming from the wooden floor seemed even more eerie. It made one's hair stand on end involuntarily. "Let's go down and take a look," Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Everyone nodded. Fortunately, there were many people. The more people there were, the braver they became. Everyone headed downstairs. When they arrived at the bottom, there was nothing down there. Nothing at all. Was that an auditory hallucination? Someone asked. I heard everything. How could it be an auditory hallucination? Someone laughed bitterly. Thud thud thud, at this moment, the footsteps came again. This time, it came from the stairs. From top to bottom. Something seemed to be walking down the stairs. Holy sh*t, many people felt their scalps go numb. Everyone had been upstairs just a while ago. They didn't find anything out of the ordinary. If there was really an unknown existence upstairs, did it mean that everyone had been with that unknown existence for a long time? Furthermore, that unknown existence had watched everyone divide up the treasures on the second floor. Could the treasures on the second floor belong to that unknown existence? Originally, Lin Feng thought that there were only some unknown and terrifying existences in the courtyard. Only now did he realize that he was wrong. Or perhaps, the unknown existence that attacked them in the courtyard was actually the unknown existence in the isolated building? Was that possible? Thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be possible. But no matter what the exact situation was, everyone couldn't continue to stay here. It was too dangerous. Let's go. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Everyone quickly walked outside. Since they had already obtained the opportunity, it was better to leave this place quickly. However, with a bang, the door closed. A cultivator pushed the door with force. But he couldn't push the door open. Let me, another cultivator shouted loudly and kicked the door fiercely, wanting to kick it open. His kick was powerful and heavy. He kicked the door. He couldn't kick the closed door open. Instead, he was sent flying more than 10 meters by a powerful force. His body slammed into a pillar. Then, he slipped and fell to the ground. A few cultivators wanted to help him up. Wait. Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. What's wrong? A few cultivators looked at Lin Feng. Step back. Lin Feng said. He looked at the cultivator who was slowly getting up on his own. Everyone also looked at this cultivator. At this time, everyone noticed that his eyes had become very strange. The white pupils disappeared. Only black pupils were left. It was a little strange. Who are you? Lin Feng asked. You took my things and asked me who I am? He said. Clearly, this cultivator had been possessed. Damn, what a strange supernatural event. Lin Feng felt that things were a little troublesome. The existence in front of him was definitely not to be trifled with. What do you want to do? An old man asked in a deep voice. He, after eating your souls, I will be one step closer to breaking the seal. He quickly attacked. It was unknown if it was because they had entered the solitary building, but now, the scroll was silent and could not continue to protect Lin Feng and the others. This was obviously an extremely bad situation, and it was also the situation that Lin Feng and the others did not want to see the most. However, this was the real situation that Lin Feng and the others were facing. The possessed cultivator rushed towards everyone. "Suppress him!" a high-ranking member of a large family shouted. More than a dozen people took action, wanting to suppress the possessed cultivator. But at this time, the possessed cultivator's body softly fell to the ground. Dead, he was dead. What kind of method was this? He actually killed a person in an instant. "I'm here." At this time, a cultivator standing at the edge of the crowd said with a smile. His laughter was indescribably strange. He was possessed. After saying this, his body softly fell to the ground. His vitality was gone. Instant death. In the next moment, a third cultivator said, "The vitality of these bodies is not particularly strong. This is really disappointing. They are far worse than the people who came in before." The people who came in before were Heavenly Court cultivators. Heavenly Court cultivators could cultivate in the outside world, and they were strong and vigorous. Naturally, their vitality was also stronger. After coming to the great wilderness, their magic power and divine abilities were sealed, but in reality, their vitality was not affected too much. As for the cultivators of the great wilderness, because of the seal of the great wilderness, they could only choose to walk the path of body cultivation and constantly temper their bodies. Naturally, their lifespan was far from being comparable to the cultivators of the Heavenly Court. This was also the reason why the unknown existence said that the vitality of the cultivators of the great wilderness was inferior to that of the cultivators of the Heavenly Court. "But it's better than nothing," another cultivator said. After he finished speaking, the cultivator's body softly fell to the ground. Cultivators fell one after another. Many people were about to go crazy. The taste of waiting for death was the most terrifying. Some people attacked the door, wanting to break it and escape. But no matter who it was, they would be sent flying. "I'll do it." Lin Feng stepped forward and activated the power of the dragon elephant arm. He punched out. Bang, that punch fiercely hit the door. Lin Feng's strength was too strong, so the rebounding force of the door was not able to send Lin Feng flying. Instead, it was the door that made cracking sounds. Seeing this scene, everyone's face suddenly revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. If Lin Feng could destroy the door, then everyone would be able to rush out. At that time, the portrait would protect everyone. Everyone would be able to escape from danger, right? But just as Lin Feng was about to punch out again and hit the door, suddenly, something terrible happened. A gloomy and cold aura swept over and enveloped Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew that terrifying existence wanted to possess his body. Lin Feng had the feeling that his body was becoming rigid. That gloomy and cold aura was constantly invading his body. This time, trouble. Lin Feng knew that he was being targeted by that unknown existence, so his current situation was a little worse. Moreover, Lin Feng couldn't use his magic power or divine abilities, so it was very difficult for him to restrain that unknown existence. Was he going to wait for death? How could this be? He couldn't accept it. Lin Feng looked at the scroll in Sher Potion's hand, and his heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. He quickly said, "Give me the scroll." Sher Potion also noticed that Lin Feng's situation wasn't right, so he quickly handed the scroll to Lin Feng. Lin Feng wrapped his body with the scroll. Damn it, an angry roar came from Lin Feng's body. The unknown existence was roaring angrily, it seemed to be restrained by the scroll. Then, Lin Feng felt that the cold aura was constantly dissipating. This made him heave a sigh of relief. It seemed that the unknown existence had been scared away by the scroll. Ah! A cultivator screamed, and his body fell to the ground. Now that the unknown existence couldn't deal with Lin Feng, but it could deal with others. Time was of the essence. There was no time to waste. Bang! 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 Lin Feng punched out 3 times in a row, fiercely bombarding the door. The door had already begun to crack, and after taking 3 more punches from Lin Feng, it couldn't hold on anymore. The door collapsed, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. Lin Feng took the lead and walked out. The scroll was very special. After coming out, it immediately rose into the air, and a large amount of black energy descended, protecting Lin Feng. The rest of the people also rushed out and were protected by the energy from the scroll. Bang! 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 The unknown existence kept attacking the protective light shield formed by the scroll. Under this constant attack, many cracks began to appear on the protective light shield formed by the scroll. Let's go, Lin Feng said in a deep voice. They had to leave this place as soon as possible. If they didn't leave this place as soon as possible, once the defensive barrier formed by the scroll was destroyed, it wouldn't be easy to leave this place. At that time, many of them would die here. Just as Lin Feng and the others were about to leave, a few more unknown energies attacked the protective barrier formed by the scroll. This scene caused Lin Feng and the others' expressions to change. This meant that there was more than one unknown existence hiding in the dark. It was likely that there were several of them. This was an extremely troublesome and dangerous matter. Everyone wanted to speed up and rush out, but the scene in front of them changed. Everyone only felt that their surroundings were pitch black, and there was no way out. Illusion, someone said with a trembling voice. Everyone began to panic. If they were trapped in the illusion, it would be an extremely terrible situation. Furthermore, the most depressing thing was that the cracks on the protective barrier were getting worse and worse. It probably wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Fear, nervousness, and despair were gradually spreading. I don't want to die, someone said with a trembling voice. He could survive. Who wanted to die, but now, everyone had no way out. They were completely trapped here. Lin Feng frowned slightly. The opponent's illusion was indeed very unusual. However, if Lin Feng could use his magical power, breaking the illusion shouldn't be a particularly difficult task. The key was that Lin Feng couldn't use his magical power at all. Hence, it seemed like a fool's dream to want to break the opponent's illusion. What should they do? That's right, Lin Feng thought of a way. God's blood could break all illusions. This was a passage recorded in the stone scripture. However, not all God's blood could break the illusion. The God's blood mentioned here was an extremely terrifying bloodline. Moreover, the purity of the bloodline was also very strict. Some bloodlines might meet the initial requirements, but if the number of awakenings wasn't enough, they wouldn't meet the final requirements. And obviously, Lin Feng's blood definitely met these requirements. Lin Feng bit his finger. Then, he gently touched his eyelids. A miracle happened. In Lin Feng's eyes, the darkness dissipated. A way out appeared in his line of sight. Follow me, Lin Feng said. Hearing this, everyone's spirits were lifted. They followed Lin Feng and rushed forward. Crack, crack, the cracks on the protective barrier were getting more and more severe. It could be destroyed at any time. Many people's hearts sank to the bottom. Bang, 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 the unknown existence was still attacking the barrier. It looked like the barrier was about to be completely destroyed. However, at that moment, Lin Feng led everyone out of the 7th courtyard. They had been disturbed by the illusion and didn't know what was going on. Only when they rushed out of the 7th courtyard did they realize that they had escaped. It was really a new lease on life. Many people couldn't help but feel extremely lucky. Then, they were overjoyed. Lin Gongzi's methods are really amazing. I admire him. As expected of the successor of the Sovereign Emperor's clan. His methods are really shocking. The Sovereign Emperor's clan has produced someone like Lin Gongzi. The glory of the Sovereign Emperor's clan will definitely shine again, the cultivator said politely. Lin Feng only laughed at their compliments. Lin Feng said, everyone is too polite. We can't stay here for long. Let's quickly leave. Everyone thought of the terrifying existence inside. It was very likely that it was imprisoned here by some kind of power. Although it couldn't come out, who knew if there were other dangers, so, no one dared to stay any longer. Instead, they quickly walked out. This time, 8 cultivators had died in succession. Therefore, the atmosphere was a bit gloomy. However, when exploring dangerous places, death was unavoidable. If they were worried about dying, then they shouldn't explore these places. After experiencing a series of dangerous things, coupled with the fact that it was almost night, Lin Feng and the others decided to find a place to rest. They found a courtyard. Just like the first night. Everyone gathered in the courtyard to rest. This way, they could take care of each other. Night descended. As the night deepened, the aura in Great Desolation City became colder and colder. Everyone thought of what they had experienced last night. Hope, the inexplicable knocks on the door would not be heard again. Lin Feng was quite tired. After all, he had experienced too many things. He had almost been possessed by an unknown existence. Moreover, he felt that his body was not particularly comfortable. He kept feeling that his body was somewhat cold. Is this the after effect? Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. Although that unknown existence had failed to possess his body in the end, obviously, it had still affected him to a certain extent. The aura of that existence remained on Lin Feng's body. If he could use the heavenly fire, it would be easy to refine that cold energy. But now, the heavenly fire had also quieted down. However, Lin Feng discovered that the cold energy was constantly dissipating. Perhaps in a day or two, it would completely dissipate. This was quite good news, and it made Lin Feng feel much more relieved. Lin Feng closed his eyes to rest. Bang, bang, bang. After an unknown period of time, Lin Feng heard knocking sounds on the door. He was awakened. Many people were awakened. Then, they looked in the direction of the courtyard door. Everyone. They couldn't help but gasp. It was really a ghost. There were knocks on the door yesterday, and knocks on the door again today. What the hell was knocking on the door? Something strange and terrifying must have appeared, but they still didn't know what it was. Should they continue to open the door like yesterday? What should we do? Someone asked. Many people looked at Lin Feng. After experiencing so many things, everyone could naturally see that Lin Feng's ability to deal with all kinds of things was really extraordinary. It was not something that ordinary people could compare with. These cultivators were incomparably convinced by Lin Feng. They probably regarded Lin Feng as their backbone. What should they do? They still needed Lin Feng to make a decision. Just as Lin Feng was about to speak, Lin Feng suddenly saw black qi coming from the courtyard deep in the courtyard. What's that? Lin Feng pointed at the black qi. Everyone looked over. After seeing the black qi, their expressions changed drastically. The sudden appearance of the black qi was really too strange. It made many people tremble in fear, and it caught them off guard. What should we do now? Everyone was even more flustered. The black qi was still spreading outside, showing signs of devouring the cultivators outside. It's really, weird. Lin Feng couldn't help but curse in a low voice. This place was really strange. It was no wonder that Lin Feng would swear. There was no way to continue staying in such a strange place. Let's go. Lin Feng said in a low voice. Lin Feng didn't care about what was going on outside. The most important thing right now was to leave the house as quickly as possible. Otherwise, Lin Feng was worried that they would be swallowed by the black qi. Lin Feng looked at Xianxia and said, "Jiyue, no matter what happens, you must follow me closely." Xianxia hurriedly nodded. Her heart was full of emotions. At this time, Lin Feng was still thinking of her. Was this the so-called true love? She was a little shy. Xiaojiu's pretty face also slightly reddened. Lin Feng took the lead to go to the gate and opened it. Outside the gate, it was empty. There was nothing. It was the same as last night. He didn't know what the hell was knocking on the door. Forget about it for now. Let's leave first. Lin Feng rushed out. After he came out, Lin Feng suddenly felt that something was wrong. The scene in front of him changed. It was as if he had come to another street. Lin Feng turned his head and only saw Xia Zhiyue following behind him. The rest of the people. There was no trace of them. As for where the rest of the people went, it was unknown. The others are gone. Lin Feng said. Ah? Gone? Xia Zhiyue seemed to be shocked. She turned her head and found that the others were indeed gone. This caused her expression to change greatly. Dong dong dong, Lin Feng heard footsteps coming from afar, but he didn't see anyone. It seems that something is coming. Xia Zhiyue said nervously. Lin Feng smiled bitterly and nodded. Something was coming, but Lin Feng didn't know what it was. He grabbed Xia Zhiyue's hand and quickly ran away. After running a few steps, Lin Feng let go of Xia Zhiyue's hand and quickly pulled away from her. Lin Feng, what are you doing? Xia Zhiyue looked wronged. Who are you? Lin Feng took a deep breath and asked with a gloomy expression. I am Xia Zhiyue. Xia Zhiyue, said Xia Zhiyue. And I'm your uncle. Lin Feng replied and then sneered, you're not Xia Zhiyue. You're not even a person. Although your acting is very good and perfect, there's one thing that's exposed. Do you know what it is? Xia Zhiyue didn't answer Lin Feng. She just stood there and looked at Lin Feng. Her twinkling eyes made Lin Feng feel inexplicably uneasy. Those eyes were very scary. Your hand temperature is a bit high. Lin Feng took the initiative to say. Xia Zhiyue said, my hand temperature is normal. Lin Feng said, for a normal person, it is indeed normal, but Xia Zhiyue's body temperature is much lower than normal. Her hand is cool to the touch and very comfortable. You don't know this, right? Hearing Lin Feng's words, Xia Zhiyue lowered her head and said in an emotionless voice, I really didn't expect that someone like you would be such a meticulous person. As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Zhiyue disappeared and was replaced by a mass of darkness. What the hell are you? Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. The mass of darkness didn't answer Lin Feng and disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng could clearly feel that mass of darkness should be approaching him. The situation was dangerous. Run. Lin Feng didn't even think. He turned around and started running. Lin Feng's speed was extremely fast, but Lin Feng found that he couldn't shake off the other party. This was because that gloomy and cold aura was always behind him, like a maggot in a tarsal bone. This made Lin Feng very depressed. Suddenly, when he passed by a house, Lin Feng heard voices. Of course, the voice was very soft. However, Lin Feng's sixth senses were very sharp, so Lin Feng still caught it. The other party was generally complaining that this place was too strange. Bang, Lin Feng kicked open the door. Then he ran inside. Many people stood up, startled by the scene. They then saw Lin Feng. Lin Feng also saw who these people were. They were actually a group of cultivators from the Heavenly Court. However, there were only about 50 to 60 people here, which was only a portion of the Heavenly Court's cultivators. Previously, Lin Feng had seen the corpses of some Heavenly Court cultivators. He didn't know if there were only these cultivators left, or if they had been divided into several groups. It's you, kid. It's really a case of searching high and low for something, only to find it without any effort. Someone sneered as he recognized Lin Feng. He stood up and wanted to deal with Lin Feng. Lin Feng took advantage of the fact that the Heavenly Court's cultivators had not completely surrounded him and sent a few people flying one after another. Then he increased his speed and rushed into the depths. Chase, a group of Heavenly Court cultivators shouted coldly. But at this moment, something terrifying happened. One by one, the Heavenly Court's cultivators turned into human skins. What the hell is this? The Heavenly Court's cultivators panicked. The leader of the Heavenly Court's cultivators took out a string of Buddhist beads. The Buddhist beads shone with a dazzling Buddhist light. However, the Buddhist light was unable to make that terrifying existence appear. He ran away. A cold voice came from the darkness. I need a body. The existence continued. A body that is useful to me. He then added. Then, one by one, the bodies of the Heavenly Court's cultivators turned into human skins. Lin Feng was long gone. If Lin Feng saw this scene, he would definitely be extremely shocked. Wasn't this the curse of human skins? Run. These Heavenly Court's cultivators were scared out of their wits. They fled in all directions, wanting to escape. However, no one could. Their bodies turned into human skins. Soon, only the leader of the cultivators was left. The Buddhist beads in the leader's hand resisted for a moment before they could no longer hold on. His body turned into a human skin, but his body quickly recovered to its original state. This body is still passable. I can use it for a few days. After reviving, the leader of the cultivators muttered. He actually had two shadows. The shadow of a normal person. The other shadow, who knew what it was, actually had a thick tail. Soon, the two shadows fused into a single shadow. After Lin Feng ran out from the back door, he had some doubts in his heart. He always felt that the unknown existence was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember what kind of existence it was. In fact, it was no wonder that Lin Feng couldn't recognize that existence. Although that existence was also related to the terrifying existence of the human skin curse, in fact, it was not the same existence as the existence that had targeted Lin Feng a long time ago. If it was the same existence, it shouldn't be difficult for Lin Feng to sense the other party's aura with his means. But in any case, now that he had gotten rid of that unknown and terrifying existence, Lin Feng's mood was still pretty good. But he didn't know how Xianxia and the others were doing now. Lin Feng was very worried about Xianxia. The area of this great wilderness city was so huge. Now Lin Feng didn't know where he was in the great wilderness city. He also didn't know where Xianxia and the others were now, so it wasn't particularly easy to find Xianxia quickly. Lin Feng was very clear about this point. But no matter what, Lin Feng would try his best to find Xianxia. But now it was night, and it was very dangerous outside. Lin Feng decided to find a place to rest first, and wait until the day came. Lin Feng observed for a while and found that many houses were shrouded in a layer of black qi, or exuding an awe-inspiring aura. Those houses made Lin Feng feel uneasy, so Lin Feng directly avoided those houses and found a relatively comfortable house. After entering the house, Lin Feng found something interesting. There were more than 20 fierce beasts and more than a dozen cultivators of the epic lost clan in this house. They lived in harmony, but they were clearly separated. When Lin Feng suddenly came in, these fierce beasts and cultivators of the epic lost clan glanced at Lin Feng indifferently. They roughly recalled Lin Feng's identity. He was a young cultivator from one of the many tribes in the wasteland. His strength was unknown, but how strong could he be at such a young age? The ferocious beasts of the desolation didn't do anything. However, the cultivators from the lost epic races walked towards Lin Feng. They didn't know about the grudge between Lin Feng and the Heavenly Court, nor did they know who Lin Feng was. All they needed to know was that Lin Feng was a cultivator from the various clans of the Great Wilderness. Their epic lost clan had participated in the sealing of the various clans of the Grand Wilderness. If there were more clans in the Grand Wilderness, these people would not easily find trouble with the various clans of the Grand Wilderness. But the most important thing was that Lin Feng was alone, and he was so young. The cultivators of the lost clan of the era didn't want to let him off. Those ferocious beasts looked at him coldly, but they didn't intend to help. The relationship between the ferocious beasts of Ba Huang and the clans of Ba Huang was tense, so they had no reason to help Lin Feng. "Kid, you've come to the wrong place." One of the cultivators from the lost epic races revealed a murderous look. "Heh." Lin Feng sneered. These people wanted to kill him. Lin Feng could tell, but Lin Feng snorted disdainfully. Against him, these people were simply courting death. "Make it quick," the leader said coldly. The leader of the cultivators said coldly. It was nighttime and they knew that they shouldn't make too much noise. Otherwise, they might attract some terrifying creatures. "Yes, sir." After receiving the order, a few cultivators surrounded Lin Feng while the others watched the show. After all, Lin Feng was only one person, so there was no need for everyone to attack. However, just as these people were about to move, a figure suddenly pounced over. It was too fast. The figures pouncing over were none other than those ferocious beasts. The cultivators from the lost epic races had a good relationship with the fierce beasts of the Grand Wilderness, so they didn't expect the fierce beasts to suddenly attack them. Therefore, they weren't very vigilant. They even had their backs to the fierce beasts. They only regained their senses when the fierce beasts pounced over. However, it was too late to dodge the fierce beasts' attack. Under the attacks of the ferocious beasts of the wilderness, the foreign creatures' necks were bitten off on the spot. After their necks were bitten off, the fierce beasts treated the dead cultivators as food and ate them. The leader of the lost epic races had extraordinary means, so he was able to dodge the fierce beasts' attack. He shouted angrily, "Do you wild beasts want to make an enemy out of the lost epic races?" No fierce beasts responded to him. A group of beasts from the desolate wilderness lunged at this cultivator and killed him. The leading cultivator was then eaten by several beasts of the desolate wilderness. Lin Feng initially thought they would attack him, but they didn't. Lin Feng was surprised. He looked at the leader of the group and said, "Thank you very much for your help," said the leader of the beasts. "Thank you very much for your help," said the leader of the group. Although he could deal with those fellows himself, those fellows were killed by these ferocious beasts after all. Expressing his gratitude was just a matter of casually saying a few words. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. The leader said, "There's no need to thank us. We didn't do it to help you. We just found a chance to eat those pesky fellows." Lin Feng asked. "Why didn't you eat me?" The leader said, "Because now is not the time for war with the various races of the great wilderness." After saying that, he coolly turned around and went to rest. Lin Feng smiled and didn't say anything else. There was no need to point out some things, right? The next day, when the sky was just beginning to brighten, strange sounds suddenly came from the depths of the sky. They sounded like something hitting something, like the beating of a war drum, or even like the beating of a gong. This strange sound lasted for a long time. It was extremely strange. Lin Feng frowned slightly. What was going on with this sound? He quickly rushed in the direction of the sound. Lin Feng felt that Xianxia and the others should be able to hear it, right? If they heard it, they would most likely go over to take a look. The fierce beasts also rushed in the direction of the strange sound. Everyone moved very quickly, and by the afternoon, they arrived at the place where the sound was coming from. It was a huge plaza. Many people had already gathered in the periphery of the plaza. Lin Feng saw Xianxia and the others. In addition to Xianxia and the others, there were also some otherworldly creatures, epic lost races, heavenly court cultivators, many fierce beasts, and cultivators from the world of the culprit behind the scenes. The ones who were making this sound were cultivators from the world of the culprit. These people took out 81 things that looked like bells and drums and beat them rhythmically. No one knew what they were doing. Lin Feng quickly walked towards Xianxia and joined them. After seeing Lin Feng, Xianxia suddenly became extremely excited and quickly hugged Lin Feng. She was really scared when she saw Lin Feng suddenly disappear. Now that she saw Lin Feng, she could finally relax. The rest of the people also greeted Lin Feng. Only then did Xianxia let go of Lin Feng. Thinking of the scene where she just hugged Lin Feng in front of so many people, her pretty face suddenly became incomparably rosy. After the two of them separated, something happened. From the world of the culprit behind the scenes, a woman wearing a special black robe walked out. The woman stood in the crowd, jumping and constantly muttering something. As for the cultivators around him who were tapping on the strange tools, they were tapping at a much faster rate. Sacrifice. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng's eyebrows couldn't help but twitch suddenly. These cultivators from the world of the culprit behind the scenes carried out a sacrifice this time. What do they want to do? Lin Feng suddenly thought of the previous owner of the great wilderness city. It seemed that he was a certain prince of the royal family of the world of the culprit behind the scenes. Lin Feng knew how terrifying the royal family of the world of the culprit behind the scenes was. He could stand out among the princes and become the prince. It could be seen how powerful this character was. It was rumored that he died here back then. Lin Feng didn't particularly doubt this. But these cultivators from the world of the culprit behind the scenes, carrying out a sacrifice here, was it related to the prince of the world of the culprit behind the scenes? Thinking about that, Lin Feng's heart started pounding. If it really had something to do with the crown prince, then it would be a disaster. Perhaps something terrible would happen. At this time, a large amount of black chi began to condense above the cultivators from the world of the culprit behind the scenes. After seeing this black chi, Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. It seemed that he had guessed correctly. Lin Feng said in a deep voice, "The cultivators from the world of the culprit behind the scenes are carrying out an evil sacrifice. It's very likely that they want to awaken some evil existence. Hurry up and stop these guys." After hearing Lin Feng's shout, the expressions of many people couldn't help but change. If this was really the case, then this matter would be terrible. Attack! A few beast emperors shouted loudly. The cultivators from the various races of the great wilderness also attacked one after another, killing the cultivators from the world of the culprit behind the scenes. However, at this time, the foreign creatures, the lost races of the epic, and the heavenly court's cultivators intercepted the ferocious beasts of the great wilderness. The two sides immediately engaged in a chaotic battle, but the cultivators from the world of the culprit behind the scenes were still using the sacrificial technique. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. The power of the draconic elephant arm completely erupted. He seemed to have turned into a human-shaped tyrannosaurus, and no one could stop him. However, there were constantly people attacking Lin Feng. As a result, although those cultivators couldn't stop Lin Feng, they still delayed a lot of time. At this time, a slightly illusory figure appeared in the black chi that shrouded the cultivators from the world of the culprit behind the scenes. Great Majesty Solomon, your servant prays for you. I hope that His Majesty Solomon can return to the world of the living. The female witch knelt on the ground and said with great sincerity. The rest of the cultivators from the world of the culprit behind the scenes also kowtowed to the existence in the black chi. Solomon, it turned out that the guy who was tortured to death in this place was called Solomon. It was reasonable to say that there was no way for him to be resurrected. After all, he had been dead for so long. However, this guy was a member of the royal family of the world of the culprit behind the scenes. The royal family of the world of the culprit behind the scenes had mastered a method that was close to immortality. It could be seen how powerful these guys were. And this Solomon was one of them. Although he was killed, he had inherited some special methods from his clan. He let Elo's remnant soul attach itself to the ancient city of the Great Desolation. If someone performed a special sacrificial technique, they could awaken his remnant soul. After waiting for a long time, he finally woke up. It feels good to be in the world of the living. Solomon spoke. His voice was hoarse, cold, and sinister. Hearing his voice made people feel a chill down their spines. This Solomon was definitely an incomparably terrifying and incomparably abnormal existence. Retreat, Lin Feng said in a deep voice. The current situation wasn't good. He felt an unprecedented dangerous aura from Solomon. Therefore, Lin Feng quickly retreated. The various races of the Great Desolation had always trusted Lin Feng. Seeing Lin Feng retreat, the cultivators of the Great Desolation did not dare to hesitate and quickly retreated. The beast emperors had strong senses. They also felt that something was wrong and chose to retreat. When the powerful beasts saw that the beast emperors had chosen to retreat, they naturally did not dare to continue fighting with the foreign beings, the lost races of the epic, and the cultivators of the heavenly court. They also chose to retreat. Hee hee, you can't escape. Eating you guys will allow me to recover part of my strength. Therefore, I'll eat you guys. At this moment, Solomon let out a sinister laugh. As soon as Solomon's voice sounded, a large amount of black fog sealed the huge square. Lin Feng and the others were shrouded in it. Then, the black fog began to devour living beings. The black fog did not devour Lin Feng and the others first. Instead, it devoured the lost races of the epic, the foreign beings, and the cultivators of the heavenly court who were relatively close to Solomon. Many cultivators who were enveloped by the black fog had to endure some kind of terrifying power. Their bodies exploded and turned into a bloody mist, which was then devoured by Solomon. No one could contend against Solomon's power. Even the foreign beings, the lost races of the epic, and the cultivators of the heavenly court could not fight back against Solomon. Solomon was too terrifying. Lord Solomon, we're allies. The cultivators cried out in fear. Previously, they had helped the cultivators of the world behind the scenes to stop Lin Feng and the others from destroying the sacrificial ceremony. They could not understand why Solomon wanted to devour them. Solomon said sarcastically, "My race is supreme. You are at most my race's slaves. How dare you dream of becoming my race's ally? It's truly laughable to the extreme. Can't you even recognize your own identity? How foolish. You lowly creatures, it's your honor to be able to become my food." After saying that, the foreign beings, the lost races of the epic, and the cultivators of the heavenly court all exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Solomon devoured them all. After that, Solomon looked coldly at Lin Feng, the other races of the great wilderness, and the beasts of the great wilderness. "It's your turn," he said coldly. Immediately after, a gigantic amount of black fog moved towards Lin Feng and the others to envelop them. Archaic dragonesque elephant technique. Archaic dragonesque elephant technique. The black fog was terrifying. Lin Feng and the others had already seen how terrifying the black fog was. The lost clans of the epic, the foreign cultivators, the celestial court. So many strong cultivators had been surrounded by the black fog, and they hadn't been able to fight back at all. It was obvious how terrifying the black fog was. Frankly speaking, there was only one reason. There was no way to use magic power or divine abilities here. Their combat strength was greatly suppressed. This was the main reason why everyone died. Soon, the black fog imprisoned everyone. The cultivators and beasts of the great wilderness had honed their bodies far more than the cultivators outside. Therefore, when the cultivators and beasts of the great wilderness were attacked by the black fog, they resisted for a longer time than the cultivators outside. However, because everyone had different degrees of tempering their bodies, some of the weaker cultivators and ferocious beasts exploded under the attack of the black fog. Then, their bodies turned into a bloody mist and were devoured by Solomon. This situation was naturally extremely dangerous. After seeing this scene, many people's expressions became even more unsightly. They even became more desperate. Lin Feng was not a person who would sit and wait for death. He was strong, so the black fog could not completely imprison his body. After struggling free from the black fog's imprisonment, Lin Feng quickly charged towards Solomon. He had to get rid of this guy. Otherwise, only death awaited him. When Lin Feng charged towards Solomon, the three beast emperors also broke free from the black fog. These three beast emperors were extremely ancient creatures. Before the great wilderness was sealed, they were already the overlords of the great wilderness. Although they had lost their magic power and divine abilities after the great wilderness was sealed, they had used these years to hone their bodies. Now, their bodies were unimaginably strong. Lin Feng and the three beast emperors arrived at the center of the square. "Stop them," Solomon ordered coldly. "Stop them," Solomon ordered coldly. "Yes." The cultivators of the mastermind's world responded one after another. Then, they besieged Lin Feng and the three beast emperors. The various races of the great wilderness and the other beasts watched as Lin Feng and the three beast emperors were besieged. Their hearts were filled with hatred. Although they wanted to participate in the battle, they were powerless to do so now. "Kill," Lin Feng and the three beast emperors shouted coldly. They fought with a group of cultivators from the behind-the-scenes world. Under the situation where his spiritual power and magic were restricted, Lin Feng's advantage could be maximized. Especially some time ago, his physical body had another breakthrough, and his strength was more terrifying than before. Therefore, the current Lin Feng's physical body was simply unparalleled. There was no need to be polite when dealing with these cultivators from the world behind the scenes. Lin Feng erupted with his most tyrannical combat power. The power of the dragon elephant arm was displayed to the extreme by Lin Feng. Lin Feng could send a cultivator from the mastermind's world flying with a single punch. The weaker cultivators from the mastermind's world were directly killed. As for the stronger cultivators from the mastermind's world, they were seriously injured and would die with a second punch. Seeing the combat power displayed by Lin Feng, even the three beast emperors were stunned. Lin Feng, a human cultivator, actually surpassed them in terms of physical body attainments. This was too unbelievable. But all of this was true. Of course, the three beast emperors were also not to be underestimated. At most, they would be able to kill a cultivator from the mastermind's world with 3 strikes. So, although Lin Feng and the three beast emperors were besieged, in fact, these cultivators from the mastermind's world were not Lin Feng's opponents at all. There was even a one-sided situation. Of course, there were reasons for this situation. First, it was because their strength was indeed not comparable to Lin Feng and the three beast emperors. Second, it was because they had used the sacrificial technique before, which consumed a lot of energy, and their strength had dropped significantly. When all these reasons were put together, it made the cultivators from the world of the mastermind look so weak. Not long after, except for the female wizard, the other powerhouses from the mastermind's world had been killed. The female wizard did not intend to make a move because her identity was very unusual. In addition, she was not a combat-type cultivator. Seeing Lin Feng and the three beast emperors kill everyone, the female wizard's face became extremely unsightly. However, Solomon did not show the slightest worry because his subordinates were killed by Lin Feng and the three beast emperors. He was still in control of everything. His eyes were full of coldness and killing intent when he looked at Lin Feng and the others. At least not everyone is pitifully weak. Solomon looked at Lin Feng and the three beast emperors with contempt. Then, a large amount of black fog surged towards Lin Feng and the three beast emperors. One punch breaks 10,000 techniques. Lin Feng sneered and swept his fist towards the black fog. In fact, Lin Feng knew that Solomon was not using a divine ability. It was just a special way of using the black fog. However, it could also be classified as a special technique. It could not be underestimated. However, Lin Feng's strength was too terrifying. He destroyed the black fog with one punch. Then, Lin Feng quickly attacked Solomon. After Lin Feng destroyed the black fog, the three beast emperors also destroyed the black fog and quickly attacked Solomon. There are always some people who think they are infallible. For example, you are such a person. After being killed once, you still want to show off. How ridiculous, said Lin Feng mockingly. Solomon's face suddenly became extremely gloomy. Lin Feng had actually dared to humiliate him like that. How could Solomon accept that? He had always thought that the other races were inferior. They were filthy races. At most, they could only become slaves of his race. In his eyes, Lin Feng was a member of that race. Therefore, after being mocked by Lin Feng, Solomon was completely infuriated. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng's tyrannical punch arrived. Solomon didn't retreat. What a joke, the great Solomon. How could he choose to retreat? His fist met Solomon's fist. Bang, following a fierce collision sound, Lin Feng and Solomon fiercely collided. When they collided, something shocking happened. Lin Feng didn't move at all, while Solomon was sent flying. Solomon's physical strength was unable to contend against Lin Feng. Furthermore, he didn't have a physical body right now. The moment Solomon was sent flying, the three beast emperors had already arrived. They leaped like ferocious tigers, pouncing towards Solomon. Solomon's expression was gloomy as he quickly dodged the three beast emperors' attacks. As soon as he dodged the three beast emperors' attacks, Lin Feng arrived and punched him. At that moment, it was too late for him to dodge Lin Feng's attack. Solomon was sent flying by Lin Feng. When he was sent flying, the three beast emperors pounced on him again. He tried his best to dodge the three beast emperors' attacks. This time, he only managed to dodge two beast emperors' attacks before he was sent flying by the third beast emperor. Lin Feng arrived once again and swept a tyrannical punch at Solomon. Lin Feng and the three beast emperors cooperated well. Solomon didn't have the slightest bit of temper. Solomon and Lin Feng exchanged a punch. Just like before, Solomon was sent flying by Lin Feng. The three beast emperors attacked once again. When they saw Lin Feng and the three beast emperors suppressing Solomon, the various races and beasts of the wilderness cheered. They didn't expect Lin Feng and the three beast emperors to be so powerful. Even an existence like Solomon was suppressed. Now that the pressure on them was constantly decreasing, they were thinking that once they escaped, they would immediately join forces with Lin Feng and the three beast emperors to get rid of Solomon. At that moment, Solomon was indeed in big trouble. Lin Feng and the three beast emperors attacked one after another, not giving Solomon a chance to breathe at all. Therefore, facing Lin Feng and the three beast emperors' attacks, Solomon was in a passive situation. This situation was naturally very bad for Solomon. After more than 10 rounds, Lin Feng's invincible punch landed heavily on Solomon's body. Solomon couldn't resist Lin Feng's punch and his body exploded. Is it over? Lin Feng took a deep breath. The three beast emperors were also panting slightly. The continuous, high-intensity attacks just now had consumed a lot of their energy. Now, everything seemed to be over. This was the most ideal result. However, why did they feel a little nervous? Lin Feng frowned slightly. Ah, a furious roar rang out from the void. Then, the black flames burned fiercely. A distorted life form appeared in the black flames. The distorted life form was none other than Solomon. His body had been reborn in the black flames. After seeing Solomon's rebirth, Lin Feng and the three beast emperors' expressions became extremely grave. This guy's methods were really strange. As expected of the crown prince of the imperial family of the Black Hand world. However, Lin Feng felt that even in the imperial family of the Black Hand world, there weren't many direct bloodline cultivators who had such terrifying methods. Therefore, Lin Feng was very curious about this guy's origin. You shouldn't be an ordinary crown prince, right? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at the reborn Solomon. Of course. I'm known as the most talented person in our race after the Lord Ruler. Solomon was very pleased with himself. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't think that this guy was bragging, because there was no need to. Furthermore, based on the various abilities he had displayed, this guy's methods were incomparably terrifying. It could be described as shocking. However, Lin Feng felt that although Solomon had been reborn, if they killed him again, would he be able to do it again? Lin Feng also had a similar method, and he was very clear that it depended on probability. If he succeeded the first time, would he succeed the second time? How could it be so easy? Succeeding once was already not bad. Lin Feng and the three beast emperors glanced at each other, and then they surrounded Solomon again. Solomon laughed savagely. Despicable ants, this time, this crown prince will show you how strong this crown prince is. Ants like you aren't even worth mentioning in this crown prince's eyes. After Solomon spoke, a black armor appeared around his body. It wasn't real armor, but armor condensed from black fog. After Solomon's body was covered by the black armor, Lin Feng could clearly sense that Solomon had changed. When Lin Feng and the others started fighting Solomon again, they realized that they were in trouble. Solomon's armor had greatly reduced their strength, and it was very difficult for them to injure him. Solomon looked at Lin Feng and the three beast emperors disdainfully. He sneered and said, "Despicable ants, now you know how strong this crown prince is, right? However, this crown prince will consider your strength. If you submit to me and become my slaves, this crown prince will spare your lives." "Keep dreaming," said Lin Feng. Said Lin Feng grimly. He and the three beast emperors continued attacking Solomon, but Lin Feng and the others were in trouble. Solomon's black fog armor was too strange. Lin Feng had the impression that Solomon's black fog armor was a kind of incredible technique. Lin Feng had the impression that Solomon's black fog armor was a kind of incredible technique. So, that was why the black fog armor was so terrifying. Otherwise, there was no way to explain how a mere black fog armor could block his and the three beast emperors' attacks. Both sides fought over 100 rounds. Lin Feng and the three beast emperors were suppressed more and more. The situation was getting worse and worse. The various races and beasts of the desolate region could see that Lin Feng and the three beast emperors were in trouble. They looked extremely anxious and unsightly. Bang! 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 Solomon displayed his invincible might and directly sent Lin Feng and the three beast emperors flying. Lin Feng felt very tired. Fighting against experts consumed too much of his energy. A large amount of black fog rolled towards Lin Feng and the three beast emperors. It was getting harder and harder to resist the suppression of the black fog now. Lin Feng and the three beast emperors looked gloomy. "Ha ha ha ha, you are destined to become this crown prince's food." Solomon laughed loudly. But at that moment, there was a loud rumbling sound. The great desolate city began to shake violently. Crack! Crack! Then, many cracks appeared in the great desolate city, a large area began to collapse, then. Everyone saw. A stone statue slowly rose from the center of the collapsed area. Although the stone statue stood there motionlessly, it gave people the feeling that it was supporting the heavens and earth. Who is he? Everyone was puzzled. Lin Feng sensed that his ruler's blood was flowing rapidly. He was astonished. Lin Feng thought of a possibility. That stone statue. Could it be his ancestor, the heaven-devouring demon emperor? Translator, Transin editor, Transin Lin Feng was extremely excited. Judging from all aspects, this stone statue was his ancestor, the heaven-devouring demon emperor. Back then, the heaven-devouring demon emperor was about to undergo his ninth transformation and become a stone man. However, at the most crucial moment, the great wilderness was sealed, causing his transformation to fail. Countless people thought that he would die without a doubt after his transformation failed. However, there was an old saying that said, if he's alive, you must see him, if he's dead, you must see his corpse. Since no corpse had been seen, no one could guarantee that he was really dead. The ancestor is not dead. Lin Feng was overwhelmed with emotions. If the heaven-devouring demon emperor was really dead, there shouldn't be a bloodline reaction, right? Of course, this was Lin Feng's own guess. In fact, Lin Feng couldn't determine whether the heaven-devouring demon emperor was dead or not. However, he had a feeling that the heaven-devouring demon emperor was still alive. Although the heaven-devouring demon emperor was standing there motionlessly, as if he had completely lost all his life force, Lin Feng had a feeling that someone as powerful as the heaven-devouring demon emperor would not die so easily. Back then, the sky-devouring devil emperor had the body of a 9-transformation stone man. He wanted to reverse fate and become an expert that surpassed his cultivation level. However, at the crucial moment, someone blocked his path of cultivation. At the same time, the great desolation city disappeared without a trace. Do you think that this stone man is the sky-devouring devil emperor? After hearing this, many people couldn't help but gasp. They felt that this might be the case. After all, so many cultivators had searched for the heaven-devouring demon emperor's place of seclusion back then, but they couldn't find any clues. At that time, the great wilderness city was special. It hid many secrets, and many places couldn't be explored. It was very possible that the heaven-devouring demon emperor was hiding in the great wilderness city to break through to a higher cultivation level. In addition, the time of the great wilderness city's disappearance coincided with the time when the great wilderness was sealed. If this stone man was connected to the stone man in front of them, the probability of this stone man being the heaven-devouring demon emperor was extremely high. The heaven-devouring demon emperor, a legendary existence, had appeared in front of everyone just like that. In the end, the breakthrough failed. At this moment, a cultivator lamented. Back then, the clans of the Grand Wilderness had a very good relationship with the heaven-devouring demon emperor. Therefore, they naturally hoped that the heaven-devouring demon emperor could complete his breakthrough. Now that they saw the heaven-devouring demon emperor standing there as a stone man without any vitality, they felt that the heaven-devouring demon emperor must have lost all his vitality after failing to break through back then. He was only one step away. But in the end, he failed. Many people could not help but feel sad for the fate of the heaven-devouring demon emperor. Ha 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 ha, 9th revolution stone man body, what a perfect body. This body is mine. At this moment, Solomon laughed out loud. He flew towards the heaven-devouring devil emperor and wanted to take over his body. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. He couldn't stop this guy in time. Solomon was about to enter the body of the heaven-devouring devil emperor. Suddenly, the heaven-devouring demon emperor moved. The heaven-devouring demon emperor pointed his right hand at Solomon. A beam of divine light flew out. Then, he pointed at Solomon's body. Solomon's body exploded. Ah! Why is this happening? Solomon roared angrily. He couldn't believe it. He was clearly dead. Why did he suddenly come back to life? He wanted to escape, but at this moment, he realized that the stone man's body was emitting an extremely strong devouring power. His body involuntarily flew towards the stone man's body. No, no, no! Solomon screamed in horror. Back then, when his body and soul were destroyed, he was not in such despair. This was because he could still use the top-secret techniques passed down by his clan to leave behind some remnant souls. These remnant souls could allow him to be resurrected at a certain time in the future, just like this time. But now, the situation was different. He felt that the heaven-devouring demon emperor would completely devour him this time, not even leaving behind a remnant soul. This was extremely bad. However, he could not resist all of this. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. It seemed that the heaven-devouring demon emperor wanted to devour Solomon. Did he want to use Solomon as a supplement? In fact, Lin Feng didn't know what the situation was with the heaven-devouring demon emperor's body. But since he could devour Solomon, it meant that the heaven-devouring demon emperor should be able to come back to life. Solomon tried hard to resist the heaven-devouring demon emperor's devouring, but he couldn't. This was because the heaven-devouring demon emperor's art of devouring was too terrifying. The world didn't even know his name. They only knew him as the heaven-devouring demon emperor. This was because he could devour everything. He devoured Solomon directly. How could this be? The female sorceress screamed in horror. She was unwilling to accept this. She had resurrected Lord Solomon, but such an unforeseen event had happened. Lin Feng and the others were no longer in danger. "Catch that female sorceress," said Sherpadian. Immediately, a dozen cultivators rushed towards the sorceress. The sorceress wasn't good at fighting, so she wasn't a match for the cultivators. When she saw the cultivators surrounding her, the sorceress laughed strangely and said, "Lowly creatures, you will all die. I will use my body as a sacrifice to communicate with the sleeping Lord Ruler." "Stop him!" shouted Lin Feng after hearing what the sorceress said. He knew that the Lord Ruler that the sorceress was talking about was most likely the Lord Ruler of the world behind the scenes. Although the Lord Ruler wasn't the most powerful existence in history, many people who were stronger than him had died at his hands. With the passage of time, his combat strength was obviously increasing. Therefore, those who could defeat him back then might not necessarily be his match now. Now, the strength of this existence was absolutely unimaginable. If he really appeared, it would be an extremely terrifying thing. But at this time, it was too late to stop the sorceress. The sorceress's body burned fiercely. In the blink of an eye, her body was burned to ashes. Then, a strange energy poured into the void world. Boom! At this moment, a dazzling lightning split the sky and the earth. The stone statue that the sky-devouring demon emperor had turned into opened its eyes. "The ancestor is awake." Lin Feng was excited. He temporarily put the matter of the Lord Ruler of the world behind the scenes to the back of his mind. At this time, endless divine lightning descended. It attacked the sky-devouring demon emperor. Bang, bang, bang. The countless divine lightning blasted the sky-devouring demon emperor's body, trying to destroy him. But they couldn't do it. The sky-devouring demon emperor's stone statue body was too terrifying. Break the shackles of the heavens and the earth and achieve the realm of transcendence. The sky-devouring demon emperor's voice echoed between heaven and earth. He took his first step towards the 9 heavens. When he took the first step, Lin Feng immediately sensed that his body was filled with an incredible amount of vitality. He sealed his body. Yi Futian murmured. Lin Feng thought of a possibility. Perhaps during the critical period of his transformation, the sky-devouring demon emperor had sensed that something was wrong, so he sealed his body. Of course, during the critical period of his cultivation and transformation, it was extremely dangerous to suddenly seal one's body. But the sky-devouring demon emperor was powerful, and he succeeded in doing so. Therefore, when the great wilderness was sealed, the sky-devouring demon emperor, he didn't suffer any backlash. However, all of this was just Lin Feng's speculation. Lin Feng didn't know whether it was true or not, but Lin Feng felt that it was at least a possibility. Regardless of whether it was true or not, the sky-devouring demon emperor wasn't dead now. He seemed to want to break through the shackles of heaven and earth and break through to the transcendence realm. That was enough. Billions of divine lightning blasted down. They wanted to destroy the sky-devouring demon emperor. The sky-devouring demon emperor defied the heavens and took 9 steps to transcend. If he could successfully take 9 steps, he would definitely be able to break through to the transcendence realm smoothly. Therefore, this was an extremely critical moment. Lin Feng was extremely nervous. Lin Feng wasn't the only one. All the ferocious beasts and clans of Ba Huang were extremely nervous. Maybe they were going to witness the rise of a cultivator who had the strength of the Qi layer, or maybe they were going to witness the fall of a peerless cultivator. The billions of divine lightning blasted down on the sky-devouring demon emperor, but they didn't cause any harm to him. The sky-devouring demon emperor was really powerful. Soon, the sky-devouring demon emperor took his second step. Third step. Fourth step. Fifth step. The lightning behind him became more and more terrifying. It seemed as if heaven and earth were about to be destroyed. It was as if doomsday had arrived. The momentum was too terrifying, and it made people feel despair and fear. Even someone as powerful as the sky-devouring demon emperor was bleeding in the face of the lightning tribulation. Lin Feng frowned. He couldn't help but worry for the sky-devouring demon emperor. Lin Feng's tribulation was usually one lightning tribulation after another. Therefore, it would take a long time. However, now that the sky-devouring demon emperor had taken 9 steps to transcend, countless lightning tribulations came down together. This was an extremely terrifying thing. The pressure and danger he was facing had increased multiple times. The sky-devouring demon emperor took his 6th step. Even more terrifying lightning tribulations came down, such as the Apocalypse Tribulation, the Epic Tribulation, and other legendary tribulations. These tribulations that only appeared a few times in an epic came down one after another. Lin Feng even felt that this epic was going to be destroyed under the attacks of these tribulations. Countless tribulations blasted down on the sky-devouring demon emperor. When the tribulations disappeared, the sky-devouring demon emperor appeared. There were many wounds on his body, and there were stone man blood dripping down. A single drop of his blood could crush a world. The sky-devouring demon emperor took his 7th step. At that instant, an ancient world appeared. Countless images flickered on it. Then, Lin Feng and the others saw that the image was fixed in a mysterious palace. There was a stone bed in the palace. On the stone bed, a cultivator was lying sideways. The cultivator was resting. His back was facing the world. He seemed to have heard some kind of call. His body moved slightly, and then he sat up. However, Lin Feng and the others, they still couldn't see what he looked like. The ruler of the mastermind's world, Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. It should be the ruler of the mastermind's world. This was an extremely strong intuition. Just now, the sorceress sacrificed herself and really communicated with this existence. Transcendence realm, and it's someone from the sovereign's imperial clan breaking through. He was a little surprised. He said this sentence in the mastermind's world, but Lin Feng and the others heard it. What the f-k, is this some kind of trick? It was really strange, it was really terrifying, as expected of the ruler of the mastermind's world. Then, he muttered, the sovereign's imperial clan is a force that even I don't want to offend. Unfortunately, now that we've become sworn enemies, we should completely destroy this clan. Lin Feng and the others didn't hear the latter part of his sentence. He made his move. Across the endless world, he gently pointed at the sky-devouring demon emperor. A ray of destructive light condensed and formed. It blasted toward the sky-devouring demon emperor. This was the tribulation that the sky-devouring demon emperor encountered when he took his 7th step. Although this tribulation was only caused by the ruler of the mastermind's world, the lethality of this tribulation was countless times stronger than the lethality of countless lightning tribulations gathered together. It was too terrifying. There were simply no words to describe the opponent's attack. Facing the attack of the mastermind's ruler, the sky-devouring demon emperor attacked. A fist swept out. Bang! The sky-devouring demon emperor met the opponent's attack head-on and blocked it. Then, he took a step forward. The 8th step. Lin Feng's breathing became rapid. This was the second-last step. Death. The mastermind's cold voice suddenly sounded. As soon as his voice fell, a terrifying power of death descended. The power of death was somewhat special. It wasn't ordinary power of death. When the power of death descended, it enveloped the sky-devouring demon emperor. Everyone saw that the sky-devouring demon emperor's stone golem body was rapidly losing its vitality. The stone golem body, which was originally emitting holy light, started to show signs of aging. Not long after, dense cracks began to appear on it. The sky-devouring demon emperor raised his hands. He saw that his hands were completely torn apart. Then, many parts of his body began to shatter. His body began to dismember. How can this be? Seeing this scene, Lin Feng clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. This was the 8th step. There were still 2 more steps to complete the magnificent feat of transcending 9 steps. But now, there seemed to be no hope. Crack, 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 the sky-devouring demon emperor's body was completely shattered. Is he dead? Is the ancestor dead? Did he cross countless years? In the end, he still failed to break through? Lin Feng felt very uncomfortable. He almost couldn't breathe. Many people felt that the sky-devouring demon emperor's life was too tragic. He had broken through twice. In the end, he had failed. It was a pity. If he hadn't been destroyed during his first breakthrough, he would definitely have been able to break through. But now that his first breakthrough has been destroyed, he's been silent for countless years. He's far from his peak. It's becoming increasingly difficult to break through. Many people nodded. But, this was fate, it was difficult to change. No, look. The sky-devouring demon emperor isn't dead. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly. Everyone looked over and saw flames burning in the sky. The sky-devouring demon emperor. He had been reborn from the flames. Phoenix Nirvana! Lin Feng exclaimed. The sky-devouring demon emperor had actually cultivated the Phoenix Nirvana from the Phoenix Grimoire. It was a supreme technique of the Phoenix clan. And in the moment of danger, the sky-devouring demon emperor had used the Phoenix Nirvana to be reborn. The eyes of the mastermind turned cold. He hadn't expected the heaven-devouring demon emperor to use the Phoenix tribe's Phoenix Nirvana technique to reverse his tribulation. This made his expression turn a little ugly. He's just putting up a desperate struggle. The eyes of the mastermind flashed coldly. At this moment, the sky-devouring demon emperor had taken the 9th step. This was transcending 9 steps, the final step. The 9th step. It was the most important step. The heaven-devouring demon emperor was about to face the last lightning tribulation, and it was obvious that the last lightning tribulation would be the most terrifying one. As long as he could survive the next lightning tribulation, the heaven-devouring demon emperor would become a true transcendent realm expert. This was an extremely difficult task. After all, how many transcendent realm experts had appeared in this era, moreover? Don't forget. The heaven-devouring demon emperor was a cultivator from the Sovereign Emperor clan. The bloodline of the Sovereign Emperor clan was extremely powerful, and the cultivators of the Sovereign Emperor clan had mastered some of the most powerful offensive techniques. Therefore, when the heaven-devouring demon emperor broke through to the transcendent realm, his combat strength would be enhanced to an unimaginable level. However, the prerequisite for all this was that the heaven-devouring demon emperor could survive the next lightning tribulation. The last lightning tribulation was still an attack from the mastermind, the world ruler. This guy was ridiculously powerful. After all, he could release an attack that could obliterate the heaven-devouring demon emperor from an endless distance. If he were to fight with this person face to face, who would be able to withstand his attack, it was hard to imagine how powerful his attack would be. At this moment, the mastermind condensed a new attack. This time, the attack he condensed was more special. It formed a total of 3 beams of light. Those were 3 extremely special beams of light. The first beam of light cut through your past. The second beam of light cut through your present. The third beam of light cut through your future. These 3 beams of light cut through the past, present, and future. One could imagine how terrifying this method was. In other words, if a person was obliterated, then he would definitely not be reborn again. Why would this be? Of course, this was based on facts. Being obliterated was something that happened in the present. Nirvana rebirth was something that could only happen after being obliterated. It was equivalent to something that happened in the future. However, if the past, present, and future were all cut off, it was naturally impossible to be reborn. Obviously. Previously, the heaven-devouring demon emperor was killed, but he was reborn with the help of the Phoenix Nirvana technique of the Phoenix clan. This incident had alerted the mastermind, the world ruler. He could indeed destroy the heaven-devouring demon emperor, but what if the heaven-devouring demon emperor was reborn? Although the probability of consecutive Nirvana rebirths was not particularly high, even if there was only a small probability, it might happen. What the hegemon behind the scenes wanted to do was to sever all possibilities. Lin Feng's perception was extremely strong. He had also studied the Buddhist scriptures of the past, present, and future. Therefore, when the ruler of the world used that technique, Lin Feng instantly understood what kind of attack he was using. He couldn't help but worry for the heaven-devouring devil emperor, mainly because the methods used by the mastermind, the various clans, were too terrifying. How could the heaven-devouring demon emperor resist? The world dominator's attack had already landed on the heaven-devouring demon emperor. Everyone saw that the heaven-devouring demon emperor's body couldn't withstand the attack of the world ruler at all. His body was cracking continuously. Like porcelain, dense cracks appeared. It would completely explode at any time. Once it exploded, something extremely terrible would happen. For example, death. This was naturally not an outcome that Lin Feng and the others wanted to see. However, Lin Feng and the others couldn't control it now. Lin Feng clenched his fists. He looked deeply worried. Would the heaven-devouring demon emperor die? Seeing that the heaven-devouring demon emperor's body was about to completely disintegrate, the heaven-devouring demon emperor began to recite scriptures. It was a very ancient and mysterious scripture. Lin Feng didn't know what scripture it was. But after the scripture was recited, a terrifying devouring power surged out of the world ruler's body. The devouring power began to actively devour the attack of the mastermind. What's going on? Lin Feng was clearly very confused. This was because the heaven-devouring demon emperor should be thinking of a way to block the attack of the mastermind. However, the reality was different. Not only did the heaven-devouring demon emperor not block the attack, he chose to devour it. The attack of the mastermind was too terrifying. The heaven-devouring demon emperor found it extremely difficult to block it. If he chose to actively devour the special energy, wouldn't it be equivalent to suicide, however? Would the heaven-devouring demon emperor do such a thing? Of course not. If not, then what was the reason? At this moment, the stone body outside the heaven-devouring demon emperor rapidly collapsed, revealing the flesh and blood inside. In the dantian of the heaven-devouring demon emperor, there was a huge taiji diagram. The left side was white, and the right side was black. The taiji diagram represented the two extremes of yin and yang. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He finally knew what technique the heaven-devouring demon emperor had used. The heaven-devouring demon emperor also knew that he could not block the final terrifying attack of the mastermind, so he used a very special method. This method was to condense a yin-yang diagram in his body. Then, he took the initiative to absorb the terrifying energy that was enough to destroy him as the yin pole of the taiji diagram. His own energy was the yang pole of the taiji diagram. The cycle of yin and yang. At this moment. Thus, the terrifying power had been combined and eliminated. And he was also relieved of the crisis. Endless god laws descended, and they were all absorbed by the heaven-devouring demon emperor. Lin Feng and the others could clearly sense that the heaven-devouring demon emperor's life level was completing an extremely important transformation. This might be the beginning of his cultivation. It was the most important metamorphosis. The heaven-devouring demon emperor was about to become an expert who surpassed his realm. He was condensing a law that surpassed his realm. Good, good, good. I really didn't expect you to think of such a way to resist my attack. The mastermind's voice was extremely cold. Obviously, he was very angry that he had not been able to kill the heaven-devouring demon emperor even after several consecutive attacks. Thank you for helping me condense the taiji diagram. My Tao is the Tao of taiji. If it weren't for your help, my Tao would not have been able to transform. The heaven-devouring demon emperor said. Lin Feng could not help but laugh. It seemed that the heaven-devouring demon emperor was also very good at provoking people. His words just now were obviously meant to provoke the mastermind. Interesting. You know what? What I like the most are the times when the winds and clouds are surging, because in those times, many strong cultivators will appear. Those strong cultivators are the favorites of the era. What I like to do the most is to destroy them, to kill them, to make them fall from the clouds to the bottom of the valley. The world dominator said with a sneer. Pervert, Lin Feng could not help but curse in his heart. At this moment, the heaven-devouring demon emperor said, perhaps many things will change in this era. Is that so? I don't think so. The mastermind sneered. Then, the world that appeared in the void disappeared, and so did the mastermind. The heaven-devouring demon emperor's aura gradually stabilized. He had successfully broken through to the transcendence realm. Lin Feng was very excited. The heaven-devouring demon emperor was his ancestor. Now that the heaven-devouring demon emperor had broken through to the transcendence realm, it was naturally something to be happy about. Moreover, Lin Feng had gained a powerful backer. This was a very good thing. Congratulations to the heaven-devouring demon emperor for breaking through to the transcendence realm. The cultivators of the vast wilderness congratulated the heaven-devouring demon emperor. Congratulations to the heaven-devouring demon emperor for breaking through to the transcendence realm. The beasts of the vast wilderness also congratulated the heaven-devouring demon emperor. No need for formalities, the heaven-devouring demon emperor said. Only then did everyone stand up. The vast wilderness has been sealed for so long. It's time for the vast wilderness to be released, the heaven-devouring demon emperor said. The beasts and races of the vast wilderness were very excited. They had been waiting for this day to come. And now, was the vast wilderness finally going to be released? 6. Paths of Reincarnation. The heaven-devouring demon emperor's hand slowly rose into the sky, as if he was holding up a world. Then, 6 huge black holes appeared. The 6 black holes were like 6 black holes in the universe. They devoured everything. They were mysterious and unfathomable. Obviously, the heaven-devouring demon emperor had cultivated the 6 paths of reincarnation to an extremely high level. Lin Feng had not cultivated to such a high level yet. The 6 black holes distorted the laws of the vast wilderness and changed the order of the vast wilderness. The old order would disappear. A new order would reappear. The vast wilderness had changed. In a mountain forest, a young man was tempering his physical body. He was carrying a huge mountain. Then, he kept running. He was very tired, very tired, very tired. However, he gritted his teeth and persevered. When he could no longer hold on, he put down the mountain. He was panting heavily. He seized the time to recover his body and then continued to train his body. However, he seemed to have found something wrong. "This is," he said. He stretched out his right hand. Then, powerful spiritual power continuously surged out from his body. Magic power, it's magic power. I can actually cultivate magic power. The young man was excited. He quickly ran in the direction of the tribe. He wanted to tell his parents this good news. A rabbit was running quickly in the grass. In the sky, a huge eagle was staring at the rabbit. The rabbit's eyes were very intelligent. It looked back and forth. Obviously, it was not an ordinary rabbit. It was a rabbit spirit. It had already gained sentience. However, it could not cultivate magic power. Rabbits were born weak and could not cultivate magic power. Naturally, it could not fight against its natural enemy, the eagle. It had seen too many of its companions being captured and eaten by eagles. It originally thought that it would not have such a fate. After all, it was not the same as an ordinary rabbit. An ordinary eagle wouldn't be able to catch it. But now, it was not an ordinary eagle that had locked onto it. It was an Eagle King level eagle. This eagle was too powerful and too fast. The rabbit used all its skills, but it still could not escape the fate of being caught. The Eagle King was already flying over. It was desperate. The Eagle King's sharp claws were about to catch the rabbit. Suddenly, the rabbit seemed to have discovered a change in its body. Magic power. It discovered that it actually had magic power. Moreover, it was still surging magic power. "You dare to provoke Uncle Rabbit? You must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall." The rabbit sneered and slapped the Eagle King with its claws. Bang! The Eagle King was sent flying by the rabbit's card. The Great Wilderness. Many places had undergone shocking changes. Countless cultivators, countless fierce beasts, spirit beasts, demon beasts, and other creatures had all developed powerful magic power. The stronger the bloodline, the more powerful the magic power was. The stronger the physical body, the more powerful the magic power was. It was as if everyone was evolving. Countless creatures had completed their transformation. Many ancient existences sealed in divine stones. They seemed to have also sensed the changes in their bodies. They opened their eyes. "Magic power, I've recovered my magic power, ha 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 ha, the great wilderness has been unsealed? That's great. The great wilderness has been unsealed. My magic power has recovered. It's time to go out and take a look. I really miss the air of the outside world. I want to break through the divine stones." Those ancient existences broke through the divine stones and came out. The changes in the Great Wilderness were incomparably pleasant. And now, Lin Feng. He was overjoyed to sense the changes in his body. His magic power had recovered. His sacred art had recovered. This made Lin Feng very excited. Only when he lost his magic power and sacred art did he realize how important they were to him. The sky-devouring Devil Emperor descended. He looked at Lin Feng. Sovereign Emperor Clan. Lin Feng greets the ancestor. Lin Feng bowed to the sky-devouring Devil Emperor. What a handsome young man. It seems that the situation of the Sovereign Emperor Clan is much better than I thought. When the sky-devouring Devil Emperor saw Lin Feng, he was obviously very happy. This was a kinship of blood. It was hard to give up. Moreover, the Sovereign Emperor Clan had always had fewer people. Therefore, the cultivators of the Sovereign Emperor Clan valued their bloodline and kinship. It was not something that other clans could compare to. It was also not something that they could understand. For example, there were many clans that schemed against each other in order to fight for power. Some clans would even fight to the death. Although they all had the same blood, so what? It would hinder him. He would still kill him without hesitation. But this kind of thing would never happen in the Sovereign Emperor Clan. Your body. The sky-devouring Devil Emperor frowned. At that moment, the sky-devouring Demon Emperor frowned. He realized something was wrong with Lin Feng. Seeing the sky-devouring Devil Emperor's expression, Lin Feng was not surprised. The sky-devouring Devil Emperor must have noticed the terrifying curses in his body. The fastest mobile version of the website, Lin Feng said, "Ancestor, you should have noticed my body's condition. My ancestor is troubled by several curses, but I now know how to resolve them." The sky-devouring Devil Emperor said, "That would be for the best." Actually, with the sky-devouring Devil Emperor's abilities, helping Lin Feng resolve one or two curses wouldn't be difficult. However, the sky-devouring Devil Emperor had never mentioned this matter. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, but that he couldn't. Think about it. How could a person who needed help to resolve a crisis grow up? Throughout the long history of the Sovereign Imperial Clan, the descendants of the Sovereign Imperial Clan had always been free to grow up. Why did the Sovereign Imperial Clan produce so many great existences? It was because of this reason. They had experienced too many hardships before finally growing up. Therefore, even though he knew that Lin Feng was in danger, the sky-devouring Devil Emperor had no intention of helping. Everything depended on Lin Feng to resolve the crisis himself. The sky-devouring Devil Emperor looked at Lin Feng and asked, "What do you plan to do next?" Lin Feng thought for a moment, then said, "I have many things to take care of in the celestial world, and I plan to go to the Xianxia world to see if the ancestral land of the Sovereign Imperial Clan can help me awaken my sovereign bloodline." The sky-devouring Devil Emperor said, "Yes, it's time for you to further awaken your bloodline. The Undying Clan is there as well. You can go there and take a look." With the sky-devouring Devil Emperor's abilities, he could naturally tell that Lin Feng had the Undying bloodline. In addition, with Lin Feng's surname, he generally knew that Lin Feng was a descendant of Lin Qi's bloodline. Lin Feng said, "I just don't know if the Undying Clan will do anything to me after I go there." "They wouldn't dare." The sky-devouring Devil Emperor said. Lin Feng was slightly taken aback, but then he smiled. Indeed, the Undying Clan wouldn't dare. Why did he say that? The main reason was that the Undying Clan would soon receive the news of the appearance of the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor. In addition, Lin Feng's father, Lin Beidian, was also very terrifying. Even though it was rumored that Lin Beidian was in trouble, as long as he didn't die, he would be a great deterrent to the other clans. The Undying Clan naturally did not dare to act blindly without thinking. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that the Undying Clan wouldn't dare to kill him. However, to smoothly awaken one's bloodline in the Undying Clan, this was not an easy matter. The Undying Clan would definitely make things difficult for him, this was completely predictable. However, even if the Undying Clan made things difficult for him, Lin Feng still wanted to take a look at the Undying Clan. Otherwise, how long would it take for his bloodline to undergo the 10th revolution? Lin Feng asked, "Ancestor, what do you plan to do next?" The heaven-devouring Devil Emperor said, "I still have some things to take care of, but after I'm done, I'll probably return to the heaven world. It's time for the heaven world to change hands." Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. It seemed that the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor wanted to deal with the 33 Heavens Masters. To Lin Feng, this was good news. Lin Feng thought that after dealing with the Heaven World, he would quickly go to the Primal Chaos Shenhuang World, awaken his bloodline, increase his cultivation, and then quickly return to the Heaven World. At that time, he might be able to help the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor deal with the 33 Heavens Masters. Thinking about this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel excited. None of these bastards of the 33 Heavens were good people. Lin Feng had long wanted to kill them, but he didn't have the ability to do so. Now that the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor made a move, the chances of success would be much higher. Moreover, Lin Feng felt that a powerhouse like the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor might be able to contact some top powerhouses to deal with the 33 Heavens Masters. In addition, Lin Feng thought about whether he could find the Savage, the Mummified Old Man, or the Red World Fairy and the others to deal with the 33 Heavens Masters. If they joined the battle, the chances of killing the 33 Heavens Masters would be greatly increased. My mother is in the Undying World. Ancestor, do you want to go and see her? Lin Feng asked. Of course. The heaven-devouring Devil Emperor smiled. He was very happy because even he hadn't seen many sovereign imperial clans. After all, there were too few of them. Now that he had seen Lin Feng, he might be able to see Lin Feng's mother soon. He hoped that the sovereign imperial clans would be able to grow stronger. Do you have any children? The heaven-devouring Devil Emperor asked. Not at the moment. Lin Feng scratched his head. He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed to talk about this with an elder. The heaven-devouring Devil Emperor said, "This is indeed a troublesome matter." The heaven-devouring Devil Emperor could understand why Lin Feng didn't have any children. He knew how difficult it was for the sovereign imperial clans to have children. If it was easy for the sovereign imperial clans to have children, then the 4 universes would be theirs. Lin Feng said, "We can only let nature take its course." The heaven-devouring Devil Emperor said, "We still need to find some powerful women with strong bloodlines as wives. That way, our chances will be higher." Lin Feng thought of the Red World Fairy. If he got together with the Red World Fairy, would the Red World Fairy give birth to children? Lin Feng thought to himself, "I'm already very awesome, right? It's time to conquer the Red World Fairy." Hee, Lin Feng said, "I will keep this matter in mind." Alright. The heaven-devouring Devil Emperor nodded. He wasn't very interested in women now, so the matter of the sovereign imperial clan's descendants fell to Lin Feng. The heaven-devouring Devil Emperor was satisfied that Lin Feng cared about this matter. If Lin Feng didn't care about this matter, then the inheritance of the sovereign imperial clan's descendants would be more troublesome. The heaven-devouring Devil Emperor naturally didn't want to see that happen. Right, there's one more thing. Lin Feng said. Let's hear it. The heaven-devouring Devil Emperor said. Lin Feng said, "It's like this. When I was in Dragon World, I met a prehistoric primal chaos. That guy seemed to have seen the sovereign primogenitor before and was holed up in Dragon World. He said that he could come out, but because he encountered some problems, he didn't choose to come out. Then, he asked me to find a surpassing realm expert of the sovereign imperial clan to take a look at him, but he didn't tell me what to do. I promised him that if the sovereign primogenitor had time, he could go to Dragon World to see the prehistoric primal chaos. Alright, I will keep this matter in mind." The heaven-devouring Devil Emperor said. At the same time, Heaven Realm, Heaven Palace. The Lord of the 33 Heavens was sitting cross-legged. A huge mirror floated in front of him, displaying the scene in Great Desolation City. The Lord of the 33 Heavens' expression was very ugly. There were 2 reasons for his ugly expression. The first reason was that the Heavenly Court's cultivators had helped to block Lin Feng and the others' attacks, buying time for Solomon's rebirth. However, Solomon had still devoured the Heavenly Court's cultivators. Moreover, Solomon's words had thoroughly angered the Lord of the 33 Heavens. It turned out that the Heavenly Court's cultivators were just slaves to Solomon, not allies. He had killed them without hesitation. This made the Lord of the 33 Heavens begin to re-evaluate their relationship with the world behind the scenes. The second reason was that not only was the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor not dead, but he had also broken through to the transcendent realm. This had infuriated the lords of the 33 heavens. They had sealed the great wilderness to prevent the heaven-devouring devil emperor from breaking through to the transcendent realm. They had already formed a grudge against the heaven-devouring devil emperor. In addition, there were many previous grudges with the sovereign race. "Everyone, how do you think we should face the imperial clan behind the scenes?" asked a lord of the 33 heavens. The second lord of the 33 heavens said, "At present, we still need their help in many aspects. Obviously, we need to continue cooperating with them. It doesn't matter if they look down on us. The key is how many benefits we can obtain. Currently, only 3 of us have broken through to the Transcendence realm. This is far from enough. We must do our best to obtain as many benefits from the Imperial clan behind the scenes as possible and use them to break through. If there are enough Transcendence realm experts among us, we will have more confidence when facing the Imperial clan behind the scenes. At that time, it's not certain who will look down on whom." The third lord of the 33 heavens said, "That's right. I think so too. As long as we are strong enough, we might be able to replace the Imperial clan behind the scenes in the universe one day." The other heaven masters also nodded. "What should we do about the heaven-devouring devil emperor?" asked the fourth lord. "He's still in great desolation. This place is too strange. We shouldn't enter it. If he leaves great desolation, we'll make a move and kill him." "How strong can a newly broken through Transcendence realm expert be?" said the fifth lord. They quickly reached an agreement. Rumble. 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 Great Desolation City shook violently. Great Desolation City itself was a powerful treasure. That was why it could be taken. In the end, Great Desolation City was taken by the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor. "Lord Devil Emperor, if the ancestors of the various races in Great Desolation know that you have returned, they will definitely be very happy. Does Lord Devil Emperor wish to meet the ancestors of the various races in Great Desolation?" asked the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor. "I have a deep relationship with the various races in Great Desolation. You are from the Stone Demon clan, right? Inform the various races in Great Desolation to head to Stone Demon City. I will meet them before leaving the celestial world." "Yes." The various races in Great Desolation hurriedly replied. They were all very excited. Lin Feng followed the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor, Sherpatian, and the others to Stone Demon City. Xianxia was also by Lin Feng's side. When the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor saw Xianxia, he said, "Back then, I had a good friend who was from the Xia clan. Unfortunately, she left early." "Which ancestor was it?" asked Xianxia curiously. In fact, she was quite shy when facing the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor. This was mainly because the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor was Lin Feng's senior, and she was close to Lin Feng. When she saw the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor, she felt as if she was meeting his parent. "Her name is Yu Shanji." "It's actually her." Xiaojiue was astonished. Xiaojiue was surprised. She had heard of this ancestor. Back then, she was extremely talented and was a famous goddess of heaven. Unfortunately, something went wrong in her cultivation and she eventually passed away, which made countless people feel sorry for her. However, she didn't expect that the devouring Heaven Devil Emperor was actually a good friend of her ancestor. Could it be that her ancestor was a close friend of the devouring Heaven Devil Emperor? That seemed to be a possibility. The Heaven-devouring Devil Emperor came back to his senses and said, "Seeing you and Lin Feng together, I'm very happy." When she heard that, Xiaojiue's beautiful face flushed red. She was very shy, but also very happy. Did that mean that she had received the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor's approval? She was so happy. Lin Feng smiled wryly. In fact, even though he and Xiaojiue were a little ambiguous, their relationship hadn't developed to that level yet. However, the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor was concerned about the inheritance of the Sovereign Emperor's clan, so he naturally hoped that Lin Feng would accept Xiaojiue. After all, Xiaojiue's bloodline was very strong. Very soon, the news of the birth of the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor and the 9 transformations transcendence quickly spread throughout the wasteland, causing a great uproar. Countless cultivators finally understood why they were able to produce magic power or recover magic power. It turned out that it was because of the birth of the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor. The news of the heaven-devouring devil emperor's visit to the stone demon city and his plan to meet with the various clans of the wasteland also spread quickly. This caused an even greater sensation. Countless cultivators, whether they were from large clans, medium clans, or small clans, or even rogue cultivators, all flocked to the stone demon city to see the heaven-devouring devil emperor. After returning to the stone demon city, Lin Feng was busier because many people invited him to attend some gatherings. However, Lin Feng couldn't refuse some gatherings. After all, he actually wanted to gather the strength of the various clans of the wasteland, so if he rashly refused some gatherings, it would be easy to offend people. Now, Lin Feng would become the focus of attention wherever he went. After all, he was the descendant of the heaven-devouring devil emperor. There were even many cultivators who wanted to take the initiative to join Lin Feng and become Lin Feng's servant. In the stone demon city, the heaven-devouring devil emperor received the various clans of the wasteland. Of course, it wasn't limited to the 10 great clans. Some of the ancestors of small and medium-sized forces were also summoned. In fact, those small and medium-sized forces were not lacking in experts. Some forces were incomparably powerful in the past, but in recent years they had declined, and their ancestors were born. It was estimated that they would soon be able to regain their former glory. Of course, in addition to the ancestors of the various forces, several beast emperors of the wasteland, ancient existences that had awakened from their deep slumber, and the top experts among the rogue cultivators were also summoned. As for Lin Feng, he was privately discussing the formation of the Great Wasteland Alliance with the various clans of the wasteland, the ominous beasts of the wasteland, and some rogue cultivators. The Great Wasteland Alliance was soon established. At this stage, it was time to rest and recuperate. After all, the wasteland had just been unsealed and needed some time to recover its vitality. The heaven-devouring devil emperor was aware of these matters. He did not object to Lin Feng's actions because he really wanted to gather these forces. Lin Feng's success had also saved him a lot of trouble. After the matters in the stone demon city were settled, the heaven-devouring devil emperor planned to leave. Lin Feng did not know where the heaven-devouring devil emperor was going to go or what he was going to do, but since he did not say anything, Lin Feng did not intend to ask. After all, if the heaven-devouring devil emperor wanted to tell him, he would definitely take the initiative to tell him. If he did not want to say, the heaven-devouring devil emperor would still not tell him. The heaven world is not like other places. Be careful. The heaven-devouring devil emperor looked at Lin Feng and said. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. I hope you can grow up quickly. When the time comes, we will fight side by side. The heaven-devouring devil emperor patted Lin Feng's shoulder. I will definitely work hard. Lin Feng said solemnly. Good. The heaven-devouring devil emperor smiled and then rushed into the sky, flying towards the outer realm. At his level, there was no need to use the ascension passage to leave. The sky-devouring devil emperor flew rapidly through the atmosphere. His speed was extremely fast. It would not take long for him to leave the atmosphere and reach the extraterritorial world. Once he reached the extraterritorial world, he would be able to travel through parallel worlds and forcefully descend into the mortal plane. This was a method that only experts of their level could master. If one did not reach their level, they would not be able to master such a heaven-defying method. At this moment, 33 illusory figures appeared. Each of them was high and mighty, looking down on the heavens. Even in the face of an expert like the heaven-devouring demon emperor, they still looked insufferably arrogant. It was understandable for Transcendence Realm experts to have such expressions and postures. However, for those who had yet to enter the Transcendence Realm, it was hard for others to understand their behavior. In fact, these people were used to being in a high position for a long time. Their arrogance was ingrained in their bones. Even though the heaven-devouring demon emperor had broken through to the Transcendence Realm, they still thought that he was lucky. Even though 30 of the lords of the 33 heavens hadn't broken through to the Transcendence Realm, they believed that they would break through to the Transcendence Realm sooner or later. Even though the heaven-devouring demon emperor was a member of the Sovereign Imperial Clan, there weren't many members of the Sovereign Imperial Clan. What was the difference between him and an independent cultivator? He was even an independent cultivator. That was why they were so arrogant. They looked down on the heaven-devouring demon emperor. 33 heavens, world-suppressing, said the lords of the 33 heavens suddenly. 33 heavenly layers appeared. They had condensed the heavenly layers using their magical abilities. They fused together and moved towards the heaven-devouring demon emperor. I knew you would attack, but after so many years, only 3 lords of the 33 heavens managed to break through to the celestial master realm. How disappointing. It seems like after becoming slaves of the imperial clan, you still haven't grown up. You're destined to be abandoned by time, said the heaven-devouring demon emperor coldly. The heaven-devouring demon emperor sneered and threw a punch at the 33 heavens. That punch was so powerful that it seemed like it could destroy the world. The imperial sovereign clan was known as the strongest clan in terms of attack power. It wasn't without reason. The imperial sovereign clan was known as the strongest clan in terms of attack power. The attack power of the imperial sovereign clan was truly powerful. Bang, following the violent collision, the 33 levels of heaven crumbled. After all, it was only formed by a superpower and not the real 33 levels of heaven. The faces of the masters of the 33 heavens darkened slightly. Firstly, it was because the attack power of the heaven-devouring demon emperor was beyond their expectations. Secondly, it was because the words of the heaven-devouring demon emperor were unacceptable to them. What do you mean by the mastermind behind the scenes is a dog slave of the royal family of the world? We are really just using the mastermind behind the scenes, the world's royal family. Sky-devouring devil emperor, your stupid words can't infuriate us, because you will never know what the leaders of the 33 heavens are planning, said sky-devouring devil emperor. A heaven master sneered. Really? The heaven-devouring demon emperor said sarcastically. There's no need to say anything to him. Use the great supreme Armageddon to kill him. A heaven master said. Taisheng was an unimaginable existence. The Tao of Taisheng was known as a Tao that transcended all other Taos. Of course, this might be an exaggeration. However, the Tao of Taisheng was truly terrifying. It seemed to be able to surpass all other Taos. Moreover, it could always display an extremely heaven-defying combat strength. Anyone who encountered the divine abilities recorded in the Tao of Taisheng would find it extremely difficult to deal with. The Great Supreme Armageddon was one of the top offensive divine abilities created by the Great Supreme. It had another characteristic: it was inclusive. Many divine abilities, when used by different people at the same time, were difficult to achieve 1 + 1 = 2. When these divine abilities were used together, their strength would increase tremendously, but it was obviously less than 2. However, the Great Supreme Armageddon was different. Once the Great Supreme Armageddon was used, it wasn't a matter of 1 + 1 = 2, it was a matter of 1 + 1 = 3, or even 4. The strength of the Great Supreme Armageddon would increase tremendously. It was an extremely strange and heaven-defying divine ability. In the outside world, there were inheritances of the Great Supreme Orthodoxy, and there were even inheritances of the Great Supreme Armageddon. However, some of the inheritances in the outside world were incomplete. Only the complete Great Supreme Armageddon, with the help of the Great Supreme Immortal Scripture, could unleash the full power of the Great Supreme Armageddon. Very few people could do it, but the lords of the 33 heavens could do it because they had cultivated the Great Supreme Immortal Scripture and the Great Supreme Armageddon. Moreover, they had cultivated the complete Great Supreme Immortal Scripture and the Great Supreme Armageddon. The combined attack of the lords of the 33 heavens was naturally indescribably powerful. Their attacks were condensed in an instant. The light of annihilation seemed to be able to destroy the myriad worlds. The heaven-devouring demon emperor was locked in place. Even someone as powerful as him had no way to escape. Of course, the heaven-devouring demon emperor didn't think about dodging the attack. The Great Supreme is very strong. But you are not the Great Supreme. You can't use the true essence of the Great Supreme divine ability, sneered the heaven-devouring demon emperor. One of the lords looked at the heaven-devouring demon emperor with disdain and said, "You're about to die, and you still dare to boast so shamelessly. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Let's see how you'll die later." The other lords of the heaven-devouring demon emperor also looked indifferent. In their opinion, the heaven-devouring demon emperor was indeed going to die. He couldn't resist their attacks, so they were waiting for the moment the heaven-devouring demon emperor died. "You don't even have your true bodies, and you want to kill me? How ridiculous." sneered the heaven-devouring demon emperor. Even if it's not our true bodies, we can still kill you, said another lord of the heaven-devouring demon emperor. Is there a reason why your true bodies can't leave the heavenly court for a while? Sneered the heaven-devouring demon emperor. I'll let you experience the divine abilities of the sovereign imperial clan. I'll let you know what the best divine abilities are. Sovereign's blade. After the heaven-devouring demon emperor said that, a demon blade appeared in front of him. When Lin Feng's sovereign imperial blood had awakened for the second time, he had already awakened the sovereign's blade. You want to fight against us with a mere bloodline divine ability? Said the Lord of the 33 Heavens mockingly. So what if you have a bloodline divine ability? You don't understand how terrifying our bloodline's divine abilities are after we've undergone the 9th transformation. Slash! Shouted the heaven-devouring demon emperor. The sovereign's blade shook the air and flew towards the combined attack of the lords of the 33 heavens. The sovereign's blade tore through the air, destroying everything. The lords of the 33 heavens' divine abilities were instantly destroyed. Then, the sovereign's blade split into 33 parts and shot towards the lords of the 33 heavens. You're courting death, shouted the lords of the 33 heavens furiously. Even though they were only illusions, they couldn't be underestimated. The lords of the 33 heavens released terrifying strength to try and destroy the sovereign's blades, but they failed. Their bodies were destroyed by the sovereign's blades, and the sovereign's blades flew back to them. In the end, they merged into one and entered the heaven-devouring demon emperor's body. The heaven-devouring demon emperor rose into the sky and entered the foreign world. Lin Feng naturally didn't know about the battle between the heaven-devouring demon emperor and the lords of the 33 heavens. Lin Feng had already left the Great Desolation. He planned to go to the second layer of heaven. That was because the second layer of heaven had the legendary God's Ocean domain. Lin Feng wanted to go to the God's Ocean domain to take a look. What kind of place was that? Actually, the God's Ocean domain was a very special place. A long time ago, during the era of the titled gods, it was rumored that a large number of titled gods lived there. Lin Feng had obtained Qing Yuan's precious blood in his early years, and from it, he had seen the secrets of the venerable Qing Yuan. The Qing Yuan clan were the descendants of the Phoenix. The venerable Qing Yuan was an expert during the era of the titled gods. The place he cultivated was called the Qing Yuan Immortal Island. His inheritance, treasures, and other things were all in the Qing Yuan Immortal Island, waiting for the fated person to go there. Lin Feng had seen the heaven-devouring demon emperor use the Phoenix's Nirvana technique before. He knew that the Phoenix's Nirvana technique was unparalleled in the world. Lin Feng also cultivated the Phoenix Grimoire and mastered the Phoenix's Nirvana technique. However, the success rate of Lin Feng using the Phoenix Nirvana technique was not high. Lin Feng thought that he might be able to find something from the venerable Qing Yuan. It could greatly increase the success rate of his Phoenix's Nirvana technique. The increase in the power of the Phoenix's Nirvana technique, combined with the rebirth technique recorded in the immortal bloodline, was a double insurance. And going to the Sea of the Gods was only Lin Feng's first plan. Lin Feng still had many things to deal with. For example, going to the White Lotus Valley. It was said that this place had nurtured several innate spirits and was very special. Previously, the origin of the demonic world had told Lin Feng that this place had heavenly fire. Of course, Lin Feng had to go and take a look. In addition, to find the whereabouts of the Door of Heart. This was a supreme treasure forged by Mu Shohan, the ancestor of the Heavenly Master bloodline. With this treasure, one could travel to different worlds with a single thought. At that time, even the Master of the 33 Heavens could not catch him. Therefore, this was the most powerful treasure to save one's life. It was just that he did not know if he could find this treasure. In addition, Lin Feng also remembered the request of Xianxia's eldest daughter. Lin Feng needed to go to the Wei River in the Heaven Realm to find the people of the Divine Farmer clan. Xianxia's eldest daughter was killed by the mysterious Lady of the 9 Heavens. Although she was not dead, she was about to die. If he could find Xianxia, he could tell Xianxia and let them rescue Xianxia's eldest daughter. At the same time, he should be careful of the mysterious Lady of the 9 Heavens. However, the mysterious Lady of the 9 Heavens had died long ago. He should be careful of the reincarnation of the mysterious Lady of the 9 Heavens. In addition, Lin Feng was also worried about the Empress. Before, Lin Feng did not see the Empress in the undying world. He knew that the Empress had come to the heaven realm, but he did not know where the Empress was now. He wanted to see if he could find the Empress. Generally speaking, after doing these things, Lin Feng was about to enter the chaotic world of heaven and earth. There was still a long way to go. To go to the upper heaven realm, one needed to take the transmission channel. Originally, there was also a transmission channel in the vast wilderness, but it was later damaged. Things like transmission channels required a lot of materials and manpower to repair. Once damaged, it could not be repaired for decades or hundreds of years. Fortunately, there were transmission channels in other places. Lin Feng planned to go to other places to take the transmission channel to the second level of the heaven realm. Lin Feng inquired and found that the first level of the heaven realm was now divided into 9 realms. There were still 3 transmission channels in the world. The first one was in the Great Blue Domain, the second one was in the Great Heaven Realm, and the third one was in the Sky-Severing Domain. The Great Blue Domain was adjacent to the Unbounded Desolation Domain. As for the Great Heaven Realm, the Sky-Severing Domain was relatively far from the Unbounded Desolation Domain. It would take several years to fly there. Naturally, Lin Feng would not give up the near for the far. He came to the Great Blue Domain. In the Great Blue Domain, there were many ancient families, sects, and forces. After all, this was the heaven realm. 80% of the most powerful forces in all the worlds were concentrated in the 33 heavens of the heaven realm. These forces, intricate and complicated. Even the heavenly court only appeased these forces, but did not restrict them. The law of survival was different in every world, including the heaven realm. The heavenly court claimed to centralize power, but could it really centralize power? There were so many powerful forces. It was indeed extremely difficult to achieve a true centralization of power. The transmission channel of the Great Blue Domain was located in the Zhongming Mountain. The Zhongming Mountain did not belong to any force. It was said that dozens of top forces jointly controlled the Zhongming Mountain. Therefore, the income of the Zhongming Mountain would also be divided among these forces. Traveling between different realms consumed a lot of immortal stones. It would cost tens of thousands of immortal stones to travel from the first heaven to the second heaven of the heaven realm. These forces could be described as making a lot of money every day. Lin Feng heard many people talking about the unsealing of the Great Desolation Domain. Some people were also talking about the heaven-devouring demon emperor. However, the outside world did not know much about the heaven-devouring demon emperor. Lin Feng felt that his realm was stable. Therefore, when he was resting in a small town, Lin Feng refined the 9 Saint Mysterious Source Stone. The effect of the 9 Saint Mysterious Source Stone was indeed good. Although it was only a small piece of 9 Saint Mysterious Source Stone, it raised Lin Feng's realm by 2 realms. Now, Lin Feng's realm had reached the 7th heaven of the Sage King realm. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Feng continued to fly in the direction of the Zhongming Mountain. However, after 5 days, when he arrived at an ancient city, Lin Feng realized something. He realized that his portrait was posted in many places in the ancient city. He was a wanted man. F***ck. After seeing that he was a wanted man, Lin Feng could not help but curse. This made him a little depressed, and he also felt that it was troublesome. Now that the lords of the 33 heavens had started to deal with him, it was obviously impossible for him to move freely in the heaven realm. Lin Feng frowned slightly because he realized that many people were approaching him. These people surrounded him from all directions. They were very subtle, but they could not hide from Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng didn't hide his face on purpose. Being recognized wasn't a big deal. Lin Feng didn't try to hide his face, so it wasn't strange for people to recognize him. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He didn't want to cause any trouble. Although these people were strong, there was still a big gap between them and Lin Feng. I'll leave this place for now, Lin Feng couldn't help thinking. He walked out of the city. A few people sped up, wanting to stop Lin Feng and prevent him from leaving. However, when Lin Feng looked at them coldly, those cultivators seemed to be bewitched. They stood in place, not daring to move. Lin Feng quickly left. "Chase him!" the others shouted. However, they discovered that Lin Feng was too fast. they couldn't catch up to Lin Feng at all. In the end, Lin Feng ran away. This made them very depressed. Lin Feng arrived outside the city. He felt that perhaps he could use the Great Fate art to change his aura and then change his appearance. This method should be able to hide from others' perception. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that it was impossible to completely hide from everyone. After all, some people had some powerful methods. He had to be vigilant. Moreover, there were some special treasures in the celestial world that might be able to see the truth. However, it was good to save some trouble. Lin Feng used the Great Transformation art to change his appearance. He was still as handsome as before. The kind of handsomeness that women couldn't take their eyes off. Moreover, there was a trace of decadence and melancholy. He was simply a woman's greatest nemesis. However, even after changing his appearance, Lin Feng rarely went to larger cities. This was because the chances of being exposed would be greatly increased if he went to larger cities. Lin Feng spent most of his time resting in the town. In any case, he didn't go to those big cities' brothels or gambling houses. It was the same for him to rest in the town. Lin Feng planned to find a place to spread the news of finding Du Zhu and the others. He didn't know how Du Zhu and the others were doing. However, he needed to go to some larger trading houses to inquire about the news. Currently, he didn't see any large trading houses in the town. About 2 months later, Lin Feng arrived at Blue Underworld City. Blue Underworld City wasn't far from Blue Underworld Mountain. This ancient city could be considered as one of the larger ones in the Great Blue Domain. It was ranked around 8th or 9th. People came and went. It was very lively. Lin Feng actually didn't want to come here. However, Lin Feng heard that if one wanted to go to Blue Underworld Mountain and take the transmission channel to the second layer world, one had to buy a ticket in Blue Underworld City. This made Lin Feng very speechless. Why did one have to buy a ticket? Lin Feng guessed that it was because those big forces had many industries in Blue Underworld City. Then, they let the cultivators take the transmission channel to buy a ticket here so that they could rest, entertain, and stimulate consumption. Lin Feng's guess was right. Those big forces generally had this intention. Originally, Blue Underworld City couldn't even rank among the top 10 cities in the Great Blue Domain. Later, because of the establishment of the transmission channel and the policy of stimulating consumption, Blue Underworld City became lively. After Lin Feng arrived at Blue Underworld City, he first went to the ticket seller and bought a ticket. It was a ticket for a ship. It turned out that one had to take the ancient void ship to reach the second layer world of the Heaven Realm. There were all kinds of prices. The cheapest price was about 30,000 immortal stones. The most expensive price was about 200,000 immortal stones. Lin Feng asked for a private room and spent 80,000 immortal stones. After getting the ticket, he didn't stay. He left the ticket seller and planned to find a place to stay. The ticket he bought was for the ship 5 days later. This couldn't be helped. The transportation business was very busy. The tickets in front had already been sold out. Lin Feng wanted to buy a ticket that was closer to the front, but he couldn't buy one. He could only buy a ticket for the ship 5 days later. It seemed like he would have to stay here for the next few days. Lin Feng entered an inn and asked if there were any rooms available. However, Lin Feng didn't notice that a woman saw Lin Feng and revealed a surprised expression. "Why do you keep looking at that person? Who is he?" Another woman smiled and looked at the woman next to her. The woman next to her was tall and slender. Her skin was fair, but her face was covered by a veil. However, even with the veil, one could still see that she was definitely a peerless beauty. The female cultivator who asked the question was wearing a long black dress that wrapped around her beautiful body. The black dress gave her a sense of mystery. She didn't wear a veil. Her face was bewitching and seductive. Just looking at her face for a moment longer could make one sink into it. "I don't know him," said the veiled woman. "You really don't know him? That can't be. I can see from your expression that you know him," said the beautiful woman. "I really don't know him," said the woman. "All right." The beautiful woman nodded. She didn't say anything else and the two of them left together. Lin Feng found a place to stay in the inn. It was a courtyard by itself. The environment wasn't bad, and he didn't have to worry about being disturbed. Lin Feng didn't plan to go out now. After all, he was wanted by the heavenly court. If someone discovered him, it would be bad. Lin Feng just wanted to smoothly reach the second layer of the heavenly court. He didn't want to cause any more trouble. That night, Lin Feng was about to rest when he suddenly frowned. Lin Feng went to the living room and saw a beautiful woman sitting there. She was very beautiful, but she didn't look like someone from the righteous path. Lin Feng was sure that he didn't know her. "What a powerful disguise technique," said the woman. Lin Feng frowned. The beautiful woman continued, "Don't worry, I don't mean you any harm. I'm here to verify something." "What is it?" Lin Feng asked. The beautiful woman smiled. "I want to ask you about someone." Lin Feng asked, "Who?" "Do you know someone called Li Shishir?" she asked with a smile. "Li Shishir? That's a pretty name," Lin Feng said. The beautiful woman smiled. "She's even prettier." Lin Feng said, "Unfortunately, I don't know this Li Shishir." The beautiful woman didn't believe him. "Think about it carefully." Lin Feng said, "I really don't know her." The beautiful woman said, "That's really strange." Lin Feng asked, "Why do you say that?" The beautiful woman said, "It's nothing. Just pretend that I never came." She then stood up and left. Lin Feng didn't know what was going on. Who was this woman? Why did she come here to ask him if he knew someone called Li Shishir? Luin couldn't figure it out. However, Lin Feng didn't think too much about it. The next day, Lin Feng had the feeling that someone was spying on his courtyard, which made him frown. Could it be that he had been discovered? Lin Feng tried to use his divine sense to investigate, but he didn't find anyone spying on him. However, he did see a woman with a veil covering her face. She was standing on a small bridge in the courtyard, enjoying the scenery. Sometimes, she would look in Lin Feng's direction. Had he sensed wrongly? The next few days were relatively peaceful. There was still one more day before the ancient void ship would head to the second layer of the celestial realm. Lin Feng felt that it was about time to head to Blue Underworld Mountain. Lin Feng paid for his room and left the ancient city. Not long after Lin Feng left Blue Underworld City, he noticed that someone was watching him. It was an old man, a very old man. He was following Lin Feng. When he saw the old man, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Even with his strength, he could sense a dangerous aura from the old man. It was obvious how strong the old man was. Lin Feng didn't know who the old man was, but since the old man was watching him, it was likely that the old man had recognized him. Lin Feng stopped and waited for the old man to come over. The old man was slightly stunned when he saw Lin Feng stop and wait for him. He didn't expect Lin Feng to notice him. However, he didn't try to avoid Lin Feng. Instead, he walked towards Lin Feng. He stopped when he was about 100 meters away from Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the old man and asked, "How should I address you?" The old man smiled and said, "Well said. I am Xianxia." "Xianxia? I've never heard of her," said Lin Feng. The old man smiled and said, "You haven't been in the celestial world for long, so it's normal that you don't know who I am. I'm one of the 10 old men of Xianxia." "One of the 10 old men of Xianxia?" Lin Feng frowned. He had heard of the 10 old men of Xianxia from other people. They were the strongest cultivators of Xianxia, and it was said that they had come from godstones. They were unimaginably strong. Lin Feng hadn't thought that he would meet such a strong cultivator today. Since the old man had come with ill intentions, it was obvious that the old man had come with ill intentions. "Why are you looking for me?" asked Lin Feng patiently. Xianxia smiled and said, "I know who you are. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions. Actually, I came to see you because I have a request." "What is it?" asked Lin Feng. "It's like this," said Xianxia. "I've been concocting a pill recently, and its effects are astonishing. However, it requires a special ingredient, the blood essence of a powerful cultivator. You have a ruler's imperial bloodline, so you can give me some of your imperial bloodline's blood essence. Once I'm done concocting the pill, I'll give you a pill as a reward. What do you think?" After hearing Shan Yuanxi, Lin Feng was speechless. He said, "Sorry, I'm not interested in your proposal. Maybe you can go to the black market and ask around. Maybe you can find some blood essence that suits your needs. I can't find someone as strong as you. A wise man submits to circumstances. I don't want to make things difficult for you, and I don't want to be your enemy either, but you have to cooperate with me. If you don't cooperate with me, then I have no choice but to use force to deal with you," said Lin Feng. Shan Yuanxi said with a calm expression. Lin Feng sneered. He naturally couldn't give Shan Yuanxi his blood essence. It would be very harmful to Lin Feng's body. Is that so? I'd like to see how strong the so-called 10 elders of the Tsang region are. Lin Feng's expression turned cold. Stubborn fool, I'll have to send you to hell then. Shan Yuanxi grinned. He didn't stop and walked towards Lin Feng step by step. Lin Feng suddenly realized that he couldn't even lock on to Shan Yuanxi's tracks. This is called ghost steps. Shan Yuanxi arrived in front of Lin Feng. He smiled mockingly and threw a punch at Lin Feng. Even Lin Feng had to admit that the ghostly steps was indeed very powerful. Because Lin Feng could not grasp the route of the ghostly steps, Shan Yuanxi came to Lin Feng's side and attacked him. Ordinary people might not be able to react in time, but Lin Feng was obviously not an ordinary person. In the face of Shan Yuanxi's attack, Lin Feng punched back. Due to the lack of time, he could only use his physical strength to deal with Shan Yuanxi. However, Lin Feng's physical body was very strong. Even if he only used his physical strength to deal with Shan Yuanxi, Lin Feng believed that he would be able to achieve extraordinary results. Bang! With a violent collision sound, Lin Feng and Shan Yuanxi fiercely collided. After the collision, their bodies involuntarily flew back more than 10 meters. Shan Yuanxi was in disbelief when she saw that Lin Feng had used his physical strength to resolve her attack. After all, it was a well-known fact that the human race's physical body was relatively weak. However, the physical body that Lin Feng displayed now shocked her. How did he cultivate such a strong physical body? Experts at Shan Yuanxi's level understood very well what a strong physical body meant to a cultivator. Many times, a battle between cultivators was decided by the combination of various factors. Therefore, when cultivators fought, if they were evenly matched, the cultivator with a strong physical body would have a greater advantage and would most likely take the initiative in the later battle. Lin Feng's physical body made Shan Yuanxi a little jealous. The so-called 10 elders of the green region are just SOSO. Lin Feng looked at Shan Yuanxi with a cold smile. This person was naturally very strong. Lin Feng deliberately provoked this old thing with words. At the very least, it could cause a change in his mood. Once there was a fluctuation in his mood, it would often have a certain impact on his battle strength. Boy, I only used 10% of my strength just now. You started to be so self-righteous after receiving 10% of my strength. How ridiculous and foolish. Shan Yuanxi looked at Lin Feng mockingly. Lin Feng said, "Did you use 10% of your strength?" He actually used so much power. I only used half of my strength. The corner of Shan Yuanxi's mouth could not help but twitch when she heard Lin Feng's words. Her gaze became extremely cold. At this moment, Lin Feng sensed that something was amiss because he discovered that the energy in space had become chaotic. An expert has arrived. Lin Feng frowned slightly. The next moment, dozens of cultivators flew out from the void. These cultivators all had deep and powerful auras. "My lord." The cultivators bowed to Shan Yuanxi. "Yes." Shan Yuanmo nodded. Lin Feng replied, "So you wanted to stall me and wait for these people to come?" "That's right, kid. You won't be able to escape today." Shan Yuanxi's lips curled into a sinister smile as if she had everything under control. "I heard that the 10 elders of the Tsang region were all independent cultivators, but it seems that the rumors were wrong," Lin Feng said. Shan Yuanxi sneered, "That's old news. The 10 elders of the Tsang region have long since surrendered to the Great Lord of the 33 Heavens." Lin Feng curled his lips and said, "The Great Lord of the 33 Heavens? The Lord of the 33 Heavens isn't here, so you don't have to flatter them. But then again, you have the potential to become a dog slave. The Lord of the 33 Heavens should think highly of you." Kid, I don't want to waste my time talking to you. Die. Xianxia sneered. She knew that Lin Feng's cultivation was extraordinary. She was afraid that Lin Feng would escape, so she had joined forces with a group of people to deal with him. However, at this moment, Lin Feng summoned the Book of the Dead. Immediately after, all the spirits of the dead flew out of the Book of the Dead. They were much stronger than Xianxua's group. Most importantly, they had more people than Xianxua's group. Xianxua's group only had 40 people while Lin Feng's group had more than 300. When Xianxia and the others saw the spirits that Lin Feng had summoned, their faces turned green. They hadn't thought that Lin Feng would have so many spirits as his subordinates. Xianxia and the others looked extremely gloomy. They didn't want to fight anymore, they had to hurry up and break out of the encirclement. Let's go! Shouted Xianxuan in a deep voice. He led a group of people to break out of the encirclement. Lin Feng sneered. With Huang Daxian there, it would be very difficult for these people to break out of the encirclement. Huang Daxian immediately used an illusion to envelop them all. Kill. Don't leave a single one alive. Lin Feng gave the order. A great battle immediately broke out. Lin Feng's spirits were undying and indestructible, so they fought without any regard for their own lives. Even if they were killed, they could be resurrected in the Book of the Dead. However, Xianxua's group couldn't. If they were killed, they would really die. Therefore, they were very aggrieved in this battle. Asterisk along with the sound of tearing, the cultivators on Xianxua's side were killed one after another. These cultivators were very powerful, so after being killed by the spirits, they were quickly eaten by the spirits and became their nourishment. It didn't take long for more than 30 people on Xianxua's side to die. Only a dozen people were left. Xianxuan also suffered some injuries. He knew that it was basically impossible for him to break out of the encirclement. His face was full of murderous intent as he said, Lin Feng, I have a summoning jade talisman given to me by the Lord of the 33 Heavens. He took out a jade talisman and continued coldly, if you let me go, I won't crush this jade talisman. Otherwise, I'll crush it right now. I'd rather die in glory than live in dishonor. I'll kill you. Lin Feng's face was full of murderous intent. He had nothing to say to this person. After all, he had already been exposed. If he really let the tiger return to the mountain, this guy would bring a large number of celestial soldiers and celestial generals to deal with him. Wouldn't he be dead then? Therefore, he couldn't let the tiger return to the mountain. As for the jade talisman, who knew if it was real or fake, even if it was real, he had to kill Xianxuan first. Lin Feng took out the epical battle spear and charged towards Xianxuan. Lin Feng used the epical battle spear technique with the epical battle spear. He displayed heaven-defying battle prowess and killed several experts in succession. Stop him! Shouted Xianxuan coldly. A few others tried to stop Lin Feng. At that moment, Xianxuan began to burn the essence of her blood to activate the jade talisman. This was the reason why Xianxuan had threatened Lin Feng. This jade talisman was too special. To activate it, one had to burn one's essence and blood to communicate with the Lord of the 33 Heavens. Xianxuan naturally didn't want to lose her essence and blood, so she threatened Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng didn't pay any attention to her. Bang! Suddenly, the jade talisman exploded. A mysterious world appeared. It wasn't the palace of the Lord of the Heavens, but another palace. There was only one cultivator in this palace. Qi Ming and Yang Tian. When he saw them, Lin Feng was shocked. They were Qi Ming and Yang Tian. They were the former lovers of the Ghost Queen. They had betrayed her and killed her. They had even used their own origin Qi to create a clone and descend to the underworld to kill Lin Feng, but they had failed. It seemed that Xianxuan had a connection with Qi Ming and Yang Tian, and the jade talisman had been given to her by Qi Ming and Yang Tian. Xianxuan smiled when she saw that she had communicated with Qi Ming and Yang Tian. However, as soon as she smiled, she felt a sharp pain in her neck. She looked down and saw that Lin Feng had pierced her neck with his spear. Lin Feng's right hand shook violently. Xianxuan's head exploded. Lin Feng, I didn't think that you would dare to come to the heavens. But since you've come to the heavens, you're doomed to die here. Qi Ming and Yang Tian looked at Lin Feng coldly. A cultivator walked out of his body. That cultivator looked exactly like Qi Ming and Yang Tian, but his qi was very special. He was emitting the qi of a stone man. It was a stone man clone. It wasn't difficult for people like Qi Ming and Yang Tian to find a stone man clone. One had to know that even Lin Feng had a stone man clone. That stone man clone was trying to descend to the second world of the heavens. Lin Feng heard from the heaven-devouring evil emperor that the masters of the 33 heavens couldn't leave the heavenly court for the time being. Lin Feng didn't know why, because the heaven-devouring evil emperor didn't tell him. However, the heaven-devouring evil emperor told Lin Feng that even though they couldn't leave for the time being, it wouldn't take long for them to be able to leave. Qi Ming and Yang Tian didn't intend to descend personally, which meant that at least for now, the masters of the 33 heavens couldn't leave the heavenly court. Now that Xianxia's people had been killed, Lin Feng let them enter the Book of the Dead. He put the book away and quickly flew away. Qi Ming and Yang Tian's clones hadn't descended yet. Lin Feng wanted to leave as soon as possible. He wanted to increase the distance between him and Qi Ming and Yang Tian's clones. Why was Lin Feng so afraid of Qi Ming and Yang Tian's clones? Actually, there was a reason. Although Qi Ming and Yang Tian hadn't broken through to the Transcendence Realm yet, they were still able to fight against some Transcendence Realm experts. There was a reason for this. This was the heavenly world. The master of the 33 heavens had already fused with the heavenly world. They could continuously borrow the power of the heavenly world. Therefore, as for the heavenly realm, it was a supreme realm. Moreover, the heavenly realm was still intact and hadn't been destroyed. Its source was incomparably powerful. The amount of power Crimson Bright and Yang Tian could borrow was unimaginable. Crimson Bright and Yang Tian's golem avatars were connected to their minds. Crimson Bright and Yang Tian's power could be used to support the golem avatars. One could imagine how powerful the golem avatars were. Crimson Bright and Yang Tian's power could also be used to support the golem avatars. Then, just how powerful was this stone golem avatar? In fact, this stone golem avatar could even fight against some powerhouses that surpassed their cultivation level. If Lin Feng stayed and fought against it, wouldn't he be courting death? Lin Feng was extremely fast, but after a short time, he sensed a terrifying qi behind him. Lin Feng turned around and saw Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone clones chasing him. Lin Feng was stupefied. That guy had gone from the 33rd group of steps to the second group of steps. How could he have gone from the 33rd group of steps to the second group of steps? Lin Feng, you can't escape. Qi Ming and Yang Tian's clone smiled coldly. There were many reasons why they wanted to kill Lin Feng. For example, Lin Feng was Lin Baitian's son, a descendant of the sovereign emperor's clan, and so on. But that wasn't the main reason. The main reason was because of Lin Feng's relationship with the ghost queen, Xianxia. Qi Ming and Yang Tian used to love Xianxia a lot. But, Qi Ming and Yang Tian didn't hesitate to kill Xianxia in order to become the strongest person in the world. Then, he climbed up to his ex-wife. With the help of his ex-wife's clan, he became one of the leaders of the 33 heavens. After gaining power, he immediately killed his ex-wife. At that time, he started to miss Xianxia. He started to want to pursue love. Xianxia had returned with Lin Feng's help. She was as beautiful as she had been in her previous life. Qi Ming and Yang Tian viewed Xianxia as their exclusive property. Xianxia and Lin Feng's relationship had changed because of many things. Even though nothing had happened between them, Xianxia's feelings for Lin Feng had changed greatly. Qi Ming and Yang Tian couldn't accept that. They felt as if Lin Feng had cheated on them. They wanted to kill Lin Feng and take Xianxia for themselves. Lin Feng smiled coldly and ignored Qi Ming and Yang Tian's clones. One was running, the other was chasing. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. In the end, Lin Feng was caught up. He fought against Qi Ming and Yang Tian's clones. After a dozen rounds, Lin Feng was defeated. Lin Feng's face turned gloomy. This fellow was too terrifying. Just as he had expected, this clone had the strength to surpass his cultivation level. This made Lin Feng extremely depressed. Lin Feng was sent flying again. If he didn't have several powerful defensive treasures, such as the ruler's armor, the phoenix shield, and the saint armor, he would have been suppressed by Qi Ming and Yang Tian's clones. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, even though Lin Feng was strong now, he still couldn't fight against experts surpassing his cultivation level. Qi Ming and Yang Tian's clones charged at Lin Feng again, wanting to finish him off. At this time, Lin Feng hurriedly said, "Do you want to know how Xianxia is doing?" Qi Ming and Yang Tian's clone stopped and asked, "How is Xianxia doing now?" Lin Feng said, "I have to say, Xianxia is really a top-grade beauty." "Could it be that you've taken her?" Qi Ming and Yang Tian trembled when they heard Lin Feng's words. In fact, Xianxia hadn't even held hands with Qi Ming and Yang Tian in her previous life. That was because Xianxia was very conservative. Although Qi Ming and Yang Tian wanted to be intimate with Xianxia didn't agree at all. What couldn't be obtained was the best. Qi Ming and Yang Tian wanted to marry Xianxia so that they could have her completely. But after that, there was no after. What happened next was a tragedy. In order to show his loyalty to the woman who could help him climb up, he killed Xianxia in front of her. Xianxia's reincarnation naturally made Qi Ming and Yang Tian extremely happy. They wanted to have Xianxia completely, but reality was cruel. Especially now, when they knew that Lin Feng might have already obtained Xianxia. This made them extremely jealous, and their eyes turned bloodshot. She was his exclusive property, how could he allow others to touch her? "I'll make you wish you were dead," shouted Qi Ming and Yang Tian's clones furiously. They charged at Lin Feng. Lin Feng took advantage of this opportunity to crush a talisman and teleport away. "You won't be able to escape." Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone golem clones roared angrily. They quickly teleported through the void and disappeared. Lin Feng appeared in a mountain forest. He knew that escaping from Qi Ming and Yang Tian was too difficult. He had to come up with a foolproof plan. The current situation was extremely troublesome. It was too disadvantageous for him. It would be great if he could control the door of mind. Very quickly, Lin Feng sensed Qi Ming and Yang Tian's qi. Even though he hadn't seen them yet, Lin Feng knew that Qi Ming and Yang Tian were chasing him. It was only a matter of time before they caught up with him. Lin Feng had to think about how to get rid of Qi Ming and Yang Tian. At that moment, in the distance, there were 3 Swanni pulling an ancient bronze carriage. The curtain of the carriage opened and a beautiful face appeared. Surprisingly, it was the woman who had come to visit Lin Feng before. "Come in. The carriage can isolate your qi. It's very safe inside," said the woman. "Thank you very much," said Lin Feng. He quickly flew over and entered the carriage. After entering, he discovered that the woman wasn't alone in the carriage. There was another person with a veil on her face. Lin Feng was surprised because he had seen this veiled woman standing on a bridge when he had checked his residence with his godly awareness to see if someone was spying on him. "Who's chasing you?" asked the woman. She had obviously sensed that someone was chasing Lin Feng. "Qi Ming and Yang Tian's clones," said Lin Feng. The woman was surprised. Lin Feng thought that they would chase him away after knowing who was chasing him, but they didn't do that. "What's your name?" asked the woman. "Lin Feng." "I'm Yao Zi," said the woman. Then, she introduced the veiled woman next to her and said, "This is a good friend of mine. She's called Li Shishir." Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Yao Zi had asked him if he knew a woman called Li Shishir. Obviously, Li Shishir was the veiled woman in front of him. Even though she was wearing a veil, Lin Feng was sure that he didn't know her. Among all the women he knew, there wasn't a single one who had the same temperament as this woman. If Lin Feng knew someone, he would have recognized her even if she was wearing a veil. Besides, it was his first time in heaven. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be many people in heaven who knew him. So why had Yao Zi suddenly come to him and asked if he knew Li Shishir? Lin Feng couldn't understand why he had done that. Could it be that this Li Shishir knew him? Translator, Trans and Editor, Trans and End of Chapter 6180. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.